Mother, you're in my way. The tender voice of a child resonated in her ears. Qingzhi stood in the living room, her body still bearing the marks of a gruesome zombie attack, the agony akin to being torn apart by 1,000 blades lingering within her. In the fading moments of her memory, she recalled being thrust into a horde of zombies by her beloved son, all to save his cherished Aunt Susu. Meanwhile, her husband merely stood aloft, indifferent, casting a cold gaze as she fell. Qingzhi abruptly lifted her head, locking eyes with her son, Bai Yueguang, whose anxious gaze mirrored the one he had when he had pushed her into the zombie tide. However, the difference now was that his eyes were not filled with indifference and calculation, but rather a simple impatience. She regained her focus, glancing down at her hands. They were intact, devoid of any marks from zombie bites. Frantically, she pulled out her phone to check the date. November 11th, 2035. She had inexplicably been reborn 3 months prior to the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. An indescribable pang of bitterness and resentment surged within her. The excruciating pain of being torn apart by zombies, the despair of betrayal by her own son, the cold indifference of her husband all enveloped her like a relentless tide. Mother, could you please step aside? Aunt Susu is about to arrive. Bai Yueguang urged again. Excitement lacing his tone, he clutched a beautifully wrapped gift box, which Qingzhi had once believed was a birthday present for her. For this gift, she had secretly given her son extra pocket money. She had even prepared fruits and snacks, leaving them behind while her son diligently locked himself away to prepare the surprise. Little did she realize, her sentiments were utterly misplaced. This gift was a welcome present for Aunt Susu's first visit. Aunt Susu? Qingzhi repeated the name, each syllable seemingly extricated from her very being. Mother, Aunt Susu is a wonderful person. You will surely like her. Bai Yueguang looked up, his urgency palpable, as if fearing Qingzhi would not accept his Aunt Susu. Qingzhi merely curled her lips in a cold smirk. Beep. The villa's door swung open, and a familiar voice followed, striking Qingzhi like a venomous serpent, causing her to shudder. I wanted to visit for a while, but I've been so busy. Today, I finally managed to carve out some time. Susu entered, clad in a fitted brown trench coat, her hair styled in a sleek ponytail, her eyes sparkling with brightness, her smile radiant. A cool, distinguished man followed closely behind her, striding into the house with long strides. At a glance, they appeared to be a perfect match, as if they were the true couple. Qingzhi clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh as she fought to suppress the raging fury and overwhelming sorrow that threatened to consume her. She witnessed the scene as if reliving a nightmare, her heart wrenched violently. Perhaps Qingzhi's icy demeanor startled Bai Yueguang, for he frowned in discontent. Mother, it's Aunt Susu's first visit to our home. Please don't be so fierce. Go greet her at the door. Unable to contain his excitement, he squeezed past Qingzhi, rushing towards Susu with the prepared gift box in hand. Aunt Susu, welcome to our home. This is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it. Susu's face lit up with delight as she affectionately ruffled Bai Yueguang's hair. Yang, you're such a good boy. Aunt has brought you a gift as well. Come and see if you like it. I love all of Aunt Susu's gifts, Bai Yueguang exclaimed joyfully, eagerly unwrapping the package to reveal the latest limited edition robot. Qingzhi watched this scene with a cold glare. It was on this very day in her previous life that Susu had made her entrance. Her son, instead of preparing a birthday surprise for his mother, was busy pleasing a woman intent on usurping her place. The disparity was unbearable, leading her to erupt in a furious argument with her husband and son, her despair akin to that of a scorned wife. Far from receiving an apology, they chastised her for lacking decorum, letting the guests witness her disgrace. Yet this time, Qingzhi merely withdrew her gaze calmly, turning to retreat to her room. Qingzhi, wait, Susu called out to her, striding over with a few steps. From her exquisite handbag, she produced a beautifully wrapped gift box and handed it to Qingzhi, her smile dazzlingly bright. Qingzhi, today is your birthday. This is a small gift I selected for you, a token of my affection. Chapter 2. Preparing the divorce agreement. With her gaze lowered, Qingzhi suppressed the coldness within her. The father and son of the Ji family exchanged a bewildered glance, as though recalling that today marked Qingzhi's birthday. Thank you, Yu Qingzhi said calmly, expressing her gratitude. Shall we unwrap it? Shui Susu inquired with a sincere smile, as if genuinely considering Yu Qingzhi a close friend. I heard from President Ji that you enjoy collecting various brooches. This one was purchased at an auction in Country M. It's said to be from the British royal family and should surely please you. In her previous life, Yu Qingzhi had been deceived by Shui Susu's veneer of benevolence, mistaking her for a true friend and treating her with utmost kindness. Even during their desperate escape in the apocalypse, she had willingly shared her meager rations with Shui Susu, dividing whatever food she had in half. The betrayal she received in return felt akin to the tale of the farmer and the snake. Yu Qingzhi instinctively tightened her grip around the gift box as she opened it. The exquisite brooch caught the light, radiating brilliance. It's beautiful, thank you, she remarked, closing the gift box before turning back to her room. Shui Susu watched Yu Qingzhi's retreating figure, puzzled. Does Qingzhi seem unhappy? Ji Yanqi frowned, his lips pressed in a thin line. Ji Muyang glanced toward the bedroom and muttered softly, It's just that we forgot to prepare a birthday gift for Mom. Why didn't Tishi remind us? Aunt Susu prepared such a lovely gift. What could possibly be wrong? His tone was laden with confusion, even tinged with a hint of grievance. Ji Yanqi picked up his phone and coldly instructed his assistant. Prepare a birthday gift for my wife and have it sent to the villa. Ji Muyang immediately turned to him, his lips pursed in a defiant manner, seemingly torn over something. Ji Yanqi paused for a moment before adding, Prepare 2 gifts, one from me and one from Yueguang. Ji Muyang's face lit up with a smile as he took Shui Susu's hand and led her toward the sofa. Don't worry, Aunt Susu. Dad and I have already prepared presents. Once Mom receives her gift, she will surely be happy. Aunt Susu, come play with me. In her bedroom. Yu Qingzhi had now regained her composure. Staring at the brooch within the box, her fingers whitened as they clenched tightly. In her previous life, she had cherished this brooch, wearing it constantly. Whenever trouble arose, Shui Susu would conveniently appear to assist her, deepening her trust in her. However, after the outbreak of zombies, Shui Susu had also managed to show up at her international supply negotiations, securing orders that rightfully belonged to her. She had always believed that her own skills were lacking. It wasn't until a reflection from the brooch attracted a zombie attack that she attempted to remove it, only for her son, Ji Muyang, to wail and protest, declaring, Mom, your luck is so terrible. Thank goodness for the lucky brooch Aunt Susu gave you. Without it, you would surely be doomed. She tried to explain that the reflection would draw zombies, but her son remained obstinate, insisting she keep it on, to spare her son's feelings. She even foolishly considered roughening the reflective surface of the brooch. In doing so, she inadvertently damaged it, revealing a minuscule locator within, no larger than a sesame seed, a design of her own creation. To prevent detection by other devices, she had meticulously encrypted the data. It was then she realized that her son had colluded with Shui Susu to spy on her and seize the supplies she had painstakingly negotiated, perhaps long ago. Shui Susu had also tracked her whereabouts to facilitate her clandestine rendezvous with Ji Yanqi. A cold laugh escaped Yu Qingzhi's lips, her heart swelling with resentment. She grasped the brooch tightly, as if intending to crush it. The blood-soaked lessons of her past taught her that wasting time on these scoundrels was akin to squandering her own life. With only 3 months remaining before the global outbreak of the zombie virus, a cataclysm that would strike without warning, she knew she must act swiftly. Supplies, safe havens, and most importantly, distancing herself from these wretches. Without hesitation, Yu Qingzhi dialed her lawyer's number. Prepare the divorce agreement. I wish to sign it immediately. Chapter 3. Where are you going? After hanging up the phone, Yu Qingzhi approached the safe and entered the password. Bank cards, gold bars, company share certificates. All valuable items were hastily stuffed into her everyday handbag, which she then carefully restored to its original state before exiting the room. In the living room, Shui Susu was entertaining Ji Muyang with Lego. Ji Yanqi sat on the sofa, perusing a magazine, his long legs crossed in a relaxed manner. He looked up and gestured towards 2 exquisitely wrapped gift boxes on the coffee table. Qingzhi, birthday gifts. The gesture was as perfunctory as in her previous life, even lacking a simple happy birthday, as if these 2 boxes could compensate for everything. A cold smile crept into Yu Qingzhi's heart, though her expression remained serene. No need. Give them to your guest as return gifts. With her bag in hand, she turned to leave. Where are you going? Ji Yanqi's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Yu Qingzhi paused, turning her head with an icy glare. Why should I report my whereabouts to you? Just as Ji Yanqi was about to respond, Shui Susu interjected with a gentle voice, laced with just the right amount of concern. I'm sorry, Qingzhi. I didn't inform you beforehand. I thought today, being your birthday, would be a perfect opportunity for a surprise. How about this? I'll treat you to a lavish dinner tonight to celebrate your birthday. Her eyes sparkled with genuine intent, as if she truly cared for Yu Qingzhi's well-being. Ji and Che, observing Yu Qingzhi, added, since Miss Shui has suggested it, why not change your clothes and join us for dinner? It became evident that they had no intention of including her from the beginning. After all, in her previous life, they had left her behind, indulging in a seafood feast with Ji Yueguang. No, you both can take Yang Yang with you. I am quite busy. Yu Qingzhi replied coldly. What could possibly be so urgent? Ji and Che's voice suddenly grew heavier. A wave of desolation surged within Yu Qingzhi, mingled with absurdity. What did he think of her? A maid at his beck and call? An accessory bound to revolve around him and Ji Yueguang? Indeed, in the past, Ji and Che's words were law. She had to be on standby 24/7, her once spoiled temperament gradually worn down by the father-son duo. In the end, she had forgotten how to refuse their increasingly unreasonable demands. But now, she was no longer the Yu Qingzhi who had been dulled by marriage. I have plenty of things to attend to. Yu Qingzhi raised her voice, enunciating each word with conviction. I need to get my nails done, enjoy a spa, go shopping. She deliberately disregarded Ji and Che's suddenly darkening expression and lifted a mocking smile. Oh, right, I have an appointment for a manicure at 10 o'clock. It's getting late, so I'll be leaving now. With that, she walked out without looking back. Ji and Che stared incredulously at the empty doorway. The Yu Qingzhi who had always complied with him dared to speak to him in such a tone? Shui Susu sighed softly. I truly envy Qingzhi. She has so much time to enjoy life. Ever since I was transferred back to headquarters, I've been so busy that I hardly have time to check on my mother. Ji Yueguang promptly jumped into Shui Susu's arms, his childish voice offering comfort. And Susu, I'll accompany you to see Mommy. Shui Susu chuckled, playfully ruffling his little nose. You're such a good boy. But remember to spend more time with your mother. Today is her birthday, and she doesn't seem very happy. However, Ji Yueguang scrunched his little face. Mommy has already received our birthday gifts. I don't understand why she isn't happy. We can cheer her up later. She is easy to comfort. Let us hurry and enjoy a seafood feast, then accompany Aunt Susu back home. Ji Yueguang was completely unconcerned about his mother, for he knew that a simple hug and kiss would suffice whenever she was upset. With that thought, he cast aside any worry for his mother, a bright smile illuminating his face. The heavy gates of the villa closed behind Yu Qingzhi, the biting cold wind slicing against her face yet awakening her like never before. With only 3 months remaining until the zombie outbreak, time was of the essence. She had to seize every moment to create a safe haven for herself and her future. She hurried to the law firm, and at the moment she signed the divorce agreement, the lawyer could not help but express shock, asking, Mrs. G, are you serious? Having signed, is there room for doubt? She replied briskly, urgency in her tone. Please ensure the divorce agreement is delivered to him today. Chapter 4. A Desperate Rescue. Upon departing from the office, Yu Qingzhi retrieved her mobile phone, intending to record a list of supplies in the notes. However, amidst a plethora of applications, she suddenly spotted a mysterious app. Its sleek black interface showcased 2 striking golden characters, designed with a simplicity that was both captivating and unsettling. Yu Qingzhi and Amp, Oppos, as pupils dilated. She had never downloaded this app, nor had it ever existed in her previous life. Could it possibly be a golden finger bestowed by her rebirth? Her heart raced with anticipation. Perhaps this app would bring her immense surprises. Opening the app, an advertisement appeared. Flash Group, your best supply steward. A supply steward? As the apocalypse loomed, those 4 words resonated more sweetly than any romantic declaration. Without hesitation, Yu Qingzhi drove straight to her suburban villa, a property left to her by her adoptive parents, a secret even from Ji and Che. The villa was desolate, dust-laden, and empty. Standing in the center of the living room, Yu Qingzhi exhaled deeply and activated the Flash Group app. The interface bore a striking resemblance to Matewan. But more astonishing was the fact that items could be purchased with money. She tentatively placed an order for a chicken pot. In the instant the payment was confirmed, a flash of white light enveloped her, and a steaming bowl of chicken pot materialized before her eyes. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of the dish. Yu Qingzhi stared in astonishment. After months of hardship during the impending apocalypse, even resorting to scavenging with wild dogs, witnessing such a meal made her swallow hard with longing. She quickly seized her chopsticks and began to eat. Was it merely an illusion? The taste was sensational, far surpassing any takeout she had ever experienced. It was even more delectable than any meal she could recall. Only after she was thoroughly satiated did she reluctantly set down her chopsticks. She then resumed her exploration of the app, browsing through various categories: daily necessities, metal tools, pharmaceuticals, frantically adding items to her cart until she was abruptly halted at checkout. The button was grayed out, with a glaring red note: exceeds purchase limit 999.10. Qingzhi regained her composure. It appeared this golden finger was not omnipotent. She begrudgingly selected some essential furniture to order, and one by one, the items materialized, filling her once empty living room. This surreal scene, had it occurred in the past, would have led her to believe she had lost her mind. Ding. Flash group level has risen to level 2. Daily purchase limit increased by 20. Ding. Flash group level has risen to level 3. Daily purchase limit increased by 40. Ding. Today's upgrade attempts are exhausted. Please return tomorrow. A series of notification sounds made Qingzhi's breath quicken. Consumption upgrades, doubled purchase limits. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. If this app could be utilized continuously, by the time the apocalypse truly arrived, she would possess an abundance of resources. She hastily delved into the app's rules, discovering that the higher the level, the greater the consumption required for upgrades, increasing exponentially alongside the purchase limits. Preparing for the future, she needed to amass wealth swiftly. Qingzhi sprang to her feet and rushed into her study. Her slender fingers danced across the keyboard, and a cascade of green code poured down the screen. 5 minutes later, 500 million had been deposited into her account. This was the asset under her hacker account. Before meeting Ji Yanxie, she had been a national-level red hacker. She had caught the attention of headquarters with her self-developed data encryption program, leaving numerous experts eagerly awaiting her graduation and entry into the workforce. But a tragic fire took her adoptive parents and nearly claimed her life as well. Ji Yanxie rescued her from the flames, providing warmth and support. Thus, she sacrificed her future for marriage, choosing to be a devoted wife and mother. Yet in the end, she was met with betrayal and schemes. Qingzhi shook her head, forcefully suppressing the surge of bitterness that threatened to overwhelm her. Gazing at the 500 million in her account, she frowned. It was still insufficient. This amount, accrued from private contracts during her university years, now seemed woefully inadequate. Suddenly reminded of more pressing matters, she swiftly messaged her friend, an architectural designer abroad. "Vivian, I need urgent assistance. Return to the country to help me build a safe house. Your fee is whatever you deem appropriate." At this hour, it was the dead of night in the United States, and without waiting for a reply, Qingzhi hurried to a real estate agency. She decided to sell all her properties except for the suburban villa. She needed money. Lots of it. Simultaneously, she submitted her divorce agreement to Ji Yanxie. Chapter 5. He always seems to have endless work. The lawyer, hesitant to directly present the divorce agreement to the formidable CEO, Mr. Ji, entrusted it to Assistant Shen. Urging him repeatedly, Assistant Shun, Mrs. Ji instructed that this must be delivered today. It is of utmost urgency. Assistant Shun, still groggy from a night of revelry, rubbed his throbbing temples and mumbled indistinctly, got it, just leave it there." With that, he grasped the divorce agreement and collapsed onto the sofa, falling into a deep slumber. In the depths of the night, Qingzhi, weary and fatigued, drove home. She presumed that Ji Yanxie had already seen the divorce agreement. Disliking prolonged uncertainty, she hoped to finalize the divorce matters with him that very night. However, upon returning home, she found the house devoid of any presence. Furrowing her brows, Qingzhi dialed Ji Yanxie's number, only for the call to ring once before being abruptly disconnected. A message soon followed. "Working late. Yang Ang has gone to Miss Shue's house to play. You should rest early." Yet again, the same excuse. A bitter smile crept upon Qingzhi's lips as she felt no inclination to respond, her phone screen dimming into silence. Whether he was truly working late or ensconced in a tender embrace was a truth only Ji Yanxie held. In her past existence, she had meticulously arranged numerous weekend outings, only for Ji Yanxie to invariably be caught up in unending work commitments as the date approached. Later, she discovered photos of Ji Yanxie and Shue's Susu, joyfully captured in moments of happiness, hidden within an album tucked away by Ji Muyang. It dawned on her that the meticulously planned itineraries were not dismissed due to disinterest, but rather a reluctance to accompany her. With both father and son absent that night, Qingzhi unexpectedly enjoyed a peaceful slumber. In the past, she would often awaken in the dead of night to tuck Ji Muyang under his covers, as he was a restless sleeper, requiring her to rise at least 2 or 3 times each night. Now, being able to sleep soundly until dawn left Qingzhi feeling refreshed. Awakening in the morning, Qingzhi began to pack her belongings into a suitcase, preparing to move to the villa. As she opened the wardrobe, the meager collection of clothes left her momentarily stunned. Ever since marrying Ji Yanche, she had devoted herself entirely to her family, revolving her life around her husband and son. Although Ji Yanche provided her with a generous monthly allowance, it was all spent on his and Ji Muyang's needs: designer clothes, limited edition sneakers, and expensive games. And what about her? Having spent years managing household duties, she had no need for extravagant attire, preferring comfortable clothing instead. Yet, it was precisely this selfless devotion that led Ji Muyang to disdain her, even deeming her outdated compared to Shui Susu's fashionable presence. With a slow, reluctant smile, Qingzhi tossed the few scattered garments into her suitcase. Just as she was about to tidy up her vanity, her exclusive ringtone chimed. She answered the call. "Qingzhi, it's Vivian. I'm back in the country. Whatever you need, I'm just a call away. How about that? Isn't it generous of me?" The lively voice resonated through the phone. Hearing Vivian's voice, Qingzhi finally unveiled the first genuine smile since her rebirth. "Hold on, I'm coming to get you." She tossed her half-packed suitcase aside, changed her clothes, and grabbed her car keys before heading out. At the airport, Vivian, clad in a stylish leather jacket, her obsidian earrings gleaming with a cold brilliance, and her chestnut curls radiating vibrancy, approached Qingzhi. She enveloped her in a hearty hug and presented a carefully wrapped birthday gift. "Surprise! Happy birthday! Forever 18. Qingzhi gazed at the present in her hands, the metallic texture heavy, akin to Vivian's fervent sincerity. Her eyes welled with tears, nearly spilling over. It turned out there were those who remembered her birthday and offered her heartfelt wishes. "Vivian, thank you," she managed to say, her voice choked, suppressing the tears that threatened to fall. "Why so sentimental? I'm not as wealthy as your husband to lavish you with extravagant gifts. Don't you dare look down on my handmade Eiffel Tower made from bullet casings." Vivian chuckled heartily, playfully patting Qingzhi's shoulder. "How could I? This is the best gift I have ever received." Qingzhi clutched the present tightly, gazing at Vivian's bright and exuberant face. A wave of unexplainable grievance surged within her, causing her nose to tingle. Chapter 6. A catastrophe belonging to humanity. The husband and son she devoted herself to would forget her birthday, treating it with indifference. Yet far away, Vivian still remembered, preparing a gift with great care. In her past self, choosing to return to the family for love now seemed utterly foolish. "You're crying, Qingzhi?" Vivian was taken aback. In her memories, Qingzhi had always been an optimistic soul, confident and resilient. Even during the mishap in extreme sports years ago, when they were gravely injured and trapped in the jungle, Qingzhi had never shed a tear. But now, Vivian narrowed her eyes dangerously, her gaze turning icy. "Did he bully you?" "No." Qingzhi shook her head while holding back tears, pausing before adding, "I just missed you so much after not seeing you for a long time." After the zombie outbreak in her previous life, she had never seen Vivian again. Their last exchange had been a promise to live well and travel together once the apocalypse ended. But in the past, that opportunity had never come. This time, she was determined to protect Vivian. "Let us go. I'll take you to the villa." Qingzhi suppressed her tumultuous emotions and forced a smile. In the car, she briefly informed Vivian about the impending zombie outbreak in 3 months. Vivian's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "The headquarters of Huagua is notoriously tight-lipped. Such a significant event. And the joint headquarters hasn't disseminated any information." Qingzhi was taken aback, realizing she had yet to report such a monumental event to the authorities. Before marrying Ji Yanche, she had balanced her university studies with a part-time job in data encryption at the headquarters. Later, for the sake of her family, she had declined an official position at the headquarters, a decision Ji Yanche was unaware of, which had left Vivian furious for half a month after learning of it. The apocalypse was not solely her affair. It seemed the time had come for her to return to the headquarters. Upon arriving at the villa, Qingzhi wasted no time. "Vivian, I need you to transform this place into the safest fortress. The water and electricity must be infallible, capable of withstanding extreme conditions and violent assaults. The external security system needs an upgrade to effectively thwart zombie incursions, including aerial attacks." Qingzhi recalled how, after the outbreak in her previous life, zombies had initially been sluggish and merely bite at sight. However, they eventually evolved, with some moving at remarkable speeds, others possessing immense strength, and some even able to glide briefly through the air to hunt humans. The zombies had evolved, but humanity had not. They were scattered and routed. This was a calamity that belonged to mankind. Qingzhi's gaze hardened. In this lifetime, she would alter the fate of humanity. Vivian listened intently, not questioning the credibility of the information. To her, This was news from the National Defense Headquarters. And the gravity with which Qingzhi treated it must indicate a top-secret matter. It was undoubtedly credible. "Leave it to me," Vivian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she envisioned constructing an impregnable fortress. Her blood surged with exhilaration. "Just tell me what materials you need." Qingzhi patted Vivian's shoulder, then walked toward the balcony. After a moment of contemplation, she dialed a number she hadn't called in years, expecting to wait. She was surprised when the call connected on the first ring. A man's voice, tinged with barely concealed excitement, came through. "Miss you. You finally contacted us. Are you returning to the headquarters?" Chapter 7. The inverted celestial phenomenon. A voice, both unfamiliar and hauntingly familiar, stirred tumultuous emotions within Qingzhi. Years prior, she had resolutely departed, while the other party had earnestly sought to retain her. Yet, Qingzhi was wholly intent on returning to her family, and ultimately, she left. On the day of her departure, the other party did not even come to bid her farewell. "Qingge, I have been gone for many years." Qingzhi exhaled slowly, striving to suppress the complexity of her feelings. "Even after all this time, miss you, your position remains irreplaceable. Should you choose to return, the headquarters invitation will always stand." Qingge spoke with an urgency that suggested a fear of her reconsideration. Qingzhi sighed imperceptibly. The paramount task at hand was to inform the nation of the impending outbreak of a zombie virus set to occur in 3 months, allowing the country to prepare adequate defenses. "Qingge, what I am about to say is of utmost importance. I hope you will convey it in its entirety to the higher-ups. The apocalypse is approaching. In 3 months, a sudden outbreak of a zombie virus will sweep across the globe. The virus is ferocious, and human society will be on the brink of collapse. We must prepare swiftly to face this crisis." On the other end of the line, a profound silence ensued. Qingzhi was not surprised, after years of no contact. Such a wild proclamation would be difficult for anyone to accept. "I understand this sounds absurd." "I understand." Qingzhi's deep voice interrupted Qingzhi, his tone surprisingly calm. Qingzhi was taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. He believed her just like that? "The you I know would not just about such matters. Although I do not know the source of your information, I trust you, and I will relay your message verbatim." Before the call ended, Qingge added in a soft voice, "Stay safe, and we await your return." Beep. The call disconnected. Qingzhi suddenly recalled that in her previous life, following the outbreak, she had indeed received news of Qingge. It was through a broadcast. A technician at the national headquarters of Huagua had used himself as bait to detonate 1,000 kilograms of explosives, burying himself along with a multitude of zombies beneath the rubble. He had bravely sacrificed himself to protect his comrades. This lifetime, that would not happen. Qingzhi clenched her fists, her expression resolute. Upon returning from the balcony, Wei Yueguang was engrossed in her designs, oblivious to Qingzhi's presence. Qingzhi purchased lunch for her and left quietly. Just as she returned home, intending to continue packing, she found Ji Yanchao sitting on the sofa. His expression darkened after a night away. "Why did you hang up when I called?" the man questioned, his tone icy. Qingzhi raised an eyebrow. She had just seen the call from her best friend moments earlier. She had no desire to have her joy dampened by him, so she had simply ended the call. "Didn't you hang up on me as well?" Qingzhi retorted with a cold laugh. "That was for work." After a brief pause, he frowned and asked, "Where did you go so early in the morning?" "I don't concern myself with your affairs, so you should meddle less in mine," Qingzhi replied mockingly. With divorce looming, what right did he have to dictate her actions? By the way, that matter. Just as Qingzhi was about to bring up the divorce agreement, Ji Yueguang dashed out of the bedroom, excitedly exclaiming, "Dad, I'm ready. Let us go." Qingzhi frowned. Ji Yanchao stood up and stated, "There will be a meteor shower in D-City tomorrow night. Yang invited Miss Shui to watch it with us. I see you've nearly finished packing, so regardless of any quarrels, let us go together." "Dad," Ji Yueguang interjected, his tone clearly displeased. He merely wished to spend time alone with Aunt Susu. His mother's presence felt like an unwelcome distraction. "Mom, you said you were going for a manicure and shopping." "Didn't you? Why do you have to come with us to see the meteor shower?" Yet, Qingzhi found it rather absurd. She was going out with her husband and son, yet it required the mistress's invitation. Truly, it was an inverted celestial phenomenon. Chapter 8 is no longer needed. However, the words meteor shower and City D struck like a thunderclap in Qingzhi's mind. Vivid and harrowing images from her past life flashed before her. Overwhelming waves crashing towards her, the heart-wrenching cries, the bone-chilling cold of the sea. Back then, they had not even informed her before heading to City D with Shui Susu. It was through Xue Susu's social media that she learned they had planned to witness the once-in-a-century meteor shower together. She regretted arguing with Ji Yanche, never considering that they had no intention of including her. When she hurried after them, envisioning a delightful surprise, she was met not with joy from Ji Yueguang, but with reproach for ruining the atmosphere. He even hurled her carefully prepared coat to the ground. In her sorrow and fury, she uncharacteristically scolded Ji Yueguang, only to provoke an even more intense quarrel. Consequently, they missed the prime viewing time, yet fortuitously avoided the tsunami triggered by the meteor shower's deviation from its orbit. Yet, instead of gratitude, Ji Yueguang blamed her for the debacle of what was supposed to be an anticipated journey, ruining Xue Susu's rare holiday as well. In this lifetime, she vowed never to offer her kindness again. If they chose to court disaster, it was no concern of hers. Qingzhi withdrew her thoughts and coldly stated, "I shall not go. You may proceed." Ji Yanche abruptly lifted his head, his hawk-like gaze fixated on her, his voice simmering with restrained anger. "Qingzhi, we've already allowed you to go. Why are you throwing a tantrum like a spoiled princess?" "A tantrum, you say?" Qingzhi chuckled, as if hearing the greatest jest. Unable to suppress her laughter. "Ji Yanche, I am not your puppet to command. It is not as though you were generously permitting me to attend. I have no interest." "Qingzhi." Ji Yanche gritted his teeth, veins bulging at his temples. His usually docile and obedient wife now resembled a hedgehog, bristling with spikes. Her every word pierced him, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Ji Yueguang watched, his brows furrowed in distress as he stamped his foot and shouted, "Mom, why aren't you going? Aunt Susu has invited you." Qingzhi cast him a cold glance, devoid of warmth. "Your so-called Aunt Susu. What right does she have to invite me? Do I require an outsider's invitation to watch the meteor shower with your father?" Her tone dripped with sarcasm, leaving Ji Yueguang feeling humiliated. His face flushed crimson. He retorted, "Aunt Susu is not an outsider. She is far better than you." "Better than me?" Qingzhi suddenly laughed, turning her gaze to Ji Yanche. "Do you also believe she is superior? Young, beautiful, considerate, and gentle? Is that why you both are so eager to cast me aside? What nonsense are you spouting?" Ji Yanche's face turned ashen. Qingzhi, uninterested in further arguing with him, had more pressing matters to attend to, and she promptly turned to leave. "Where are you going again? Do you still want this family or not?" Ji Yanche barked coldly. "I do not," she replied succinctly. It was truly amusing to ask him that question after they had already signed the divorce agreement. Without a glance at the man whose expression was on the verge of eruption, she strode away. In her previous life, the meteor shower had veered off course due to a meteorite collision, plummeting into the waters near City D and triggering a catastrophic tsunami. The coastal City D had suffered immensely, becoming a hellscape of bodies. In this life, those tragedies had yet to unfold, and she possessed the power to prevent them. Qingzhi headed straight for the headquarters. Chapter 9. What a coincidence. After many years away from the headquarters, when Qingzhi stood outside the magnificent building, a wave of complex emotions surged within her. She had initially worried that she might not be allowed entry. After all, this was the heart of the nation's data secrets, where confidentiality measures were stringent. To her surprise, as she stood at the entrance, facial recognition and iris scanning effortlessly confirmed her identity, and the gates opened for her. Just as Qinggu had mentioned over the phone, the headquarters had never forsaken her. Qingzhi paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and, relying on her memory, headed straight for the director's office. However, she encountered Qinggu midway. "Qingzhi?" He stood frozen, disbelief evident in his eyes. You're back?" With a serious expression and an urgent tone, Qingzhi replied, "I have an urgent matter to report to the director." "What instructions does the headquarters have regarding the zombie virus?" Qingzhi's gaze darkened as he replied, "I'm sorry. I did my best. But the higher-ups do not believe it." "I understand." Qingzhi was not surprised by this outcome. After all, this was an apocalyptic warning, not a mere forecast of rain. Not to mention, she had been away for years for the sake of marriage and family, leaving her with no voice. Even staff members who had long worked at the headquarters would likely be dismissed as mad for suggesting a zombie outbreak in 3 months. "I'm sorry, Qingzhi. Qinggu wanted to say something more, but upon meeting Qingzhi's smiling eyes, he fell silent. "Qinggu, thank you. I am truly grateful that you were willing to believe me." Even her husband and children, whom she cared for deeply and was willing to sacrifice her career for, had never unconditionally trusted her. In that household, regardless of life or death, she had to repeatedly explain herself and provide proof. Yet even so, a casual remark from Xue Susu could effortlessly dismantle all her efforts. But now, faced with such an absurd prophecy, Qinggu believed her without hesitation, without a shred of doubt. This trust was more precious than anything else. A genuine warmth flickered in Qingzhi's smile. Qinggu opened his mouth to speak, but a gentle, cheerful voice interrupted them. What a coincidence, Qinggu. And Qingzhi, what brings you here? Susu approached in a beige trench coat, exuding elegance and grace. Qingzhi nearly scoffed. What a coincidence indeed. It was just as it had been in her previous life. Susu always appeared at the most opportune moments, at the most suitable places, using the most fitting words to gradually dismantle her family and take away everything from her. How fortuitous, Qingzhi replied coldly. Sensing the subtle tension between the two, Qinggu discreetly positioned himself beside Qingzhi, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Susu. Qinggu, is Director Hu available? Qingzhi, wishing to avoid further conversation with Susu, directly inquired about the director's whereabouts. Yes, I will take you there. Qinggu immediately grasped Qingzhi's intent and turned to lead the way. Perfect, I also have matters to discuss with Director Hu. Let us go together. Susu smiled and followed, seemingly affectionately linking her arm with Qingzhi's. Qingzhi subtly evaded her touch, her gaze icy. Miss Shui, we are not acquainted. Are we? Susu's expression stiffened, but she quickly masked it with a light cough and withdrew her hand, her eyes falling on Qingzhi's simple attire. Qingzhi, your outfit looks lovely today, though. It's a bit plain. A few accessories would better complement your elegance. At first glance, it appeared to be a well-meaning suggestion, but it was, in fact, a veiled hint for Qingzhi to wear the brooch she had gifted her. Qingzhi smiled, though her mirth did not reach her eyes. I will consider it for next time. The three of them arrived at Director Hu's office. Chapter 10, One day. You will regret it. The elderly man with graying hair was engrossed in his work, as diligent as ever. Qingzhi felt her eyes welling up with emotion. Dean, who was a professor she held in the highest regard, in her youthful naivety, when he personally extended an invitation for a position, she had not only declined but had proudly declared to him, though I relinquished this opportunity, I possess the most beautiful love. Our love transcends all else in this world. Dean, who seemed to foresee her tragic fate, letting out a deep sigh. Xiaozhi, one day you will come to regret this. Yet, she remained resolute, her voice unwavering. I will not regret it. Ji Yinshe loves me. He has said that I am his life, and he will become my everything. Now, reflecting on those words, Qingzhi felt a burning shame wash over her, regret flooding her heart like a relentless tide. Dean Hu, she choked out softly. He lifted his gaze from his desk, adjusting his glasses, squinting at the visitor. His once murky eyes suddenly sparkled, only to dim again in an instant. Qingzhi? His tone carried a hint of palpable anger and disappointment. What brings you back? Is your love not paramount? Qingzhi lowered her head, her thick eyelashes casting shadows over her tumultuous emotions. Shame gnawed at her self-esteem like a parasite. Clenching her fists, she inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. Her voice hoarse yet firm. Dean Hu, I possess urgent and critical information regarding City D, concerning the safety of millions. Dean Hu furrowed his brow, the gravity of the matter restoring his former seriousness and composure. Speak. Tomorrow night, there will be a meteor shower, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it will deviate from its path and fall prematurely into the ocean, triggering a tsunami that will devastate City D with catastrophic casualties. This is of utmost importance, Dean. Please order an immediate evacuation. The atmosphere in the office felt as if it had solidified into silence. Dean Hu pondered for a moment before responding gravely. Evacuating the entire City D is no trivial matter. I must first ascertain the veracity of this claim. He promptly instructed someone to contact the Meteorological Bureau. Soon, the news spread throughout headquarters, attracting numerous officials. In the conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Utterly absurd, Vice Dean Lin Haohui exclaimed, rising to his feet with furrowed brows. There is currently no technology capable of predicting a tsunami with such precision within a 24-hour time frame. Not to mention, Qingzhi, you have been away from headquarters for several years. I recall you were not involved in meteorological monitoring. Why do you now come to spread alarm? Vice Dean, human lives are at stake. I have no reason to jest about such matters. Qingzhi's gaze transcended him, landing on Dean Hu, aware that only he possessed the ultimate authority here. Dean Hu, please trust me. Dean Hu's fingers rhythmically tapped the armrest, his gaze profound and inscrutable. The meteorological department is conducting tests. Results will be available shortly. Everyone, please remain calm. Such an evident falsehood warranted no verification. It was a waste of time here. Lin Haohui, stung by the title of Vice Dean, glared coldly at her. Qingzhi, I know you regret declining the invitation from headquarters and wish to return now. But one must focus on one's own abilities and skills, not indulge in fanciful rhetoric. Chapter 11. Is this woman insane? Lin Haohui's gaze shifted towards Xue Susu, his tone softening significantly. As a young person, Miss Xue is truly exceptional. Immediately, others echoed in agreement. Miss Xue is not only young and beautiful, but also highly capable. Indeed, she is a role model for our younger generation. Xue Susu responded with an elegant smile, her demeanor humble. You all flatter me. This is merely my duty at work, and it is only right to perform it well. Meeting Qingzhi's calm gaze, she gently remarked, however, I believe that since Qingzhi is so certain, she must have her reasons. After all, to make this widely known and gather everyone here cannot simply be for the sake of attracting attention, can it? Hasn't the director already instructed someone to contact the Meteorological Bureau? Perhaps we should patiently await the results. Lin Haohui ultimately gave Xue Susu her due respect and refrained from further comments. The Meteorological Bureau's news arrived swiftly. Indeed, D City would experience a once-in-a-century Grand Leonid meteor shower tomorrow night, yet there were no signs of a tsunami. Director who hung up the phone, his expression darkening. Qingzhi. Is there some misunderstanding regarding this matter? Though his tone was softened, a hint of disappointment lingered. Lin Haohui seized upon Qingzhi's predicament, immediately scoffing. Humph. What misunderstanding could there be? I believe she is merely trying to create a sensational scene for herself. Now, look at the embarrassment. Xue Susu sighed at an opportune moment. Her eyes filled with concern. Qingzhi, I understand your worries for D City's safety, but we cannot, alas. Qingzhi frowned slightly. The meteor shower itself would not cause a tsunami. Rather, it could be a result of asteroid impacts causing trajectory shifts. Given the current situation with the Meteorological Bureau, it was evident that speculation was futile. Yet, without evidence, any explanation would seem utterly powerless. I stand by my assertion. Tomorrow evening, D City will face a tsunami. Believe it or not. Her tone was resolute, unwavering. The crowd was taken aback. Was this woman out of her mind? The Meteorological Bureau and Oppo's data had been released. Yet she continued to speak nonsense? Skepticism, ridicule, and disdain pierced through Qingzhi like arrows. She rose to her feet and offered a polite nod to Director Hu. I apologize for the disturbance today. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With the route through headquarters proving unfruitful, she resolved to seek alternative paths, for time was of the essence, and every moment counted. Qingzhi turned to leave. Qingzhi, wait for me. I will accompany you. Xue Susu hastily stood and, with an apologetic smile towards the others, continued. Qingzhi's thoughts can sometimes be rather unique. I apologize to Lin Lao and Director Hu, as well as everyone else. She did not intend to disrupt morale. Perhaps the recent pressures have been too much for her. Qingzhi paid no heed, her pace unyielding. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, she spotted two familiar figures, Ji Yanche and Ji Muyang. Qingzhi paused, a sense of confusion arising within her. What were they doing here? Ji Muyang craned his neck, peering eagerly into the courtyard. Upon seeing Qingzhi, his excited demeanor faltered slightly, revealing a flicker of resistance in his eyes. Yet soon after, he waved his little hand, his voice bright and clear. Aunt Susu, we're here to pick you up. Xue Susu walked past Qingzhi, scooping Ji Muyang into her arms, gently stroking his head, and laughing softly. Yang, you are so thoughtful. How can there be such a considerate little warm-hearted boy? She then turned her gaze to Qingzhi. Qingzhi, do not be too disheartened. It's just that everyone prefers to speak and act based on evidence. Coincidentally, Yang has been wanting to see the meteor shower. Let us go together. The meteor shower is beautiful, and it will serve as a pleasant distraction. Chapter 12. Let us go together. Upon hearing those words, Ji Muyang pressed his lips together, his small face reflecting reluctance. His mother had left without packing her luggage at noon, and he could hardly contain his joy. He had envisioned a delightful three-person world with Aunt Susu and his father, but now his mother's unexpected appearance left him anxious about the disruption of his plans. Yet, Aunt Susu persistently invited his mother to join them, and he did not wish to disappoint her or appear ungrateful. His little mind raced, ultimately deciding to subtly gauge his mother's attitude. If she chose not to go, it would be for the best. Mother, aren't you quite busy? If you cannot go, then it's all right. I shall keep your share to myself. Qingzhi had remained silent throughout, pondering how she could assist the residents of City D. Ji Yanche's sharp gaze swept over Qingzhi, his brows furrowing. This was the headquarters of the National Command and Control Center. How had a mere housewife like her gained access? His expression darkened as he quickly connected her presence to their previous quarrel. Qingzhi, Do you realize where you are? You cannot simply barge in to see Miss Shui and disrupt her work. What exactly are you trying to achieve? A cold smile tugged at the corners of Yu Qingzhi's lips as she regarded him with a knowing expression. Seeing this, Shui Susu hastily interjected, Mr. Ji. You misunderstand. Qingzhi is not here to see me, but she paused, seemingly concerned for Yu Qingzhi, fabricating a lie. She came to see you, in Yang. She heard you were going to watch the meteor shower and wanted to join, but felt too shy to ask. As Shui Susu spoke, she gently patted Jimu Yang's head, saying, Yang, Annie knows you care for your mother. Why don't we go together? It will be more lively with more people. A cold laugh echoed in Yu Qingzhi's heart. She couldn't help but admire Shui Susu's eloquence. While appearing considerate in her explanation, she effectively painted Yu Qingzhi as someone clingy and inconsiderate of others' feelings. Upon hearing this, Jimu Yang immediately clung tightly to Shui Susu, burying his small face in her shoulder and muttering, But I already made plans with Daddy and Aunt Susu. He intentionally mentioned his father and Aunt Susu together, subtly excluding Yu Qingzhi from the equation. Ji Yan's expression grew dark as he coldly interrupted Shui Susu. No need to defend her. I know her well enough. He warned Yu Qingzhi with a furrowed brow. Yu Qingzhi, I will overlook this time, but there shall not be a next. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Father, it's getting late, Jimu Yang urged as he looked up, eager to escape his mother's presence and enjoy time alone with Aunt Susu. Ji Yanche glanced at the time before coldly addressing Yu Qingzhi. You should go home now. Go home for what? Yu Qingzhi's gaze shifted from Ji Yanche's grim face to Jimu Yang's guarded expression, and she smiled. Didn't he, Miss Shui, just invite me to watch the meteor shower? Then let us go together. Jimu Yang's expression instantly fell. However, not wanting to seem ungrateful to Aunt Susu, he bit his lip, remaining silent. His restrained demeanor made it seem as though Yu Qingzhi were the villain. At this point, Yu Qingzhi no longer cared for Jimu Yang's feelings. Even if her son despised her, it would not wound her. Currently, the quickest way to City D was aboard Ji Yanche's private jet, and she certainly would not refuse such a convenient offer of transport. Then let us go together, Ji Yanche said, his dark eyes deep as a cold pool, casting an ambiguous glance at Yu Qingzhi before striding toward the parking lot. Chapter 13. Not worth her efforts. Jimu Yang immediately grasped Shui Susu's hand, urging her to keep pace, yet deliberately slowed his steps to whisper into her ear, Aunt Susu, I know you just returned to the country and haven't had the chance to acquire a car. Traveling alone must be quite inconvenient. So I specially asked Dad to come and pick you up. His tone brimmed with pride and self-importance. Shui Susu gently patted his head, replying, Is that so? Yang, you are truly considerate, and is deeply touched. Kiki, as long as Aunt Susu needs us, we are always at your service. At the rear, Yu Qingzhi observed with a cold gaze. Since returning to her family, she had seldom used a car, consumed with household chores and the care of her husband and son. Occasionally, when going out and faced with inclement weather, she would call Ji Yanche for a ride. But he would often arrive late or send a driver instead. Yet, surprisingly, he seemed eager to fetch Shui Susu. Upon reaching the parking lot, Yu Qingzhi instinctively moved towards the passenger seat, only to be halted by Jimu Yang's firm grip. Mom, please sit in the back. Aunt Susu gets car sick, and the front seat would be more comfortable for her. That's all right, Yang. I can sit in the back. Let your mother have the front seat, Shui Susu quickly interjected, waving her hands in refusal. Aunt Susu, they're Aunt Oppos. There's no need to be so polite. You work so hard. Of course, you should sit comfortably. Jimu Yang insisted, pulling Yu Qingzhi and Oppos' hand, compelling her to join him in the back seat. Do I really need to teach you such a simple principle, Mom? His tone revealed unmistakable dissatisfaction and impatience. Although he yearned to sit alongside Aunt Susu, he prioritized her comfort over his own. He begrudgingly squeezed into the back seat with his mother to make himself more comfortable. Jimu Yang kicked off his shoes and leaned against Yu Qingzhi. She frowned but did not push away this bothersome child. As fatigue began to wash over him, Jimu Yang rubbed his eyes. He had been too exhilarated at Aunt Susu's house the previous night, not retiring until the early hours. Naturally, he draped his arms around his mother's, resting his head on her soft thigh, inhaling the faint scent of soap that emanated from her. A sense of tranquility enveloped him. In the hazy realm between wakefulness and slumber, he mused that if only his mother were less nagging and controlling. If she could embody the same excellence and gentleness as Aunt Susu. Yu Qingzhi lowered her gaze, her eyes icy. The son she once cherished in her palms now only remembered Shui Susu's car sickness, oblivious to her own severe motion sickness. Were it not for her desire to conceal any signs from Ji Yanche and the others, she would never allow Ji Yueguang to lay his head on her lap. This ungrateful little wolf cub was not worth even the slightest bit of her devotion. Suppressing her disgust, Qingzhi seized a moment to message Wei Yueguang. Wei Yueguang, once the design is complete, please compile a list of materials needed for construction and send it to me. I will procure the supplies. Wei Yueguang replied almost instantaneously. Okay. I can finalize the overall design today, and I'll send you the materials list tomorrow. Qingzhi. All right. I will buy some items to send to the villa shortly. Please be attentive to the delivery. Seated in the back, with no one able to see your phone screen, Qingzhi opened the Flash Group app and ordered a substantial stock of pharmaceuticals along with some metal arrows and crossbow bolts. These items were in high demand in a post-apocalyptic world, and the supply was woefully insufficient. Although she was uncertain about the materials required today, she could not afford to waste her purchasing quota or upgrade opportunities. Ding. Flash Group level has increased to level 4. Daily purchase limit increased by 80. Ding. Flash Group level has increased to level 5. Daily purchase limit increased by 160. Ding. Today's upgrade attempts have been exhausted. Please return tomorrow. Chapter 14. Words of wisdom fall on deaf ears with a swift motion. Qingzhi cleared her purchases for the day and powered off her phone. As she lifted her gaze, she encountered the inquisitive stare of Xue Susu reflected in the rearview mirror. Their eyes met in a silent exchange, and Xue Susu was the first to break into a smile. While boarding, Qingzhi found herself at the end of the line, instinctively gravitating towards the nearest empty seat. Just as she was about to settle in, Ji Yueguang rushed forward, forcefully shoving her aside. There's someone here, move away. The sudden force sent Qingzhi stumbling forward, her body colliding painfully against the seat in front, a sharp agony radiating from her shoulder. In that fleeting moment, she was transported back to the precipice of her demise in her past life. It was a similarly unheralded shove that had plunged her into the relentless tide of zombies. As she was engulfed by their ravenous jaws, she distinctly recalled Ji Yueguang's expression, cold, calculating, and tinged with a hint of malicious delight. In that instant, she comprehended the depth of her son's loathing for her, and she, like a fool, had cherished him as her heart's treasure, constantly defending and accommodating him. How utterly absurd. Ji Yueguang paid no heed to Qingzhi, swiftly claiming the seat beside Xue Susu, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin as he addressed her, and Susu. I'll sit with you. Qingzhi abruptly snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply to suppress the surge of chill rising within her. She straightened her posture, her stomach churning violently. Biting her lip, she barely restrained the urge to vomit. With Ji Yueguang monopolizing the seat next to Xue Susu, the remaining 2 adjacent seats were left for her and Ji Yanche. Qingzhi had no choice but to silently take her place. The effects of motion sickness intensified, compelling her to endure the discomfort as she gazed out the window. Ji Yanche glanced at her, hesitating several times to speak. Through the reflection in the glass, she sensed his unspoken words. Yet, she found herself bereft of the inclination to discuss the divorce agreement at that moment. Finally, Ji Yanche spoke solemnly. Qingzhi, you are no longer a headstrong child. You ought to consider things more carefully before acting. Consider what? Revoking the divorce agreement? What nonsense. Qingzhi rolled her eyes inwardly. Ji Yanche observed her obstinate profile, his anger simmering beneath the surface, yet he felt powerless. The private jet landed in D-City as night fell. And Susu, the seaside hotel my dad booked, is fantastic. The floor-to-ceiling windows offer a breathtaking view of the entire bay. Ji Yueguang exclaimed, eagerly tugging at Xue Susu's hand as they made their way to the arranged vehicle. You've gone to great lengths, Mr. Ji. Honestly, it was tea necessary. I merely wish to spend more time with Yang, Xue Susu replied, following his pace, turning to smile at Ji Yanche in gratitude. Ji Yanche nodded slightly, his tone gentle. Your willingness to spend time with Yang is commendable. You deserve the finest hospitality. Indeed. And Susu is here to have fun with us. So of course, we should stay at the best hotel. Ji Yueguang vigorously nodded, entirely disregarding Qingzhi, who trailed behind them. In his mind, his mother's presence was as taken for granted as air and water, readily available at all times, allowing him to blatantly overlook her while pouring all his enthusiasm into the glamorous Xue Susu. You are staying at a seaside hotel? Qingzhi caught the crux of the matter, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Ji Yanche's brow furrowed, an undercurrent of impatience flickering in his eyes. Are you not planning to join us? The hotel has already been booked. Where else do you intend to stay? Under the weight of his oppressive gaze, Qingzhi felt a flash of anger ignite within her. Was he expecting her to accompany them, serving both him and Bai Yueguang, along with Susu? She would not stoop so low. I will not stay by the seaside, Qingzhi scoffed, adding a pointed reminder, though meteor showers are beautiful, they are merely falling meteors. Be wary of the potential for a tsunami should they land in the ocean. You might find yourselves unable to escape. What nonsense are you spouting? Stop this foolishness. Qianzhi's patience wore thin as he warned in a low voice. Even if you throw a tantrum, there ought to be limits. Qingzhi shrugged. Very well then. You may stay wherever you wish. I shall find my own place. Words of wisdom fall on deaf ears, she muttered as she turned to leave. Hearing the commotion, Bai Yueguang spun around, seeing Qingzhi's retreating figure, and stomped his foot in irritation. Mom, what is wrong with you? We finally get to go out and have fun. Can you not be a downer? Even after relinquishing this son, her heart felt as though pricked by 1,000 needles. She took a deep breath, avoiding Bai Yueguang's exasperated expression that mirrored Qianzhi's, and strode away. Qingzhi, Susu called out in concern. Do not mind her, Qianzhi replied grimly. Let us go. She can go wherever she pleases. Susu's brow remained furrowed with worry. Mr. Ji, perhaps we should let Qingzhi accompany us. I am uneasy about her being alone. Aunt Susu, you need not worry about Mom. She can manage on her own. We are going to the seaside hotel. The view there is splendid. Bai Yueguang, after his moment of annoyance, was now brimming with joy. It is truly wonderful that Mom has come along. Even if she does not join us, she will still be able to witness the meteor shower. It's just that the seaside view would have been better, but this is all her choice. Chapter 15. This is our secret, Qingzhi. Guided by the memories of her previous life, reserved a hotel located in the suburbs of the safe zone. Once settled, she took out her laptop from the suitcase, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as lines of code cascaded down like a waterfall. Since the headquarters refused to issue a withdrawal order, she would not hesitate to employ her own methods to save the innocent populace. However, this approach was decidedly less than gentle. 2 hours later, Qingzhi rubbed her sore neck and dialed the hotel hotline for coffee. While waiting, she stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Even from a distance, the vibrant city skyline was a sight to behold, while the seaside appeared dreamlike, with artificial blue tears blending with the continuous waves, eternally capturing romance along the coast. Yet, who could have imagined that such a tranquil and romantic night was brewing a catastrophic disaster? After tomorrow, City D would cease to exist. Qingzhi shook her head, her heart heavy with regret. The coffee arrived, pulling her back from her tangled thoughts. She took a delicate sip, the bitter flavor invigorating her muddled mind. Returning to her computer, her slender fingers resumed their swift dance across the keyboard. This was the only method she could conceive to save more lives. Meanwhile, on the private beach of the seaside hotel, Bai Yueguang excitedly tugged at Susu's hand, her bare feet sinking into the soft sand. Aunt Susu, look. The blue tears are so beautiful. They resemble stars. Yueguang, slow down. Don't trip. Susu quickly followed, her face radiating joy, appearing particularly graceful and bright under the glow of the blue tears, like a sprite that had escaped from the ocean. From a distance, Qianzhi's gaze fell upon Susu, and in a moment of reverie, he seemed to see the former Qingzhi, equally radiant and cheerful, always clinging to his side, eagerly sharing her joys with him. When did it begin that Qingzhi stopped smiling? A pang of unease gripped Qianzhi. He involuntarily took out his phone to check, but aside from messages from his assistant and friends, there were none from Qingzhi, causing him to frown slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to call her. Just as his finger hovered over the dial pad, Susu's voice chimed in. Mr. G. Why not give Qingzhi a call? She's all alone in an unfamiliar place. Has she settled in? The beach is quite fun. It would be lovely if she could join us. Qianzhi paused, retracting his phone, and replied nonchalantly. No need to call her. She prefers to retire early. She is probably already asleep. That's right. And Susu, no need to worry about Mommy. She can take care of herself. Let's continue splashing in the waves. Bai Yueguang exclaimed, her small face flushed with excitement as she pulled Susu towards the blue surf. Susu chuckled. Mr. G, you should join us. The waves are not cold at all. As Qianzhi observed Susu's radiant smile, dimly lit memories flooded back of many years ago when Qingzhi had smiled and waved at him. His expression softened as he approached them. Yueguang, slow down. Don't tire Miss Susu. Daddy, if Aunt Susu gets tired, will you carry her back to the hotel? Bai Yueguang asked, looking up with innocent eyes. Qianzhi was momentarily taken aback, his brows instinctively furrowing. Susu glanced at him, her cheeks flushing as she playfully retorted, Yueguang, and can walk by herself. No. Every time mommy runs with me and gets tired, daddy always carries her. If Aunt Susu is tired, let daddy carry her. Ji Muyang insisted, running toward Ji Yanche, pulling at his hand with a pout. Come on, daddy, you said boys should be gentlemen. If Aunt Susu is tired, will you carry her? Ji Yanche found himself unable to refuse his son's earnest request, conceding, all right, I'll comply today, but this must remain a secret from mommy. Yay, that's wonderful. This is our secret, Ji Muyang exclaimed, jumping with excitement, fully aware that if mommy discovered this, she would certainly be furious. After all, mommy never showed any understanding. Chapter 16. Ghosts. There are ghosts. In a suburban hotel, Qingzhi furrowed her brows as she sat before her computer, her slender fingers tapping away at the keyboard with relentless speed. The network defenses of City D proved to be more formidable than she had anticipated. Yet, for her, it was not an insurmountable challenge. It merely required additional time. 3 hours later, success. With a crisp strike of the Enter key, lines of code cascaded across the computer screen, flashing momentarily before abruptly halting, plunging into an ominous darkness. The depth of the blackness was unsettling, akin to ink. Gradually, a ghastly white skull materialized, dark crimson blood oozing from its hollow eye sockets. The empty orbs fixated on the individual before the screen, instilling a primal fear. Scarlet letters danced across the display, as if issuing a foreboding warning from the underworld. Leave City D by 4 p.m. tomorrow, or else you shall all perish. Following this, an array of skulls of varying sizes filled the screen, shaking violently while emitting a chilling cackle. He die. He die. After reading through the message, Qingzhi nodded with satisfaction. Quite effective indeed. The next phase of her plan hinged on their actions. No sooner had she finished her thought than chaos erupted in City D. The mobile phones, computers, televisions, every electronic device connected to the internet succumbed to a black screen, replaced by the terrifying skull and its macabre warning. Ah, ghosts. A piercing scream shattered the night. My phone. It's possessed. Oh my goodness. My tablet has gone haywire too. My television turned on by itself, displaying horrifying messages. The entirety of City D resembled a boiling cauldron, panic spreading like wildfire. Emergency lines were overwhelmed with frantic calls. Yet, all that could be heard from the receiver was the spine-chilling laughter of the skull. He die. Should we flee or remain? This dilemma hung over the hearts of every resident in City D like a sharp blade. I dare not take the risk. What if it is true? The timid had already begun to flee under the cover of night, the highways choked with vehicles escaping, horns blaring in a cacophony. Meanwhile, in a luxurious suite of the seaside hotel, Ji Muyang, who should have been resting, was still engrossed in his iPad game. Typically, his mother forbade him from playing for too long, but with her absence, he indulged to his heart's content. Just as he was enjoying himself, the screen abruptly went dark. How strange, has my iPad malfunctioned? He muttered in confusion when suddenly, a wild and terrifying laughter erupted from the device, and a skull flashed on the screen, its blood-red letters petrifying Ji Muyang in place. Overwhelmed by terror, he hurled the iPad away, where it bounced on the soft carpet. In the next moment, the television in the room switched on automatically, depicting the same horrifying scene. The skull seemed as though it would crawl out from the screen, ominously staring at him. Ghosts. There are ghosts. Ji Muyang scrambled out of the room, barefoot, sprinting down the corridor, his anguished cries echoing throughout. Daddy. Aunt Susu. Help. Help. There are ghosts. Ji Yanche and Susu burst from their respective rooms almost simultaneously. Spotting his saviors, Ji Muyang leaped into Susu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Aunt Susu. Wah. There are ghosts. In the television, in the iPad, they're everywhere. So terrifying. They want to devour me. Chapter 17. The hacker proved to be quite formidable. Yueguang, do not be afraid, Annie is here, and no one can harm you, Susu whispered, holding Ji Muyang tightly and gently stroking his back. Meanwhile, Ji Yanche's phone went haywire, a blood-red skull screaming silently, its gaping mouth accompanied by a chilling soundtrack that seemed as if it would break free from the screen. His expression darkened as he made a concerted effort to disregard the skull's ghastly wails, coldly stating, "What a farce." Recalling that Qingzhi was alone and about to attempt to make a phone call, he was interrupted by Susu and Appo's voice. Mr. G, these skulls appeared so suddenly. It does not resemble a supernatural incident, but rather a premeditated cyber attack. The sole objective of the perpetrator seems to be to drive everyone away from D-City, which is rather peculiar. Just a prank, Ji Yanche dismissed, feeling no threat from the skulls. Yet his curiosity about the hacker grew. How had they managed to breach his phone as well? This hacker is indeed quite impressive. Shui Susu's eyes flickered momentarily as she recalled Yu Qingzhi's report to Director Hu regarding the tsunami prophecy. Both she and the hacker shared the same goal of evacuating the residents of D-City. Could it be? She quickly dismissed her own speculation. After all, her phone was protected by the headquarters data security network, yet it had still been infiltrated. How potent must the hacker's technology be? Having been a housewife for many years, how could she possess such advanced skills? She was overthinking it. Mr. Ji, perhaps we should leave this place and meet up with Qingzhi. She might be terrified as well. Shui Susu suggested. Daddy, I don't want to stay here. It's so scary. Let us listen to Annie Susu and quickly find Mommy, okay? Ji Muyang pleaded. Tears welling in his eyes as he looked up at Ji Yanche, his spirit shaken to the core, even afraid to glance at the skulls. In that moment, he found himself unexpectedly yearning for his mother. Ji Yanche felt a pang of sympathy for his son and gently lifted him, whispering, All right. I will go start the car. After a tumultuous night, the three finally arrived at the suburban hotel where Yu Qingzhi resided just as dawn approached. They entered the lobby, wearied and disheveled, only to bump into Yu Qingzhi, who was heading upstairs with breakfast. Mommy! Ji Muyang was the first to scream. Breaking free from Shui Susu's embrace and rushing toward Yu Qingzhi, he intended to share how frightened he had been, hoping for her comfort. However, upon seeing that his mother appeared unperturbed and was in the midst of enjoying breakfast, he suddenly realized the truth. You already knew that the seaside hotel was haunted, didn't you? You deliberately kept it from us, watching me get scared. You're not a good mother. You're mean. Yu Qingzhi, having spent the night monitoring D-City's network, was utterly exhausted, her temples throbbing. At his words, her expression darkened. I've said from the very beginning not to stay by the sea. You insisted on it. Now that something has happened, you turn around and blame me? You could have said it a few more times. If you had, I would have listened. Ji Muyang's face flushed crimson. His feelings of grievance and fear igniting into rage, all directed at Yu Qingzhi. He completely forgot how adamant he had been about staying at the seaside hotel. Yu Qingzhi found his reaction laughable, her eyes cold as ice. She had no desire to engage with this ungrateful child, continuing her ascent upstairs. She surmised that the three of them had likely received her surprise the previous night. It was unfortunate that they had also left the city, prolonging their lives for a while longer. Qingzhi, Ji Yanche's voice rang out, stern and commanding. Yang was terrified last night. What is your attitude? Yu Qingzhi halted, casting a cold glance at him. A smirk of derision curling her lips. She treated him just as he treated her. But you were the mother. Shouldn't a mother accommodate her child? Ji Muyang's voice trembled with a hint of sobbing, his face a portrait of injustice. He was utterly terrified, yet his mother seemed indifferent. Speaking to him in such a manner, was she even truly his mother? I hate mommy. Bad mommy. Chapter 18. Do not speak of mother in this manner. Ji Muyang stamped her feet and cried out, wiping her tears as she ran away. Yang. Shui Susu immediately followed, soothing her in a gentle voice. Be good, Yang. Don't cry. Annie will take you upstairs to rest, okay? Ji Yanche cast a deep glance at Yu Qingzhi, his thin lips pressed tightly together, before swiftly pursuing them. Yu Qingzhi shook her head and continued upstairs, retreating to her room. After consuming a light meal, she resumed monitoring the evacuation status of the residents in City D. Despite the alarming threats, a significant number of residents remained reluctant to leave. It's merely a prank, yet it feels so real. The younger generation has truly become more adept at such antics. She mused. Having lived in City D for decades, she had weathered many storms. What was there to fear? At that moment, not only had the special police intervened in the investigation, but the headquarters had also been alerted. Nevertheless, the source of the skull imagery remained elusive. Although the terrifying information circulating online had been suppressed, the atmosphere of panic continued to spread. Shui Susu received a message from headquarters, requesting her assistance in calming the public's fears. She opened her social media account and posted a message, Dear residents of City D, regarding the unusual occurrences online today. Please remain calm. Relevant departments are diligently investigating, and normalcy will soon be restored. Currently, City D is safe. Trust the official communications and do not succumb to rumors. Her account, verified with official recognition, carried authority and credibility, boasting millions of followers both domestically and internationally. Once the message was released, the prevailing panic dissipated significantly. Auntie Su is truly remarkable. She is everyone's goddess. Ji Muyang gazed at Xue Su, who was intently typing on her computer, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Xue Su smiled, her fingers ceaselessly dancing across the keyboard, the screen filled with a flurry of intricate code. After watching for a while, Ji Muyang, unable to comprehend, ran over to Ji Yanche and whispered, "Daddy, if only Mommy were half as capable as Auntie Su." Ji Yanche frowned. "Yang, do not speak of your mother in such a way." Ji Muyang pouted her lips, "But Mommy is truly useless. She even envies Auntie Su's talents and has been giving us the cold shoulder all the way. I may be young, but I am not foolish. Mommy is both silly and petty." Ji Yanche's expression darkened. Xue Su paused her work, looked up, and gently said, Yang, no matter what, your mother is still your mother. You must treat her well and not be harsh with her, understand? Will you apologize to her later?" Ji Muyang, reluctant in her heart, knew she had to acquiesce to Auntie Su's request and nodded begrudgingly. "I understand." Qingzhi had been on high alert, monitoring the situation for 10 hours when she inadvertently dozed off at her desk. When she was roused, it was by the vibration of her phone. Upon checking, she saw a message from Ji Yanche, "Come to the dining room for dinner." Qingzhi set her phone down, instinctively glancing at the evacuation status. To her dismay, she observed that a large number of residents who had previously evacuated were now returning to City D, spurred by Xue Su's statement. Her expression darkened, her brows furrowing as a wave of helplessness washed over her. She promptly made her way downstairs. As Qingzhi approached the dining room, she caught sight of the scene within through the glass window. Ji Muyang clung to Xue Su like a little koala, her head nearly buried in Xue Su's embrace. Xue Su held her close with one arm while rapidly typing on her laptop with the other, the screen alive with complex code. Ji Yanche sat across from Xue Su, his head bowed over his phone. "Have you found any information on that hacker?" Ji Yanche inquired of Xue Su. Chapter 19. Too late. Xue Su shook her head, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. The opposing party possessed formidable counter-surveillance capabilities, leaving her momentarily at a loss. After a brief pause, her tone turned grave. "However, this method bears a resemblance to the notorious Cha who vanished many years ago." Ji Yanche raised an eyebrow. "Cha?" Xue Su elaborated. "Years ago, there was a remarkable technician in the headquarters in Appo's IT department named Qi, who specialized in safeguarding network security. Qi was known for his benevolence, while Cha was infamous for his malevolence. The two were sworn enemies, renowned in the cyber realm as the Black-Red Duo. 7 years ago, both mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Rumors suggested they met privately and perished together." Standing outside the door, Qingzhi coldly smirked. "Apologies, but I am still very much alive." Little did anyone know, Qi and Cha were, in fact, both her. One identity facilitated her service to the nation, while the other allowed her to engage in private ventures for profit. A flashback from 7 years ago crossed Qingzhi's mind. She had just completed an S-level mission and excitedly approached Ji Yanche, asking, "Yanche, what kind of woman do you like?" Gently stroking her hair, Ji Yanche replied with a tender tone, "I prefer a family-oriented woman who needs my protection. I wouldn't want you to be overly capable, as it would burden you. I wish to safeguard you as a husband and provide for your future." His sweet words, once comforting, now felt like daggers piercing her heart. Consequently, she had refrained from disclosing her true profession to him. After marrying Ji Yanche, she had never again accessed the accounts of Qi and Cha, not even when financial necessity arose. If it weren't for her rebirth and the clarity it brought regarding this man's true nature, those accounts would likely remain permanently dormant. "Mom." Ji Muyang observed Qingzhi standing at the door and instinctively called out softly. Qingzhi snapped back to reality and approached. Ji Muyang immediately nestled into Xue Su and Appo's embrace. Xue Su gently patted Ji Muyang and Appo's back, encouraging him with her gaze to apologize. Reluctantly, Ji Muyang turned his head away, pouting as he muttered, "Sorry, Mom." His half-hearted demeanor was evident to anyone. Qingzhi scoffed, "An insincere apology is unacceptable." Ji Muyang abruptly lifted his head, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Qingzhi. He had apologized. How could she not forgive him? Surely she desired his affectionate embrace and kiss. Humph, he would not oblige. He would wait for her to regret it and come to him first. Only then would he consider forgiving her. Ignoring Ji Muyang, Qingzhi turned to Xue Su and stated plainly, "Xue Su, Could you retract the statement you issued? Xue Susu appeared momentarily taken aback, her expression filled with regret. Qingzhi, I apologize, but that was part of my job. Moreover, that was through the official account, making it inconvenient to retract. Ji Yanche's brow furrowed tightly. Qingzhi, stop being foolish. If you do not understand, ask more questions instead of making unfounded claims that could affect Miss Xue's work. Ji Yueguang discreetly pouted in response. He knew his mother was uninformed. Even he, a mere child, understood that content from an official account could not be retracted, yet she remained oblivious. Yu Qingzhi glanced at the clock, her expression growing increasingly grave. It is too late. If you do not retract it, it will truly be too late. It was 11 o'clock. In just 5 hours, the tsunami would arrive. Had the Meteorological Bureau not detected it yet? At that moment, in the headquarters of Huagua, director who stood beneath a massive screen displaying rolling code, inquiring of the technicians. Have you found anything yet? Who was the hacker that instigated panic in City D last night? The technicians, pale-faced, furiously typed on their keyboards, yet still found no leads. The individual's capabilities were overwhelmingly formidable. Their expertise in network encryption suggested an insider's knowledge. The deputy director slammed his fist on the table, roaring. Once we identify this individual, I will ensure they meet a gruesome end. At that moment, an operator stood up with a phone in hand. Director who? A call from the Meteorological Bureau. Chapter 20. City D is on the brink of a tsunami. Director who sees the telephone with urgency. This is who you want, Sean. A frantic voice erupted from the other end. Director who? We have an emergency. The meteor shower that was supposed to pass over City D at 8 o'clock tonight has been unexpectedly disrupted by a larger meteorite, altering its trajectory and is set to plunge into the deep sea within the next 5 hours. Our calculations indicate that the coastal areas of City D will experience a cataclysmic tsunami within 5 hours. The entire City D will be affected. Director whose complexion paled, his heart sinking heavily. What? In a hotel in the suburbs of City D, Ji Yanche was growing increasingly impatient. Qingzhi, enough. Stop this unreasonable behavior. I will take you home. He stood up, grasping Yu Qingzhi's wrist to lead her away. Suddenly, Xue Susu's phone rang sharply. She glanced at the caller ID, her expression instantly turning grave. What instructions do we have from headquarters? The voice on the other end was brief and urgent. Team Leader Xue, immediately issue a correction statement through your account. City D is about to face a catastrophic tsunami. All residents must evacuate at once. Xue Susu tightened her grip on the phone, shock and disbelief flashing in her eyes. A tsunami. She abruptly turned to Yu Qingzhi, her expression complex. Taking a deep breath, she spoke into the phone. Understood. I will execute this immediately. After hanging up, she looked at Ji Yanche, her tone serious. Mr. Ji. The situation has changed. City D is on the verge of a tsunami. I need to issue an evacuation warning right away. Without waiting to gauge the expressions of those around her, she sat down and began to operate her computer. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xue Susu promptly posted the evacuation notice on social media. Dear citizens of City D, according to the Meteorological Bureau's predictions, a tsunami will strike City D within 5 hours. Please evacuate swiftly. The interval between her two announcements was too short, and the online community erupted in chaos. What is going on? Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? I knew it. Those skulls couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. What are you still looking at your phones for? Hurry and run. Your lives are at stake. Once the announcement was made, numerous high-engagement complaints flooded in. Xue Susu pressed her lips together, replying with reassurances from her verified account while urging everyone to evacuate. Ji Yanche's pupils constricted, shock evident in his gaze, as if a realization struck him. He suddenly cast a doubtful glance at the silent Yu Qingzhi beside him. He recalled that Yu Qingzhi had mentioned a tsunami the night before and had just asked Xue Susu to delete her reassurances to the residents of City D. To his astonishment, she had inadvertently spoken the truth. Ji Yueguang was taken aback, his eyes widening suddenly as he jumped from his chair. There's going to be a tsunami. Dad. And Susu, we must run. I don't want to die here. Xue Susu, amidst her flurry of activity, managed to smile reassuringly at him. It's all right, Yueguang. We are far from the city center. This is a safe zone, and there is no danger. Ji Yueguang exhaled heavily, feeling relieved. Noticing that Aunt Susu was busy, he settled beside her with his iPad, his little face radiating admiration and awe. Aunt Susu is truly remarkable. She remains composed even in such a dire situation. Recalling the terrifying skulls, he couldn't help but shiver. Confused, he then asked, So, the hacker who intimidated us with the skulls, Is he really here to save everyone? At this point, it indeed seemed the other party had done a good deed, Ji Yanche remarked, yet his brow remained furrowed. Ji Yueguang propped his chin on his hand, nodding in agreement, suddenly finding the skulls less frightening. In retrospect, that mysterious hacker could be aligned with Aunt Susu and was, in fact, a good person. But how did the hacker know about the tsunami when both Dad and Aunt Susu, who were so capable, were unaware? Could it be that he could predict the future? Ji Yueguang pondered. Shui Susu paused momentarily in her typing, her gaze instinctively drifting towards Qingzhi. Chapter 21. Treated as an unmarried lady, Qingzhi, even before the hacker, had already received news of the tsunami. Could it be that she shares some connection with that enigmatic hacker? Shui Susu concealed her emotions behind lowered eyes and spoke softly. Now is not the time to dwell on this. There are many others in need of my assistance. Mr. G, I must trouble you to look after Yueguang for the time being. Very well, you carry on, Ji Yanche replied, yet his gaze immediately shifted to Qingzhi. As if caring for the child was inherently her responsibility, Qingzhi caught the unspoken command in his eyes and could not help but scoff inwardly. Don't look at me. I have my own matters to attend to. She coldly addressed a passing waiter, snapping her fingers. Excuse me, could you bring me a menu? I wish to place an order. Certainly, miss. Please hold on for a moment, the waiter responded, addressing Qingzhi. She raised an eyebrow at the title, realizing that since she was Ndapos, seated at the same table as the trio, the waiter had mistakenly regarded them as a family, while she was seen as an unmarried woman. See, even the waiter can discern their relationship, yet some people remain oblivious to the implications. The term miscaused Ji Yanche to frown. He opened his mouth to say something, but Qingzhi completely disregarded him, focusing on her order. Pan-seared sole, French escargots, white wine braised mussels. I'll choose the most expensive options. After all, it's all on Ji Yanche's tab, so I shall be unreserved. In 3 months, she would no longer have the luxury of such delicacies, and thus she intended to indulge herself fully. In stark contrast to Qingzhi's leisurely demeanor, Shui Susu's brow was furrowed with worry as she busily attended to her responsibilities. Despite her efforts to reassure others, many were still agitated by her earlier confident assertions. You said it was foolproof. What now? Oh no, if I get swept away by the tsunami, you must accompany me to the grave. Shui Susu bit her lip tightly, her delicate features paling. She was merely acting on her superior's instructions. She bore no fault. Nobody could have anticipated that a meteor would collide with a meteor shower. Such a minuscule probability was inconceivable. She consoled herself in silence, exhaling deeply as she logged out of her account and turned to manage the paralyzed network. Ji Yueguang observed the frantic Shui Susu and then glanced at the nonchalant Qingzhi, pursing her lips. Aunt Susu is busy saving lives. Yet Mom still has the time to order food. Doesn't she realize how terrifying a tsunami is? How can she be so oblivious? After submitting her order, Qingzhi picked up her phone. As for the evacuation and survival of D City's residents, she had done her utmost. The rest was in the hands of the government. 4 hours remained until the tsunami's arrival. Due to rampant panic, many citizens were fleeing blindly, resulting in a series of traffic accidents. This chaos severely paralyzed D City's transportation system, with traffic police manually directing the evacuation. The subway and buses were equally affected. People scrambled to escape, shoving one another, leading to frequent stampedes. Even though the tsunami had yet to arrive, D City was already in disarray, with several casualties reported. Various related videos circulated online, vividly conveying a palpable sense of terror and despair. Qingzhi sighed inwardly. She had already saved them once. Why return? Her gaze fell, her expression grave. The tsunami was merely the beginning. In her previous life, it was at this juncture that various calamities began to unfold. Tsunamis, earthquakes, droughts, cold waves. A multitude of natural disasters besieged humanity, leaving them in dire straits. The government misinterpreted these as mere natural disasters resulting from the Earth's movements, failing to give them due attention. Consequently, 3 months later, a zombie virus erupted widely, plunging the nation into chaos. Humanity found itself cornered, struggling desperately for survival. Just as Qingzhi was lost in her thoughts, her phone vibrated, interrupting her reverie. A concerned message from Vivian arrived. Qingzhi, are you all right? I just saw the tsunami warning for D City. Are you safe? Can you evacuate in time? Chapter 22. We shall not depart. Qingzhi's lips curled slightly, her expression softening as she reassured. I am fine. I am currently in a safe zone, so there is no need for concern. At this moment, she had no intention of leaving City D. Besides the transportation issues, there were more pressing matters at hand. Vivian, clearly misinterpreting her words, teased, "That's true. After all, with your family CEO Ji and Yang Yang around, they will surely protect you. I guess I am just overly worried." That was not the case. Qingzhi internally refuted. Ji Yanche and Ji Muyang were not concerned about her. Their only worry was for Xue Susu. However, to alleviate Vivian's worries, Qingzhi merely responded with an adorable emoji, offering no further explanation. There were 3 hours remaining until the tsunami's expected arrival. Ji Yanche received a message from his assistant, CEO Ji. The private plane is ready for takeoff at any moment. He closed his phone and spoke calmly. The plane is arranged. We can depart now. CEO Ji, you may go ahead, Xue Susu interjected, lifting her gaze to indicate the rapidly scrolling code on her computer. I need to remain here to maintain the network system. Otherwise, it could collapse at any moment. This is a directive from headquarters, and since I am in City D, I must uphold my responsibilities. Ji Muyang approached, reluctantly embracing Xue Linlin, gazing imploringly at Ji Yanche. Daddy, can we stay? I wish to accompany Aunt Susu, and besides, didn't Aunt Susu just say this is a safe zone? We would be fine even if the tsunami arrives. Seeing Ji Yanche's silence, Ji Muyang ran over to tug at his father's sleeve, pleading sweetly, please remain with me. Aunt Susu will surely be scared alone. In making this plea, he cast only a fleeting glance at Qingzhi, refraining from voicing any entreaty. He could discern that his mother held a disfavor towards Aunt Susu and did not trust her capabilities. Furthermore, his mother was timid. She had previously refused to stay in a seaside hotel. Given the opportunity to escape, she would unhesitatingly abandon them. Conversely, Qingzhi had no intention of leaving. She continued to elegantly slice her steak, not even casting a glance at the trio at the adjacent table. Ji Yanche, with a profound gaze, surveyed Qingzhi before nodding in agreement with Ji Muyang's plea. Very well, then we shall all stay. Yay. And Susu, do not be afraid. Daddy and I will stay here with you. Ji Muyang chirped. Xue Susu ruffled his hair, replying, thank you, Yueguang. And Susu is truly touched. Qingzhi remained unperturbed, even finding the time to request Vivian for the building materials list. Vivian swiftly sent over a document. Many of these materials are aerospace grade. Not only are they costly, but they may also be difficult to procure. Qingzhi, do not rush. Just select what can be obtained. Qingzhi examined the list, a smile gracing her lips. No problem. Leave it to me. With the assistance of her flash team, she was untroubled by the prospect of acquiring these materials. Following Vivian's list, Qingzhi quickly placed orders through the flash team. To enhance the villa's defenses, the structural integrity must first meet the required standards. Reinforced concrete, aerospace titanium alloy steel. Qingzhi paid no heed to the prices, placing orders without hesitation, her bank card being charged continuously. Ding. Flash team level has risen to level 6. Daily purchase limit increased by 320. Ding. Flash team level has risen to level 7. Daily purchase limit increased by 640. Ding. Today's upgrade attempts have been exhausted. Please return tomorrow. Qingzhi exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be interrupted by Xue Susu's serious voice. This is not good. We have a problem. Chapter 23. What can I do? What happened to Aunt Su? A deep and anxious voice echoed alongside a higher-pitched one. With merely 2 hours remaining until the tsunami struck, the transportation in City D was completely paralyzed. Yet, a portion of the populace remained trapped in the city center, unable to evacuate swiftly. Time was running out. Xue Susu's voice was hoarse. Ji Yanche's expression grew grave, while Ji Muyang's face turned pale. The atmosphere descended into a chilling silence. Many citizens still ensnared in the city center frantically sent out distress messages online. However, with transportation utterly crippled, how could they be rescued? Xue Susu, feeling despondent, let her head droop as her hands clenched into fists at her sides. She suddenly recalled the soothing message she had posted 2 hours prior. If it were not for her message, which had prompted some citizens to return to City D, perhaps the current gridlock could have been avoided, but as this thought surfaced, she forcefully suppressed it. No. This was all a command from headquarters. She was merely following orders. In the face of the panic incited by hackers, was it not paramount to reassure the public? Everything she had done was for the nation and its people. Xue Susu abruptly lifted her head and rushed a few steps to stand before Qingzhi, her tone urgent. Qingzhi, you must have a way to facilitate everyone's swift evacuation. Right? Ji Yanche and Ji Muyang exchanged startled glances at Qingzhi. Ji Yanche furrowed his brow, his dark eyes deepening with concern. Ji Muyang could not help but mutter softly, "How could Aunt Susu ask Mom? Mom is so foolish and ignorant. She doesn't even comprehend the dangers of a tsunami. How could she solve a problem that even Aunt Susu cannot?" Under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes, Yu Qingzhi remained unperturbed, merely shaking her head with regret. "I am also powerless." "How can you be without power?" Shui Susu raised her voice, anxiety and incredulity lacing her words. "You clearly knew the tsunami was coming and even warned us. How could you not have prepared?" Yu Qingzhi's gaze turned frigid, a hint of derision creeping into her tone. "Since Miss Shui recalls my warning, she should also remember the distrust directed at me at that time. With less than 2 hours until the tsunami strikes, it is too late." In her previous life, due to the sudden onset of the tsunami, the entire City D was unable to evacuate quickly, leading to its total demise. Only those situated far from the coast managed to escape, numbering in the tens of thousands. In this life, her forewarning had allowed hundreds of thousands to evacuate ahead of time. She had exerted her utmost effort. She had no regrets. Shui Susu bit her lip, her eyes fixed on Yu Qingzhi with unwillingness, yet she found herself at a loss for words to counter. Ji Yanche's sharp gaze fell upon Yu Qingzhi. His brow furrowed tightly. Yu Qingzhi, caught off guard, met his questioning and indifferent eyes, and a cold smile flickered in her heart. At this moment, he was likely contemplating how to vindicate his Miss Shui, for her flawless reputation had been tarnished in her silence. Turning once more, Shui Susu addressed Ji Yanche. "I apologize. Mr. Ji, I realize my forthcoming request may seem abrupt, but the circumstances are exceptional. You may speak." Ji Yanche responded promptly. Taking a deep breath, Shui Susu continued, "Could you allow the Dawn Network Company under Ji's leadership to assist me in maintaining the network in City D? I understand that time may be of the essence, but lives are at stake, and I wish to make one last attempt." "Certainly," Ji Yanche replied without hesitation. Yu Qingzhi's eyes suddenly turned icy. Chapter 24. The tsunami approaches in half an hour. The Dawn Network Company, while nominally a subsidiary of the G Group, was, in truth, the legacy left to Yu Qingzhi by her adoptive father. Her father had been an esteemed expert in cybersecurity, contributing significantly to the nation. Following his passing, Yu Qingzhi took over the company, entrusting its management to Ji Yanche, who had once expressed an admiration for considerate women who prioritize family. Little did she know that the once intimate lover had drifted away from her. The fruits of her adoptive father's labor had now become a mere tool for Ji Yanche to curry favor with Shui Susu. "Thank you, President Ji." Shui Susu's face brightened, her tone buoyant. "I believe with your assistance, we can save more people. This is splendid. Everyone is going to be all right." Ji Muyang cheered excitedly, embracing Shui Susu and Appo's arm and bouncing with joy. "Aunt Susu is truly remarkable." Ji Muyang instinctively glanced at his silent mother, only to be met with Yu Qingzhi's icy gaze, which startled him into retreat. He muttered softly, "Why is Mommy so fierce? Isn't it a great thing that Daddy's company can help save people?" Ji Yanche paused, his profound gaze resting on Yu Qingzhi as he offered a rare clarification. "This is for the sake of saving lives." "Indeed," Yu Qingzhi replied in a neutral tone. Were it not for the imperative to save lives, she would have opposed this endeavor. She could discern the gravity of personal grievances against the lives of innocent citizens. In a previous life, even without the occurrence of the disaster in City D, Shui Susu had sought assistance from the Dawn Network Company. Furthermore, she had repeatedly relied on its support to achieve one astonishing feat after another. It could be said that Shui Susu's later emergence as a dazzling star at headquarters, an irreplaceable pillar, was largely due to the invaluable aid of Dawn. Yu Qingzhi only learned after the apocalypse that her husband had been silently supporting Shui Susu from behind the scenes, utilizing her resources. This time around, they held such lofty aspirations. Only this once, Yu Qingzhi's tone was frigid. Even with the assistance of Dawn, it was improbable to rescue all the citizens trapped in the city center within a mere 2 hours. However, at the very least, they could ensure that communication networks remained operational. Only half an hour remained until the tsunami struck. The once clear sky gradually darkened, and distant rumblings of thunder could be heard, like the roar of a great beast concealed within the deep clouds. With a sudden crack, the hotel was plunged into darkness. The power had gone out. Shui Susu closed her laptop, her expression grave. "I have done all that I can. Now we must await the outcome. Aunt Susu, don't be afraid. I will protect you," Ji Muyang declared, gazing out at the ominous clouds, though fear gripped him. Shui Susu ruffled Ji Muyang's hair. "Our Yueguang is truly a brave young man, and isn't afraid at all, for you are here." Encouraged by her praise, Ji Muyang beamed and declared with boldness, "Aunt Susu, let us go outside and take a look." It's too dark in here, and it's rather dull. He took Xue Susu's hand and led her outside. Ji Yanxie followed suit, but paused beside Yu Qingzhi, his voice low and serious. Let us go out and see. Yu Qingzhi remained seated in the shadows, unmoving. A smirk of derision curled at her lips. Who, after all, was more ignorant? With the tsunami approaching, did they truly think it wise to venture out, as if they wished for a swifter demise? Yet, the thought of what might transpire next piqued her dark curiosity, prompting her to rise and follow. On the balcony, the wind howled fiercely, the clouds loomed ominously, and humanity's frail form appeared inconsequential in that moment. The distant coastline surged with tumultuous waves, resembling a ferocious beast ready to devour. Yu Qingzhi narrowed her eyes, exhaling slowly. The apocalypse was indeed upon them. In the near future, the tsunami, a near-apocalyptic calamity for humanity, seemed almost trivial now. It looks like the end of the world, Ji Yueguang suddenly remarked, gazing up at the sky. Chapter 25. Is Mother out of her mind? Indeed, the apocalypse is imminent, and your days of bliss are drawing to a close. Yu Qingzhi cast a detached glance at Ji Yueguang, her tone devoid of any jest. Ji Yueguang's delicate face paled as he fervently shook his head, exclaiming, No, I don't want the world to end. He felt he had not yet fully lived, with numerous amusement parks yet to explore, countless games yet to play, and a plethora of cartoons yet to watch. The thought of the apocalyptic scenes portrayed in films, where many would perish, he did not wish to face such a fate. His small hand quickly clutched the hem of Xue Susu's garment tightly. Xue Susu knelt down, gently soothing him. It is merely a tsunami, an unfortunate event. Yang, do not fear. Even if the world truly were to end, and Susu will protect you. Upon saying this, Xue Susu shot a disapproving glance at Yu Qingzhi for the first time. Qingzhi, Yang is still young. Please refrain from frightening him with such talk. It is detrimental to a child's mental well-being. Nestled in Xue Susu's embrace, Ji Yueguang shot a secret glare at Yu Qingzhi, his eyes brimming with indignation and grievance. Mother is mean, always rambling on and scaring me. He resolved to ignore her for the entire month. No amount of apologies would earn his forgiveness. Ji Yanxie surveyed the trio with a calm gaze, his heavy eyes returning to the distant, surging waves. Yu Qingzhi seemed unperturbed by Ji Yueguang's words. She lifted her gaze towards the horizon, her eyes deep and contemplative. Xue Susu, too, could not help but follow their gaze. Before a natural disaster strikes, an aura of foreboding looms over everything. Even Ji Yueguang, who still felt wronged, fell silent at that moment. The wind howled, thunder rumbled, and waves surged with astonishing speed, rising to a height that instilled terror. An uncontainable fear welled up within Ji Yueguang, and he instinctively turned to seek refuge. Yet, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Yu Qingzhi retrieving an umbrella from behind her. An umbrella? When did Mother acquire an umbrella? Did she even open it? How absurd, they were on a balcony. Who would use an umbrella here? Is Mother out of her mind? Just as he prepared to mock her, a colossal wave crashed down fiercely. The icy, briny seawater slapped Ji Yueguang's face like a giant, foul-smelling hand, filling his mouth with bitterness. The salty water surged through his nostrils, causing tears and snot to flow uncontrollably. Everything happened far too suddenly. Ji Yanxie and Xue Susu were not spared either, caught off guard. They too were drenched by the unexpected wave. Only Yu Qingzhi, in the second before the wave struck, elegantly opened the black umbrella she had procured. The canopy perfectly shielded her from the onslaught of seawater. Mother, why do you only shield yourself? Ji Yueguang croaked, his throat raw from the salt water, his trembling finger pointing accusingly at Yu Qingzhi. You are so selfish. I'm cold. I feel awful. My clothes are soaked. Yu Qingzhi cast him a sidelong glance, her tone indifferent. It's not as if I compelled you to come out. You're getting what is of no concern to me. Just as Ji Yueguang was about to retort, a deafening clap of thunder interrupted him, startling him into a fall. Unable to contain himself any longer, he burst into tears. Ji Yanxie and Xue Susu, however, had no time to tend to Ji Yueguang's distress, their eyes fixed in terror ahead. Before them, the once gentle waves were now mercilessly consuming everything in their path. Buildings, shops, parks, reduced to mere paper in the face of the tsunami's force, were obliterated in an instant. The torrent swept away remnants of structures, vehicles, and trees, accompanied by a chilling cacophony of crashing sounds. Screams of terror and cries of despair echoed relentlessly. Ji Yueguang's face went pale with fear, his small frame trembling uncontrollably, momentarily forgetting to weep. He witnessed individuals being swept away by the towering waves, vanishing without a trace. Xue Susu's face also turned ashen, yet she feigned composure, biting her lip as she declared, "We must evacuate to higher ground immediately. The tsunami is upon us, and there is nothing we can do now. The plane is on the top floor. We must head there." Ji Yanche spoke in a low, urgent tone as he bent down to scoop up the terrified Ji Muyang. Shui Susu closely followed. Yu Qingzhi cast a final glance at the ominous sky before hastening to join the others. Chapter 26. A hefty sum from them. The atmosphere in the hotel was equally fraught with unrest. The guests residing there had borne witness to the terrifying tsunami, and an air of panic and fear permeated the establishment. What should we do? We are surely doomed. I saw the cars outside being swept away. We will be trapped here. Yu Qingzhi absorbed these frantic voices, understanding that there was nothing to be done. Natural disasters are beyond human resistance. The deafening roar of the waves relentlessly assaulted the hotel, as if they intended to reduce the entire city to dust. Despair spread like a contagion in the air, striking at the hearts of everyone present. Ji Yanche, along with his companions, first retreated to their rooms to change into dry clothing before continuing their ascent to the top floor. Yu Qingzhi silently followed behind. Currently, transportation in City D was paralyzed, and the swiftest means to return to City A was through Ji Yanche's private jet. She had the capability to arrange for a private aircraft, yet she was reluctant to squander her resources. With each upgrade in her flash group, the expenditure would double. Now at level 7, she required 1.28 million to ascend to level 8, not to mention the astronomical sums needed for subsequent upgrades. She had to be frugal and resourceful. Yu Qingzhi's gaze lingered on the figures of Shui Susu and Ji Yanche, a knowing smile gracing her lips. The aircraft awaited them on the rooftop helipad. Before boarding, Yu Qingzhi took a small vial of seawater as a sample. She recalled vividly that in her previous life, natural disasters heralded the outbreak of the zombie virus. Though uncertain if the seawater contained the virus, she resolved to tread carefully in this new existence, ensuring she seized every opportunity for survival. It was only upon boarding the plane, shutting out the hellish scene below, that the group felt the reality of having survived a calamity. Shui Susu, still trembling with trepidation, leaned back in her seat, her curious gaze fixed on Yu Qingzhi. "Qingzhi, how did you know about the tsunami in advance? Even the Meteorological Bureau couldn't predict it. Yet you, if not for witnessing it firsthand, she would hardly believe it. Could it be that Yu Qingzhi possessed some extraordinary ability to foresee tsunamis?" Not just her. Ji Yanche too cast a look of confusion in her direction. Yu Qingzhi merely smirked, her expression nonchalant. "Want to know?" She raised a hand, her thumb and forefinger rubbing together with a deeper smile. "You'll need to pay for this." Shui Susu narrowed her eyes but persisted. "How much?" Yu Qingzhi extended 3 slender fingers, shaking them gently. 30,000? Shui Susu raised an eyebrow. "Miss Shui, is a life-saving piece of information truly so undervalued?" Yu Qingzhi chuckled lightly. "What about 3 million? Shui Susu inquired again. Yu Qingzhi simply shook her head. Shui Susu bit her lip in determination. 30 million? Fine. I'll buy it. Yet, to her surprise, Yu Qingzhi remained unfazed, leisurely stating a figure. 300 million. What? Despite her mental preparation, Shui Susu was taken aback by the sum. 300 million. It was downright outrageous. She regarded Yu Qingzhi with a complex expression, her tone filled with resignation. 300 million for an expired piece of news seems rather unreasonable. Is it? Without this information, you might well have perished in the tsunami. Yu Qingzhi replied languidly, reclining against her seat with a cool demeanor. 300 million for your 3 lives is undoubtedly a bargain. Shui Susu's expression shifted momentarily before she regained her elegant smile. You make a valid point. We owe you our gratitude, Qingzhi. Without you, we surely would not have escaped this disaster. She refrained from mentioning money again, but the desire in her eyes was unmistakable. She yearned to uncover how Yu Qingzhi had foreseen the tsunami. It was of utmost importance to her. Qingzhi, don't be absurd. What news could possibly be worth that much? Ji Yanche interjected, his brow furrowing with concern. Yu Qingzhi cast him a sidelong glance. Was he so quick to defend himself after just a few words? Did Ji Yanche truly regard his life so lightly? Yu Qingzhi retorted with a cold laugh. Ji Yanche's expression darkened, a chill emanating from him. Unfazed, Yu Qingzhi continued to lounge in her seat, even preparing to close her eyes for a moment of rest. Meanwhile, Ji Muyang blinked his large eyes, secretly observing Aunt Susu's reaction. He could tell that Aunt Susu was eager for this information. If he could assist her, she would surely grow fonder of him. Mom. Ji Muyang promptly scooted closer to Yu Qingzhi, tilting his small face upward with an unusually sweet smile. Yu Qingzhi lowered her gaze, her tone indifferent. What is it, Mom? If you don't tell Aunt Susu and Dad, can you tell me in secret? Ji Muyang tugged at Yu Qingzhi's sleeve, pouting. I can trade you hugs and kisses for it. In the past, whenever he acted cute, his mother would always acquiesce. He naively believed this time would be no different. Chapter 27. Transactions finalized. No refunds. Yu Qingzhi rolled her eyes in silence, unceremoniously pushing his hand away. Navi, what value do your kisses and hugs hold? Ji Muyang stood frozen in shock, disbelief widening his eyes. How could his mother disdain his affectionate gestures? Hadn't she always cherished his embraces? If she had the audacity, she should refrain from seeking them in the future. A wave of grievance and fury surged within him, causing his body to tremble. His eyes reddening with anger. He glared at Yu Qingzhi, enunciating each word through clenched teeth. These are your words. Do not regret them. Yu Qingzhi merely tugged at the corners of her lips, too apathetic to even bestow a glance. Regret? The only thing she truly lamented was having been blind enough to bear such an ungrateful child. Ji Muyang felt utterly wounded by Yu Qingzhi's indifference. He turned and threw himself into Shui Susu's embrace, weeping inconsolably. He vowed never to forgive his mother again. He despised her. Shui Susu held Ji Muyang tenderly, casting a reproachful glance at Yu Qingzhi. Qingzhi, it's understandable if you do not wish to share your sources of information, but Yang Yang is just a child. Is it truly fair to wound his heart like this? Shui Susu had to offer him comfort. Yu Qingzhi responded with a smile. In Ji Muyang's heart, Shui Susu was the mother he desired, while she was merely a dispensable free caretaker. Shui Susu's expression stiffened, yet she continued to hold Ji Muyang close. Yueguang. Dear, stop crying. Mommy is just a bit tired. She's a bad mother. She doesn't love me at all. It's just information. And she won't even tell me. Ji Muyang vehemently denounced Yu Qingzhi, crying so hard he could barely catch his breath. Refusing to leave Shui Susu's arms no matter how she coaxed him. Helpless, Shui Susu turned to Ji Yanche for assistance. Ji Yanche furrowed his brow at Yu Qingzhi. 3 billion? Well, Mr. Ji, are you willing to pay? Yu Qingzhi readily took out her phone, opening a special payment code, ensuring the amount was sufficient. Here, scan this. Ji Yanche. He gazed deeply at Yu Qingzhi, then retrieved his phone to make the payment. A notification chimed, announcing the arrival of 3 billion. Yu Qingzhi felt exhilarated. She was not surprised by Ji Yanche's willingness. The woman he adored and his cherished son were both awaiting this news. How could he possibly refuse? The esteemed Mr. Ji was hardly lacking in funds. With the money secured, she cleared her throat, deliberately pausing. Shui Susu instinctively straightened her back, holding her breath to listen intently. The previously inconsolable Ji Muyang also stifled his sobs, awaiting Yu Qingzhi's next words. This information, Yu Qingzhi smiled warmly, was bought with 3 billion in my dreams. Yu Qingzhi. Ji Yanche's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with suppressed fury. Are you mocking us? Yu Qingzhi shrugged, feigning innocence. Mr. Ji, transactions are finalized, no refunds. Besides, I saved your lives. 3 billion for 3 lives, doesn't that seem like a bargain? If it weren't for me, you would have already been fish food at the bottom of the sea, with not even a trace of bones left. An eerie silence enveloped the cabin. Ji Yanche fixed his gaze on Yu Qingzhi, only withdrawing his eyes after a prolonged moment. As the plane landed in City A, Yu Qingzhi picked up her luggage and left without a backward glance. She did not return to the Ji residence but headed to the east suburb villa. In the days to come, she would dedicate herself entirely to preparing for the impending apocalypse, with no time to indulge in their charades. Just as she got into the car, Qinggu's call came through, his tone complex. Qingzhi, Dean who wishes to see you. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the G Group's president's office, the assistant clutched the divorce agreement signed by Yu Qingzhi, pacing anxiously. Due to recent heartbreak, he had been in a daze and had completely forgotten about this critical matter. Now, with the president returning imminently, he hadn't even devised a plan for handing over this hot potato. In the midst of his thoughts, Ji Yanche strode over. Why are you standing there like a fool? Bring in the documents that need processing. There was no turning back now. Steeling himself, the assistant placed the divorce agreement on top of the stack of documents and braced himself as he entered. Everything is here, Mr. Ji. Ji Yanche adjusted his bow tie, and under the assistant's anxious gaze, he reached for the divorce agreement on top. Chapter 28. The consequences of one's own actions. The cultivation of the second senior brother has now reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, just a hair's breadth away from entering the realm of human tribulation. However, having been imprisoned for decades, he bears numerous hidden injuries. suggesting he will require some time to recuperate. I will take you to level up when the opportunity arises. Qingzhi contemplated various date ideas, ultimately deciding that a leveling session would best suit Su Fangyi. This entails absorbing all the chaotic energy within this blazing sun, akin to the eight-headed serpent lurking within. Strangely, after the two chosen individuals began their journey together, the erratic phenomena of Yuhanshan ceased. With the stabilization of Yuhanshan, Bai Yueguang promptly relinquished his hold, allowing the bothersome girl to walk unaided. Though Harry lacked the knowledge to organize an army, he understood that only a fully structured and systematic military could be deemed a true fighting machine. Relying solely on sheer numbers to charge forth would render them no different from bandits. No matter how arduous the path, as long as there is direction, completion is always possible. Xiao Yi has resolved to uncover the statue's secrets before entering the tower. Failing to do so would render entry a mere act of folly. At the edge of the Dead Sea, he had nearly scoured every inch without discovering any passage. The eerie stillness indicated that the summit of the eastern extremity was not located at this periphery. We should find some shelter from the rain and grab a bite to eat, Li Tao remarked, glancing at his watch. So what? It turns out I am not the first contestant to register without a magical badge, Harry realized. Harry, aren't you usually the most talkative? Why the sudden silence today? Mo mischievously glanced at Lilith. Qingzhi struggled to suppress the urge to interrogate Qingzhi, since Qingzhi was unaware. It would be better to pretend nothing had occurred. If the reality aligned with his suspicions, he would prefer to remain ignorant. Mina was equally bewildered by the unfolding events, her complexion turning pale with fright. Ignoring her unhealed limbs, she limped over in haste. Old Ba, grinning, expressed gratitude before returning to report back. Feeling a twinge of helplessness towards the old man, did it really need to come to this between flesh and blood? Old Ba understood that the elder's actions stemmed from a desire to ensure he retained nominal control over the Internal Affairs Bureau, thus sparing him from new assignments. Clearly, the old man still harbored doubts about him. Zhang Zijie approached without hesitation, shielding Kiki behind him, his gaze icy as he regarded the man who troubled her. On this cracked earth, fissures lined the ground, as if something might emerge from the depths at any moment. As for Boss Fong, his mental state remained quite robust. Given his overwhelming strength, each sweep of his feather duster cleared away the bones before him. Yet, he was not inclined to be mired in combat with these remains. His true desire lay in the treasures of this cave, the legendary Himiko. Regarding the previous Ningxing Super Tournament, it had indeed garnered significant attention. Yet that was a matter of months past. At this moment, Old Ba felt as though he had been doused in filth from head to toe. Yet not a single aspect of him had been tarnished. After years of diligent study, Ron finally received a remarkable opportunity. NASA extended an olive branch, inviting him to join a Mars exploration mission aboard the spacecraft Hermes, to partake in humanity's first landing on Mars as the documentary director, capturing the entire journey. Ku Xiangbao had finally ventured out of his home, but just as he thought he might find peace, Jack began to nag him again, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Jiangbai wished to refuse, but upon meeting Luo Heng's gaze and catching a glimpse of himself, he hurriedly tended to his own stains. For Wei Zhuang, victory was his ultimate pursuit, and the conflict with Guan Ye could never be resolved. He refused to become the furnace of Guguzi. For the sake of dignity and control over his fate, he was indifferent to the process. However, Qian Jia had already triumphed in the medical competition and successfully ascended to the position of head of the Qian family in Zhejiang. Yet, Qian's second uncle remained undeterred, even attempting to eliminate Qian Jia at this critical moment. Lu Ling ceased her current tasks, repositioned her mouse over the dialogue box, and began typing a response. Luo Qimo lay on her bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Did she truly possess no charm? I've had someone park the car below, Lennon. Please help her down. Tonight, come to my place, Luo Heng succinctly instructed. No need for excessive courtesy. I didn't expect your martial prowess to be so formidable, Jiuyu. Ouyang Lai remarked appreciatively at Jiang Jiuyu. The magnitude of that strike was immense, spanning a diameter of 5 meters. Gue Gu and Ren Maoshan were forced to retreat over 10 paces, feeling the searing heat of the lightning. Not to mention the figure cloaked in black amidst the endless storm. The intimate relationship between Xian Yin and Song Keqing was no secret within the witchcraft sect. After Xian Yin became the blood sovereign of the sect, the disciples were already aware that it was Song Keqing who had personally brought him to their ranks. But something has gone awry inside, a grave matter that poses a threat no less severe than that of the pearl vine. I implore the elders to allow me entry. Long Ling pleaded, humbling himself. A mere jack of all trades dared to act arrogantly before me, and that too within the Xianyuan building. Impossible. What on earth is this? Clan leader Come On exclaimed as the colossal tree loomed before him, yet his power merely stripped away some leaves and branches. Ultimately, both parties reached a compromise, allowing the King of Hell to grant the blissful divine Roma territory within his domain to oversee the reincarnation of the Western populace's souls. Chuhauran smiled slightly and said, "Yuan and Appos, to believe it, but I actually brought two along to show Dad." With that, he reached into his backpack, and in an instant, materialized a high-efficiency missile pistol and a 12-round explosive pistol. Chapter 29. Is this the husband you chose after much deliberation? Upon uttering those words, he was startled to discover that his voice was remarkably hoarse, as memories from the previous night surged forth like a deluge. Subsequently, she returned to the inn, hoping to inquire whether the two shadowy figures had uncovered any news. However, after waiting for an extended period without their return, Bai Ningxi sensed something amiss and decided to venture outside to investigate. Seeing the cavalry arrive, Sun Yiqin and Lu Jinjia boldly opened the car door, attempting to revive the fallen Zhang Sanfeng. "Director, please, go ahead." Lin Yuhao approached Shen Huijun. Since he had never referred to Feng Jinghao as uncle, he also refrained from calling Shun Huijun aunt. He believed that the title director was more suitable for her in Xinyuan. "Teacher, you referred to it as a phenomenon. Is this situation truly so commonplace?" Chuning inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Even a novice in directing could swiftly grasp Tang Shiji's techniques through his accessible language. It was evident that whether as a director or as a teacher, Tang Shiji excelled in both roles. Such talent, if never stepping into this circle, would indeed be a waste. The snowball began to bounce, its vigorous activity rendering it as if freshly pulled from the water, drenched and exuding a strong sin of sweat, prompting me to cover my nose. The black wolf's bite nearly shattered his shoulder blade, blurring flesh and blood into a chaotic mass. Yet, after Lu Su made this move, the black wolf abruptly loosened its grip, gazing upward in confusion. Lu Su merely embraced the wolf's head, his cheek pressed against its jaw, trembling incessantly. The sand snake demon was deliberately left behind in Longxi by Li Jinglong, after the group concluded their journey in Dunhuang. On the day Li Jinglong returned to the city with Hong Jun, he left the demon in the bathhouse while he went to resolve this matter, releasing the sand snake demon and instructing it to head to Chang'an, creating an opening for the Xie prison. Previously, everyone had spoken in hushed tones, and Yi Zifeng had been oblivious to the conversation until now. He could now confirm that the shin monkey beside him was indeed her. The fragrant scent that emanated from her was a constant presence, never fading. Following this, the shadow clone that had previously deflected the sword also moved, twisting the long sword to stab toward the ribcage of the white-haired dark figure. If a child is not taught, the father is to blame for your malicious intent. I have come to visit your esteemed family to prevent minor issues from escalating into greater calamities. As for her prowess as a thief, she owed it to Bai Hengji's influence, talent combined with diligent effort. Having spent years traversing rooftops, one of her significant motivations was to ensnare that scoundrel, Bai Hengji. This unusual beauty arising from another man sends a chill through Fan Chong. Even now, she was once again enveloped in the sensation of being cared for and cherished, a warmth that stirred within her and nearly brought her to tears. She merely shook her head slightly, pointing remotely at an initial stage heir, whose blood erupted from his body, transforming into a crimson sword that fell into the hands of the blood spirit corpse. "Very well, that is she. Arrange 2 exquisite guest rooms for my brother and me, and have that water maiden summoned to my chamber. Rest assured, money is not an issue." Jun Mashuan revealed a wicked smile, producing a substantial amount of gold to toss before the brothel keeper. "Well then, since these two show no concern about being discovered or apprehended, why should I worry? At worst, we shall escape together." As the voice faded, Ling Yun calmly stowed the conch shell, then spoke leisurely. "These words were spoken by your own mouth. I merely retain them as evidence. Thus, it follows that regardless of what I do to him henceforth, whether it be murder or dismemberment, you have no grounds to inquire. Correct?" Dr. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling with rage. "How dare you? Do you know I have practiced medicine for decades? Having entered the Imperial Medical Institute at 17? You dare to claim I am short-sighted and of limited knowledge, you impertinent little girl." Beep, beep, beep. The girl, still expectantly awaiting the principal's words, was taken aback to hear the call abruptly end, followed by a moment of confusion, after which she inexplicably dialed again. Indeed, there was something to discuss, But Linny had not anticipated it would pertain to Li Xiang. Truth be told, Captain Mu merely informed him that Li Xiang was currently in a secure position, withholding further intelligence. It seemed Lin Zizong possessed some insights. The girl grew increasingly discontent. Did having connections grant one the authority to arbitrarily dictate the fates of others? To dismiss someone at will? Clearly, she was incensed, disregarding her surroundings as she spoke out. Seeing that the demonic fire was thwarted, Lu Shuang refused to relent. He twisted his arm, the force of his fist rising as the essence of martial intent enveloped him, transforming into spiraling energy that crashed against the protective barrier formed by the jade pendant, this time reflecting a different variation of Lu Shuang's martial intent. Bai Pa struggled to sway away from Frenius, hoping to buy some time for the two. Just as Su Ying's words fell, a foreign-accented exclamation echoed from behind the group. These fortunes, after being transformed by the blood-red pillar of fate, nourished over 100 paths of fortune, rendering them more substantial. With a mere thought, Yen Chen summoned a flicker of magic, akin to a glow in the night, which emanated from his palm and merged into the classical artifact. The artifact absorbed the magical energy, releasing a brilliant red light, conjuring a mystical array that revealed a faint silhouette at its center. A piercing pain coursed through his body, coupled with a terrifying pressure that enveloped Song Buyo, leaving him both startled and furious. Chapter 30. I kicked him although the fourth and fifth brothers are twins. It is evident that the fifth is slightly more astute than the fourth. A resounding boom echoed as the ripple surged again, and the black hand gradually dissipated. This strike, while causing the seal to tremble, did not shatter it. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and then unfurled enormous golden wings, soaring into the sky with Lu Yuxuan in its embrace. As the opponent's palms came crashing down, Luo Ping extended his hand, effortlessly countering 2 strikes with a single palm. I possess the ability to teleport, but having switched my gear to golden equipment, I lost that skill, leaving the teleportation gear to Enlingxi. Though I felt no fondness for this individual, and even harbored disdain, out of politeness, Wang Bo stood up to greet him. The sound of the insects was crisp and clear, surprisingly pleasant to the ears, which only deepened Luo Ping's confusion amid his astonishment. In this round of bombardment, the Gold Army suffered the loss of 1,500 to 1,600 men, crippling their command system. The enemy's center was nearly decimated, leaving behind a panicked retreat, with some fleeing toward the main camp and others scattering to the flanks. Let me handle this, Li Tianchi asserted. He was no novice. During his special training, he had learned basic first aid for injuries, and later, after delving into ancient texts at the Flowing Cloud Temple, he had acquired a modicum of Taoist medical knowledge, especially in surgery, allowing him to treat traumatic injuries with unique methods. Kong Haoyan spoke to Luo Ping, then directly pulled him and Jin Nin away from the courtyard. Their loud conspiratorial whispers were evidently overheard by Xiao Chuang, who seized Jiang Qin with one hand, glaring menacingly at him. Zheng Su glanced at Zhu Biao. Yes, it's them. I recognize that bird, he exclaimed angrily. The 4 skeletal demons sat in a circle, and the central avatar slowly opened its eyes. The main body stepped into the formation, waved its hand, and the surrounding skeletal demons vanished, leaving the main body seated opposite the avatar. Following the temporary markings from the previous night, most of his discomfort had dissipated, yet this did not imply he felt entirely at ease. If one errs, one must bear the consequences. I, Jiang Chen, am not Yin Hong's guardian, nor has Yin Hong ever called me father. So why should I assist you? During this process, Guan Sheng remained curious. Using an ordinary sword is hardly suitable for cavalry combat, especially since he wielded an exceptionally long weapon. Of course, if one is in good spirits, every day feels the same. However, Shu Lan had not encountered a string of misfortunes in many years. Strolling through the military camp, Wan Xingxin savored the warmth of the sun following the early summer rain, realizing that summer was approaching, bringing with it rising temperatures. Throughout history, it has often been said that benevolence and righteousness bring peace to the world. Yet, in truth, such virtues are sorely lacking. Which dynasty did not seize power through violence? The so-called benevolence and righteousness implemented later were merely tools for stabilizing the realm, mere slogans. After finishing their meal and taking a leisurely stroll outside the tavern, they found themselves at a loss for conversation, falling into silence as they ambled along the street, appearing aimless. Before them loomed an ancient and majestic city, reminiscent of a colossal dragon's back, standing before the vast expanse of mountains. A fleeting glimpse revealed a terrifying sword light that obliterated the branches of the millennia-old tree demon, leaving even its sturdy trunk marked with a deep, menacing gash, nearly severing it in two. Yuncheng suddenly felt a jolt, his cold expression stiffening slightly as he squinted his eyes. In an instant, a glimmer ignited in Yuncheng's gaze, and a mysterious smile crept upon his lips. The malevolent spirit water tiger remained motionless. As the force surged, the surrounding water barrier collapsed, and its form shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the ether. Heavens! You frighten me. Liu Yihan, what are you doing? Why the sudden change of heart? You accepted my belongings. How can you just turn your back like that? Are you abandoning your integrity? Ping Yufei exclaimed, pounding his chest in inquiry. Logically, those who attain the rank of military commander should not exhibit such frivolity. However, the internal dynamics remained known only to them. It appeared they maintained strict control, yet how could evolved warriors like the Storm Brigade be entrusted to their leadership? Command authority lay entirely in the hands of the regiment-level officers. Recognizing the implications in the words of the other division Sima, the county governor seized upon the most critical point for him. No, no, no. Among ancient martial artists, strength reigns supreme. Your cultivation is at the heavenly martial realm. So you rightfully deserve the title of senior. The elder in Tang attire immediately responded. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tian's slender form seemed to rise infinitely, striding forward fearlessly. Song Tanner was merely following him. Her stated desire to find her ancestral home was merely a pretext. Aside from knowing her hometown was in Songyuan, she had no other information. Even if she reached Songyuan, what could she possibly find? Seated in the vehicle, she glared at the truck driver with a gloomy expression. Her teeth clenched, ready to unleash her anger. However, upon seeing the faint smile dancing on the driver's face, Yi Yuzha suppressed her rage, striking the nearby luxury car window with her fist, choosing silence instead. Though the giant wood-beast felt some trepidation, Zhou Ming had provoked it to a point where it could not refrain from action. Just as Zhang Song was on the verge of losing consciousness from the strangulation, a series of gunshots erupted from below. Xiaosun remained silent. Jinming Palace was filled with his father's confidants, and she was not concerned about the information leaking. Yet, the smile lingering on Xiaosun's lips failed to reach his eyes. The position of power was not as easily attained as one might imagine. The Emperor's intentions had thrust both his father and himself into the eye of the storm. Chapter 31. Is General Ji really going to divorce you, Qingzhi? A life constrained by the mundane, akin to a half-step into a cave, inevitably compresses one's own strength to a lamentable degree. Even if one could exploit that incomplete cave for an assassination, it is still the extreme realm. Upon reading this passage, Yi Yang could not help but shake his head, feeling a weight lift from his heart, yet emotions of joy and sorrow intertwined within him. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Feng Hanchuan let out a cold snort, accelerating his freezing technique, completely encasing Tu Mao in ice. With a single punch, shards of ice flew, and Tu Mao was obliterated both physically and spiritually. It is remarkably simple to bribe these maintenance workers, as most of them are merely laborers who have come to the city, with earning money as their primary concern. After a lengthy period, Bai Yueguang closed his eyes, relaxing his hand, causing the divine dragon sword to transform into a stream of light and vanish into his being. Each mage, while conducting experiments, prefers solitude, and Benjamin is no exception. As Feng Shan pondered whether Jiang Han had been possessed, his gaze fell upon the shadow cast by Jiang Han. In truth, Jiang Xie could have departed forcefully, yet such an act would be rather unseemly. How could the strongest antagonist flee, indulging in such cowardice? Fortunately, the Emperor, being the Emperor, had access to ample life-preserving elixirs, even in a severely weakened state. Consuming a purple healing pill significantly restored his vitality, though his strength would likely remain inferior to that of Jiang Xie in his current condition. Huang Diang closed his eyes and took a deep breath, the air carrying a completely different scent just a wall away. He had never noticed the aroma of the air before, but now he could distinctly perceive it. Sin Ku's leg injury rendered it impossible for him to reach the enemy sniper's position in a short time. He could only manipulate distant solar energy attacks, requiring adept control of the Gate of Illusions and the Gate of Swift Shadows. The audience, both on and off the stage, was utterly astonished, scarcely able to believe the events unfolding before their eyes. No wonder I wondered why no rescue teams had arrived after waiting for so many days. It turned out they had all been slain. Liu Yu suddenly realized. The two collapsed onto their chairs, foam trickling from their mouths, grotesque and repulsive. Wei Xian, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief. Yojia Yanbaxiu had mastered the moon evil technique, granting him dominion over the moon hexagram, which was exceedingly powerful. Are you leaving just like this? Yang Jian was taken aback, watching Zhang Yu's retreating figure, filled with confusion. Louis could only marvel at the feat. With a single strike, Over 40 mid-level ferocious beasts were vanquished, equivalent to defeating more than 40 mid-stage primordial realm experts. Upon the arrival of Su Yueming, Yang Shintong, the Long family, the Su family, and the He family, the spectacle had left them all bewildered. Previously, Jiang Ling had been preoccupied with locating the imperial garden, neglecting her. And despite multiple attempts to discern her cultivation fluctuations through mental probing, he had failed to sense anything significant, leading him to believe she was of little importance. Yet, as her unusual behavior unfolded, Jiang Ling began to reconsider, detecting the anomaly. Liu cast a glance at Qin Yufei. The girl was merely afraid of solitude in his absence, yearning for companionship. He exchanged a knowing glance with her, and she reciprocated. Their silent communication immediately caught by the exceptionally perceptive Xia Yan'an. I conferred with Uncle 14 and Old Master Yu, and we decided to head to Mount Shu first to reforge this magic sealing chain. My determination to craft this chain stems from my sister, Zili. Princess. Do not touch the prince consort. Taoist Wu Wei suddenly opened his eyes, issuing a warning. In his haste, his breath was disrupted, and he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was then that I realized Taoist Wu Wei had also sustained grave injuries. As events unfolded, the petty vendor, continuously provoked, escalated the situation until the committee had to intervene. Since Wu Tian was one of the main characters in the incident, he had to be led by Fang Yong, while Wu Tian found himself in a passive position, unable to retaliate effectively. Upon hearing Luo Hao's words, Yu Yin immediately comprehended, currently. Both of Murong Jun's senior brothers had yet to break through the heavenly origin realm, making them suitable companions for their journey to the Wanzai Spirit Lake. Both their character and strength were trustworthy, rendering them excellent choices. In an instant, my drowsiness vanished. A spark of inspiration illuminated my mind, leading me to a profound realization. It was akin to the dark sky venerating the radiant celestial emperor as his faith. Even the likes of Dian Feng had once idolized the temporal celestial emperor fervently, only to later wish to strike him down. Jian observed my demeanor, realizing it was not as disconcerting as she had anticipated, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Yet, such matters were inconsequential now, though I could discern that Yu Rong's current worries were largely feigned. A flicker of genuine joy crossed her face upon witnessing my awakening, an emotion she had never previously displayed before me. This indicated a shift in her perception of me. Dismounting the carriage, Old Master Yu followed suit, as did Wei Qi, while the two generals and their elite forces awaited us in silence. Under normal circumstances, for the vast majority of Wuheng soldiers, and even the lower-ranked cavalry leaders, figures like Qiu Liju, steeped in legend, would only be accessible to those who had ascended to a certain status. His smile bore a hint of sorrow, and after a long pause, he continued, I fare better than he does, for no one has ever cared for me. Shen Sanyong remarked, is it truly fortunate to be uncared for? Yu Kai smiled again, but said nothing further. Surrounding this area are the two great forbidden zones of Tianzhou, vast oceanic expanses, mystical mountain ranges, and concealed sects, alongside several prominent families wielding immense influence. No, this is merely the entrance. Unlocking it requires a key. Elder One explained the situation regarding the stone wings to Lin Chong, recalling its discovery. Listening to the roar of Mr. Stone Chamber, the responsible party found themselves powerless. Indeed, the individual was nowhere to be found, and for the time being, they could not locate anyone throughout Tokyo, such as life, to evade pain and avoid injury, regardless of whether I have resided here or departed. Those memories remain inextricable from me. Though some matters cannot be revisited, some recollections are irreconcilable, and some experiences must remain buried eternally. At this moment, I willingly place you in the position of a friend. Lin Yang too found it strange. How could an inexplicable boss fixate on that barren piece of land at Haishanku? Especially since the government had already allocated it to Bolong? Could it be that Haishanka harbors other exploitable resources? The boss and amp, Oppo's, thought processes are beyond the grasp of mere mortals. Chapter 32, Relinquishing Custody of Ji Mu Yang well said. Cold Fing's impassioned words drew enthusiastic applause from the diners, the sound echoing like thunder. In Li Yu's estimation, the most suspicious figure was undoubtedly Ling Long. She had left ample evidence of her presence during the reign of King Mu, and Li Yu firmly believed in her capabilities. Zhu Yao, momentarily taken aback, scrutinized the scene closely. Indeed, within the layers of toxic mist, a dark shadow emerged, accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing. The noxious fog seemed to thicken further. In light of the fruitless attempts by Yu Yin ultimately resorted to a hand gesture, causing the bowl to crack open. At last, the two were freed from their confinement. Meanwhile, the students of the Dragon King Kingdom brandished their soul jade tokens, gazing pensively at the flickering red light. Lost in thought, after such a prolonged search, could they really return empty-handed without finding cold foam? Over the ensuing days, Ma Xiaoao dedicated all his efforts to locating Qin Yunhu and Fairy Yun, laboring tirelessly without success. It was as if the duo had vanished into thin air. This matter had lingered for nearly a decade. I recall that it began when a public park was planned by the city for the benefit of local residents, encouraging them to engage in physical exercise. However, shortly after its inauguration, calamity struck. Zhu Yao, pondering the matter of Shui Ling, stepped outside without hesitation, only to be interrupted by the voice of Zizhan. You should abandon this notion at once. Zhao Jinyang waved his hand dismissively, stating, this piece of primordial stone has been acquired by the Diliang Kingdom. Zhao Jinyang was astute. He refrained from claiming personal ownership, instead attributing the acquisition to his kingdom, thereby enhancing his authority. He doubted these individuals would jeopardize their relationship with Diliang over a mere stone. As for Zhu Lingxi's concern for Yun Yang's life, it was utterly ludicrous. No one understood Yun Yang better than she did. Unless the so-called master, the one pulling the strings, intervened directly, she had no cause for alarm. These people were simply inconsequential. Her words were directed at Yun Yang. Had Gerald been focused on ball control, he would surely have been toppled by Raul Garcia. Both player and ball sent sprawling to the ground. The intent behind these actions was clear. Long Wei, who recognized the significance of Long Lang Rue's demeanor, with a scowl. It was evident that Long Lang Rue had long been prepared, or rather, had never been foolish. Li Qingyao must have been privy to the details, as Long Wei, whose piercing gaze fell upon her. Without accumulation, in other words, passing through a level would yield 1 Western Yuan Ding, with a maximum of 10. In truth, just as Yi Haiding knelt, she discreetly launched a fine needle from her sleeve towards Xiao Riyue. The latter, rising at that moment, narrowly evaded the needle, which likely bore poison or some nefarious intent. Should I survive and become an ancient demon, your plight would be even worse, lamented a certain individual, displaying an utter lack of decorum, devoid of the emperor's dignity. Green Reed, reflecting on her mission to facilitate a connection between Naylan Rongruo and Guan Qingwei, was at a loss for how to kindle their affections. After much contemplation, she found herself utterly stumped. Turning around, she chanced upon Guan Qingwei, who appeared listless and laden with grievances, idly seated on a stone bench. Man City, still unsatisfied, had bolstered its attacking players in midfield, but now required reinforcements in defense. Murong Ke, once a prodigious talent, at the pinnacle of his youth at 20, had a reputation that inspired awe, yet he fell from grace like a comet, extinguished before he could illuminate the skies. This kiss was unlike any before. Lu Jingran's kiss was profound, as if he sought to consume Lin Shu entirely. Alas, enough! Exclaimed Beiji, abruptly roused from his reverie, seizing his rake before soaring away. The Pope remained silent. For him, Yaoman could be sacrificed, but Hor could never be relinquished. Hor was the sole heir to the Bismarck Empire and maintained strong ties with the War Temple, ensuring that Hor's ascension would further solidify the temple's standing within the empire. Haha, dreaming of one day defeating me? Dream on. De Luo roared with laughter, advancing before Hao Jian and raising his right fist once more. Qing Ning furrowed her brow, poised to speak, but Qing Lin's firm grip on her hand signaled her to remain silent. Fortunately, Xiaoyu was well acquainted with this layer and, within a single day, managed to locate Bai Lu just before he challenged Lu Suiyun. Master He Yefeng feigned grievance, yet Wang Chongyang remained indifferent to his plight. I must first recuperate. Assist me in arranging Gu Xian's identity. Once I have recovered, I shall naturally impart to you the celestial demon technique. Bai Lu spoke calmly, observing Pananfei. Thus, aside from certain opposing factions and deities, generally, other temples were tacitly allowed to conduct their missions within the realms of influence. A tacit rule on the Sini continent. Indeed, the figure of Qing Lin mirrored the true Qing Lin so closely that even a cultivator might struggle to discern the difference. The black storm collided with the warped space, most of its force dissipating entirely. The ancestral body of Wuxin shattered the celestial realm, leaving him pale, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The families of these auxiliary soldiers resided in Keelung, and with monthly correspondence. They were aware that their loved ones now enjoyed affluence, ensuring their loyalty was never in doubt. In desperation, Fangzhe had no choice but to compress his innate realm, causing the true essence within to surge forth like an unstoppable torrent. Chapter 33, Let them watch her eat. Brother Hu, why do you not accept those legacies? Instead, you choose to remain solitary here? Tianqing inquired, pondering why anyone would resist such temptation if there were immense benefits to be gained. The fourth member primarily focused on gathering intelligence, possessing not only the information of the team, but also that of the entire National Security Department. It was remarkable that such an individual willingly stayed with her group. Fengling turned to leave, and Tianxin contemplated whether to follow. At that moment, he noticed a disciple's stifling laughter, seemingly amused by the ambiguous relationship between him and Fengling. In midair, three men who had just exited the palace stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, concealed from view. They hovered near Luoyu and Dong Tianwang, their imposing figures overshadowing the two. One of them spoke sharply. "Who are you on the phone with? That keeps you occupied? There are so many things to discuss." The other party chuckled ruefully. "Who else would I be talking to? Please, do not mock me." They shared an understanding laugh. However, regarding the underlying reasons for their predicament, even if Jiang Yi had been forewarned, he would likely not have shown complete faith. The standoff persisted. Save for the allure of the enchanting fox demanding revenge from Gao Zhan and Mo Shi, creating an eerie atmosphere. Under the immense compression of his spiritual force, a slender thread of Puyuan power materialized at his fingertips. One could only imagine how different things would be had he nodded in consent back then. The child would likely have been capable of trivial pursuits by now, and his post-marital self would not have been wandering in the wild. Nor would he have traversed into this wretched era. Earlier, the nurse had conducted an examination, and his relatives had inquired about him. Yet he could utter not a single word, overwhelmed by an intense discomfort that only now began to subside. Binging approached the disciple, deftly placing her wrist atop Miju's hand, channeling pure vital energy to continuously purify the demonic aura within Miju. Slowly, Miju awakened, softly calling out, "Tianxian." Bingjing sighed silently, shaking her head without uttering a word. What is the nature of destiny? The flourishing of the Buddhist sects is but a manifestation of destiny. Yet why must the Taoist master transform demons into Buddhas before the Hanggu pass? Why not allow the disciples of the Xianmen to close their gates and ignore the tumult of the primordial world? It becomes evident that the concept of destiny holds little weight for the sages. Ahead, Wang Shun had changed horses thrice, yet remained undeterred in his pursuit of the defeated troops. His demeanor suggested an intent to utterly annihilate Zhang Yongjun's forces. The saber in his hand swung relentlessly, cleaving through the foes effortlessly at the waist, each strike rendering them in two. His earlier remarks were intended for Mu Fanqin's ears. Yet to truly invest 2 million in the stock market would be sheer folly. Indeed, Li Ling nodded slightly, confident that the inn must lie just beyond the hill, not too far from their current position. Considering the weather, it would likely take less than 3 days to reach them. Qin Shao instinctively reached into his pocket. Feeling the warmth of over 300 remaining coins, reassured, he exhaled in relief. The ZY Emperor's decree manifested as if the ZY Emperor himself had arrived. And should anyone defy it, divine retribution would descend, rendering their fate beyond their control. Song Jingyun sighed, realizing that where there is one, there are often more. This fool was becoming increasingly prone to tears. Following this battle, many of the minions of San Meng and Lu Yanluo defected to the 13 protectors, some even seeking refuge with Dong Gu and Binzhou Beijing. Is your boss lady, store manager, or supervisor present? Which of them is in the shop? Li Ji inquired, scratching his nose as he turned to ask. Li Tianyi sat in his office, diligently studying relevant materials and personnel arrangements in Moken Town. It was merely the first day. Yet Ningkong City had already secured over 1 trillion in investment funds. One could only imagine how much more funding and projects would be acquired in the next 2 days. Such thoughts were exhilarating. Anxiety was inevitable, while helplessness stemmed from the awareness of impending collapse, yet feeling powerless to intervene. Zhang Shiming, though mentally prepared to be the scapegoat, was reluctant to plunge fully into the mire, thus opting for a rather tactful approach when issuing commands. The role of wanting commercial loan in Li Mingji's scheme remained unclear. But on the surface, it appeared that Sun Chuang had voluntarily borrowed money from Wanding. Come here and follow me. Qiu Guanghua glared with fiery eyes, his facial muscles twitching as he pointed at Yang Ling, beckoning with 2 gestures. But why the excitement? Li Ji pondered, recalling that when Wang Ruitu had entered, the excitement in her eyes was unmistakable, indicating that something else must have provoked her. Much like the previous encounter with Yajun, Hauge found himself cornered again. As Chun Yaling ruthlessly pounded her fists into the cornered Hauge, he could only protect his head with his arms, helplessly defending himself. This was merely a pupil, lacking eyelids, thus rendering blinking impossible. Yet, the eye rolled around and, astonishingly, crawled up onto me, as if under the influence of the demon-slaying sword. Zhang Warren glanced briefly and stated he understood. Then he opened the package, mixing the golden paint. Checking his watch, he remarked, "There's still some preparation time left. I'll handle the first floor with Lao He, while you take charge of the second floor. Is that acceptable?" Chapter 34. Another scheme against Ji Yen Che and his good brother. Before us stands a young man in his 30s, clad in a suit, exuding a rugged aura, with a pair of spectacles perched upon his nose. Blake slowly opened his eyes, momentarily engulfed in confusion, before allowing a self-deprecating smile to escape his lips. Had he truly met his end? Was this paradise or purgatory? Just as the thought of the old man pursuing him lingered in the air, the sound of an explosion resonated. As the echoes faded, a powerful, ethereal force surged forth, casting a soft blue luminescence that rippled and intensified, gradually coalescing into threads that intertwined behind the elder, ultimately forming a three-dimensional seal. In the hospital, a somber atmosphere resonated with the glaring red of the surgical lights. Revolver, with eyes red-rimmed, sat in a chair at the entrance, while Tang Muyang nestled against Milan. Other comrades waited in various postures before the door. Tomorrow, or perhaps later, might bring a halt to updates. After all, the military training on the 21st would last 7 days, making it likely that updates could be interrupted. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly turned his gaze to the middle-aged man below. "If there is nothing pressing, perhaps you might take your leave for now? Allow me to ponder this matter further." With that, he bowed his head, fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Time drifted by, and the second movement approached its conclusion. After a brief pause, Guanyin Fei resumed the performance, exquisite notes flowing from her fingertips, cleansing the souls of the audience. Silence. "You must not refer to Chen Gong and his brother-in-law." Inan was clearly incensed, teetering on the brink of fury. Naturally, Yang Ziyu complied and fell silent, having witnessed his sister's formidable nature. "Indeed, our purpose here is to learn and take inspiration. We wish to observe the training grounds," Xiao Wei declared. A clash of energies erupted, a muffled explosion reverberating as a visible sound wave shattered, sending debris tumbling and fissures spreading across the ground. Yet, the disparity in realms loomed large. How could Qin Feng's holy aura withstand the oppressive might of the lion war god? "Rest assured, I now partake in tea daily, and I have not regressed," Qin Zhengyang replied with a smile, boiling water to cleanse the tea utensils. Upon seeing John, who bowed to guide him, this individual laughed heartily. Approaching John with familiarity, "It seems a return to Funyo Mountain necessitates inquiries with my elder brother regarding whether the Chun family possessed any secular enterprises, or if any descendants held prominent positions within them." Listening to the discussions behind him, Jiang Kairan could not help but shake his head gently. Were these individuals so certain that Yaowen would triumph? Had the adage that there are always greater forces beyond been forgotten? It was at that moment that a gust of sword energy surged into the arena. "Oh no!" A cry of despair rang out as the foremost evil sovereign, rank 96, fell victim, the sword energy piercing directly through his chest. When the elders recognized the path mastered by Xiao Yin, an overwhelming astonishment surged within their hearts. They could hardly fathom that Xiao Yin had comprehended the Tao of Void. The slain beasts not only suffered corporeal destruction, but also had their divine essences obliterated, leaving no corpses upon the battlefield. "There is a matter I wish to discuss with you," the knocker announced, revealing himself to be the narcotics team leader, Sun Kaixian. At this moment, if Lu Xian were to call Zhao Wu, he would have to comply with his wishes. Zhao Ziming had heard complaints from senior colleagues on more than one occasion. The company today lacked the vibrancy of its inception, transforming into the very entity they once despised, growing larger, with increasingly complex processes and assessments. Lu Chong guarded the boundary bridge, constrained by troop numbers, leaving him unable to initiate an offensive. Thus, he could only prepare supplies, transporting provisions and arrows from Xindu and Gomling. Mingxian Kuan, with his green-dyed hair, appeared recently inebriated, his speech somewhat slurred, yet instinctively aware of the authority emanating from the two S and Oppos S. "We are aware of the eventual fates of these two ethnic groups. The wolves that could not be nurtured were ultimately assimilated by the Han, while the Chang people have endured to this day. Regardless, Han Heng calls me brother, and I am fond of this sister. As for the progression of our relationship, that shall be determined after university graduation. However, the essence never considered that merely breaking through the protective barrier would easily lead to victory over Zhang Chong. Cheng Yuanhao served as a prime example. If it were truly the case that we allowed Su Hao to build his company unimpeded, then undoubtedly the repercussions would fall upon us." Ling Yu's pure white wings propelled her graceful form through the air, drawing back her longbow, aiming for 100 steps, time and again. As the applause subsided, The host invited Su Hao and others to share their acceptance speeches, receiving another wave of applause before they descended from the stage. Lu Yu concurred with Shui Yan Ling's perspective. Although Gong Qianruo and He Xianmo Jun were both formidable experts at the Divine Emperor level, they were not indispensable figures in the realm of the Ming Huang clan. He Guerin gasped in surprise, promptly sitting up, her supple curves barely concealed by a thin garment, quivering in the moonlight, driving any healthy and mature man to madness. Tan Shihui cast a glance at his disappointing soul heir. With so few progeny, his only adult son was but a singular individual. Entrusting such a vast legacy to this heir left him gravely concerned. Chapter 35, Shall we compare? At the moment when Nangong Hao tore through the space, on the verge of stepping into the void passage, an inexplicable sensation of being watched suddenly enveloped him, causing him to furrow his brow and glance in a particular direction. Tony cast an impatient glare at him, while Roddy, with a sigh of resignation, pointed towards a suit of gleaming silver armor. The sword of the underworld in Qin Tian's hand transformed into a speck of starlight at his command, radiating a dark yet resplendent glow akin to a precious gem. Thus, Ling Xian remained seated alongside Ning Jing. It is noteworthy that as the most popular person in class, many aspired to sit beside her. No need to worry, just remember to pack the salt and chili powder tonight, stated Lu Zhonghua. To be frank, Hua Junyu was not particularly outstanding. There were indeed others of equal standing, yet Hua Junyao did not believe in fairy tales, which only existed on television. 3 days later, Yu Fei had familiarized himself with the soldiers and grasped the morale of the army. Subsequently, Yu Fei and Yu Yun led 5,000 troops, along with 500 surrendered Yuan soldiers, north to Julu, preparing to cut off Yuan Shao's retreat and extinguish the last flicker of hope for the Yuan army. After a day filled with toil, Klaus, the deputy head of the German National Socialist Party, departed from the headquarters building, making his way home. Just as Zhong Li attempted to employ the same trick to drag Ling Xian's character to her demise, a sudden blackout engulfed the hall, with all lights and televisions flickering before plunging into darkness. Urgent cries, tinged with anger, echoed as the thick fog rendered Yun Xian's vision increasingly obscure. By the end, Yun Xian was unsure of what the battle truly entailed. Several breathless individuals rushed in, still reeling from their exertion, lifting their gazes to Wu Feng and Hua Qin, their faces paling instantly. Since the establishment of the Jinkong regime, or rather, throughout history, the young people have shown unparalleled openness towards foreign races, unlike any other ethnicity. Yet the necessary intimidation must still be upheld. Yang Chai stood in a daze, attempting to nudge him from behind, but being on the bed, he could not reach. Enough. Everyone rise. I dislike this setup, Yang Yi stated, noticing the two still kneeling before him. Upon observing Zhao Jiugao's calm demeanor and confident aura, the disheveled youth found it even more challenging to discern Zhao Jiugao's true nature, while his expression became increasingly sycophantic. As both parties engaged, Yuan Qing, who had been suppressing his fury, could no longer contain himself and erupted in a loud roar. The 16th elimination round concluded, with thousands of players ousted. In this match, Lin Jian suffered yet another defeat. Gazing at the 8 soul-gathering jades, Wu Feng beamed with delight. He felt no remorse for dismantling a support artifact, deeming it worthless. What is the matter? Wu Feng sheathed his destiny sword, binding it to his back, and slowly turned around. Just as Yu Tang was about to leap forward, unexpectedly, a device was hurled towards her by Kunlun's ancestor. Recognizing the flying object, resembling a banana, she instantly understood its purpose, flushing crimson and hastily dodging, missing the opportunity to pursue. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the snow that had been swirling in the air finally ceased. A new year dawned, and the sun bathed the land in vitality and vigor. It was barely past 8, and although Lu Yang should have been nestled in bed with his wife, he received a call from his superior, instructing him to queue at Su Fuji for kanji. Shaoxian, this place resembles Guangyang City, where you were born, though Guangyang is much cleaner. Do you feel a sense of familiarity here? Yang Xiaofan remarked, patting Shaoxian, who was still surveying this world. The casino's profit sharing was calculated based on shares, and their stake was significantly lower than Zhou Zhuanyuan's. With a deficit of 70 million, they would require twice as much time, if not more, to recover their losses. Mother, please stop. If you continue. Suddenly, Wando, sitting by the bellows, with one hand resting between the bellows and stove, appeared to be in great pain. The waiter began to perspire nervously. There were murmurs about service fees starting from the 7th floor, which were not comparable to those from the 2nd to 6th floors, and the reservation process was different, with limited access to enter. After he hung up the phone, in a luxurious mansion far away in the capital, a middle-aged man with graying hair stared blankly at his mobile device. Although he claimed to have forgotten, even the discerning could discern that Rong Yuan's words were disingenuous. Still harboring resentment, Gao Yuan's immensely powerful strike struck like thunder against iron, producing a resonant clang. The python was momentarily forced to close its massive jaws. Yet its head remained unscathed. "Do not wait any longer. I shall ensure your demise now," Zhang Yitian sneered, unleashing a flurry of slaps across Xiaolong's face, causing it to swell like a steamed bun. What is her true intention in coming forward? Does she desire to sever the bond between me and Zhang Menghan? Yet even if she truly wished to do so, a motive would be necessary. What could her motive possibly be? Gao Jun ascended the stairs as the elevator halted at the reserved floor, but upon exiting, he turned into the stairwell, making his way to the top floor. He had once successfully ambushed a formidable enemy at the celestial spirit realm using the power of the annihilating thunder, severely wounding him. Had help not arrived, he might have slain that celestial spirit realm powerhouse. Back in the living room, Li Ji sensed a surge of strength coursing through him. Approaching the strength tester, he delivered a powerful punch. However, the intricate pattern he had yet to fully inscribe on the jade token began to crack, the fissures widening with each passing moment. Chapter 36, All Off Target. Chu Tian's expression remained unchanged as he coldly stared at Long Ji, dismissing the latter's threats entirely. Having vanquished the formidable Shui Wansheng of the Nirvana realm, he certainly did not regard the Nirvana realm experts of the Tianhua Hall with any reverence. Forced into a corner, he had no choice but to wield the moon-chasing sword in his hand and utilize his agile, ethereal movements to engage in a fierce battle against Shen Yuping's vigorous and unrestrained strikes. He stood motionless until the assailant neared him. With a swift motion of his left hand, he delivered a resounding slap that sent the young man hurtling away, crashing against a wall several meters distant. Upon hearing Li Yishuan's words, the young players united their resolve, responding with an exuberant chorus of confidence. Realizing this, he cast aside his confusion. Only by nurturing the spark within him could he hope for advancement. No wonder his own progression was mirrored by that of the spark. When the spark ascended, so too did his abilities. However, this remained merely a thought, for neither the commander of this operation nor the leader of the dark cult was her. What qualifications did she possess? Guduo Jili inhaled deeply. As a martial artist, one determined to tread the path toward the Huanglong realm, he could not harbor fear of any opponent. Just moments ago, Han Bing had successfully stirred the latent discord between Zhu Mo and Zhang Yong. This situation could not be tolerated. His subordinate expressed willingness to be the vanguard, ready to engage in battle against the 9 great chaotic realms. Even the 3 ancient celestial realms would not intimidate them. The man declared with bravado. Wang Yingda, unfazed, displayed an audacity bordering on the absurd, scribbling in an exaggerated manner. "Master, why have you adopted such an unconventional style, adorned with these tattoos?" Zisha inquired. Observing the Dragon Clan and Appos' sealing vessel before Rod, Van Meer and Appos' expression shifted dramatically, his voice trembling involuntarily. Li Dongxing bore a heavy heart. He had witnessed the changes in Chinon, and though his cognitive abilities far exceeded those of ordinary individuals, he remained incapable of addressing Chun An's predicament. A brilliant aura emanated from Rod's feet, enveloping him in a kaleidoscope of colors, at times manifesting as radiant white light, the divine essence gradually rising amidst the shimmering glow. Upon reaching the meeting location designated by the Equal King, Song Yun realized he had underestimated the significance of this Yama assembly. When Feng Yi heard the praises of elegance, beauty, and unparalleled grace, a flicker of joy ignited within her, only for her spirits to plummet as the dialogue turned, rendering her utterly diminished, her face turning pale with indignation. What Qin Gumo beheld was a modest altar constructed entirely from ivory-hued jade, modest in height and lacking the grand statues or symbols one might expect. Instead, a simple flight of white jade steps led from the base to the altar's summit, appearing excessively austere. The arrogant sword technique required the infusion of death's principles to unleash its full potential. Although at present, Wuxinchen could only wield a fraction of the arrogant sword's might, it eclipsed the abilities of other techniques at the same tier. Thus, this ambiguous relationship persisted from Yun China to Yunjing City, only to erupt following the incident involving Su Su. Su Xiao, equally perplexed, opened the door and fortuitously summoned a passing disciple of the Flying Immortals for inquiry. Wu Leshan chuckled, stating, "Here rests the ancestral tablet of the Qinglian sect. However, our sect's true location lies by the Jade Pool." Su Xiao and Lan Phoenix sighed in relief. Madame Shun recalled the previous day, her hands trembling with rage as she gripped her chopsticks, hoping never to encounter that unfaithful person again. Although Su Xiao and Apos, as internal wounds had yet to heal, he was far from his prime, his inner energy significantly diminished. He struck with all his might yet could only disarm the youth in the yellow robe. Qingzhi inhaled deeply, feeling an impulse to lift Zhou and toss her onto the bed, rendering her immobile. "You little rascal, how dare you?" Song Rongyue felt humiliated. Before her imperial grandmother and uncle, she had never been timid, yet her voice quivered moments ago. Just as the prince departed, that insufferable girl, Ahua, returned to mock her. Above, intricate patterns on the massive tree trunk emitted an ethereal multicolored glow, as pure energy was absorbed by the roots and ascended along the trunk toward the canopy. "Uncle Dongfang," Su Xiao shouted, extending his arms and brandishing his sword, dashing toward Shi Tian, arriving ahead of Shi Tian's iron palm strike. "After my analysis, my companion experienced an epiphany." And just as they were about to unveil Meng Ying's deception, I snatched the phone back. Meanwhile, Huazin remained unfazed by whether the research was his or not. The elixir had long been a conundrum for alchemists across the continent. Previously, no one had succeeded in concocting a 7th-tier red elixir. Outsiders merely observed the spectacle, oblivious to the fact that this elixir would profoundly impact the alchemists of the continent, particularly the most formidable among them. That was the luminous essence left by the ancient Buddha of light. Though its benefits remained uncertain, bathing in it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Although Shangguan Ke deemed this statement somewhat unreasonable, it still bore a semblance of truth, and she nodded in silent agreement. The guards, left with no alternative, led the remaining troops, carrying the fallen comrades' remains and the injured, away from the Western Ning army. Surrounded on all sides, only Duan Lang and 18 personal guards remained. As the conversation progressed, Gu Yun's spirit waned, seemingly pessimistic about this treasure-hunting expedition. Huazin observed Mo Ma with a sense of unease, an odd feeling enveloping him, as if Mo Ma were both perilous and exceptional. However, aside from Mo Ma's peculiar demeanor, Huazin could discern no other extraordinary traits. Possessing mid-tier martial emperor strength and a physique that drew attention akin to a bomb, Wang Sheng pointed out a fallen bundle of bamboo scrolls beneath a nearby shelf. Immediately relieved, he was glad it was not a first-tier confidential scroll that had encountered issues. Wang Sheng hurriedly retrieved the scroll and returned it to its rightful place on the shelf. Chapter 37. A bounty of 100 million today. Chen Dongxing has sealed off the human tower, preparing a lavish banquet on the 3rd floor to welcome a formidable enemy returning from overseas. In these times, even Shen Zhen dares not make a sound within the Wang family. What can the useless Lin Yin possibly do? The looming concern is that the Su family might fall into disarray, considering their current predicament where each individual harbors their own intentions, making it all too easy for things to go awry. "It is your masterful creation that has enticed someone to offer a sum of 100 million, Lin Yin remarked. Upon hearing such words from Chu Feng, a flicker of sorrow appeared in Lolan's eyes, as she seemed to be touched by Chu Feng's background, gazing at him with a hint of sympathy. The basement of this building serves as an excellent sanctuary. Despite its low elevation, it features a large iron door that, when closed, effectively shields against the wind and sand. Upon unwrapping the rags of a homeless man, she discovered that beneath the tattered garments lay flesh that no human should possess. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao chose to escape amidst the chaos, not out of fear of the mutated monkeys, but due to his dread of the leaders of the Black Crow organization and their even more formidable allies. Though Zhang Yang's time reversal ability is powerful, it is not invincible. It proves ineffective against mental ailments. "Thank you all so much." Yang Zixing expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the overwhelming number of disaster victims and the insufficient manpower in the city. By 4:50 p.m., as dusk fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, the two finally reached the foot of Mount Fuji. As for the ginseng, it had gone unharvested on the mountain for so long. Yet this child managed to uncover it upon arrival, indicating a special connection between them. Even if someone else had attempted to dig it up, they might not have succeeded. Thus, the old village chief wholeheartedly supported Zhou Zikai's endeavors. This led to his assistance for Yang Xiran, the ruthless actions of Lu Hong against the Eastern Palace, and his determination to seize the opportunity on the 2nd day of the 2nd month. The retired emperor was unwilling to meet her. Just as she was disinclined to visit him, so she and the accompanying noble ladies ventured into Yangzhou for leisure, disguised in the attire of common folk. The noble women walked the streets without drawing attention. The two swiftly adjusted their stances to counter the assault of the elemental beast, with Phaeton's gaze burning with determination. Undeterred by the challenge. "You are always the one causing trouble," and Bowler scolded as she tugged at Alusher's ear, leading her up the crystal escalator in full view of the public. Foundation-building cultivators had already begun their fasting. And while there was no spiritual energy to cultivate within the seal, as long as her lifespan had not yet expired, she could remain sealed within the formation without losing hope for survival. Currently, Yushu's encounter with this fire, once refined, would enhance the power of the Sanyang True Fire by at least double, allowing him to cultivate an additional fire-based technique. He was inherently a magic engineer. Once engaged in close combat, he would be at a significant disadvantage. The developments of the battle were entirely unforeseen. And with his illusions failing to yield results despite pouring vast amounts of magical energy into them, he could only rely on the earth elemental spirit to buy himself some time. Fortunately, his extensive knowledge enabled him to recognize this terrifying great formation. Otherwise, it could have ended in tragedy. Logically, given that the nine-tailed demon's life was hanging by a thread, one more strike could very well seal its fate. The second prince, the emperor, would likely execute him for treason. The arrow had already been loosed, and it could not be recalled. With a swift motion, the national master executed his strike. And with a dull thud, the demon's head rolled to the ground. Captain Seal continued. "You must be quite curious as to why so many allied soldiers are present in the camp, considering this is clearly the territory of your Latin alliance. The answer lies with the nuclear explosion in Kashmir. It was not the flesh that ached, nor the bones, but the tendons, a pain too profound to articulate. And her back was drenched in cold sweat. Ha ha ha, you need not know my name, for you shall soon be dead." Zhang Tong laughed heartily. In stark contrast to his distraction, Jiang Xinlan remained resolute, her spear slicing through the air towards the face of the sealed universe. Zhang Tong realized then that the heavens had not closed the passage between the celestial and mortal realms to shield him. The true purpose of the expedition to the front lines of the Southern Desert Trading Company was revealed. They sought to become military merchants, following the imperial army closely. They purchased spoils of war from frontline soldiers at low prices, only to sell them at exorbitant rates to the Han, reaping profits of tenfold. Crunch, crunch. "Are there any more?" Jiang Tian inquired, her speech slurred as she munched on these heavenly ingredients. "Tease you?" "Surely not. Jin Yong may be a scoundrel." "But he wouldn't dare do that," Xiao Han asked in astonishment. She saw relinquish the authority to guard Tong Wu Pass, ensuring the complete peace of the Western Wu King. In gratitude, he dispatched envoys laden with money and supplies. Meanwhile, Shi Sa reorganized the southern border, placing loyalists from the former Shiwang and the largest tribes to guard against unforeseen events, continuing to implement low taxes and internal governance to establish a robust demon clan system. Wu Fengtian turned pale as memories flooded back. Indeed, Wu had sought him out multiple times in the past, later returning to the capital with the wedding procession. Valak listened quietly, recognizing the three individuals. Though the fact that the saintly rogue Xiaomi heir would confront someone directly was truly unexpected. When Shi Rui returned with the fragrant herbs, Li Qingmu was sprawled awkwardly across the bed, his face buried in the bedding. In the face of life itself, even after he had caused her to lose her child, she could not restrain herself from saving him and caring for him. Yuan Hong spoke of past events as if recounting someone else and Appo's story, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. With various spiritual beasts emerging, the newly formed universe was not suitable for the survival of the weak. Thus, no feeble creatures appeared at the outset. Hey, what is this attitude? Hospitals are meant to heal and save lives, not resemble the old societal barriers where only those with money are welcome. Chunhu interjected, unable to suppress his frustration. Taking advantage of the moment when Li Ao was momentarily distracted, Yu Yi swiftly retracted her right hand. She needed to clarify the situation. Otherwise, if Li Ao suddenly transferred energy to her again, she would have to unleash another storm of lightning. But that was earned through my own efforts and has nothing to do with you. Boli Lingning was clearly dissatisfied with her request being denied and immediately began to argue her case. Chapter 38, The Added Stakes. Li Shimin, substituting tea for wine. Engaged in a toast with his companions, savoring 3 cups, he assumed the role of a benevolent figure, exhibiting no inclination to interfere. Although the gathering was modest in size, the presence of the 5 individuals was undeniably formidable. Amidst the throngs of people, they shone like luminous pearls in the depths of the night, exuding an aura of confidence and composure that was impossible to overlook. A middle-aged man, momentarily taken aback, watched as a bracelet rolled beneath the sofa he occupied. Upon lifting his gaze, his eyes sparkled with realization. He was typically a taciturn individual, whose weekly conversations rarely matched the volume of words he'd spoken today. Feng Xiaoxue, undeniably a senior to Mo Chen, shared a profound bond with him in the past. However, to Feng Xiaoxue, Mo Chen was merely a well-regarded junior rather than the romantic partner suggested by current campus rumors. Positioned directly beneath her mouth, the center of the talisman array aligned precisely with Hua Bao's current location. Understood, Brother Yin. I will inform Aunt and Uncle right away. With that, Hua dashed off towards the Yi family home to relay the message. As Chao Guang finished speaking, a shooting star soared into the fiery chaos before them. In the midst of countless astonished gazes, the celestial body transcended its form, dissolving into nothingness within the inferno. Are you aware of the context here? How dare you utter such words? The server remarked coolly. At that time, Jin Shong had already traversed the martial world for a while, having encountered numerous people and events. Yet, upon arriving at the Luo family estate, he sensed an inexplicable strangeness emanating from everyone present, whether it was the servants tidying the courtyard or Luo Han, the family patriarch. Despite Xiao Mingshan's desire for collaboration, he was no pushover. Recognizing the inherent flaws within the situation, he deftly shifted all responsibility onto Xiao Mo, ensuring that any subsequent developments would not implicate them. Lei Jinyu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yearning to turn back and confront Yi Xiu directly. Never before had he experienced such a stifling predicament since entering the realm of innate talent. He was accustomed to chasing others, not being pursued himself. Su Yang understood that killing the 7 fiends beast outright would not be straightforward. Perhaps the best course of action was to push it back into the spatial passage. A strategy he had long considered. Yichuan, are you foolish? You disregard such a splendid opportunity. When do you expect to advance and pursue your own ambitions? Xiao Mo implored Yichuan, persistently encouraging him. Why are you here again? I won't allow you to enter, Shen Pingyan declared upon spotting Yang Fan, making his stance clear. Young Master Zhua, during my last request for your advocacy on behalf of Number 1, what was the response? Situ Xiao inquired solemnly. As the chief of the Qingfeng City Police Department, Wang Haixing's every action was motivated by the welfare of the city. He felt compelled to scrutinize every occurrence. For only through such oversight could he ascertain the appropriate course of action. At merely 7 in the morning, the venue for the trade fair was already teeming with people. A congregation of wealth and jade merchants, along with a multitude of curious visitors. Yichuan alighted from his vehicle, opting to proceed on foot for security. Ensuring his movements remained undetected by Chen Yihui. The Jiang family and Oppos, enterprises, spanning across the nation, had drawn together a coalition of affluent merchants, tirelessly establishing transportation routes to the Tianxi Piyun Pass, resulting in a continuous flow of traffic. It was not merely due to Hualingxia, but rather the realization that the disdain value of Hualingxia and the jealousy value of Rongping were rapidly escalating within her mind. The military council convened in the side hall of the Zikin Palace, with all ministers present, alongside Emperor Li Longji and the regent prince. What a poignant drama of love and sorrow this is. To refrain from action would indeed be a disservice to this villainous role. However, as the figure of the bone princess gradually emerged from the ground, manipulating a multitude of bones with a mere flick of her hands, the atmosphere shifted. Despite the turmoil within her heart, Xion's lips instinctively inched closer to the handsome visage before her. The notes of the zither resonated deeply, carrying a melodious allure. She had diligently practiced at home in preparation for the flower appreciation banquet, seeking to make a resounding impression. Do not worry about finances, father. Remember, we still have a ginseng root that remains unsold, Xia Yutong reassured her father, noticing his hesitance. Xuan Yin sent a reply saying, wait for me. Before rushing upstairs to freshen up, utilizing a lint roller to ensure her skin was pristine. Rongyan, too, was filled with indignation. That scoundrel pretended not to see me. Just wait until I return, I shall deal with you then. Ultimately, amidst the torrential downpour, the collision of deep purple and white azure unleashed an overwhelming wave of demonic energy, disrupting raindrops within a 10-meter radius, creating a brief, rain-free semicircle. Such is the nature of high society's rules. They are constructed by humanity, each regulation imbued with profound significance. Arthur chose not to eliminate his opponent, but rather to allow him to truly experience the military career he had previously overlooked. The skin of those exquisite legs shimmered with a radiant glow, leading one to believe they belonged to an unparalleled beauty. The 4 individuals appeared to be a family. albeit their expressions bore a tragic quality, as if they were fleeing from something. Xinyang found little enjoyment in remaining there. Those who once scorned him had now transformed into sycophants. Their opportunistic behavior was hard to endure. This contingent of soldiers brought not only additional winter clothing, but also the whale oil and medicine specifically requested by Wang Yi. Now realizing Jiang Luo's significance in his life, he found himself at a loss on how to face Jiang Xinqing. Chapter 39. Today's financial task achieved. After the ceremony concluded, Ziwei gazed at Hong Muten with a smile, which left Hong Muten feeling uneasy, uncertain about the reason behind the princess's laughter. She hastily masked her discomfort with a sycophantic grin. Everything is fine, Su Zifeng waved his hand, signaling for the boisterous pig to cease talking. With several cameras focused on them, crass remarks could tarnish their image. The pressure of public opinion was no trivial matter. He certainly did not wish for the legion of ardent fans of the spicy hot pot to turn their ire towards the boisterous pig. No matter how she refrained from speaking, Jean Xiaoer found herself at a loss, unable to compete with her, nor could she physically confront her. Within the esteemed residence of the Duke of Yuan, apart from utterly losing face, she had no recourse against her. Was it merely a slight edge in skill? Surely it was not as exaggerated as you claim. Xing Yi appeared reluctant to believe. He pressed the horn intermittently, and upon seeing her remain motionless, he applied continuous pressure. This uncle exuded an aura of coolness, reminiscent of a helicopter. He appeared as if he belonged to winter, emanating a chill, unlike his father, who embodied the essence of spring, always greeting others with a smile. It seemed their efforts bore fruit. For today the princess did not wait for the young master to pay his respects. Instead, she took the initiative to deliver a rare medicinal balm, a tribute from the Western Liang Kingdom. With surprising confidence, the child boasted about herself, leaving me momentarily speechless, only able to smile and remain silent. Just as I contemplated speaking further, Yu Mingwei surged into my being. With his fervent impact, the heat almost consumed me, as if I were soaring amidst the clouds. Disoriented about my surroundings, communication through words became impossible, and signals were the only means left. Su Zifeng conveyed a signal indicating they were en route. Your Highness is wise. Pei Zhu was the first to voice his opinion. Yang Zhang was not consulting them. He had already made a decision and merely informed them, urging them to cooperate wisely. Everyone felt perplexed. Those seated in the VIP section were prominent figures. How could Yi Tairang not even recognize the other party, unless they had infiltrated the gathering? If that were the case, this man must possess extraordinary martial prowess and fearless courage against the demonic sect. Under the cover of night, we shall break through. Xieli resolved firmly. Though night battles were perilous, the cloak of darkness would offer them greater safety, provided there were no ambushes ahead. And the pursuers behind would surely be unable to catch up. He was oblivious to the nearly 1,000-year chasm separating them. He believed he had encountered a rare talent and harbored aspirations of imparting his knowledge. However, regrettably, his previous remarks had been too absolute. And now he found it difficult to broach the subject of taking on a disciple again. The drum towers on either side of the stone tablet appeared somewhat tranquil, while within the Tianwang Hall, the golden statue of Methria Buddha radiated benevolence. The group led their horses to the post station and discovered a carriage parked there, indicating that other visitors were perhaps climbing the mountain or seeking blessings. The carriage was splendidly adorned, likely belonging to a wealthy family, though without a marking. It was unclear who would venture out on such a cold day. The thought brought great emotion to Chang Wei and Xiaoa, feeling he was a man of responsibility, exuding a sense of security. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, Gu Xiyan suddenly recalled the unusual occurrences of the evening, halting her steps and glancing back anxiously. Lin Yang found it amusing. Was this fellow overly self-satisfied? However, releasing him might result in countless casualties, and one could only wonder how many innocent lives would be lost at his hands. He must not be allowed to escape. As the sunlight shone upon Long Tiany's departure, the profound number 1 also moved with precision, retreating towards the opposing direction, commencing an encirclement. Upon inquiry, it turned out to be a cramp in her leg. Since her pregnancy progressed, her legs had occasionally cramped. Usually, it was Mama Yu and a few others who provided her massages, but today she had dismissed everyone, allowing him to attend to her personally. The Desert Shield, level 176 Guardian, donned a complete set of the Hell Judgment armor, wielding a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right. He was tall and robust, appearing to be of similar age to me, with a languid expression that suggested he had just awakened. Well, I digress. Today, let us discuss the matters concerning the Heavenly Prison Sect, the elder remarked, smiling at Qi Shui. Task details: eliminate the Swamp Knight rock and obtain his heart, to be delivered to Commander Roger of the Sword Rain Knight Brigade. The task is limited to 5 participants, with a level requirement of 55 and above. After withdrawing all individuals and spirit beasts into her space, Yi Lingxi arranged for the Snow Wolf King and the spirit birds to rest before handing the alchemy pot to Rong Tian. She summoned myriad beasts to join Rong Tian in combating with Zhenfeng and his companions. The scenes of their ultimate defeat played vividly in her mind like a cinematic reel. This kick was delivered with the full might of the cloaked figure, indicating he had no intention of holding back, aiming to directly end Yuexianyang's life. The agreement was reached. Shen Lixing and his group, as previously discussed, left 100 taels of silver for Shi Laonyang. As for their journey, they intended to explore as they traveled. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, her eyes brightening instantly. The corners of her mouth lifted, revealing a cunning smile. Thus, it was evident that the two had quarreled, leading to the earlier signs of struggle I had analyzed. It was not necessarily Yi's doing, but rather he was likely extorting alongside A. Playing the role of an accomplice to F, Longzhen could not bear to witness a person of goodwill being slain for inexplicable reasons before him. At the foot of the mountain, a clear lake shimmered, and upon our arrival, we found Li Yoxiu standing by the water's edge, her expression grave, without a servant in sight. Chapter 40 truly embodies the essence of a mistress. Despite the calm and composed tone, it inexplicably instills a sense of pressure within Yuexian, rendering her momentarily speechless. Whenever she becomes aware of this sensation, she promptly immerses herself in a meticulously prepared pool of cold water to regain her tranquility. Similar to martial arts, soul techniques possess their own hierarchy, categorized from the earthly to the profound, with distinctions of upper, middle, and lower tiers, except for the heavenly level. In this context, although the surface of the Academy City appears unchanged, for those dwelling in the shadows, it resembles a nightmarish existence. Tang Xiao and Apos' wife had passed away many years prior, so the sudden reappearance of someone long departed is indeed unsettling. This demeanor has not gone unnoticed, as many observed that Xianyin casually took her place beside the emperor without the need for formalities, clearly indicating her significance in his eyes. After all, one would feel indignant if their sexual orientation were questioned, wouldn't they? Tang Yi descended the stairs, preparing to drive to the company. Upon reaching the ground floor, she spotted a familiar vehicle from the previous night, leading her to approach it with curiosity, only to find the occupant stepping out. In truth, even without Song Zhanshen's input, Cheng Jingwan had already elucidated her needs and instructions for medication before succumbing to sleep once more. The term cat litter felt like a distant memory for Hian, to the extent that he initially failed to comprehend its significance. After a delay, upon grasping the implication of Chutren's words, Hian's eyes widened in indignation as he puffed up his cheeks. In the open kitchen, Lin Yu busied himself, while Lan Wei observed from a distance. A death waiver had been placed at the entrance, indicating a voluntary entry, irrespective of the outcome. What audacity must one possess to sign such a document? He tucked her in, leaving Coco Meow to keep her company while he descended to prepare porridge himself. The storyboard discussion was initiated by producer Zhou Min, where two directors engaged in a dialogue about the storyboard's intricacies, revealing who truly possessed talent and who merely feigned competence. Xiao Yuan rushed outside, where the torrential rain had ceased, revealing a cerulean sky and a radiant sun, accompanied by a vibrant rainbow. At that moment, Feng Xiaoyu, lying in bed, fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Upon recognizing the gathered figures by her bedside, she was so startled that she rolled off the bed. How could she be here? Just as her thoughts concluded, Feng Shihua's voice reached her ears, drawing Feng Lianxiu's attention immediately. Due to the use of a dormitory number, no one knew which dormitory it represented. Xiao Yuan shook her head defiantly, grasping his hand and rolling up her sleeve to reveal a jade bracelet of a delicate hue, which she then discreetly tucked away. From that point onward, El Hizi ceased to concern himself with such matters, realizing that excessive scrutiny only led him deeper into a distorted abyss. Given his grandfather's advanced age, any missteps would likely result in nothing more than verbal admonishments. Li Lanhua had seen enough news to know that elderly individuals rarely faced imprisonment for their transgressions, so she believed her grandfather and Apos' situation to be manageable. Apologies. He has come looking for me. Upon seeing Gu Xiuqin's assistant approaching, Nong Xiangling immediately concluded they were searching for her. No one anticipated El Hizi's directness, causing the expression of Director Du, who was perusing the list, to shift slightly. Amidst her weight loss endeavors, Qingzhi lamented, "How can one shed pounds when weighing between 170 to 180? He focused intently, as if his thoughts were transported to another realm. Overall, if no significant changes transpired, life would continue to progress in a gradual, stepwise manner. The energy within him had accumulated in his arms, poised to unleash at any moment. With Luo Wei prepared to respond. The more improbable and bizarre, the greater the peril. Listening to Gu Hongming's phone call, Gu Hanxiang sensed an impending crisis. In the deep autumn of Hengshan City, the crisp winds stirred the fallen leaves, heralding the approach of winter's chill. Chunning de Ning Clinic officially opened its doors amidst this autumnal backdrop. Approaching Lingbao, Luo Di circled around, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. Qin Kexia furrowed her brow in confusion, her gaze lingering on a black-and-white vintage photograph that exuded an aura of nostalgia. Han Yunyang observed clearly from the sidelines that this affluent household was beyond her reach. All she could do was convey the truth to Chenghuaner. The pharmacy was indeed bustling with patients. Han Yunyang immediately set to work upon entering, yet her mind lingered on the elderly man's request. After attending to her last patient, she swiftly sought an excuse to leave the pharmacy and visit the Kai Money Exchange. Finding a place to rest, Luo Di settled down without hesitation, while Long Yuan, having slept for many years, felt no desire to do so again. Why so obedient today? He mused, recalling that she had a day off from the hospital. Yin Kai nonchalantly waved his hand in the air, taking a deep breath, watching Luo Di and her companion walk away. Xia Yu felt a sense of relief as he drew out a long black sword from behind him, preparing for a challenge. Yin Shiwan did not immediately present her evidence. Instead, she observed her silently, as if assessing her emotional state and contemplating her thoughts. After a prolonged moment, Yin Shiwan lowered her gaze and retrieved a stack of photographs from her pocket, handing them to Qin Kexia. If someone were to recover while one remained feeble, no matter how many treasures one possessed, they would be rendered inconsequential. Those who tread the path of soul sanctification witness the strengthening of their soul at the earthly immortal level. And upon reaching the heavenly immortal stage, they can manifest countless avatars and ascend. After dinner, she returned to her bedroom, indulging in a refreshing bath and donning a silk sleep robe in a soft shade of green, layered over a delicate camisole. At that moment, He Xiao suddenly dashed over in tears, seeking to embrace Xiao Rui, who swiftly evaded her, causing He Xiao to stumble and collide with the edge of the coffee table. Chapter 41. Is pursuing a career not tempting? You deceiver. You promised to play with me once you finished your business. But I just heard from my brother that you are about to leave. What a liar. Bai Manta exclaimed angrily, feigning a fierce demeanor, though to Bai Shou's ears, it sounded more like a child's pout. It is easy to speak of. Yet Bai Shou could not directly approach and inquire who they were or their purpose for being there, so he had to rely on his keen observation. Liang Guining was also quite remarkable, his military prowess exceptional. If history had not deviated, he would have been promoted to commander during the Northwest Army's participation in the Northern Expedition and before the Central Plains War. He would have ascended to the rank of Army Commander. Indeed, in later times, Liang Guining was recognized as one of the renowned generals in the resistance against Japan, leading a formidable unit known for its valor. Han Yolu's face turned ashen. A single word flashed through his mind: tank. Yet, in the entire Republic, there were only a few tanks under the control of Zhang Zuolin's Fengtian clique. To now encounter dozens was a stroke of misfortune, obliterating his will to resist and engendering a sense of despair. Moreover, like Li Wan and others, she was a fervent admirer of Xia Chu, idolizing her profoundly. Yi Ming carried only a red envelope containing a gift for Su Xing, adhering to the customary standard for attending a wedding, which amounted to 600 yuan, quite a generous sum in Xianlong. After hanging up the phone, Fan Binbin abruptly sprang up from the bed. The weariness that had weighed her down vanished in an instant. She kicked off her high heels and rushed towards the bathroom, seemingly looking forward to AIC's arrival. Among the hundreds of spectators, Jiang Minjing and Park Shanying led their members, waving moon-white glow sticks and chanting in Xinyo's name, fervently raising his support placards. Upon returning to his residence, just as he was about to open the door, Zhao Jiechi burst through, practically leaping into Zhou Ming's embrace. And Xinyu stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothing, and took 2 steps forward, only to pause and glance back at Zheng Jieyin, who was tidying up for him. He coughed twice, saying, "Jieyin, did I not mention? No jumping." Listening intently, he stepped out of the classroom and into a secluded area, leaning against the window, attentive to Judy's words. "Speak. What brings you to the inn? Helian Xuanyu's frigid gaze seemed to pierce through the very soul, instilling a chill in the air. Yes, grandmother, Milan replied reluctantly. Retreating to her room, her resentment festering within her heart. Though one may argue that mere words do not constitute truth, Lu Ming still felt he was overthinking matters. Today marked the first day of classes at Kyoto University, and since Old Master he had granted permission for Qingzhi to attend. He would not hinder her from going to school. Qingzhi arrived punctually for her classes. After all, the gang had several billion gold coins that could not be spent. Remaining stagnant in accounts without yielding interest and transferring them to a bank would incur fees and taxes, making it unworthy. Lan Zi was no novice. She could not overlook this dilemma. Unafraid of risk, she pondered whether the gamble was worth taking. Ding Yi spoke up. I've made my decision. But before she could finish, her wrist was seized tightly by Yi Chuyan, who furrowed her brows in concentration, one hand gripping the table's edge, veins bulging. Of course, these were but tangents. My primary purpose this time is to reveal the truth behind the Feng family's downfall. Dream Fairy elegantly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her beautiful eyes glimmering with insight. Yamamoto Kazuo, too, was injured by a flying knife, 3 of which had embedded themselves into Bai Yueguang's body. If one's thoughts are adrift, then let us clarify where they have run aground. The figure in white stated expressionlessly. Roughly counting, there were around 130 individuals present. Such a multitude of martial experts. Was a martial arts convention being convened? Shui Huai's words shattered the languid atmosphere within the room, even causing Shang Wanwana to instinctively furrow her elegantly arched brows. Shen Yuyu, do you wish to kill me? You lack the capability. Shen Yunxi rose, gently wiping the blood from her lips, her tone icy. Shen Yunxi bit her lip, raindrops coursing down her cheeks mingling with the salty taste of her tears. This time, no one intervened. She bore the pain radiating from her ankle with all her might. Yet her steps remained somewhat unsteady. What do you intend to do? Sure Shilan retreated in fear, her back pressed against a tree, her face paling. She fought for her parents, far away beyond the palace walls, seeking to restore honor to the Ling family and to lift her head high before Su Lianrong for the first time. Yin Ziming was acutely aware that individuals from Baiyun Nation could not intermarry with those from Nanling Nation, especially not a princess with a prince. He believed that even if the emperor wished to protect Ling Yue, it would be impossible. Ma Qingfeng's greatest asset in contending with martial experts was his formidable true essence. Once depleted, his only option would be to flee. This was the dying wish of my master, Tang Lichuan said, turning towards the urn containing Jinjiu's ashes. 2 against 1 was more than sufficient, and thus the final 2 brothers easily captured the old Taoist priest. Su Huan was in a state of anxious agitation, her position on the sofa shifting restlessly as the sound of her clothes brushing against the leather echoed intermittently in the office. Jinjiu laughed heartily, then introduced Tang Lichuan as his acquaintance. However, Shui Yin seemed indifferent to anyone other than Jinjiu, offering no acknowledgement. Paget's heavy fist struck the sand shield, the tremendous rebound nearly fracturing his wrist. Su Huan conversed with her father, discussing various aspects of Su Li's life in Y City. After dinner, her mother pulled her aside, discussing topics not much different from what her father had covered, and she patiently repeated everything. Deng Yuhao gradually retracted his smile, fixing a steely gaze on Zhao Wei, extending his right index finger and gesturing provocatively. Is this beast in rebellion? Chen Kong observed the situation near the base and surmised that Zhao Tangfeng might be overwhelmed, having been pushed to his doorstep by the insurgents. Chapter 42. Universal Infrastructure. However, it is well known that the correct translation of the phrase "you may die" in that island language is not "do not," but rather "do not stop." Whenever this scene crosses Yang Qifeng and Appo's mind, a surge of anger inevitably rises within him, quickly followed by a spirit of determination. The most terrifying thing in the world is to be ignored. Wang Mo is aware that there is a respawn point for a treasure chest near the ancient ruins. However, he finds it hardly worth his time to open an elite-level treasure chest, as it rarely yields anything of value. Sitting idly is equally unappealing. You are. I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before. The priest Weldon gazed at Captain Rollins, seemingly rummaging through the recesses of his mind for a memory long buried in obscurity. The swift Jin Fengyu indeed possesses a significant advantage in speed. Although his strength is insufficient, the arrival of Old Feng has alleviated Gao Feng and Appo's situation to some extent. Zhong Sun Kong, Yang Han, Feng Shun, Zhou Hongji. Ignoring everyone else, the Purple Sun Marquis announced a series of names, all of whom had excelled in the semi-annual assessment. What use is it to ask me? I have no experience. Dong Fangxing remarked. You are responsible for this. You can manage it yourself. Uncertain if they would succeed, Fang Shun felt a sense of unease. Although he had devised a plan and earnestly put it into practice, the outcome remained uncertain. Zhao Mingjiu was drenched in blood, his body marred by wounds. His saber hanging low as blood seeped from his arms, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Surrounding him were fierce Slavs, and in that moment, it felt as if he were the only soul left in the world, solitary against the blazing sky. Now, the Dragon Tree Sisters must transform into weapon spirits. And Yi Ting is still unable to control the demon artifact, making the combat prowess of the Tianma sisters all the more crucial. Not everything can be resolved by Yi Ting and Yang Mei. In the back row of the classroom, Yi Yifan seemed to have gone mad. Shouting as veins bulged on his forehead, his face contorted in a grotesque expression, his words piercing and shrill like a cry. I quietly exhaled, preparing to greet him, but suddenly recalled my mother's words from last night. Perhaps my mother would still see me before she stepped out, and I hesitated to speak. As a soldier, Feng Kuang's tone was filled with fervent resolve, akin to an immovable coastal rock facing the tempest with unwavering courage. His aged form gathering strength as he boldly confronted the advancing throng of 3,000 soldiers. The furniture crafted from shaping power exuded a rugged aura, yet with templates. It transformed entirely. 200 years ago, could it be related to the gathering of the emperors from the Seven Kingdoms? As Yun Yi contemplated this, an ominous premonition emerged in his heart, fear, rarely felt, overwhelming him like a tidal wave, causing sweat to cascade down his once clean forehead. Chu Xiao clenched his teeth, focusing intently as he commanded his flying sword to dart towards a certain sea area. He could not engage in battle. Doing so would only attract more water monkeys, potentially leading to his demise. Chun Sheng spoke uncertainly, noticing that the chili pepper contained traces of spiritual energy swirling within. Is there any way to revert Lianjia back to an ordinary person? Juejing asked, longing to see his old friend return to himself. Yi Sang, how old are you? Pretending to be dead is no laughing matter. He slapped Yi Sang's face, unable to discern her complexion due to her makeup. Rest assured, I will not seek him out again, Qixi coldly stated, perhaps still grappling with unresolved issues in his heart. Gazing at the three vigilant hunters, Tanya let out a chilling laugh, eyeing a dry twig beneath her feet before stamping down hard. Upon hearing the command, Yuner could only begin to force herself to run as instructed by Han Yueqiao. Seeing this, Beitang Yeshuan could not help but reveal a smile, hoping that Yuner would soon tire and voluntarily withdraw. The teacher gently tapped the desk with a teaching stick, instantly silencing the applause. This signaled the prelude to the upcoming discourse. If he, Qinyu, was unwilling to comply, no amount of persuasion would change that. As for threats, that was even more out of the question. It was already commendable that Qinyu did not resort to intimidation. She merely hoped that Aunt Chu could promptly prepare her false identity, allowing her to be free from the burdens of this place. After all, once she became the crown princess, all the arrows of criticism would be directed toward her, leaving the tavern unscathed. Did you come here just to listen to stories? Don't tell me you've been sitting here doing nothing the whole time. Yi Yao genuinely could not comprehend. Lu Zhidao conceded defeat immediately. Although he harbored intentions to slay the fierce elder, he found himself bound by chains and unable to act. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. So he hastily admitted his defeat. Koreum spoke eloquently, yet in reality, the Shiyang tribe was likely the nemesis of the demon race, nurtured by the demon lord as part of a larger scheme. Lu Ci hastily expressed his stance, declaring that this outcome was a foregone conclusion. However, the favor shown by the prime minister was executed with remarkable finesse, leaving him with no choice but to accept. With another swing of her staff, Long Kuei struck down once more, sending Xian Wudao back into the deep pit. Xian Wudao's ribs shattered, blood gushing from his mouth. Had it not been for the demonic energy entering his body, protecting his flesh, he would have succumbed. Long Kuei still had words to say, sparing Xian Wudao's life. Enqua sighed helplessly. Being away from home for so many years, she suddenly felt devoid of purpose. She could only roll up her sleeves and take on the household chores that should have been done by Lu Jiuqing. The figures in black rushed forward. They had yet to catch sight of Bai Yi, their only focus now shifting to their singular target, the only enemy they faced. While Chi Tao sought revenge against Chao Hua, Gucci Luo and Jiao Shao were traveling with the production crew. However, his words to Kai contained a half-truth. For it was not he who would be cooking that night. It seems the Helodians are resolute in their intent to annihilate the Flower Grove tribe's elves. Yet, the more determined they are, the more they instill fear in other tribes, serving as a deterrent to others. From season discussions to player rankings, From campus gossip to love advice, it encompassed all, opening a new world for the emotionless cyborgs. Shangwan Qingwan skipped over to find Amon, exclaiming her uncontainable joy at the prospect of seeing her father once more. She just hoped he would not be as chatty as ever. Chapter 43. I won't look for him. Oh, still shy, are we? Call me Sister Yu, and I shall consider you my younger brother. What's the harm in an elder sister helping her younger brother take a bath? After all, I am 4 or 5 years your senior. The response from the mature woman seemed irrefutable. He started the car and drove towards the Wu family residence, coming to a smooth stop outside the villa's gates. Observing her still closed eyes, he gently exited the vehicle and opened her door, reluctant to awaken her. He bent down, intending to carry her back to his room. But as soon as he touched her, she opened her eyes. Jin Taiyuan, ranked 10th among the world's assassins, hailed from the nation. Possessing extraordinary taekwondo skills alongside ancient martial arts and impeccable marksmanship, his ascent to the top 10 in the assassin realm was no mere coincidence. His formidable strength and the lives claimed by his hand served as undeniable proof. The elf clan had temporarily distanced themselves from danger, and excitement lit up the faces of all its members, signifying that they could enjoy a prolonged period of peace. Thus, they spontaneously organized the celebration. By the way, what brings you back at this hour? In his embrace, Wu Yutong gradually relaxed, recalling that he should still be at work at this hour. She loosened her grip slightly and looked up at him. Among several iron towers, the one in the center loomed the tallest and exuded the most intense aura of menace. With 100,000 disciples gathered before it, could it be that the master was currently within the tower? And I, young masterly, if you wish to drink to excess, we shall accompany you in your revelry. Morong Shui also picked up a bottle of Mao Tai and took a hearty swig. Jian Ming had always been accompanied by his blade, never abandoning it even when submerged in dark waters or hiding amidst straw, completely unclad. Why? Is she so enamored with him? Watching her continue to wash the dishes, he truly wished to understand what it was about Chun Mo that captivated her so deeply. Is it delicious? If you find it to your liking, I shall gladly offer you some more. Huang Fu Yichen stepped forward, a faint smirk gracing his lips as he joined Xinwei and the others. With a sharp command, Zhuang Jian pointed decisively at the ancient divine body, which radiated a sense of destruction, manifesting as a black finger poised to strike. The sunlight had already flooded into the room, making the previous night's events feel like nothing more than a haunting nightmare. Yet, Su Xia vividly recalled the laughter that echoed in that dream, tugging at the very strings of her heart, spreading throughout her limbs and turning her into a mere puppet. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zixiang returned and informed everyone of his lack of findings before setting off towards the base. Though that laughter could no longer dictate her subsequent actions, it had not relinquished its hold on her body. Instead, it grew increasingly piercing, until it felt like a slender thread piercing through her ears and into her mind, inducing a throbbing headache. Within the evil spirit tribe, I cared only for my exceedingly kind mother, my seemingly stern yet deeply affectionate father, and my doting elder grandfathers. Jessie, you are truly humorous. His wit provided a much-needed relief from her earlier tension, allowing her to relax. Seizing the opportunity, I rushed before the ninja, pointing emphatically at his chest before delivering a powerful punch. The boss scoffed. Do you think aiming a gun at him will deter me? He, too, aimed his weapon at the henchman. Taiser saw the sweet smile of Cui Yuaner from the corner of his eye, filling his heart with joy and a touch of pride. Meng Yao uttered her final words through gritted teeth, as the king of hell raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, declaring, there shall be no next time. He recognized his fault and had to tolerate it. Indeed, Shu Qingyu had been preoccupied these past few days devising strategies against Lin Qingxian and had yet to integrate the gold essence into the flying sword. Xiaofeng remarked, while we are defending our homeland, we cannot impose burdens unfairly, nor can we allow those who offer goodwill to suffer losses. What I propose is that any contributions exceeding the stipulated amount be documented, and after the battle, converted into shares for future dividends. The abrupt disappearance of 2 lords from the royal mansion posed a significant challenge for Songlong. Fortunately, the 8th prince remained at the War King's residence to manage the situation and provide cover for Mo Jingxian. Zhang Rang dispatched individuals to issue a decree, due to his merit in suppressing bandits. Fang Hao was promoted to the rank of 3rd-grade deputy general and bestowed the title of Duke of Che for his contributions in combating evil and healing the afflicted. Xiaofeng was promoted to the rank of deputy general and granted the title of Duke of Guan. Taiser, recognized for his assistance, was promoted to 3rd-grade deputy general and awarded the title of Duke of Che. I joyfully approached the old Taoist priest, inquiring where I might find a vehicle back to the city. From the shadowy corner, Yang Yuding slowly emerged, casting a cold glance at Ghost Eagle before transforming his arm into a blade and viciously slashing towards Ghost Eagle's neck. Li Dian encountered a worthy adversary, his excitement surging as he thrust the five-hooked divine silver spear repeatedly. Though his moves were not complex, they possessed immense power. Xiaofeng did not dare underestimate him, countering with his spiritual sword, creating a sensation of two opponents evenly matched. In a brief span of time, they exchanged blows over 20 rounds. Lin Qingxian shook his head in silence, secretly channeling his techniques, which enhanced his hearing tenfold, allowing him to overhear the officer recounting the events at the bun shop. They felt as though they had just emerged from the gates of hell, their bodies devoid of strength. The blue lotus plunged into a sea of blood, erupting with a blinding radiance that stung the eyes of onlookers. Many of lesser cultivation instinctively closed their eyes to alleviate the discomfort. However, to their surprise, Xia Xin did not collapse, nor did Zhang Shui appear intoxicated. After completing her tasks, she urged, "Hurry to see me." Ning Xinxian leapt onto the back of a large bird and soared towards the inner city. Lin Haiyin could hardly believe that her threats had no effect, instead provoking the other party's ire. Yu Chubei embraced him, bursting with joy and a myriad of words to share, having completely forgotten all grievances. With her child and husband at odds, she decisively chose to abandon the former, longing only for him, yearning for him desperately. What? There is another young man? Did Li Zhe not utilize the soul-absorbing powder? The voice of the master, a middle-aged man with an air of authority, resonated with confusion. Chapter 44. We only listened to General Ji. The tip of the falling sword finally grazed the bottom of the lake. Chu Jiangkai halted, lying low in the accumulated silt, quietly sensing the flow of the water, gauging his distance from the spring's eye. He spoke of influence rather than strength. It remains unclear whether Tang Yifan noticed this distinction. Yet, it is certain that Mo Dongwei currently harbors no intentions of collaborating with Tang Yifan. Now, I find myself at a loss for words. Indeed, such extraordinary occurrences cannot be explained by ordinary logic. The melodious voice of the youth reverberated throughout the hall, and upon hearing the voice of his longed-for son, the king of Shang could no longer hold back his tears, which ultimately streamed down his cheeks. The emergence of mysterious energy marked the presence of a micro-rift in the secret realm. In the guard station, detection devices reacted, revealing the location of the rift. The intricately carved railings and towering eaves adorned a floor of solid wood, painted in vibrant crimson, with the ground immaculately clean. Lit candles flickered on either side, casting a perpetual glow. In ancient times, jade was often the material of choice. During its peak, Hitian jade was favored, yet was it really mutton-fat jade? Thoughts raced through my mind regarding the ring. With a bold face, I approached my mother to request some needles and thread, eagerly immersing myself in the art of fishing. After hearing Tong Tong's explanation, Dan Dan leaped up, clutching Xiao Zifeng's neck and wailing dramatically. Simultaneously, as the dish was placed on the table, Xia Ruo beheld a red glow emanating from the mapo tofu, illuminating the entire kitchen in a fiery hue, the red light reflecting the spicy red peppers within the dish. Elder Wu pouted, aware that the Empress considered her exaggerations to be unfounded, thus seeking to confront Kai Xia for clarification. Alona hesitated not, swiftly scanning the entire scene at a speed of 37 Mach, yet found no trace of the Harp Maiden or Yakana. Not a single clue remained. Just moments after a brief pause, the Chu family abruptly reverted the prices to their original state, igniting yet another frenzy of purchases. The recently calmed Shin family's market was once again inundated with a throng of people, forcing the Shin family to shut down the market and cease sales. His words elicited another round of cheers from the crowd, as if the battle had long concluded, and the spoils were already in their possession. The demonists wore scant clothing, and as a normal man, I feared losing control in her proximity. Fortunately, Shin Yun was unconcerned, directly hoisting her over his shoulder. I carried Shin Nong's beloved in Luoya, while he bore the demonists and the god of prophecy, hastily making our escape. However, what Lu Dan remained unaware of was that the greatest danger did not lie with him, but rather with the general's residence where he currently resided. It could be said that they were closer to annihilation than ever since the establishment of the general's residence, or since the Ni family's inception. The fate of the Ni family hung precariously on the will of its patriarch. Chen Ge, you finally showed up. Several reporters have been looking for you today. A security guard informed Chen Lin. Yet, as long as there exists a door, it is certain that some wondrous legends must reside within. Zeet located the village head of Maida, inquiring about any marvelous tales associated with the village. Wang Xiang held considerable animosity towards Jun Shimi. With 8 light guns hovering behind him, he reached out, seizing one. The two disembarked from the vehicle, greeted by a vast expanse of beach, where a large bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating the white sands as if it were midday, casting a lively reflection upon the sea. After a moment, Jing Yin let out a long sigh and spoke first. "I think I will sleep in the guest room tonight." Though he uttered these words, he hesitated to take action. His coarse hand slowly moved along her waist, exhibiting an unsettling tendency. The demoness swayed violently, nearly collapsing, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she struggled against her own discomfort. Ai Qing. Upon witnessing the bloody scene, Zhongqi rushed toward Ai Qing, filled with concern. "This is the Palace of Supreme Goodness, not the Priest Hall." Ruo Bing held the purple sword, poised in a defensive stance. In my recollection, Xiao Lianshan was the epitome of stubbornness, coupled with unwavering integrity, yet I had never seen him exhibit such brutality. His gaze now bore a heavy sense of slaughter, presenting a completely unfamiliar side of him. A resounding crash echoed as the door collapsed. It became evident that Dai Si's power was on an entirely different level from the three of them. Guanyin genuinely sensed this discrepancy as well. "What is this?" Bai Yueguang inquired, observing the pale yellow syringes. Others turned to look as well. Tin Jiahui paused, remaining silent for 2 seconds before reluctantly speaking. "I cannot bear to see Chu Chu in sorrow." He then continued without lingering. In the center of the Lanting Pavilion were several long bamboo benches, designed for reclining and stargazing. It was then that she noticed the pavilion's roof was made of transparent crystal, the stars above shining brightly, far more luminous than they appeared from outside. Surrounding the pavilion were railings and long benches. Thus, she chose a long bench to sit upon, lazily leaning against the railing. Gazing at the magnificent spectacle of the temple, she attempted to stretch her limbs, realizing that Wu Ming had not sealed her divine powers anew. This discovery invigorated her spirit, prompting her to leap from the bed, hastily selecting a long dress before dashing off. Upon her arrival in the world of the divine sealing, everything transformed, leading to a path of reversal, beginning from the primordial era, through the calamities of Long On, the war of sorcerers and demons, the catastrophe of divine sealing, the journey to the west, and eventually to Shushan. What lay ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. Shui Wu comprehended the entire sequence of events, pondering deeply, her gaze reflecting a myriad of emotions. Lu Quan struggled to suppress the chilling sensation gradually rising within his heart, urging his steed to gallop forward. The extreme yin-yang sphere is a treasure forged from a combination of celestial power and certain materials, its potency amplifying with one's realm. At his current level, its might would increase exponentially. "Let them expel me if they wish. It is far better than lacking the fortitude to uphold my dignity," Fang Jieshue remarked with displeasure. It was not difficult to evade them. As long as she slipped out through the back door while the carriage remained parked outside, it would be manageable. Unconsciously, she cast a glance at Chung Fu, who was aware of her identity. He would likely inform Xiao Hanyu, wouldn't he? After the black light struck Tuda, injuring him severely, it did not relent. Instead, it executed a spin and charged at the retreating Tuda once more. The golden cicada goo relished consuming poisonous substances, and upon encountering the black blood, it became exceedingly excited, its green bean-like eyes gleaming with fervor. After casting a delighted glance at Ru Jiao and receiving her nod of approval, it rolled and swiftly burrowed into the Persian man's bloodline. Chapter 45. Let Ji Yin-che bleed a bit. What he did not see was that after his departure, the butterfly lingered in midair, quietly gazing in the direction he had vanished, before finally taking flight after a considerable pause. Erin drove her green SUV, its roar echoing with the wild spirit of yesteryears. Upon entering the hospital room, she found Xiao Yonghui already awake. The moment he saw Jianxi, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. The eerie voice of the demon reverberated in the air, resembling a mocking laugh, yet also evoking a mournful cry. Xiaoman suddenly felt enveloped in darkness, her body on the brink of collapse, and for reasons unknown, memories of the first time she laid eyes on Rong Rong surfaced in her mind. Lu the judge strode forward, bowing repeatedly to Mu Yin, his demeanor exuding an indescribable reverence and flattery. "Your Majesty, no exaggeration here. Your discerning gaze towards my elder brother is truly commendable. Remarkable, indeed," Fan Ling Shu exclaimed, raising her thumb in approval. She was on her way out, knowing that if she didn't bid her domineering brother farewell, he would surely punish her. Being confined at home for half a day would be a mild consequence. But if he were to freeze her bank card, she would find herself destitute. His expression darkened momentarily, then he raised his hand, sending a signal flare soaring into the sky, bursting forth in a brilliant display of light. "I will return it," he declared, lowering his gaze to lean in for a kiss. I swiftly evaded him, but he bore no resentment. His icy kiss landed on my jaw instead. "No need for concern. I have located your sister. We shall head there immediately." As they stepped out, Lin Wu suddenly conceived an idea. Why not have Yun Hai come to the rescue? He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed. I wasted no time equipping myself, realizing that tonight had not been in vain. At the very least, I had acquired a silver belt. Perhaps the final boss might even provide me with a legendary artifact. Though that was highly improbable. If an artifact were to drop now, then Bingyu would be left with nothing. Phew. At last, a flicker of vitality remained. I continued the monotonous and repetitive motions of moving and slashing. He had plotted against her for so long, and finally, she could utilize his ambition to turn the tables and escape the capital, returning to Luoyang. The con artist understood and turned to a corner to fetch 2 empty chairs, sitting down with old Lu. He Xingyang cast a glance my way, but did not pry further. "Let us go. The car is waiting at the entrance. I've already been chased out by the security several times. Each time I sneak back in is a risk." With that, he stepped closer, resting a hand on my shoulder. The voice that emerged was devoid of rage, only pleading. In his eyes, there was no surge of battle intent due to a formidable foe, only the hazy sorrow of impending loss of a companion. Zhao Huan possessed keen hearing. At such close proximity, it was akin to speaking directly to him. However, he could not hear a word of the conversation between Ba and Qingzhi, indicating that this individual was anything but ordinary. By the way, Guopian mentioned that Long Jing had indulged in a rare mushroom, transforming into a person entirely opposite to his nature. Yet this new disposition seemed excessively negative, as though he had acquired an entirely different soul. Have they been beaten to the point of searching for their teeth? This junior sister asked. Shen Kursen chuckled. Shui Ying, the meteorite demon, was yet to be seen by Su Jingmu, who could only recall the most terrifying entities from the ancient ruins, the demons, alongside a blood-colored spirit serpent, equally fearsome. No one voiced complaints or dissatisfaction. This was the world of martial arts, where strength was paramount. The participants in this endeavor were evidently powerful, not only as individuals, but also as families ranking among the prominent hidden clans. Shui Rengao was quite young, yet he held a degree of trust in the elderly Chu, thus instructing someone to bring Yu Li in for personal untie and gentle persuasion. However, under no circumstances could the city walls be forsaken. If the Liao army were to seize complete control of the walls, they would utilize their height advantage to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows upon the city, rendering even divine beings incapable of defending the southern gate. Indeed, to put it plainly, we were mere slaves to the elite, laboring tirelessly with little reward, all while paying monthly taxes. Gu Changxing expressed his outrage. Zhang Hanru divided his troops into 3 routes, but unexpectedly, all 3 were surrounded, each point under the absolute dominance of the grain cult, leaving him feeling as if he were surrounded by enemies lurking in the shadows. Cheng Qingrong's expression fell upon Cheng Yi, his mouth parted as if to speak, yet the words remained unuttered. Namo Dai nodded, despite being an ancient fierce beast. He was only 1 rank below, and he believed he would be regarded favorably. As the absolute confidant of Xie Tianxian, Xie Quan was well aware of his master's thoughts. Thus he ventured a suggestion, hoping to counsel Luogang to temper his brilliance. Once composed, Jiang Lin settled beside Shen Yifeng, observing his sharply defined profile. His eyes were cast down, seemingly lost in thought. Lung Yishou's concerns were valid. Wagering a child's health and an adult's life for a mere probability was certainly unwise. As for why they did not simply rent an ox cart to return, that was an oversight on Yi Man's part. She had not considered that option at all. Qingzhi, do you always enjoy abandoning tasks midway? Do you realize how much I have invested in this television series? Do you understand the daily expenses incurred by the crew? Gu Xingzi commenced. Song Xingchen was not surprised by the remark. In this era, for those with power and wealth, a life was merely a fleeting phrase. Lin Yuxing swallowed hard, his heart racing. He had thought all hope was lost, yet in that moment, hope for life unexpectedly surged within him. Seeing that Yan Hao had settled down, the man emerged from the back seat, proceeded to the trunk, and retrieved a medical kit. Returning promptly. Chapter 46. Vulnerable, the figure gradually emerged from the dim corner, each step deliberate and measured. Yao's gaze was drawn to his dark, satin boots, and her heart raced with alarm. A fleeting image of the old man singing moments before surfaced in her mind, recalling the shoes he wore. It cannot be. It cannot be, she reassured herself internally. Did he not save Wasu? At that moment, a sword radiating a purple light descended from the sky, striking the ground before the flying heaven palace with a resounding clang, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Liang Su lay motionless on the arena floor, his bones shattered in numerous places, unconscious and leaving the audience in shock. The underground boxing arena of the Lin family was situated beneath a hotel, accessible only to the powerful and wealthy of Longzhou. The stakes of these fights were life and death. Contestants could only claim victory by slaying their opponents. Yuan Hong promptly disclosed the location of Yuan Yushi's confinement within the palace's underground chambers to Lin Fei, who swiftly set off for that very place, followed closely by Qiu Qiming. Below, the green-skinned spectators, witnessing the ancestral deity's appearance, erupted into cheers, only to be struck dumb by the unfolding scene, rendered motionless. Hua Yuan understood Gao Deng's intentions. Eliminating Song Tianquan would render Zhong Tianxin fearless in his approach. It was a moment to fight, and without further contemplation, he charged forward with his sword drawn. Li Hong adeptly evaded the first strike but could not escape the second, which pierced his left arm. Ignoring the pain, he vanished from sight in an instant, as if his feet were greased. Uncle Fu, please keep an eye on her. I'm going out to buy her some snacks. Li Feifei instructed Fu Bo. The revelry continued until the early hours, with Qin Feng distributing 2 jars of imperial wine. He then poured the remainder into a large water tank, adding water to emulate the ancient custom of drinking with soldiers, stirring profound emotions among the Red Band Army's officers. Countless individuals resolved to follow their commander to the death, a commitment Qin Feng had not anticipated. Conversely, if Han Shilu were to part ways with Xiao Monkui, it was uncertain whether he would develop feelings for her. Reflecting on this, he concluded that revealing such thoughts would yield nothing but harm with no benefit. The celestial emperors of the alliance bellowed commands. Their side was already suffering heavy casualties, and should the enemy retreat as a ruse, no celestial emperor dared to pursue. Follow me, the monarch spoke indifferently, and suddenly the scenery around them shifted, leaving Chuchen in a peculiar space surrounded by an endless black sea. The islands vanished from sight. Chuling Tian, having mastered the essence of creation, forged his own path in the sword. An immensely terrifying path of destruction where the sword resided in his heart, and his heart mirrored the sword, capable of annihilating all in existence. Once upon a time, did old do not speak to him in such a harsh, almost interrogative manner? After countless attempts at rest, Meng Yanshan finally located the residence of the leader of the Fishmouth tribe. This courtyard was larger than others, yet when compared to the houses of the Moon Continent, it resembled a beggar's dwelling, surprising for a tribal leader's abode. An invisible aura radiated from Yuan Mu, spreading outward and stirring a wave of energy at the entrance of the dust-laden hall. Concurrently, he swung his right fist, colliding with his opponent's fingertip. "Ah, I drink. Yet I refuse to yield. What can you do to me?" Bin Fu declared defiantly, tilting his face skyward and snorting with contempt. The demonic warrior attempted to retort but was silenced by an elder beside him, who conveyed a warning through secretive whispers, instilling a profound fear that rendered him mute. Regardless of his status as the Golden Crow's first prince, he was not someone to provoke. In a corner of Gutan Park, Go Rishin vigilantly surveyed his surroundings before darting across the road and into the thicket. In the garden's protected area, a cacophony of anguished cries sent chills down his spine, recalling the green-faced specter he had abandoned, prompting him to return. Moments later, verbal confrontations were inevitable, and the old lady would not take pleasure in witnessing such events. The voice was resonant and clear, positioned at the heart of the encirclement. Han Xiaobao recognized the familiar voice of his elder brother from Zuan. Xiao Ming lay helplessly on the ground, gazing up at the towering trees above, their interwoven dark green branches forming a foreboding canopy that weighed heavily on his spirit. Injured and weary, Go Rishin found himself resting against Xiao Ming's shoulder, unknowingly drifting into a light slumber. Li's mother vented her frustrations, prompting an immediate discontent from Du's mother. Tang Fengqing quickly intervened, restraining Du's mother, who was ready to confront the situation. Hu Lijian rode swiftly on horseback, gripping the reins tightly as he urged his steed forward. The massive hooves trampled over the fleeing white figure, whom he disregarded entirely, his gaze locked onto a middle-aged man fleeing ahead of him. The iron chains binding his feet were icy and numbing, rendering one of his legs nearly unresponsive. He struggled with his other leg but could not free himself. The pain coursing through Go Rishin ignited his fury. Using the county's archers and local soldiers as a foundation, they meticulously searched the inns and households within the county, while the clerks led the way with the imperial troops summoned from the province, ensuring the county office was secured to deter the western bandits. Chapter 47. 500 million received. Although Jiaxing Media has signed artists like Suzhin, to date, Suzhin remains their sole contractee. And there are no plans to sign additional artists. Brother, how long have we been under closed management? You still return home together. It's your own choice to stay out, which is why we Haven T crossed paths, Liang Xiao said helplessly. The 5 system zombies are truly unprecedented, while formidable. Li Bin is no pushover. After battling for 3 consecutive days and nights against the 5 system zombies and the elite supernatural beings cultivated by TR Company, Li Bin ultimately succumbed during a torrential downpour one fateful night. Is that peanut butter you're holding? Perfect, just hand it over. I'm too lazy to look for it, he remarked, noticing the server holding a jar of the unmistakable spread. Reflecting on 5 years past, when he was merely 12, he was naive, unaware of the profound truths that lay ahead. At his words, the cloaked figure hesitated, silent, nearly flicking the blade tip before forcing the spiritual core into my body. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, as her son had said. She had weathered many storms and could not afford to act impulsively. The unicorn's defensive capabilities and charging attacks were significantly high. She had cleverly exploited the breach in its defenses created by Shui Wu to inject the icy power, only to have it detonate, obliterating half of the unicorn's body. These enigmas would perplex Elon, yet they would also enlighten her, though the current Elon was unable to grasp their significance. However, specialized hidden weapons necessitate unique methods of utilization. Otherwise, the same weapon in the hands of a novice would manifest vastly different powers compared to an expert's. When Xiaojin spoke these words, he exuded an undeniable authority, causing the starry-eyed Xinxingyue to feel a profound warmth in her heart. In my youth, I lacked your prowess. I was merely old Luo's assistant, oblivious to many core research aspects. Lin Bin lamented, his expression filled with sorrow. If he truly knew how to develop a cure for hepatitis C, he would not have been left hanging by Qin Shilong for so long. The courtyard was spacious and tranquil, adorned with a simple elegance. She had never been here. Perhaps the one who rescued her was a stranger. Could it be that someone intended to pay for his sword? Was this person slightly unhinged? He had always been the one to use money to belittle others. This was the first occasion in his life he found himself insulted with currency. Qin Anshuan observed the tears swirling in Su Luo's eyes, and his heart softened momentarily. He sighed, rose, and approached her. As for Yuan Chong, why did he wish to silence Lai Yanjun? What was it he wanted to keep from me? Although the servants in the room kept a close watch on Su Xinwei, she believed that with diligence, an opportunity to leave would arise. Not wishing to continue this tedious discussion, she found the residence and its occupants unappealing, and she lifted her skirt, preparing to depart, sensing Wen Ruodong's intent to follow. Having said this, Sheng Tian removed his wristwatch, fearful that any noise might disturb those above. All right, since the elder has commanded, I shall go all out. The red-clad Taoist had no choice but to grit his teeth, brandishing his sword, and leaped from the barrier, charging towards Zhang Tinci. No one expected that this comedic performance would indeed attract foreign spectators, and even more astonishing was his Xiangdong's ability to captivate these foreign audiences. He was truly remarkable. As the pure white, azure-eyed, golden-scaled spirit gracefully approached Mingyu, she sat cross-legged, her delicate hand unexpectedly holding a jade flute, which she brought to her lips and began to play. While Jiang Ning rested and caught his breath, the knife-wielding man refrained from attacking as before, instead fixating his gaze intently upon him. Xiaoqi Tian had never encountered a true dragon or phoenix, and he could not ascertain whether such beings truly existed in this world. Jiang Xiaoxue glanced around the room, but showed no intention of accepting the offer, pondering. Were they trying to curry favor with her? The following morning, the master and disciple prepared a simple bowl of boiled noodles for breakfast, consuming a little before heading to the club, where the theater remained closed in the morning. Chun's mother, displeased, pinched Chin's father's waist, prompting him to cease his laughter, looking at her in surprise. She shot him a furious glare, and he immediately yielded, lowering his head in silence. Crafting such items was his forte. When the opportunity arose to showcase his skills, he intended to do so with great flair. Just as he prepared to boast, Jiang Xiaoxue interrupted him. They dared not harbor hatred for the mysterious powerhouse, for the latter's strength was overwhelmingly terrifying, instilling a deep-seated fear within them. Even a century later, they would remain unworthy adversaries for that enigmatic figure. Let us enter and converse. Zeus led Poseidon as if this were his own abode. Sinyoan's arrival undoubtedly added a touch of levity to the somber atmosphere in the hospital room. I was forcefully kicked away, my lower back crashing against the coffee table, leaving me numb within mere seconds. Chapter 48. May I accompany you in your endeavors? After all, it is a rare opportunity to collaborate with the general player base. Such a favorable moment should not be squandered. With that, Eileen extended her right hand, and to her astonishment, the wound that had been dripping blood moments ago had vanished without a trace. What? Malfurion was struck with disbelief. The rock layer above the City of Darkness, fortified by millennia of magic, was as resilient as steel. If the black dragons could penetrate this layer, they would surely be left utterly exhausted, making any attempt to breach the city futile. Had the black dragons gone mad? Eileen's arrogance was palpable, yet Ming Fei held no doubts regarding her assertions. In the face of overwhelming power that eclipsed all, any strategic maneuvering seemed utterly absurd. But where did Eileen's premonition stem from? To be honest, the pure Yang Great Array's radiant Yang True Fire Mirror being manipulated by Chao Rong was an utter waste. This indiscriminate illumination was merely a rudimentary application against a multitude of ordinary individuals, and its potency was correspondingly minimal. Upon hearing this, Su Wei meticulously bandaged Longshan's wounds. In no time, she had completed her task, yet merely a minute later, the white bandages were again soaked with blood. Zhang Hu glanced at the crimson-stained bandages and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. A heavy silence enveloped the two, while the clamor outside the thatched cottage grew louder. The uninformed werewolves, displeased by the lack of ale, were vociferously complaining. Wutong found it hard to believe that there weren't werewolf leaders among them, subtly inciting discontent under the sorcerer's and chief's instructions. Should we address the matter of how to continue our schooling in the future? Lei Mingxian spoke up. She had always been a woman of her word, but now she regretted acquiescing to my request, as she could not simply turn a blind eye to my circumstances. Nonetheless, it is pressure that drives ambition, and Li Min thrived under pressure, becoming even more tenacious. Observing that lightning could not instantly obliterate Bao Dao Yi, he felt a stirring in his heart, recognizing the unmistakable effect of Bao Dao Yi's resonance energy. The two carried trays, each adorned with 3 green porcelain jars, seemingly destined for Mo Yan's quarters. Initially reluctant to relinquish her grip, Feng Wu ultimately yielded to Fei Wen's lead, cheerfully engaging in conversation while maintaining a serene smile, occasionally responding with soft affirmations. One could easily imagine the explosive news spreading like wildfire within Jinghua University and subsequently throughout Jinghua City, Yinhuang, and even across the globe. The ancestral grounds of the divine race were shrouded in mystery, enveloped in chaotic energies, with various ancient chaotic caverns manifesting in a myriad of forms, inscrutable and elusive. A tempestuous aura surrounded him, accompanied by earth-shattering roars. In that instant, the firefly's spirit shattered, as if paralyzed by fear. Without a moment's pause, it instinctively ignited the fiery energy contained within its being. Meanwhile, others observed that its aura could rival that of Qina. And Gu Ye's composure garnered the recognition of the onlookers, especially those seated at the champion's table. Clearly, it had forgotten Gu Ye's capabilities, harboring deep resentment. Yet, this very animosity forged an unbreakable bond between Liolu and Gu Ye. Ultimately, in a fit of rage, Liolu evolved, his brilliance thwarting the attack of the great tooth shark. In the lake, fish and shrimp leaped from the water, fleeing the tumultuous movements of the dragon tortoise, only to meet their demise, overwhelmed by its formidable presence. Wanshan and Apos, as fervent gaze pierced the depths, sensing the source of an impending surge. Could it be the manifestation of a treasured artifact? Subsequently, countless figures ascended from the core of the Azure Island, cascading like a meteor shower toward this direction. They halted in the void, aligning with the forces of the Red Moon Pirate Group. Are you all right? His concerned gaze locked onto hers, evoking an otherworldly sensation within her. In that moment, she resolved to never betray the trust reflected in his eyes. Either Long Jiao is encased within a human statue, or he resides within a golden coffin. Jin Sai stated solemnly. A ruler forged through an abundance of resources, in terms of cultivation and combat prowess, was but a shadow of a true king. Merely marginally stronger than one at the 9th level of transformation. Is that so? Yi Qingshuang pressed, her gaze unwavering, seeking to penetrate his innermost thoughts. The dragon's might engulfed the heavens, as the golden dragon roared, its power unmatched, flooding the sky with golden energy. Qin Ming chuckled bitterly, surveying his surroundings, where lush trees and the chorus of insects painted a desolate tableau. Given Lin Zihan and Apos' capabilities, achieving this feat was hardly a challenge. It was not far removed from the simplicity of eating or drinking. Qin, whose lineage traced back to one of the 4 dukes and 28 marquises of the Great Yu dynasty. 3 months prior, his father passed away, and Qin, who inherited the title, becoming the new champion marquis. Luo Xian cradled his head, kissing his face, tears salty and piercing her heart. Did you not say that upon failing the trial, I would perish and vanish from this world? I stated calmly. His thoughts were straightforward. Even if he could not acquire valuable treasures, he could still eliminate some adversarial adventurers. Those who could access this island undoubtedly possessed numerous valuable items. However, in Chu Tianyu's world, Ming-Su could not fathom that many matters were not as simple as they appeared. Ming-Su's smile was merely a reflection of his own arrogance. Chapter 49. Do you trust my instincts? Previously, Li Xiaoqin had considered asking Ruan to investigate, but she firmly stated that they would not meddle in the black market or the dark web. The third generation of ghosts left a ring of wounds on his arm, akin to the aftermath of a surgical procedure, fortunately only piercing through the flesh without damaging the tendons or bones. Fate is an elusive concept. It exists for those who believe and vanishes for those who do not. However, in the realm of cultivation, many aspects are predestined. Most individuals do not believe in fate, yet they remain ensnared by its grasp. Yunshu was unhurried. If she could secure more resources for cultivation within the bounds of possibility, then she would allow them to flounder. In the class of Aedizu, the situation was markedly different. If he dared to declare something, he would certainly act on it, and the potential for expelling a student was indeed plausible. Before the situation completely unraveled, a surge of power from the fruit of fusion flowed from Barrett's feet, restoring the shattered platform to its former state. After much contemplation, he could no longer suppress himself and feign consciousness, gradually opening his eyes. Even though those rogue cultivators possessed little, they still presented a portion of their precious belongings in such an occasion. As Gao Kerson's voice trailed off, Xiang Yibai and Li Qichen exchanged glances, both understanding that Gao Kerson was attempting to sow discord. In conclusion, Yao Bo seemed to be imploring Lu Dan not to wager the health of old Master Yi any longer. Su Qin, aware of the disdain the eighth concubine held for her, silently played the role of the diligent maid, while the eighth prince remained oblivious to her influence, finding the offerings more to his liking. Today, an unusual phenomenon occurred at the great soul arena of Tiando, where a throng of soul masters surged toward the competition platform representing the 30-level soul sovereign battlefield. On the side of the moon god battle team, they noticed Akali alone, seemingly preparing to eliminate her first. Mithraia's gaze was fixed on the screen, leaving no room for respite. In this round, both sides were fervently clashing, and within just over 10 minutes, 6 kills had been recorded as a result of ganks, marking the second wave of team battles. With a sudden shift, Zhao Qiangle fell from horseback, clutching Ying Chang'an, who stared vacantly at Zhao beneath him. While the man grimaced slightly in discomfort, his slender phoenix eyes shimmering with a hint of crimson, Xiaomin secretly exhaled in relief, followed by a touch of embarrassment. Yiba was hers. How could she doubt him? The Rakshasa god could no longer conceal his astonishment. His hoarse voice quivered upon witnessing the purple apparition, nearly leading him to transformation. Yet, true power capable of shaking the world arises only from chaos and the suffering of the populace. Suddenly, a chill coursed through his hand, and upon lifting it, he found a flurry of snowflakes. Unbeknownst to him, heavy snow had begun to fall from the sky. The courtiers endeavored to diminish their presence, including Mo Lizzie, who dared not even breathe. It was over. Their king was enraged. This marked the conclusion of the life of Carlo Munoz Jean Idrian, and simultaneously, the inception of Carlo Munoz Franda, the Black Rose's bishop. It is better this way, otherwise he would have continued to trouble us, Li Xiao sighed. Who winning you? Observing fellow players in a similar predicament, felt a pang of compassion. Just as she prepared to speak, an incongruous voice broke the silence. The room was bright and airy, with a pot of hanging orchids on the desk, exuding a verdant aura. Zhao Li quickly bowed, assuring, "My lord, please rest assured. We shall diligently supervise and devise a plan." Lu Ho was indeed generous, and when he promised a reward, it would be substantial. "You need not worry. We will arrange everything for you. Take the money, and someone will escort you home. Remember, do not mention my words to anyone, for you know the consequences." The individual placed a handgun on the table. The law body inhaled deeply, drawing in endless dark clouds and lightning, transforming him into a demonic figure. His blood-red eyes fixed on Shenlong Xian. Meanwhile, outside, various factions were embroiled in chaos. Zhou Yang noticed that no one seemed to pay attention and, with a subtle mental tug, the freshly landed red crystal morphed into a streak of crimson light, flying into his palm. As he spoke, several mottled spikes lunged toward him, exploiting the gap left by Lawrence's swing, rendering him utterly defenseless. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. The demonic cult merely served as a front. Those major sects were all cunning, having fostered the most promising factions to establish the Dayan dynasty. Someone shook their head. Both Snader and Cambiasso joined in. And even center-back Lucio was eager to showcase his prowess as a defender. His 9 eyes glared menacingly at Lu Xian, a colossal head roaring forth, its gaping maw lunging toward him. Nuo Lan exhaled in relief, then plaintively remarked, "If you do not send her away, then she must remain. You may take both sisters." While speaking, she wiped the corners of her eyes, though no tears were present. Just as Nuo Lan was about to rise, I embraced her, fearful that if I released her, she would vanish from my grasp. She understood the world's cruelty and was aware that many fell victim to forced demolitions. Yet such actions only arose when negotiations faltered. In the abode of humanity, under Lilith's encouragement, Alicia hesitated for a long moment before finally mustering the resolve to step outside. Minutes later, she returned, her face filled with disappointment. The individuals listening to Gu Qin's words paid no heed to him, instead scanning their surroundings. This lack of sight regarding the monarch's presence caused their brows to furrow slightly. It was no wonder that both the Shifang sect and the Yinshan sect designated this place as the greatest forbidden zone, prohibiting anyone from approaching within 1,000 meters. Not even core disciples like Hongda Chapter 50. Please keep away from my lady after a considerable time. It seemed that even the bat spirit found the standoff rather dull and turned, slinking away towards the distant crocodile spirit, although he had reached the mid-stage of concentration. Bai Yueguang had yet to commence her cultivation, and in terms of strength, the monkey only slightly surpassed her. Had it not been for his recent breakthrough, he would have likely been unable to withstand her strike. Hua Zijiang harbored a deep disdain for the bankers who thrived on the state's monopoly. Yet oftentimes he found himself begrudgingly engaging in pretense with them, for without their support, the development of Yanghe County would have been improbable. In essence, there was no need for Li Ming to personally hunt. Merely implementing the plans would naturally result in the delivery of various mutated beasts. A whirlwind of sand and dust clouded Su Zhang's vision, providing the night owl an opportunity to produce 3 penetrating needles, glistening coldly as he shot them towards the obscured area behind the sand. Simultaneously, he moved in sync with his concealed weapons, his hands transforming into claw-like extensions as he lunged towards the sandy veil. However, upon hearing the reason from Kana, he felt compelled to offer her an explanation. Director Chen initially intended to intervene but hesitated, curious about the unfolding situation, while also feeling it inappropriate for Chao Xianye to simply depart without acknowledging him as the director. The aftermath of the battle continued, enveloping the entire army in a somber atmosphere, with most still grappling to comprehend the events that had transpired. Moreover, 2 sharp red horns had sprouted from his head, radiating a tumultuous aura of magic. Ten wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and remarked, "It's nothing. Just a bit stifling here." He touched his chest with his hand. Loli picked up a torch, scrutinizing Tan, noticing a prominent dark bruise on his back. Gently, she prodded it, causing Tan to grunt in response. Upon entering the living room, Xueqing invited Xingqiu to sit. Xingqiu caressed the broad seat, feeling its warm, smooth texture, intricately carved to lifelike perfection. Zidian Tiandao commanded sharply, and at that moment, 4 cultivators simultaneously appeared beside him, seizing various parts of his body and forcefully pulling him outward. Hoxia ceased her tears, nodding resolutely. "I want to take you with me, nor will I return. I'll head back after the sacrificial rites. For now, I remain in the central region." With her burdens lifted, Hongxia felt elated, perceiving everything in a favorable light. As Xia pressed the blade inward, Liangzi felt a jolt of paralysis coursing through him, akin to an electric shock, rendering him immobile with fear of having his throat slit by her carelessness. "What can I do? I am but an ordinary mortal." Lu Shuang, upon hearing this, felt no joy but rather confusion. Mo held Zhou Meiqing tightly, yearning to merge her essence with his own, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of guilt. Though his influence seemed minimal, the energy condensed over countless years was invaluable to him now, while the gathering pearl held great significance for his family. The speed of recovery was not particularly slow, yet time was running short for Li Yi. Yining would not afford him much opportunity to mend his injuries. Contemplating this, Mo smiled broadly and invoked the neon lock, yanking down the alchemical furnace. However, the furnace was somewhat hot, and he hesitated to simply toss it into his bag, uncertain of its stability. Suddenly inspired, he decided to cool the furnace using his ice domain. Negongyu gazed at Xiaofei with a bright smile. Noting her attire, a pure white dress, her raven hair loosely styled, adorned only with a single white flower, exuding an unblemished simplicity. If she truly had taken that blow for him, condemning herself to darkness henceforth. What should he do? He could not bear to witness her peril. Yet she was so resistant to the hospital. How could he ensure she received timely treatment? Xia Yi had awakened, weakly propped against the hospital bed. Her exquisitely defined features pallid and devoid of color. We strained our ears, listening intently, and soon discerned the metallic scraping against the floor in the silent hall. As if something were being dragged along. After a prolonged moment, we realized the sound emanated from the hall's fire escape. Mu Feng and the others exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging their mutual purpose for visiting the tomb. Zheng Fan packed more clothing and silver into a backpack, pipe in mouth, embarking towards the oasis in the far desert. The frozen corpse insect lay on its back, less than 10 meters away, its frost nearly melted away, revealing those eye-like blood-sucking seed tendrils writhing, an unsettling sight indeed. Upon hearing this assertion, Belle hurried to find Yutong, who soon rushed to my side. Together we gazed into the distance at the figures moving about. Seeing Yingzheng's relentless vomiting made my heart ache for him. That unfortunate child, touched by such a hand, would surely face nightmares every night henceforth. Su Man covered her ears, unwilling to hear more. She desperately sought to escape the memories of the past, the emotions once shared. Tang Luoluo, filled with indignation, continued to scrutinize the gathering. Gu Jin's gaze flickered as she briefly recounted her year in America, a reality far more arduous than her words conveyed. When he finally identified these discrepancies, witnessing He Lingyu flailing her arms animatedly, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Gu Qi, the unfortunate soul, always found himself captured the moment he stepped outside, even though Mu Nanshu had dealt with the factions in both the domestic and European spheres. One could not guarantee that a few lunatics wouldn't surface, reminiscent of that previous duo. Before enlisting, Lei Ting had consumed gene pharmaceuticals, achieving a godlike status, surpassing the strength he had exhibited during summer. Li Ting was utterly bewildered. What had she done? Yet now was not the time to ponder. He had shed his garments and turned on the shower. Indeed, they had encountered a rustic girl oblivious to value, thus benefiting from her ignorance. Su Yuanfang was taken aback, lifting his shoe sole to inspect it. Having just walked within a couple of meters of the French fries, he discovered 2 flattened insect corpses adhered to his sole. Yet, the fries remained undisturbed, devoid of any crawling insects. Chapter 51. No longer need to feel sad. I once believed that the ethos of the lone hunter was a relic of our forebears. As Jia Xiao stepped over a fragment of a dilapidated wall, the landscape revealed that most structures had been reduced to knee-high remnants, with a few stone beams and columns still standing, making them all the more conspicuous. This was the essence of the 9 Dragons' supreme fist, embodying supreme hardness and masculinity. Its might unparalleled. Mastering it to its pinnacle could shatter the void with a single blow, traversing the myriad realms with ease. The wound on his left arm still smoldered with flames, which, despite burning for so long, showed no signs of abating. Instead, it flared ever more fiercely. Wei Shang continued to wield the golden shield, yet the relentless onslaught of the 4th round's lightning caused it to crumble. However, this time, the ping-pong ball struck Wei Shang's racket without dislodging it, merely pausing before descending. Although the Heavenly King Li had 200,000 celestial troops at his disposal, in true comparison, the might of the 3rd Prince Neza, the 2nd Prince Erlang Shenyang Jian, and the dragon subduing Arhut eclipsed that of the celestial legions. The real battle of Jile Mountain was fought among the elite, witnessing the trio's most formidable strike fail to inflict even the slightest damage upon the grand formation. A flicker of trepidation crossed their eyes. Just as the words left their lips, a luminous screen abruptly opened to the left of Ku Huan, revealing a corridor constructed of grayish-blue stone bricks. Observing Su Xian, in his mortal form, commanding the 2 celestial beings and numerous earth immortals, they felt an uncanny sense of unreality, as if trapped in a dream, a scene that could only exist in slumber. The words of Jin Bai Yi echoed those spoken upon his initial arrival, deepening Niu Ling's confusion about the old man's true intentions. This marked the 2nd occasion Shen Siyu had made such a statement. During the first, Yinshin suspected Shen Siyu was merely attempting to entice him. Yet, upon her 2nd utterance, he sensed something amiss, for this was not characteristic of Shen Siyu. Shen Wuba, is this truly your plan? Wu Dagang inquired, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his gaze. Yawning, Chi Hao appeared languid, a smile gracing his face, his demeanor undeniably charming. As the black lines writhed, the gray butterfly seemed to endure immense suffering, struggling valiantly. The ancestral figure of Jing Guo, closely linked to the butterfly, felt its anguish, and his expression grew complex. Though he remained silent, in conversing with the slaves, the group discovered yet another distinct new world. This maritime expanse, altered by a cosmic reorganization, gave rise to practitioners of varying levels and cultivation methods, predominantly two paths, one advancing through the cultivation of divine demon pills, the other through unique inherited abilities. Jiang Bo, eavesdropping from behind, felt a stir within. What a coincidence. They are indeed disciples of the Wuyan sect, he mused. Wang Haoran finally grasped the situation, rushing to seize the phone from Qi Hao and Appo's hand, but his efforts were in vain. The status of Wu Xiangtao required no elaboration as a key expert and senior scholar. His night shifts rendered it nearly impossible for him to return to the hospital after hours, let alone in such a tense state. To put it plainly, Chen Lin was a cautionary tale of a student entirely different from Dong Yu. There was nothing more to discuss. A chill flickered in Wang Yongqing's eyes as he recalled hearing of Jiang Ani's favor with the emperor. If Jiang Ani were to petition in the capital, the matter could very well take unexpected turns. This individual must not be allowed to remain. He turned to Li and Ma, signaling them with a glance. This was a candid observation. Should the method falter, what if the subject were left in a vegetative state? Regret would surely follow. Luo Yixuan furrowed her brow, sensing ill intentions and some gazes among the crowd. She pondered, could there have been a misstep during this performance? Chief Mu, how long until the construction of this space is complete? Helian Dua asked eagerly, gazing at the gradually emerging structures. Kaya shyly waved at the flame monarch, rendering him momentarily hesitant to confront his adversary. With so many enhancement spells at play, even in the depths of the sea, the flame monarch felt confident he could eliminate the few insignificant foes within 5 seconds. Outside the water cauldron, after a fruitless assault by the 3 demon kings, the Black Demon King paused, contemplating in silence. Wang Yi struggled to comprehend. The wall was not merely sturdy, but it seemed someone had orchestrated the entire maze into a formidable formation. A direct assault would be akin to confronting the labyrinth itself. The scenery was breathtaking, the atmosphere charged with emotion, yet amidst this poignant ambience, Mi Duo reflected. Moments ago, she had been addressed as sister, and now, assuredly, she was called Duo again. Was this truly the realm of children? Before Lu Qingyu could emerge from his profound shock, a vast and pure energy began to erupt from the depths of the blood crystal, akin to molten lava erupting from a volcano. Surging rapidly through the crystal's veins towards his body, the plan to retreat received the consensus of most leaders, with only the one-eyed Dragon York and the ecclesiastical faction still resisting. The Dragon Knight Brigade must withdraw. Without the Green Dragon, Commander Daxtu would certainly face consequences, though the outcome remained uncertain. Very well, everyone, let us prepare and take a moment to relax, Luo Peng declared before stepping into an adjacent chamber. Loneliness creased the corners of her mouth as she stood, her tall figure unwavering behind her. Chapter 52. Concealing the birth of a child, he regarded the arrival of Shan Yutong, who came to rescue him, as an adversary. Just as Shan Yutong was about to assist he bared his sharp teeth and bit down on her arm. The restaurant's private room was lavishly decorated, and the dishes were delectable, yet the ambience remained tepid. Silence. The Beast Emperor's expression was exceedingly grim, akin to having ingested a dead fly. She certainly remembered that during the midterm exams, Zhang Xinqing first ingratiated himself by joining her team, only to later abandon them in the face of danger. Rushing to the aid of Ningguang squat. As the dark winds enveloped him, he was elevated to the same height as Jun Luo, with a flick of his palm. A skull staff adorned with faces appeared in his grasp. A crisp sound resonated as the cursed door split open, emitting a golden-white radiance that gradually transformed into swirling ashes. Suddenly thrusting into the ground, 3 streaks of golden lightning flashed successively, and 3 golden halos burst forth, radiating outward from the trio and Appo's bodies. After Yi Wuyo departed, the medicine fairy reverted to her previous demeanor, and Yin Hong finally revived. Indeed, this was the ethereal medicine fairy from before. Lin Yu lay motionless like a dead fish. Wei Jinan moved closer and pulled him onto his shoulder. Lin Yu leaned against him and drained most of a cup in one go, regaining a semblance of vigor. Faced with such circumstances, Ji Hai immediately contemplated how the speaker conveyed the message in this manner. The prevalent perception of foxes among city children is predominantly one of foul stench. This is due to the zoo and Appo's inadequate management. And those foxes have grown accustomed to such odors in their confined existence, living at the most rudimentary level of survival, merely existing. She pondered. Why had she become increasingly lethargic and drowsy lately? Truly, something must be amiss. Mr. Wuxin couldn't help but muse. Could there truly exist individuals born with innate knowledge? Yu Yixing's gaze bore little resemblance to that of a typical 16-year-old. Rather, it resembled that of a seasoned official who has weathered decades of political turmoil. Thus, I shall not harm this child. Even the slightest glimmer of hope must be firmly grasped. Her eyes curved with determination. Shall I escort you home? I will not intrude upon your residence. Wang Yuqian's words dripped with a sense of grievance. At that time, many believed the Shun family had been annihilated, yet unexpectedly. Shen Qingguang's only son, Shen Junjie, survived by a twist of fate, receiving protection from Mr. Wuxing. Indeed, the development structure of the Qinming society bears resemblance to that of a commercial guild, albeit the former is composed of individual practitioners, with each member required to possess distinctive talents and representation. She cried out loudly, instantly attracting the attention of those nearby. Observing the commotion, onlookers gathered. Eager to inquire about the unfolding situation, Li Mu gazed in astonishment at Murong Yudi before him. He was not surprised by the news, for he had heard of Yin Luoqing's matter from Shangguan Ziyun 7 months prior. However, he was curious as to how his junior sister had come to know such information. He, of course, Naruto said proudly, wiping his nose and grinning foolishly. Huan Chang was about to offer counsel, but swallowed his words upon encountering Qing Ding and Appo's fervent gaze. Zhaoan presented the roasted hare to the youth, observing his hesitation, and nudged the hare closer once more. Subsequently, the butler naturally took over guiding Watson, being more familiar with the affairs within the residence. This is not to imply that Su Zizhan believed Zhao Gongming was reluctant to part with the golden cicada scissors. After all, the Hunyuan golden robe had already been delivered. What more could he possibly care about the scissors? Though the Celestial Lord and the Tathagata Buddha appeared to harbor animosity towards Yang Jian, they dared not act against him. Watson assessed his counterpart, who was also clad in loose, casual attire. As a high-ranking practitioner, he could sense that the other possessed a formidable aura. Understanding the situation, Niji Huijian sighed and explained to the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei. With her consent, Niji Huijian and his companions encircled her. The methods and processes of handling matters differ between domestic and foreign contexts. Many witnesses were present when the incident occurred. The owner of the farm bore significant responsibility for the events that transpired there. The crowd gathered before Nangong Xiaozai, having perused the lengthy official announcement. While Elise comprehended what was about to unfold, she collapsed in agony, the area around her talisman burning painfully as her pouch seared her skin. Numerous members of the Dragon Gang rallied behind Su Yuanqing, while others supported Yi Xingchen. This was merely the beginning. Initially, I was harassed with glances, and later, on several occasions after class, I would occasionally spot a tall, red-haired figure feigning to pass through our classroom, contemplating the auxiliary equipment for capturing blood eels. Jiang Ning decided to weave a fishing net from golden silkworm threads, akin to the one used at sea, despite the extravagance, given the eel's agility and speed. He found it challenging to conceive of a more suitable alternative. Foolish child, I know your doubts. There is no need for excessive inquiries. The reason I left behind a fragment of my will was to await your arrival. Today, you have finally come, proving that your strength has reached a certain level. Jianjing Tian declared. The old man was in the business of selling, and it was commonplace for the dough figurines to be sold. Both Ajua and I intended to shift our focus to the next figurine, yet this time, it was not taken away as usual. Instead, it was handed to Ajua by a mysterious hand. Chapter 53, Away with You, Man. At 2 in the afternoon, Li Lei and Gong Yuhan found themselves entwined in the intimacy of their bedroom, indulging in each other's presence before reclining on the bed to rest. After successfully contacting one another and learning of their respective locations, she promptly ended the call. Subsequently, Yi Yuchen made introductions, and after everyone acquainted themselves, Mingming proceeded to form a team, appointing Hizun as the captain. Soon after, Li Lei led the unicorn into the passage, where upon entry, a slight dizziness enveloped them. However, once they adjusted to their surroundings, clarity swiftly returned. As orders were disseminated, the second gunners of the artillery battalion regained their focus, altering the charge of their shells while also adjusting the angle of the main gun. This moment served as a true test of a gunner's proficiency. He felt a sense of defeat, increasingly wary of Li Lei, who appeared unfazed by their current predicament, especially as strange occurrences began to unfold, leading him to believe that today and Appo's events were ominous. Upon hearing Feng Bufan and Appo's soft whispers, Shui Mingyao could not suppress the tumult of emotions within her, and tears began to fall. His internal energy surged to its limits, resembling the relentless flow of the Yangtze River, surging forth with fervor and infusing into the blood jade dagger. The flames flickered continuously, and the temperature of the cauldron rose steadily until it reached its zenith. the flames beneath serving to maintain warmth. Han Bai and the others exited the room, closing the door behind them, leaving only the elder and Han Song within. The sudden heavy responsibility thrust upon Feng Han, who had never served as a primary shooter, sent his heart racing. The bandits, like hunters pursuing their prey, did not immediately seize Qin Ling, seemingly relishing the chase. She was a strong and proud individual, and her decisions were not easily swayed, much like her unwavering dedication to her research. In an instant, the Beast King, Tian Yuan, and Sidu Feiyang recklessly infused their swords with their essence. But Sister Feng, that place is rife with villains. Brother Honglai would never permit us to go there, Mei lamented. Li Ji was indifferent to who governed the slave market. His bold actions were merely to draw the significant figures out into the open. In truth, both Idan and Ilian were not in the mood for merriment. Yet they acquiesced for Guogua and Apos' happiness. Design a blueprint now, hand it to Wang Rui too, and let him decide on the mass production. Just produce one product for me to use, Li Ji said with a smile. Training was a monotonous and arduous affair, every day at dawn, before 4 o'clock. Mo Shaoxin commenced his rigorous regimen, during the free time between 1 and 5 in the afternoon. He opted not to spectate the death matches but dedicated every moment to enhancing his training and covertly investigating the heinous nature of those death warriors. With this thought, his heart gradually calmed, and he found it completely normal. If he were not so exceptional, he would not be the ancestral dragon. Observing his parents' composed demeanor, he wondered if they had known all along. When did this all transpire? Was her signature not required for confirmation? Song Qianan was bewildered, just moments ago. As he aimed to pierce Wang Lin's heart, he felt a formidable force strike against his sword. However, Lin Tianye was utterly unconcerned with these matters. His primary focus rested on the battle with Yi Jingqi, and he felt an exhilarating anticipation as he prepared to face someone of the tribulation realm. The red and blue demons, witnessing the scene, contemplated that this was the opportune moment to eliminate Lin Tianye, yet upon a glance, they hesitated. For they were uncertain of the Lord's fate. The Qiankuan void body, inherently endowed with a combatant's physique, gained strength with each fierce battle. And now he sensed his prowess surging. Beside him sat a man of 56 or 70 years, whose left cheek bore a greenish-black hue, evoking fear in those who beheld him. Suddenly, the person in his arms trembled and opened their eyes, revealing a flash of anguish and fury, summoning all their strength to push away the individual before them. Previously, Lin Tianyao had treated his peculiar ailment in a manner he had never encountered before. And out of respect for Lin Tianyao and Apos' privacy, he refrained from inquiring about the unconventional treatment. Behind them stood 2 bodyguards, distinguishable from ordinary protectors, exuding a spirit and presence uncommon to average individuals. Li was already restless, eager to depart, and having little interest in socializing. He hastily drank a few glasses before bidding farewell to the guests, rushing towards the bridal chamber. Today, I returned to the police station, where they once again began to assault my father. I witnessed the man who once towered in my eyes, now lying on the ground, beaten, my heart twisted in anguish. Eventually, they abruptly ceased their brutality, and a man named Li Weiqiang stepped out to make a phone call. With the intervention of spiritual energy, Qin Yun's howls and excruciating pain gradually subsided, fading into silence. Some of the spiritual orbs surged towards Qin Yun's spirit, while others were absorbed by his inner elixir. At this moment in June, as summer approached, the air conditioning in the carriage was set to cold, yet Su Yuan suffered from unbearable pain in her abdomen. Beads of sweat forming on her brow. Li Juanxiu, concerned she might catch a chill, draped a blanket over her, and upon noticing her eyes had closed, he quietly exited the carriage, gently closing the door behind him. Chapter 54. Embrace this money tree, he furiously accused Zhou Chao. What had initially been a mere excuse unexpectedly became the pivotal factor in achieving victory. If Dai Mubai and Apos' dominance incited her anger, then Tang San and Apos' change in tone and gaze upon his departure served as an even greater provocation. Wu Daxiang was momentarily stunned, his face shifting through shades of blue, white, and red, rendering him speechless. However, should the city lord become aware of this, it would spell significant trouble, for not only would he realize Zhou Chao had deceived him, but he would also uncover Zhou Chao's Achilles heel, potentially leading to Zhou Chao's downfall at the hands of the city lord. Matsumoto Kazuo exhaled deeply, his body gradually relaxing. Lin Zhou reflected that even at a concert, Su Qimei had never donned such a revealing outfit. Moreover, given their recent frequent agricultural endeavors, it appeared Su Qimei had indeed undergone a second maturation. Yi, clearly unable to remain for long, would be transported elsewhere in 10 days. Indeed, I am now at least a level 83 soul fighter. Yet since the moment Sui Sui made her appearance, I have been unable to gauge her current cultivation level. I can only sense her aura has significantly deepened. Flender exclaimed. The supreme state of ultimate Zen radiated from Yuan's body as he extended his right index finger to touch Ning Kei's brow. After surveying the mountains, they would then venture to the ocean's depths. Wei Lan understood that the underwater realm was a veritable treasure trove, rich in resources that rivaled those found on land. Reporting to the class leader, my lady, Wudama, slightly plump, trembled as if shaken by a sieve, her words less coherent than those of the tearful Hong Shaner. It was not that Luo Chengying sought to diminish his own prestige by bolstering another's. Rather, he was acutely aware of the strength of both parties. Those assigned to guard the inner courtyard were undoubtedly top-tier fighters, and their loyalty was equally unquestionable, far surpassing that of the outer courtyard guards. Qian and the yellow flag on the other side felt a jolt of alarm as Nordland's dark crimson energy seemed to shift, not in hue, but in essence. At this moment, the spectators, observing the 30-odd individuals and their respective opponents, silently ranked them. However, this obstruction forfeited the chance to evade the white-skinned man's attack. The latter was now closing in on Ruolin, the searing flames in his hand expanding in his gaze. Sparse clouds danced with the wind. 8 years felt like a distant memory. A gentle breeze brushed against Tang Yaoyin's face as he gazed upon the vast world beneath his feet. A surge of emotions welling within him. The Tianyuan continent, a place akin to a dream, promised both wonder and tribulation. Xuelingyu initially felt a pang of reluctance. But upon meeting Murunghause's gaze, her anger surged. Striding forward, she swiftly raised her hand to slap his face, catching him off guard. With a crisp sound, 5 clear fingerprints appeared on his dusty visage as his head tilted. The cultivator appeared remarkably frail, a violent bout of coughing causing her to expel more blood. With that, Tang Zheng lifted the curtain with one hand, departing the carriage without a backward glance, leaving Huaziyu alone, lost in thought over Tang Zheng and Apos' lingering words. Old Dong, witnessing this scene, immediately panicked, realizing that Xiongyu and Zaiyayozi could no longer fight. If these 3 cloaked figures approached, their demise would be inevitable. Everyone was bewildered by Zhang Sunyuan's actions. Once they regained their composure, someone swiftly intervened between the two. Having completed this transaction, Lin Tua agreed with Yi urged that the next time there was cargo, he would purchase a portion. Upon hearing the news, Yi Hao promptly went out to summon Sima and the others for a meeting. The 10 gradually gathered, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. However, Shui Zhixiao merely glanced at the bowl I offered, swiftly turning her head away, leaving me momentarily bewildered. At that moment, a bespectacled elderly man with a white beard was anxiously inquiring about something ahead. Perched on my shoulder, he grasped my head and suddenly leaned forward. A look of confusion on his face. For those who primarily cultivated the fire path, such endeavors were commonplace. These formidable beings typically consumed and fused once, then rested for a period before attempting again. With a flick of his sleeve, he spun around, launching the blood calamity needle in a 360-degree arc towards various directions. Although his opponent remained unseen, it did not imply that they were beyond harm. Aside from these 2 items, I surmised that beneath the Song family and Apos' ground lay the Liang stone, continuously releasing scorching solar energy that countered the absorptive force passing through. Unprepared, the crowd was thrown into disarray, some unfortunate souls suffering the misfortune of having their flying swords snap in 2. The storm intensified, and the sea swallows could only continue flying, braving the tempest and Apos' fury. Zhu Hu and Xiao Bao, exhilarated by newfound opportunities, were even more animated than Nai Mu, who appeared to be bursting with excitement. I just exerted my power to stun them. Junong refrained from revealing his unique abilities, instead offering a more palatable explanation. Nurse Zhang, please administer an extra half-dose of the special medicine to the patient in room 28. Record the intervals of each fever, Dr. Liu instructed. That may be the case, but there is indeed a matter at hand. I sought out my disciple as she currently commands the Spring Breeze Tinley server battle team. While my master is a notorious merchant, you can still find his legends online, known as just Dog Egg, Itachi remarked. 3 blood red, twisted characters inscribed murderous ghost gorge appeared, seemingly sealing within it countless vengeful spirits. Reflecting on how long it had been since I engaged with worldly affairs, I decided to summon Yun Fei Yang and others after contemplating for a moment. Uncle, we cannot stand idly by while these individuals scout our base. The reason should be clear without further explanation, I stated. Chapter 55. A new dawn is about to rise. Yet, She is the esteemed concubine of the Tang dynasty, the emperor's beloved spouse. How could one expect her to lead troops in a battle? Blood spirit, he stowed away the bloodthirsty divine steel. And upon realizing the intentions of those present, his brow gradually furrowed in concern. Subsequently, at Jason's behest, Yi Feng and the others settled into a nearby tavern, sipping wine while reveling in the local customs and culture. The gaze of the stone-faced young master became increasingly peculiar, his eyes widening as if they might pop from their sockets. Arcane lightning surged, as the second tribulation of thunder thickened severalfold and then split into three, descending in a furious onslaught. With a resounding roar akin to a dragon's cry, the grim reaper, wielding his scythe, soared upon a shadowy dragon transformed into a dark demon. Simultaneously, a fiery nine-tailed fox ascended, completely disregarding the presence of the beast god across from it. Mu Qianquan, unable to refuse, acquiesced, as a mere stranger. She felt that Shadow had already endured enough from her, and it would be ungracious to let him lose face before the townsfolk. Du Lu Shi urged Ning and Apos to retrieve the bracelet for her, while secretly severing the string, ensuring it would fall to the ground upon retrieval. Captain Li, lost in thought, chuckled to himself, reflecting that despite the youth of his companion, he had no fear of their stride. The second deputy commander had lounged for too long, his mind rusted, momentarily at a loss for a strategy to deal with Qingzhi. Aware of their own shortcomings, He Shi and Su Kuang remained silent, each brandishing their firearms, strategically surrounding Dian Wei with a tacit understanding. Clearly, Xianlu harbored nostalgic sentiments for those bygone days, articulating them with such emotion that Su Yiqing listened intently, occasionally inquiring about the mundane aspects of rural life, allowing time to pass effortlessly. However, due to the cunning nature of the serpent, which resided in the treacherous mountains of Dangshan, it became increasingly rare and elusive. Luo Xia's expression darkened. Was this truly her concern? Marissa, your focus seems misplaced. She assured Qingzhi, rest assured, I will handle the medication with greater delicacy than you. Your fingers are too thick, mine are more refined. With an air of confidence, she proclaimed. After consulting his advisors, Yuan Shao was astonished to discover that his strategists, Zhu Shou, Gua Tu, and Pang Tong, unanimously advised against mobilization. Nevertheless, concerning the integrity of Lady Ming, should she wish to investigate further, he could not impede her, as Madame Dong was Lady Ming's own sister, and the involvement of the Dong family was entirely reasonable. Jinger, while consuming celestial fruits, was startled by the scene before her, as a member of the celestial demon clan. Her entry into the martial sovereign realm was unlike that of ordinary individuals, having naturally undergone a rebirth through blood transformation. Upon uttering these words, Li Er delivered a kick to Shi Meng's back, forcing him to the ground before he turned and kicked the bucket containing a fish into the river, suppressing his breath with effort as he seized Shi Meng by the scruff and set him down. Expanding upon this was the bond formed with Guan Yuxue, Yi Hongling, Cheng Yuru, and even with Beigong Lingyu, all stemming from this shared experience. Although Zhao Hao was utterly confident, having nearly united the two platforms of PC and consoles, selling millions of copies of Minecraft, he believed it would not be bested by LEGO World. Still, Zhao Hao yearned to witness what this game truly entailed. Niu Jin led his troops to the Qin army's encampment, only to find it devoid of light, the gates wide open, igniting his suspicions. He contemplated retreating, yet his pride held him back, prompting him to send scouts for reconnaissance. How could there be so many self-important individuals in the world? Suddenly recalling the traitorous strategist Yamamoto Bill from the Wolf Gang, he recognized that those who betrayed Henry belonged to the same ilk. As for the Buddhist deity, unable to perceive the divine illusions of his subordinates, it was akin to the demon god king, caught unprepared when events transpired, only dispatching personnel to investigate afterward, yielding limited information. The broadcast rights in Japan sold for an astounding 700,000 RMB per episode, setting a remarkably high precedent. Are there similar chapters? Alas, perhaps I mistakenly shared the wrong one. My apologies to everyone. Earlier, Liang Xiaoying had made it abundantly clear that she would no longer be entangled with him, merely because she felt no affection, just 4 simple words that shattered a profound connection. It could be said that for cultivators, the transition from the illumination realm to the golden core realm marks the most significant watershed. Tumultuous waves of white energy surge forth, generating rippling waves that spread into the infinite distance, creating invisible ripples, the energy continuously sinking, as if a mountain bore down upon them. Qingzhi surveyed the scene, noting that approximately 4,000 souls remained, each undeniably an elite. Li Xing laughed heartily. Do you still intend to kill me? He continued to summon the sky demon Qiong and Apos, whose 8 arms stretched forth, capturing Huangxing effortlessly. At that time, my grandfather recounted how the monsters completely blocked the village entrance. The mountains were teeming with spirits and beasts, enough to induce panic. Our villagers, upon witnessing such a horde of monsters, thought of this monk, believing that he, with his profound Taoist knowledge, would not be frightened and would have a solution. He had just fixed a greedy gaze upon me, and I assumed he would soon strike, prompting me to instinctively activate this talisman for protection. Wei Suan nodded toward the shouting cultivator. Chapter 56. You come to deliver our meal, rest assured, Marshal. Everything is well within my calculations. Li Qiho smiled faintly, his handsome features radiating confidence. Gu Yuqi was in a state of distress, eager to assist her mother in treatment. But upon seeing Lu Manqing and Apos' poor condition, everyone hurriedly pulled Gu Yuqiao outside. Xiaozhe initially displayed a look of joy, but after a moment, his expression grew grave as he forcefully suppressed his energy. However, he was not inclined to interfere in this matter, setting aside the situation with Feng Yinxiu. Just recalling his earlier conversation with Ling Qianyi, the chilling aura he exuded was somewhat unsettling. Qihua nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Hu Linger had an uncanny talent for flattering others. As for aiding others, he certainly was not a benevolent figure. A river separated 2 shores. On one side lay the Jiang and Examination Hall, while the other side was renowned for its gathering of the most celebrated courtesans. A place adorned with exquisite pearl curtains and the golden glamour of 6 dynasties. Qihua, being a relatively lowly winemaker, ultimately found himself in a modest zhiyuan, which, although not spacious, was impeccably clean. Li Qiho clenched his teeth, channeling his internal energy to the utmost, relentlessly striking at the martial arts shackles with fierce determination. On the outskirts of the forest, Qian Renxue had stationed a group of soldiers from the Tiando Empire to await Li Qiho and his companions. With the personalized token given to him by Qian Renxue, Li Qingho could command these imperial soldiers. My apologies, Mr. Ivan, the representative from Raytheon. One of the manufacturers of the THAAD missile defense system could no longer contain himself and interjected. Meanwhile, as Gu Yuanyu and busily prepared a hangover soup in the kitchen, her neighbor Lu Song unceremoniously ejected her from the premises. The voice of Cain echoed erratically through the fog, sometimes above, sometimes behind, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty. It seemed that those aboard the airship shared similar thoughts, prompting more and more individuals to flock to the deck, pushing towards the rear of the vessel. Feeling anxious, he scrutinized Su Qingqiu, and upon confirming her well-being, he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qingqiu's eyes brightened as she recalled how her uncle had taken a piece of land from her family months ago, claiming that Yin Mingxian would not cultivate it, and they would instead farm it, providing her family with a share of the profits as rent. Nevertheless, Lu Haochu's elusive steps rendered him invincible at the same level. Once unleashed, he could swiftly vanquish his adversaries. Jianxi felt a pang of desire to partake in a drink but hesitated, recalling her previous inquiries, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she mounted her horse, heading toward a direction where the Chang'an army might be found. Bai Lan, believing her family to be ordinary, was deeply moved upon witnessing far worse circumstances. Bold and meticulous, the quality of one's medical skills was certainly commendable, particularly for someone daring enough to take on the third prince. On the dueling platform, the 2 combatants had engaged in a fierce struggle for quite some time, yet no victor had emerged. However, Gong Suan's overwhelming presence indicated that he still possessed considerable spiritual power, while his opponent appeared somewhat dispirited. The celestial crane doused itself in water and vigorously flapped its wings, shaking off droplets. Suing admired handsome men, not overtly flaunting her preferences but never concealing them either. Grandmother Gu offered no kind words for Situ Tranqian, merely casting a heavy gaze at Gu Jinan. The angle of the scene was particularly intricate, resembling her blocking Qin Jinyan's departure. His voice was devoid of warmth, carrying an air of indifference, though his words were respectful. They sent a chill down Dong Ru's spine before he even made his presence known, as an inexplicable coldness, more frigid than frost or snow, enveloped the room. As a ruler, he could sense the ongoing battles within the snowlight mist, even across endless realms. What a being he was! Observing Dong Mashuan's actions, Gong Liyin seemed not to have fully grasped their previous exchange, instinctively moving closer to him and inquiring in a familiar tone. With tearful expressions, they lamented, and it seemed as if officials kneeling before them, weeping and pleading not to resign, materialized before their eyes. The red and white jade pendant gleamed brilliantly, and its dark eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, while the long, fish-like tail flowed gracefully as if alive. Luo Lai glanced at the luggage rack and noticed several items missing, including his suitcase. Therefore, it is customary for ancient officials to address those with whom they had a general acquaintance by their titles during daily social interactions. Naturally, if the other party was a teacher or elder, one could also address them by their given names, as Xingzhi's earlier explanation was to prevent Zhong Nan from misunderstanding. He then released his grip and swiftly reached out, his fingers piercing through space to seize his biological father, who had been hiding in his room, by the nape of his neck. Presently, in the state of Xiang, the average land price reached its zenith in Jinyu City. Yet the pinnacle of land value undoubtedly resided in Liantian City. The most prosperous area of Jinyu City had land prices comparable to Chaxiang Avenue. That place had likely been monopolized by large guilds long ago. In the legendary game, not only was the Hall of the Corpse King occupied by these guilds, but even the third level of Wurma was similarly claimed. A multitude of warriors gathered at the entrance of the third level, ever prepared to launch an assault. Especially after He Zheng acquired this secret martial art from the faceless figure, he was inwardly astonished. Such a fist technique was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. To begin practicing, one had to break the joints of both arms, starting from the shoulders to the elbows and extending to all joints in the hands. "What have you done?" Chen Bizhou exclaimed fiercely, his voice booming as he intended to draw the attention of others in the distance. He sensed that this seemingly ordinary young man was far from simple and appeared to exceed his capacity to handle. Outside the sealing stone, it was said that Xia Yeyu had entered again, prompting Shenle Qianhe to hastily arrive alongside her sister Shenle Wangu, quietly guarding the sealing stone to prevent anyone from entering the room. Chapter 57. What do you intend to do with such a considerable sum of money? As his palm approached, the tides of the world surged, and a scroll of the galaxy unfolded, revealing the ethereal shadows of descending stars, which swept Jiang Chihai away. The man, his nostrils and mouth filled with the scent of red wine, felt his anger flare, and upon raising his gaze, he saw Xia Shi hastily exiting the private room. Number 6 lay feebly on the ground, bloodied, yet smiling at Jiang Cheng with a sense of relief and righteousness. Her terrifying azura visage, combined with the crimson dress she wore, appeared both enchanting and eerie in the depths of the night. When Su Yujun uttered this statement, he cast a glance at Jiaoyu. Jiaoyu surmised that his knowledge of the method to decipher the pearl must align with that which Yu Mingjun spoke of. It seemed that progress on Qingzhi's side was not going smoothly. Mu Qihan furrowed his brows and spoke in a somber tone. I knew it. You are simply greedy. Lung Ningxuang lightly pushed Jiang Yinqing aside, offering a quip before sitting beside Huanbing. How is it that, like leeks, you can be cut down only to regrow? With such formidable abilities, Shuden and Appos, others think twice before attempting to encroach upon the realm of the dead. The broken sword, unlike the exquisite Dao artifacts, was challenging to wield to its full potential. However, it was unique in that it bore no Dao patterns yet possessed terrifying might. Chu Chaofei expressed a desire to meet Du Chao in advance. As the only beloved son and future heir of the Yun family, Yun Weishan naturally could not refuse, and promptly instructed Steward Lu to escort Chu Chaofei to the disguised ruins. I too wish to know how many among the beastmen are akin to Xiongba. My blade has long been parched for battle. Slowly caressing the mid-grade Xuanqi battle knife gifted by Xianyu, Zheng Yi spoke softly. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's command, Liao Hua galloped forward to the front lines, fixating his gaze on the pitch-black street ahead. After experiencing this battle, their perception of Heir Zhuyang's threat escalated significantly. Even if they were to enlist the strength of the Ma family, it would be entirely justifiable. No. It was time to employ the techniques they had mastered thus far. Suddenly, a translucent white wall rose between the wolf of the gale and the spirit of the sword. The latter was forcefully propelled backward by the impact from the wall, unfolding his black wings mid-air to regain his balance. Come, Aisha, Camilla. I shall take you to find them. Noticing the gratitude evident on Aisha's face, Ivanli decisively interrupted her impending thanks and led the way outside the temple. Sun Wukon's eyes flickered. Another Deluo. Could it be that Shiryu harbored some ulterior motives? The wild deer leader exhibited an expression of profound sorrow. As the fire leopard had inflicted numerous horrifying wounds upon him, blood streaming forth and staining his yellow fur crimson, his strength was waning, and he had succumbed to despair. I have entrusted you with a total of 300,000 elite soldiers. They are the Sea Army de la Sea Army of the Demon Army. Unless absolutely necessary, they must not be deployed. If they suffer heavy losses due to your mismanagement. Ball's countenance grew increasingly grim as he spoke. What truly astonished Xie Haoran was that the seemingly inconsequential Qin Mu Yun had left such a remarkable gift for the Song dynasty. Yet, there was no comparison between Jia San, an obscure ruffian, and another who held a position just below the four great captains of the Six Doors. A master only beneath the god of captors. Wei Fei found himself at a loss for words. Xian Air was far too kind, tolerating others sharing her man. Why would they challenge the fixed-member guild battle? How much better would it be to challenge the non-fixed-member guild battle? I furrowed her brows and sighed. Her expression one of regret. I have uncovered the truth. However, we cannot act against her lightly. After careful contemplation, Lung Jiqing finally uttered those few words. Family matters. Your Majesty, what troubles you regarding family matters? I see the princes and princesses have all grown up. One who is intelligent and capable is certainly a relief. Shui Rengue keenly caught the word he wished to hear, subtly steering the conversation towards his desired topic while maintaining a faade of a simpleton. The person you seek has long departed. Killing us would be futile. Someone from the supply convoy suddenly shouted. Lin Tian realized that interference would likely yield no results. Perhaps remaining here would only spur Jiang Feng to work harder. He immediately proceeded toward the only structure that had emerged outside the square, which had not appeared earlier but manifested after he obtained the Qilin seal. Even though Qingzhi was fully aware he could not rival Lin Lei, he refused to remain idle, resorting to various means to attempt to turn the tide. Yet, against Lin Lei, who commanded the laws, all was in vain. Tun Xin also made his move, summoning his black sun, which hung ominously above the head of the Qi Mu Zun, casting down dark light as the defenses of Qi Mu Zun crumbled relentlessly. Chapter 58. Must you insist? The Red God, uncertain of the secrets he possessed, was initially taken aback upon encountering the demon. However, upon seeing the feline creature, his astonishment deepened, followed by an outburst of joyous laughter as he swiftly formed hand seals to cast a spell directly upon the demon. The crucial areas of the scorpion-style battle pet were its head and tail. The front embodied intelligence, while the rear housed energy. Both ends featured entrances and exits, with the front being more spacious, resulting in a more complex head structure, necessitating enhanced protection for the pincers. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Zheng Pan let out a fierce roar, his body erupting in a soft yellow aura that evaporated any nearby dark energy. In a mere flick of her sword, Luer had slain several men. Witnessing her formidable prowess despite her injuries, the remaining warriors were momentarily stunned, their charge slowing. Qian Jiulang and San Chuan were fighting side by side when they were suddenly attacked by Chio, manipulated through the technique of Edo Tensei. Qian Jiulang quickly retaliated with his human puppet scorpion, and upon seeing the scorpion before her, Chio was reminded of her regrettable past. Having led numerous battles over the years, he seldom encountered a rival as formidable as Ling Tong. While the Han soldiers were eager to assist, he gestured them to halt while maneuvering his steed. The captain of the execution squad and the general approached to inspect the prisoners ahead. From the circumstances surrounding his theft of gold, it was clear he was in dire need of money, whereas the Wasp warriors were not lacking in funds. Even if they were, they would not resort to stealing gold. A good fighting game typically features dozens, if not hundreds, of characters, showcasing a vibrant array of options. As both sides engaged in direct combat, the spawned monsters displayed their usual fearlessness towards death, while the multinational coalition's forces were driven by a fervent desire for vengeance, resulting in particularly intense skirmishes. The massive red sword transformed into a sweeping arc of crimson light, striking the azure divine sword conjured by the Gale Beast. Witnessing this from the special guest seats, the hosts shook their heads, lamenting the loss of such a promising opportunity. Mu Yang stretched languidly before approaching a thriving patch of grass nearby and began to pluck it. However, should anyone dare to sit, when Yuan Qing would promptly evict them. For this was a space he had intentionally reserved for Lung Yan. OMG. To call her darling in front of others made Lung Yan wish she could vanish into the ground. This man was truly formidable. Just 2 words could leave her speechless. Nevertheless, Mu Yang understood her feelings. After all, having been lenient for too long and watching less competent trainers acquire direct gym badges must have irked Gu Yoli, who, despite her outward indifference, would harbor some resentment. Now, using official matters to vent her frustration seemed justifiable. Lu Shui contemplated the rarity of Yao Juni's initiative to invite her and resolved to accept. They all understood that only the experts beside Li Huan could potentially thwart this terrifying man before them. I simply wish to know his fate. He has caused me great suffering, and I refuse to let him off easily. The mere mention of Song Chongming caused Lung Sujin to grimace with clenched teeth. Though the outside had quieted, the carriage remained still. Luo Li could not resist lifting the curtain and caught a distant glimpse of a bright yellow figure atop the city tower. Perhaps the heavens were moved. Or perhaps they had provided a tomb for Han Aoshue after wandering through the desert for nearly 7 days. Han Aoshue finally discovered the underground passage where Granny Hua had imprisoned Haoyan. Yet, everything was in vain, even if some Xian Huang sought to rescue him. Faced with 3,000 water swords, even if he were saved, it was uncertain they would fare well. But isn't that thing unstable? She pondered. Never mind. I will give you the item, and you provide him with the enhancer, when Jelly said to Shuxiu. Next time you bring me something, just have it covered for me. Liang Yinshao thought about how he would no longer need to scour the jewelry store for treasures. Presently, he likely held the lowest rank in the entire Huaxia battle zone. Merely at level 3, it was somewhat embarrassing to admit. However, aside from Manda, he had no acquaintances in Jinzhong, and with Manda having already departed, who could assist him given his insufficient cultivation? Fortunately, he dodged just in time as the sword energy struck the wall, shattering it. Yet Man Hai's sword was poised at Li Qiangjuan's neck. After those individuals departed, Zhang Chensheng gazed helplessly at the smoking office. Though Yi Haoshuan appeared youthful, he was indeed a powerful master at the 5th level of the immortal sovereign realm. The number of monsters guarding the treasure chest was minimal, only 4 in total. 2 were ordinary swamp sludge monsters, while the other 2 were elite level 50 swamp men. Just a few minutes prior, the War God Temple had engaged in fierce combat with such creatures. These goblins excelled at business, extending their reach across all races. No matter how barren the area, goblins would visit, extracting profits. Their business acumen stemmed not only from talent, but also from their strong sense of integrity. Upon reaching Mengxiangwei, Zhang Yi delivered supplies to the stronghold, with some transported uphill and others concealed in the complex valleys to the east. To establish a base at Mengxiangwei, Zhang Yi needed to implement a horn strategy, with Mengxiangwei as the inner line and the surrounding valleys as the outer line. Haha, Deputy Commander Wang. What I seek is not your apology, but your assurance. You must not deceive me. When you battle the Japanese army again, you, Commander Yi, and the 3 captains must wear steel helmets. If you can ensure this, I shall drink with Commander Yi. Lu Lang laughed heartily. From Zhenwu's perspective, Duan Yiping was a cautious individual, making him the best candidate for this mission. Duan Yiping was aware of his own nature. Despite appearing cold, he tended to overthink. This illustrates the disparity between internal and external conditions. The northern Song was somewhat better, while the Hebei defense line, though perhaps weaker from south to north, was not significantly inferior to the reverse. However, the disparities with Liao and Western Xia were stark, with at least a 3-fold difference in both directions. Gradually approaching the Dongwang Bell, Yi Haoshuan slowly extended his hand to touch the ancient artifact. Indeed, without the indestructible emperor body, such a level of toxin could inflict considerable harm on Linfeng. However, with the indestructible emperor body, unless the sustained damage surpassed its recovery rate, it would never be capable of harming Linfeng. Chapter 59. Before he realized what was happening, he was hastily dragged along. He noticed that he seemed to be in the grasp of someone, having been pulled for quite a distance. The absence of familiar sights filled him with a sense of dread. The crowd turned in unison, astonished to discover that the one speaking was none other than the Cool King, Ao Jingtian. Their minds struggled to grasp the reality of the situation. Had the world truly shifted today? 2 of the 4 great lords of the Daqian Empire had chosen to oppose the emperor? It was this drastic change that prompted the system to amplify its energy output, accelerating the invasion speed once more. At that moment, the system's incursion into this world had reached 80%, meaning that, aside from the most central areas, the majority of this realm lay under its control. In the room, Yuer lay on the bed, reflecting on the words left behind by Gu Ruobai. You will understand in due time. Her thoughts wandered further afield as she forced herself to dismiss any lingering thoughts of Gu Ruobai. After all, his choice to marry several consorts was of no concern to her. She casually ordered an iced coffee, and as the refreshing taste washed over her, complemented by the relentless cool air of the air conditioning, she felt a sense of revival. Wait and see, my dance will be unparalleled, exclaimed Yi Changfeng, lifting the beaded curtain of the private room, excitement bubbling on his face. Gu Ruobai subtly gestured to the right, prompting Yuer to steal a glance. A young and tender figure caught her eye, and she couldn't help but marvel at the presence of such a youthful contestant, who appeared no older than 15 or 16. The protagonist fled in disarray, having forgotten to take his belongings. Yintian initially believed he had stumbled upon a fortunate find, only to realize his assumptions were misguided. I haven't taken your things. I just arrived. Why should I be accountable for your loss? Ia stood her ground. Meanwhile, Han Dong let out a sinister smile as an extraordinary surge of vitality erupted from within him, propelling him forward with a swift motion, aiming directly for Yifeng. Kill me, a figure whose body had begun to mutate uttered in agony to his companion. At this juncture, the Superlord's army would descend, ready to seize control of the planet and transform it into a breeding ground for hyper-intelligent life forms. Where is the Forbidden Forest? Li Dan observed the evident reaction from the sky, feeling a twinge of confusion, but to him, it had become a trivial matter. His unassuming visage and kind-hearted nature belied his formidable strength. Otherwise, he could have easily thrived in the underworld with his robust physique. The burly man seated at the end of the long table removed his hat, attempting to bow in a gentlemanly manner. But his clumsy movements rendered the gesture awkward and unnatural. Jiangyu retrieved 2 safety helmets from under the car seat, personally placing one on Mu Shi before donning his own. With a thunderous roar, the Fox King summoned his 8 tails, entwining them around the spear's shaft, as though 8 hands united in strength to withstand the spear's thrust. Furthermore, he intended to disembark, with him by Qin Ran's side, though Qin advised against unnecessary gunfire. He would still be prepared to shoot if danger arose. Isn't it just a little stitching? I'm not asking for much. Jiang Yu approached Mu Shi with a needle in hand. Knight Shuyao's delicate features drew near, and Zhou Yuan, entranced, cradled her jade-like face, poised to bestow a gentle kiss. Is this different from before? Rong Qian's eyes narrowed slightly, a soft hum escaping her lips. Then I shall leave it to the celestial mechanic. With that, she proceeded toward the central platform and took her seat. The other half of the 8 trigrams compass resided with Yao Lifeng, and its spirit possessed the ability to absorb, actively whisking him away. Who could say if this spirit would consume other souls? If it were to happen again, like at Shishan Villa, one could imagine the chaos that would ensue. There would be no place left to weep. The horse neighed in agony, driven to madness by pain, causing the surrounding steeds to retreat in fright. Li Weixiao's silhouette stiffened, yet he did not turn back, his heart tumultuous. It must be said that this standoff was entirely provoked by the reckless actions of that foolish miller. A quintessential example of someone who would continue to cause harm even in death. Do not forget, I am an immortal orchid master. Just send me more energy crystals, and I shall return. Carl chuckled nonchalantly. Do not go there. That is the whip of death. As the leader of a formidable mercenary group, Lai Yang was well versed in danger and immediately recognized the perilous tendril. He surveyed the surroundings, piecing together the unfolding events. His words ignited a fervor in Boy, as though he glimpsed a future he yearned for. She seemed to forget their previous quarrel, and in the most urgent of moments, their cooperation was seamless. Thankfully, with her agility intact, Nan Ruo executed a swift maneuver, returning to the tree trunk. Yet, upon encountering the source of the sound, a look of shock and fear crossed her face. He was no benevolent soul. He had suffered enough from curses and was acutely aware that some mysterious force had aided him last time. This time, however, he was entirely finished. The only way to silence the curse was to seal his lips or sever his tongue. What, Lady Z, are you reluctant to leave the side of my cat? Gu Chenxi remarked with a sidelong glance at Ziying Xue, a smirk playing on his lips. His voice was scarcely audible, and had one not seen his lips moving, those present might not have realized he was apologizing. Riyadh pondered deeply, ultimately deciding to relay this news to Luke. After all, in Beiji City, the only means to contact his superior was through the telephone in the city lord's manor, a line brought over from Moonring Island. I need to rent a house, find food, cope with an ineffective husband, and figure out the baby's formula costs on my own. I'm sure everyone understands that feeling. Sometimes, it's truly heart-wrenching. Yet life must go on. Stepping out of the resort, she raised her gaze to the starry sky above the ocean. The city's brightness obscured such beauty, and this celestial display could only be glimpsed by the seaside or in tranquil countryside, a sight as lovely as her present mood. With the shadows dispelled, the rainbow would eventually blossom forth. Chapter 60. The black card of Shu Yin-che, however, they were no match for Nkong. In just one round, all the soldiers' knives were seized by Nkong. He tossed the blades into the river and left the soldiers battered and bruised. Finally, when the vibrations and roars of the icebreaker ceased after days of turmoil, the sealed cargo hold slowly opened, and the folding ramp extended to rest firmly on the ice. Lin Luo provided an approximate time frame. Though he was uncertain about the maturation period of the second-generation product, a month would suffice. In this lifetime, facing Princess Hejia. He realized that she harbored unusual feelings for Mengku. The young students in the academy meditated together, following Kang's methods, which was a form of collective practice. I truly did not intend to doubt you, Su Rao apologized. The sight of Jiang Quan instilled fear in Su Rao. She breathed lightly, eyeing him warily. They once again settled in the tall building, yet the meal had yet to be served. Strangely, Yan Qi showed no inclination to change out of his official attire. Fang Qi had seldom seen him in such vibrant crimson. However, upon this encounter, the chilling aura around him remained unchanged. Eh? Why is my brick flying again? Song Qiushuang wondered, watching her brick soar through the air. Well, the moment Lin Zimu was mentioned, Wan felt helpless. Jiang Chuj was her boss's superior, and she dared not act recklessly. It was evident that Lu Jinyang, though silent, was quite displeased with Yu Miao's actions. In such a barren land, what they needed most was merely a simple road, for with a road, they could reach further places, gaining opportunities to pursue legitimate means of earning a living instead of struggling for survival in this isolated area. Unbeknownst to Xia Qingxiao, if Han Baimo had commanded that she be brought along, then even if General Hua had to carry her, he would have done so. She could only rationalize her condition, attributing it to hunger causing low blood sugar, which in turn disrupted her bodily functions. Such realizations dampened her spirits throughout the day. Wang Lu sped along, foregoing a return to his studio, and instead took Sun Yifan to the hospital. Boom, boom. The two vehicles on the right collided with those on the left, causing them to come to an abrupt halt. The aroma of porridge wafted through the courtyard, as Zhao and Siwen busily prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Recently, the morning meals featured freshly made oil cakes, adding to the fragrant blend of porridge. The boys played their first match with the blue side, featuring the top lane tight collar, a jungle crystal vanguard, a mid lane oceanic disaster, and a bottom lane consisting of a marksman and a bullhead chief. Han Baimo's gaze fell upon her arm. The fair, smooth skin captured his attention, causing his breath to momentarily hitch. Sun Yifan widened his eyes, incredulously looking at Tu Dimming, clearly surprised by his unexpected remarks. Whether you deem them worthy or not, let me introduce them, Director Xie smiled. Sometimes, fate is not dictated by age or background. Ling Tianfang did not oppose this. If Zhao Xiaoyan or Qian Wei had requested him to stay, he would have found an excuse to decline, resolutely refusing to spend the night. Jin Nanwei privately scoffed, thinking it was no wonder Jiang Qi was raised with such meticulous care, possessing the title of a marquis yet lacking the accompanying dignity. I found it both amusing and intriguing to observe, perhaps because although I often bickered with Jianqiu, I had never witnessed him truly scolding me. Seeing him reprimand by Zhuko was unexpectedly entertaining. Tan Shuer lifted her head, gently grasping his hand, her eyes glistening with moisture as she gazed at him. Upon returning home, Xiao Beijia pulled Zhang Yugua onto the sofa. Bored, they turned on the television, searching for the recent variety show featuring Tan Shuer. Xiao Beijia discreetly took out her phone, capturing the heartwarming moments between the grandfather and granddaughter. How is the investigation progressing? Elder Zhang inquired, finishing the last sip of pear soup and wiping his mouth. Shen Yutong felt a slight relief. As long as her superiors were willing to give her a chance, there was hope for a turnaround. Even when life plunged into darkness, she refrained from despair and actively strategized for her dear friend. Not a shadow was detected, nor even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuations. It appeared some concealment method had been employed. Downstairs, before long, numerous guests arrived to join the commotion, and the news spread rapidly. With everyone curious about the long-dormant fairness pool and its potential efficacy, Jiang Linglong became discontented, feeling wrought. Linny, still smiling, provoked her to reveal her tiger teeth and mock threat. If you keep laughing, I shall bite you. At that moment, Tu Tianyuan glanced over, and Baiji's countenance seemed to be brushed by a gentle breeze. She looked at Tu Tianyuan in astonishment. Him? Before long, the clamor of bones transformed into rhythmic clattering, resembling a beat. Witnessing this, Lu Ying nodded in satisfaction, raising her gaze towards the officials, her expression filled with confidence. Jiang Liani, disappointed, covered the tiles again and prepared to leave, only to accidentally crush a tile, producing a crisp crack. Zhu Genye could hardly believe that such an ordinary punch, devoid of any spiritual power, could possess a force beyond his capacity to bear. Listening to Lu Ying's tone, which remained as calm as ever, Lu Ji couldn't help but smile faintly, casually taking Lu Ying's hand. Blood splattered, had it not been for the Dragon Wolf King's resistance to the slaying demon sword. The previous few strikes from Xiaosei would have been enough to weaken him to the point of helplessness. Others gazed wide-eyed at the sea, yearning for their master to appear, but he remained absent. Once outside, everyone regarded the bustling modern marketplace, aside from their overly cool summer attire, with a lack of the wonder akin to Lu Lao Lao exploring the Grandview Garden. In the tavern, Cruyff excitedly reported to Tim about last night's successes, mentioning the collection of numerous rare treasures and a bounty of fragrant gold and silver. Essentially, this trip had proven quite profitable. Coincidentally, neither of them managed to secure the rebound. Instead, it was Nash, the least likely candidate, who claimed it. Suddenly, Shin Chong, crouching on the ground, pushed himself up with force, springing upright with his right hand raised high. This scene unfolded not only in Sweden but also echoed across other European regions. Within just a few days, the Kingdom of Nipton was inundated with European merchants traveling from afar in search of spices. Chapter 61. Truly, she is a woman capable of inciting fury in Ji Yanche. Sweat and Di de la gasped as they witnessed Ohyuki being struck down by the enemy upon their first encounter. Outside, a vehicle traversed the winding streets of Jiuchue Huajie, its headlights momentarily illuminating the room as it turned. Wu Jin requested a travel itinerary from Chu Chu, and after a brief excursion, they returned to the floating city to continue their rigorous training. Yang Rui found the situation somewhat peculiar. However, it was evident that his parents were unwilling to divulge any information, leaving him, as their son, hesitant to pry further. In his hazy recollection of the star map, the farthest route from the floating city could even reach the imperial capital. Among the twinkling lights, the Ferris wheel rotated slowly, pterosaurs soared above the city, and wildcats gracefully traversed the myriad of shops. After concluding the call, Dushi hung up his phone and glanced around, casually making his way back towards the director, his face adorned with a nonchalant smile, as if the previous seriousness had merely been an illusion. The guests were escorted directly to the president's office as scheduled. If it was their first meeting, introductions were made, followed by the serving of tea, after which they would withdraw. Moreover, the intervals for serving tea were set at 15 minutes for the second round and 20 minutes for the third. Yanxia did not wish to return home. Yet she remained uncertain of her destination. After much hesitation, she ultimately boarded the vehicle. In truth, Su Wushuang had already entered his internship period before his rebirth, having consistently achieved high scores, and he often interned at the company during holidays. He was well versed in the company's operations and procedures. Henry refrained from mentioning the Department of Homeland Security, as all personnel had perished in the recent skirmish with the players. At that moment, Lu Roting's subordinate hurriedly arrived at the city gate, whispering urgently about a significant troop presence outside, estimating the forces to be as numerous as that of a town, heavily armed with artillery. Gu Lingyu stood observing with a composed demeanor, correctly surmising that the emperor was indeed displeased with Prince Ning's underhanded actions, having issued rebukes for 2 consecutive days. As night gradually descended beneath the vast sky, although the heavy snowfall had ceased, the biting wind continued to howl. The summit of Songzan was blanketed in over 3 feet of snow. The winter sun cast an orange-yellow hue, rendering the once pristine snowfield somewhat dim, almost suffocating. Cui Feng exhaled a breath of frustration, poised to close his eyes and meditate on his techniques, when suddenly, a violent tremor surged, propelling the burrowing beast into the air. With a thud, he dropped to his knees, unleashing a roar toward the heavens, questioning why fate had dealt him such a hand. But we must find a way to restrain the submarines of the Chinese National Defense Force. Otherwise, in the future, suggested Shiyuan Temple Gongwang. Let us go see. The burial items of a golden core cultivator will not disappoint, smiled Xiang Shanha. Furthermore, given their advantageous position, they could certainly employ alternative strategies to alter the current predicament. Sherdao Ran pondered deeply upon Sun Changjiang's words, contemplating how to confront the individual he had wronged most throughout his life, and how to atone for his transgressions. Gao Fei's survival instincts urged him to curry favor with Hu Huan, deeming it imperative to flatter her regarding the recent incident. With a swift turn of his eyes, he picked up the report card and strode forward. Ming Zhanyuan looked at his phone, swiftly clicking on the account of Black Cherry, only to find a video proclaiming that he and Bai Yueguang were a couple, playing directly before him, leaving those around him exchanging glances, unsure whether to listen or pretend they had not heard anything. To be cautious, Xiao Yao and Wu Shuang switched seats, with Wu Shuang by the window and Xiao Yao by the aisle, ever vigilant. To kill the old man outright would merely benefit him. Yu Xingchen desired him to experience the torment of slow slicing. One foot left a deep imprint in the hard concrete, while another step in the air propelled him onto the stage. With a moment to gather his thoughts, Hu Qin's image became increasingly vivid. Initially, in Tian Chang's eyes, Hu Qin was merely a senior with entrepreneurial aspirations. Yet, as the game progressed, he gradually realized that this senior was far from ordinary, not even a typical ruler. However, she did not anticipate that the demon star entered solely to deliver something, and that object bore an extraordinarily familiar aura. These three ultimate techniques comprise the Celestial Destruction and Earth Annihilation Great Sun Hand, the Celestial Withering and Earth Exhaustion Great Blaze Method, and the Celestial Shift and Earth Transition Great Relocation Technique. A middle-aged man, exuding chaotic energy and bearing serious injuries, was captured and struggled midair. After half an hour, they finally reached the western city gate, only to find that, to prevent her escape, some noble youths had set up a blockade at the gate. Fang He, how are you feeling today? Among the five, aside from Wang Yan, Fang He bore the most severe injuries. Wang Yan leaned closer and inquired softly. Jian Jun approached, seizing a thug's severed arm and, with a sudden tug and press, elicited a scream accompanied by a faint cracking sound, allowing the thug's severed arm to move as if normal. With this affirmative response, Xiao Lingyun and Kai Guangkai entered with a young man. Humph, lacking in taste. Loli shot him a fierce glare, disregarding him as she leaned on the railing, gazing at the sunrise, lost in thought. Fang Zhenwu beamed upon seeing Yuxin Yuan and the others, exclaiming, Captain Yu, what an esteemed guest, welcome. Yet, the construction site was quite rudimentary. While rice and steamed buns were plentiful, the vegetable selection was rather sparse, consisting only of cucumbers, eggplants, and pickled vegetables, with little in the way of meat, leaving Fang Zhenwu somewhat perplexed. Chapter 62. Both sides racing against time. The words of young Master Duan were indeed correct, although the exquisite pearl fish appeared delectable. Their aversion to fish rendered them untouched, thus making their lack of poisoning quite understandable. Xiangfa was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yun Xi was seeking his opinion. It seemed that Yun Xi had indeed consented to the matter at hand. It was well known that if the master disapproved, he would simply refuse outright. Why then? Would he inquire of Xiangfa? Reflecting on Yun Xi's silence that morning, it appeared he had weighed his decision carefully. Second Master Xie had yet to comprehend the situation. How could it be that his elder brother was an impostor, and moreover, that it was orchestrated by their father? If this news were to spread, the emperor would surely cast blame. Milken's tremors gradually ceased as he lay entranced against Chen Langyu's chest, finding solace and comfort there. Sister-in-law, it seems rather inappropriate for us to meet at such a late hour. How about this? I will call you Shi, and we can go see you together. If that is agreeable, Qin Feng suggested. Introduction. The ancient guardian of the forest, endowed with formidable powers by the king of the undead, had sealed the heart of the sacred spirit, leading to an unbridled destruction of the forest. The king of the undead utilized a wailing lament to transform it into a bloodthirsty entity, commencing a massacre against humanity. Qin Feng reached out to push the door, only to find it firmly locked. With a cold chuckle, he channeled his internal energy into the lock, shattering the mechanism, and with a gentle push, the door swung open. It had been a long while since Xiao Hua had seen Murong Sheng, who was now married, and it was rumored that the fifth prince's consort was also with child. The floor of the room was teeming with snakes, sending shivers down one's spine. In a fierce confrontation between a man and a beast, the White Tiger King endured 2 heavy blows, barely managing to inflict a mere 5% of damage to the Tiger King's vitality. Only through this battle did he truly grasp the stark contrast in strength between the early and late stages of innate realms. I was unaware that my arrival here to perform this piece was merely a result of the words left by my predecessor, who had urged me to come. As for his affairs, I remain in the dark. Some say he succumbed to madness and departed from Fuyue Villa, the Fairy of Immortality remarked. Half an hour later, Fan Lu hurriedly appeared at the Alchemist's Guild, demanding a 6th-grade spiritual herb without any superfluous conversation. Upon exiting his chamber, Lu Tianming immediately noticed the presence of the Valley Master and felt a sense of relief, grateful for his earlier vigilance. For had he practiced the ancient celestial sovereign technique at such a time, it would have been difficult to explain. Not only were the onlookers eager for excitement, but even Sheng Su and Ao Bai appeared visibly shaken, their expressions betraying their composure. However, it seemed that prolonged surveillance would no longer be feasible. Henceforth, they would need to be mindful of the time spent sensing, ensuring it was utilized in the most critical situations. On the 3rd day, Emperor Qinqing prepared himself to attend the memorial service, yet a piece of news brought by Jing Gu caught him completely off guard. Initially, They had attacked one another. But before them, Louis seemed to be merely an apparition, their strikes passing through him, inadvertently striking their own kin. Eventually, the authorities were compelled to clarify the situation, issuing a formal statement to dissociate the high-level task that had vanished overnight from any connection to the official website, listing all tasks he had completed. This was indeed a royal species, of noble lineage and immense power, should it truly aspire to dominion, even if it could not govern the entirety of the Third Realm. It could easily reign supreme over a domain. Yet, the people began to resist. Soldiers atop the towering edifice raised their Russian RPG-29s, renowned as the most formidable individual weapon, which had once destroyed armored tanks in testing. The Blitzkrieg had suffered grievous losses against such armament during World War II. After listening to Miao Li's explanation and observing the townsfolk who distanced themselves as if from a plague, Bai Shu found it no longer perplexing. On a red-painted table beside a youth of perhaps 16 or 17, several faintly stained celadone bowls lay scattered, remnants of medicinal liquid lingering in the air. Upon seeing the polite smile on Zhou Hanyun's face, Su Jie felt an increasing sense of dissatisfaction. Although this competition was organized by those of the Hidden Realms, the American officials did not hesitate to intervene directly as the host. The two beasts could not decide a victor, and on the third day, Cheng Tian could no longer wait, opting to unveil the true identities of the beasts. If they were merely ordinary spirit beasts, he would personally intervene to resolve the matter, sparing himself the agony of prolonged anticipation. With a formidable elder of the Yuanling realm capable of accompanying him for years and possessing unpredictable prowess by his side, he felt a measure of reassurance. You may have miscalculated. They likely intend to capture us, not to hunt us down, Debbie remarked. As anticipated by Cheng Tian, the 4th and 5th positions were occupied by Wu Fei of the Demon Heart sect and Li Feng of the Pure Bright sect, both at the 6th level of Foundation establishment. The colossal shadow loomed over the crowd, their expressions shifting dramatically. A sinister laughter echoed from an unknown source, the sound waves permeating the atmosphere, imbued with a chilling, bloodthirsty essence. In truth, one could infer the immense value of the 3 brown jade boxes containing the Dao Foundation immortal techniques merely by their appearance. Once the official introduced the exceptional qualities of those 3 techniques, Shaowen understood that they were significantly superior and far more costly than the 10 or so first-tier techniques. With those individuals departed, the predicament facing Kunping grew increasingly dire. Relying on his subordinates to persist was nothing short of a farce. In such circumstances, encountering even a couple of chaotic deities could spell his doom. Chapter 63. Did Mom actually hang up on him? A few individuals gazed at the now silent village, their eyes lingering on the captives held by their companions, appearing somewhat dazed. Such matters pertained to the future of others, and Qin Tianhao held deep respect for their autonomy. It would be unjust to interfere with their destinies simply because he had bestowed more gifts. The Liao people immediately nodded, expressing, "We are but common folk. No need for such formalities." Turning around, they beheld a villa behind them, its shape identical to what one would see in reality. The door through which they had exited aligned perfectly with the gate of the villa's fence, which now appeared to be double opening. He was certain that this was indeed a pivotal moment, yet the emptiness in his mind left Shu feeling quite helpless. At this juncture, many, including Zhao Wudao, clung to a glimmer of hope, believing that Shimin Yan's summoning of this person was not for the purpose of bestowing divine medicine, but perhaps for some ulterior motive. However, if the over 60,000 were indeed cutting-edge, greenhouse effect plantations, the situation would be entirely different. As a figure passed before me, it suddenly halted. Moments later, a pair of exquisite pearl shoes appeared on the silk carpet before me. Additionally, Okita Tsuji felt a sense of frustration. He had initially thought he might find kindred spirits in Chaldea, only to discover that others' ailments were easily treatable, while he alone suffered from a persistent cough. What should we do now? Xiao Qingxing felt at a loss as the sound of approaching sirens grew louder. Upon witnessing the lascivious man collapse and dissipate into white light, Li Qian understood that Zhang Tianxi had intervened. A sense of relief washed over her as she focused her attention on the individuals before her. Thus, the wayward Qin Guan went unnoticed, while those previously featured on the Forbes list directed their gaze towards the rapidly ascending figures. If we had launched an offensive on the Western Front while defending the Eastern Front, wouldn't we have encircled the entire Japanese forces by now? Their downfall would be inevitable. Marshall inquired of Hu Bin. After the announcements concluded, Hu Yun informed everyone that they could return to rest or continue to wait. The results from the 8 branches would be compiled and announced again later. However, even if they returned to their dormitories, They could still receive the results through the voice transmission array within. Initially, he had approached the investigation with a spirit of experimentation. As expenses mounted and significant personnel changes occurred within the Bureau's criminal police team, his mindset underwent a profound transformation, even under the invisible weight of immense power. The ancient stone, the nine nether serpent, the corpses of ancient deities, and the demon tower still towered against the starry sky, rivaling the sun and moon. Later scholars posited that Columbus discovered the Americas, while others claimed it was Zheng He. In truth, the one who truly discovered the Americas was the carefree King Tang Lang of the Ming dynasty. The executives may have relished the outcome, but the designers beneath them lamented their plight. According to his predetermined schedule, the coming weeks were reserved for selecting models for the SS Group's autumn debut. He was a deputy director at the regular department level, whereas his former subordinate had ascended to the same rank. For him, this position marked a terminus, while for his former subordinate, it remained merely a starting point. Upon receiving a call from the promising former subordinate, Shi Xianghui felt a surge of joy and promptly sat up in bed. This was also the reason why Zhou Jing and Li Jian had dragged Qin Guan to this location. Casual conversation about careers served merely as a backdrop, while their true aim lay at the nearby television studio and Oppo's S recording site. She wept quietly, her frail spine trembling, eliciting a sense of compassion from the old doctor. You are inherently kind-hearted, and at present, you have yet to master the 9 Dragons Zhongyang technique, merely attaining the first level of the Grandmaster realm. In fact, the effect of splashing ink directly was more favorable, but time was of the essence. Any mishap with the ink could lead to complications. This was the annual auction of the Antique Association, where select items collected throughout the year would be auctioned off. As terror gripped him, Jiang Yuyong's blade lunged toward him, leaving him no time to ponder as he instinctively dodged. Jiang Qingyang called out to me, without the threat of my shattering a bottle. He wore an expression of smug satisfaction. In truth, he was uncertain whether he could find his family, and even if he did, they might not recognize him. Princess Zhenyang could only offer such consolation to Su Baozhu. Without hope, how could they continue to live? In my perspective, since Tingyun had lost its influence and was merely serving as Zhao Tianxi's pawn, he held little value. As the fourth elder made his move, a powerful gust of wind accompanied his hand, tousling Xia Qingwan's hair. The appearance of the pearl was unremarkable, akin to others. I glanced at it briefly before handing it to the naturally aloof one for inspection. Before Mu Jijun could finish speaking, the old patriarch of the Mu family entered, supported by Mu Dongyu, leaning on a cane. With a wave of his hand, bowls and dishes clattered to the ground, shattering everywhere. Chapter 64. Encountering Yu Qingzhi embracing Qin Gu after rising to exercise briefly, he took a shower and descended to partake in breakfast. In the dining hall, he fortuitously encountered Zhen Wanting, who appeared to have anticipated Yu Longtian's arrival, having already ordered 2 breakfasts and beckoning him. Yu Longtian nodded, and as Sun Hongying emerged, he promptly mounted his motorcycle and headed towards the Shao family villa, with Sun Hongying trailing behind in her vehicle. Upon hearing this, he finally reacted, abruptly lifting his gaze to scrutinize me, and without needing to guess, I could tell he was recalling something. I hastily waved my hands, assuring him it was not that serious. He let out a sigh, retrieved some medicine for me, and poured a mixture of half-warm and half-cool water, perfectly balanced. Seeing her curiosity piqued, Minglu did not conceal her thoughts and recounted the events of summer, embellishing them slightly in hopes of earning some favor for Xia Tian. With the flames providing cover, Lu Qingyu sprang into action, his short sword twirling as he charged towards the 3-headed beast. The Shao sect boasts countless peaks, yet only 5 are deemed principal: Jin Shifeng, Mu Lingfeng, Shui Haofeng, Hua Laifeng, and Tu Xianfeng. The philosophy of what is void is real, and what is real is void, resonated with Mi Yan as he observed the distance-retreating old rogue, realizing that his mastery of the Kongming fist was also an unparalleled skill. In the eastern divine domain, the Motu mountain range is cloaked in lush greenery, with the gentle sound of bubbling springs accompanying the journey. Layers of thin clouds drift through the deep mountains, exuding an air of mystery and dread, as if an exalted presence lurked within. 2 individuals and a beast walked side by side. The 30 mysterious figures in black, should one of them charge forth, would be formidable enough to contend with the sect leader, matching him in prowess. Jinlin Academy ranks 3rd among the 5 major academies, surpassed only by Tianyan Academy, and both institutions are renowned for their emphasis on offensive strategies, resulting in fierce competition between them. After grilling the first platter of Wagyu beef and pouring clear sake for the 3, The server discreetly withdrew to prepare another course. Xiao Xiao had not anticipated that although she appeared strong and assertive, she was genuinely struggling and vulnerable, which is why Xie Jian indulged her, providing her with a sense of security. Suddenly, Luqi recalled something and quickly retrieved her phone to open the machine-translated news article once more. Every time she thought of her mother's final moments, her resentment towards Dantai Gongming deepened profoundly. Yi Kuan squinted slightly as the Yan Shuang Zhanzun spear swiftly penetrated his primordial spirit space, lying quietly beneath a sphere of radiant light, drifting gently. The palace chamber was devoid of ostentatious embellishments, instead exuding an aura of elegance and simplicity, characteristic of Jiang Susu's style. Since we are here, we might as well make the most of it, Lei Tuo mused, adopting a more relaxed perspective, recognizing that there was no turning back and choosing instead to experience life fully. Upon first meeting Wen Qingqing, she had embodied a similarly unadorned style, albeit her clothing bore far more expensive brands. To align with her original persona as frugality, Wen Qingqing gradually tempered her spending habits. In less than a second of eye contact, Lan Yuanyue's gaze regained its usual clarity and tranquility. Observing the atmosphere easing, Wei Yu exhaled heavily. Wiping the sweat from his brow, had Yi Kuan not intervened, he might have succumbed to tears right there. The four sages, loyal subjects of Xikong Yanfei, immediately grasped the implications of his words, casting wary glances at Pu Qi. The disheveled bed had been tidied, fresh sheets laid down. As Mu Yingqin gently placed her upon the bed, as she withdrew her gaze, she caught a glimpse of Di Qin's half-turned face, marked by confusion and displeasure. Hesitating momentarily, she seemingly nonchalantly glanced towards Yi Qingtian's direction. Mu Yingqin merely shot them a cold glance before striding towards Lin Hui. In a matter of days, the members of the Minglu merchant group became aware that their master was negotiating business with Madame Yu, and they all treated Han Yu with utmost respect. He smiled in silence, lowering his head to fiddle with his phone. I understood that he was tacitly agreeing, for signing a contract was mere pretense, while rekindling an old flame was genuine. It seemed that whenever she was in the company of that young man, her cognitive faculties momentarily faltered, making her forget what she ought to say or do. Xiao Yingying gazed in astonishment at the infuriated Guanju whose face had turned crimson, feeling a torrent of retorts bubbling within her, yet they remained unvoiced. Guanju too, glared at Xiao Yingying, recalling Chu Xiaoxiao's resolute departure after a disagreement. Yet she found herself unable to act similarly. The two could only engage in a silent standoff. Han Yu struggled desperately, her garment tearing apart, revealing her fair skin that glimmered under the palace lights, resembling a helpless white ferret in distress. The moment I touched her hand, my heart trembled violently, akin to a pair of hands pulled from a freezer. Mice clenched his fist and raised his muscular arm, delivering a powerful blow towards the approaching man. The artwork was too exquisite. It was reported the very next day. Feng Luxian interjected. However, Shura's strike was not aimed at the body, as his steps remained unyielding. After concluding the transaction with the merchant, Li Lin continued his journey back to Mon City alongside Elena. Auntie, I must express my discontent with your words. Why should family squabble over such matters? In truth, Su Yunlu had contemplated the idea of setting up a shop, but upon reflection, the flavors of cold dishes, scallions, garlic, and pepper were hardly compatible with sweets, leading her to abandon the notion. Thus, when he first laid eyes on Bing Mingxi, a latent urge to protect her stirred within him. Many began to flee in a frenzy, while Gu Hao pursued relentlessly, leaving the demon infant behind. Contemplating the hardships faced by the children, Li could only shed silent tears, filled with sorrow and concern, yet it was of no avail. Some officers, driven by greed, even allied with underworld supernaturals to concoct grand schemes to swindle ordinary citizens of their wealth. Opening his eyes, Wang Pan began to move his body, executing various bizarre motions that transcended the limits of human capability. Gu Shi, seeing Wu Shuang, had numerous questions to pose, then smiled warmly as he bid farewell to her mother. A sudden creaking sound erupted behind Si Feng. Who is it? That voice does not seem to originate from outside. Si Feng's eyes darted, instinctively glancing towards the entrance. But as anticipated, the door remained securely shut, revealing no signs of life. Chapter 65. You better remember your identity as Mrs. G. Alarmed, Lu Xinjia broke into a cold sweat, instinctively clutching the wounded soldier to the ground. This reaction was purely reflexive, yet he felt an impending doom. To his astonishment, he merely sensed a warm breeze sweeping past his back, accompanied by the terrifying roar of the Iron Wolf. A Taoist from Maoshan, a holy light priest? Typically, such roles are associated with benevolence, and it is unlikely they would enter a dungeon. Despite their equivalent value, such items are quite rare. Unless they are treasures surpassing even extraordinary items, the success rate of acquiring them significantly increases. My apologies, Qian Lu. Qingzhi sighed deeply within, invoking the Ice Heart Jade Body technique to shield himself as the tumultuous sea surged towards the unknown. Xiao Mu unleashed a beam of energy from his left hand while conjuring a colossal 40-meter-long cleaver with his right, advancing with determination. If you join us, perhaps the master could attain such physical prowess, Zhang Xianming stated plainly. After firing, he pivoted and fled, arriving at the sandbag barricade just as the boss charged towards the gas canister. Though I yearn to be the one who grows old with you, I am painfully aware that it is an impossibility. Xiaomu calculated that it was about time for Ronin and the Krillians to make their entrance. Perhaps these individuals sought his assistance. Regarding the precautions for the sword-washing pool, Qingzhi had long sought counsel from Fu Yuxing. Yet he remained profoundly grateful for Elder Ping's kind advice. Although it was nighttime, Grandfather had claimed to have scrutinized the appearances of those individuals, who bore no distinct difference from ordinary folk. Yet, an inexplicable dread emanated from them, perhaps due to an inherent belief that they were not of virtuous nature. Masters of the Sword Soul Realm? Yihan pondered, aware that the Lin family was one of the three prominent families of the empire. It was utterly implausible that they lacked such formidable individuals. Even after countless years, these rare metals continued to gleam brilliantly, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Takbioteo felt a sense of reassurance upon hearing this, commanding the troops to set up camp in the deep valley and await the opportune moment. You say a few. Then a few it shall be, Du Zhang remarked despondently, his voice barely above a whisper, his posture slumping as his crimson attire accentuated his flushed cheeks, reflecting a beauty akin to a flower. The aged voice howled in anguish, as if severely wounded, its fragmented mental energy coalescing into a skull shape. Though it had become considerably faint, lacking its former grandeur, Li Xuanli recounted her experiences in Yunnan, mentioning the seven-leaf Mingji, thus rendering her journey to Yunnan inevitable. Is there more? I would also like to partake. Su Xia finally succumbed to the enticing aroma, glancing shyly as she spoke. Stop him. Lung Qianqian froze momentarily, taken aback by Chu Anshuan's intent to abandon everyone. The weathered face, marked by the passage of time, bore no signs of age aside from the ethereal wisdom reflected in his eyes. His visage appeared untouched by the years, save for the faint wrinkles that formed at the corners when he smiled. Having delivered the individual to the He family, Song Sheng's task was complete. Before departing, she left behind 3,000 taels of silver for the He family. This was a directive from her father, who insisted that although they were not at fault, the misfortune had indeed originated from her family, and thus a token of goodwill was necessary. The children, having been cooped up indoors throughout winter, longed to descend and play. But the elders repeatedly petitioned me, only to be resolutely denied. The ring of life. Lu Xingsong exclaimed involuntarily. Such storage spaces were exceedingly valuable. He had once seen one at an auction, a mere 20 square meters, fetching prices exceeding 10,000 spirit coins. Xia Beibei's fate could not be recalculated. If it were, would it not expose all that He Hui had previously done? I am uncertain if this course of action is right. God warns us that as humans, we must not take a life. Yet now, I have resolved to kill in order to save, and if this leads me to damnation, I shall bear it without regret. Yi Jinsao nestled in Nangong Huaqi's embrace, surveying the surroundings. At this moment, she had discreetly relayed orders to Feng Yin and Feng Hua, who awaited at the estate's departure. Cold Ji led Song Sheng in, drawing the attention of the crowd, who regarded Song Sheng with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Very well, I sincerely wish to recognize you as my master. You can surely perceive my earnestness and capabilities. Lin Kaiping nodded, tucking the jade vial into her sleeve. If the Ouyang family indeed harbored such malevolent forces, this Tianma could serve as a warning, making it convenient to keep it close. Expressing her thoughts to Xiao Fei, he concurred, finding it quite reasonable, as it also explained why Xiao Fei had spent nearly an hour without sensing the essence of the fragrant jade's spiritual energy. Under the covert protection of 3,000 hidden guards, the Yi residence was more tranquil than usual, and this unusual quietude heralded the approach of a tempest. I'm sorry. The bearded man hastily scrambled to his feet, attempting to pull the camel back, which stubbornly edged closer to Qingqing. Startled, She shielded her face with both hands as the deceased camel extended its tongue, yearning to lick her cheek. Chapter 66. A punch landed squarely on his face. Qingzhi, while driving, clearly saw the man's eyes, which seemed to dazzle and captivate the mind. Su Feng smiled faintly, remarking that as long as the demon emperor was pleased, that was sufficient. In truth, Su Feng felt a surge of joy within. Witnessing the demon emperor's current happiness assured him that his own affairs with Dark Moon were likely secure. Had the situation turned sour, he believed that his and Dark Moon's wedding plans would be in jeopardy. According to Han Xian's data, the top 100 companies in the United States collectively possessed approximately $12 trillion in offshore assets, evading over $200 billion in taxes annually. How could I trust that I am entangled with something vile? Surely, I must have overlooked something, thus failing to grasp the situation. Long Outyin attempted to seize him, but discovered that any exertion resulted in the same sensation he had just experienced. I trust the words of the King of Hell. The spirits of the underworld are indeed under his dominion. The figure before me is likely just a manifestation. A sharp pain pierced my chest as Xiao Zhang departed from my embrace, a dark dagger embedded within me, blood gushing forth. Yet, I paid it no heed. My gaze fixated on Xiao Zhang. Upon arriving in the territory of the serpent people, uncertainty loomed regarding the whereabouts of the nine-headed serpent, leading us to a tavern. A large crowd. Shen Yu felt a sudden sense of foreboding and squinted at Zhu Shui, saying, "Isn't it excessive to send so many people to deliver a letter?" She feared there might be something else that would complicate matters for her. Including Bai San, the group felt themselves lifted into the air, only to crash down to the ground, obscured by layers of descending shadows. It wasn't until they landed that they realized they lay in the desolate wilderness outside Black Town, most unaware of how they had been flung from the town. However, if the opportunity to act was delayed and the prices of jade plummeted, selling would become exceedingly challenging. Indeed, even a concubine enjoys the comforts of life. Your family offers it freely, yet others refuse. The two matchmakers began to collaborate to disperse the troublesome onlookers, contemplating the outcome of their efforts. At that moment, from the previously silent restaurant emerged a multitude of grotesque beings, their limbs stiff and skin slowly dissolving, all clad in the attire of restaurant staff. Andy was acutely aware of the sinister glint in Iceheart's smile. Such a grin was unequivocally malevolent. She believed that basic equipment was not easily obtained, thus resolved to withhold it, for other players could not acquire items from another's inventory. Subsequently, Gao Shun left 1,000 men to guard the city while leading the remaining 3,000 to attack Luostian, where the garrison was deceived into opening the gates without intelligence or preparation, leading to a hasty retreat. Yet, victory was not a necessity, even if I could not triumph. They could not obstruct us. Yu Fei waved dismissively with his claw. Amidst the convergence of hot and cold, blood coalesced into a crimson cloud, rising violently with the force of Xie Ban Gui's palm, obscuring the sun entirely. We exerted ourselves with all the strength we could muster, yet remained immobile, unable to budge. Witnessing Su Junyao, who had previously stood defiant before Renault, now displaying signs of anxiety, Meng Shui approached her, offering words of comfort. The majority of Gu immortals did not genuinely submit to the demon lord. Upon receiving this news, the 5 domains immediately rose in rebellion, and numerous Gu immortals joined forces to besiege the valley. Eliminating Qingzhi Feng was straightforward, but convincing everyone to fully accept it was a daunting challenge. Shi Qitian and Jiang Zhaoyan exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions fraught with difficulty. Lin Xin appeared suddenly behind him, his hand transforming into a razor-sharp claw aimed at the back of Mingzhu City's head. The 12-story building owned by Pavel Petrov was considered one of the tallest in the area. Upon witnessing the video of the United States launching weapons against Huaxia Space Station, some couldn't help but speculate. Director Liu, that is the gist of the situation. Have you heard of Xiaoji? Lin Xiaofeng inquired curiously. He glanced at Lei Shimiao, who wore light makeup and a short skirt, revealing her long legs in the winter chill. She no longer seemed as appealing. The streets were filled with couples, even elderly married pairs contemplating the Qixi festival. Ning Lingxue, observing the lively atmosphere and noting Song Jini's attentiveness, found it hard to act against him. I have no idea what collaboration exists between our families, Lu Qianning spoke truthfully. Having been here for so long, she had not thought to inquire further. Just as she lay down to rest, her phone began to ring. First the team leader, then the director, and ultimately even the principal and vice principal called to check in. Old Huang and the troublemaker exchanged glances before promptly clearing the bones above them, with Chu Feng joining them in the task. Princess Chongping lowered her head in gratitude. Suppressing her overwhelming rage, she had never lost such a significant person before, blaming Lin Shaoqing and vowing not to let that wretched person escape her wrath. Yang Su had absolute trust in Lin Fan, yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations, his face clouded with worry. Lord Zhang, come quickly to assist me. Jiang Wen called out upon seeing Zhang Jing, and the others had resolved to help Nian Xi. Their words were somewhat tactful. Had they been more direct, it would have implied that the organizers were up to something. Since you are indeed causing trouble, do not blame us if we escalate matters to higher authorities. Lin Shaoqing and Yale ran tirelessly for 2 hours, only halting when dawn broke. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky gradually darkened. Stars had yet to appear. But mosquitoes had already begun to swarm, hovering just above their heads, impervious to their swatting. However, they dared not voice their thoughts, only gesturing toward the 3 kneeling figures. Wu Meiming's whereabouts were unknown, but Wang Zi and Jiang Yu were studying at the Star Academy. Perhaps they had encountered Yang Lushan at times. One pursued music, the other art. Though their understanding of each other was limited, one thing was certain. Their parents loved them dearly, as evidenced by their enrollment in the city's most prestigious training institution. Chapter 67. You shouldn't have rushed up just now in truth. I could no longer endure this position 8 years ago. My continued presence is merely a consequence of personal grudges. Xiaoqi retrieved a pack of white sand cigarettes from her pocket, pulled one out, and lit it. The moment Han Liani entered the classroom, the previously boisterous environment fell into an immediate hush, with every gaze fixated upon her. However, mere seconds later, whispers and pointed fingers began to circulate among the students once more. Mo Ming shared in the responsibility for the commotion, as he was the catalyst that led to this upheaval. Upon seeing Mu Ronglian's sorrowful expression, guilt washed over him, prompting him to stand before her and offer his sleeve. Watching her retreating figure, Duanmu Yuning first smiled coldly, then furrowed her brow in concern. Jiang Qidia possessed a kind heart, yet she was likely no match for Sua Tianya. It was imperative to teach her some fundamental self-defense techniques. Although this would not address the root of the issue, it was certainly preferable to inaction. She, Fan Ai, had bestowed her first time upon herself, while Ouyang tenderly began to stir, gradually leading them both into a state of blissful forgetfulness. At that time, romance had not yet fully taken root in the school, but such occurrences were already manifesting, particularly in high school, where it had gained a certain momentum, even as teachers struggled to maintain oversight. Yet, Nian Meiping remained untouched by suitors. Lu Pingfan was both protagonist and mere pawn, ensnared in the whirlpool of political strife. The conflict between the Lone Eagle Alliance and the Liuhe Alliance loomed as well. Old Zhang, how goes the alchemical refinement? Lu Feng closed his eyes, extending his consciousness outward. Upon witnessing this, Ouyang could not allow them to depart unchallenged. He picked up a discarded bike lock and charged forward, striking a man who appeared to be in his 30s. With both defensive and offensive capabilities slightly enhanced, I was no longer at risk of being swiftly eliminated. I licked my lips, for this was the first creature to ignite my passion since acquiring the golden set. After all, it was a level 50 golden boss. The guards were dragged out of the hall, and moments later, the sound of military batons echoed. The soldiers in front pleaded desperately, but after enduring over 60 strikes, their cries began to fade. By the time 80 strikes had concluded, their backs and legs were left in a grotesque state, devoid of sound. It was evident they would not survive. Yet, he remained indifferent to such matters, unlike others. The Fire Cloud Taoist was the first to intervene, managing the situation with commendable effectiveness, suggesting he could indeed handle the larger scene. I chuckled softly and continued my assault on a glimmer of Su Yang. Su Yang's blood was running low. I prepared to deliver a final blow. If the golden armored Taoist was indeed myself, then by actively absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, it implied that the golden armored Taoist could also absorb this essence. With a casual wave, the elder dispelled the barriers surrounding the room, then departed with Luo Ping, heading towards the back mountain of the Xiang Palace, where the esteemed elders resided. The soldier nearly collapsed to the ground. Was this truly the former General Carter? How could he show such courtesy to the lowest-ranked soldiers? Mu Rong felt a surge of joy in her heart, certain that this was undoubtedly her boss's voice. But where was he? My lord. Using this will provide a clearer view. Gao Chang offered his telescope to Dai Bin. He also distributed telescopes to the other gentlemen, instructing them on their use for more convenient observation. Lin Qimei gazed longingly at Bai Yu, while Zhao Ling cast a cold, threatening glare her way. Bai Yu felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. How could she allow her cousin to behave thus? What kind of heart did the crown prince possess to be so cruel? And Yang, too preoccupied to continue her meal, sought out Xiao Jiansheng to take her to see the captured Gu master. Yin Yunhe had naturally noticed the appearance of the Qingling sect members. Their unremarkable countenances only heightened his unease, causing him to unconsciously furrow his brow. Just as she prepared to flee, her arm was seized by the opposing party, who yanked her into a vehicle. Suzy had no time to react or cry for help before a sudden force struck her neck, rendering her unconscious. Do not worry on your joyous day. Mother will certainly be present. A faint smile flickered across her pale features. Once the constitutional framework was firmly established, Lord Ting and City Lord Run finally exhaled in relief. Brewing a steaming cup of spirit tea, taking a moment to converse leisurely, they envied the brothers Tay and Mai, who remained blissfully uninvolved, living carefree lives. After dinner, Zhang Yuanshan finished her bath and returned to her bed. The events of the day at school filled her heart with uncontainable joy. Moreover, there is a statistic unknown even to Chinese football fans. This year's Asian Cup featured 3 referees from China, with as many as 4 assistant referees. At that moment, Xiecheng rented a pleasure boat to drift along the river. Occasionally glancing up, he spotted a slender figure on the riverbank, one he would never mistake. Even through heavy winter clothing, he could discern the exquisite form reminiscent of that day at Xianghua Temple. Her voice was sweet and soft, causing Zhang Longfei's heart to flutter uncontrollably, prompting him to respond, "What of it? I normally do not wear clothes." With that, he audaciously scanned Kuer from head to toe. Zhang Sulan was utterly dissatisfied with her son's name, yet during the household registration process, her husband insisted that an unremarkable name would ensure prosperity. Their son had been frail since birth, even lacking a heartbeat upon arrival, thus named Yi Wuxin, destined for wealth and fortune. Fengxi remained unaware that her name had already secured a place on the list of school beauties at the Diyan Academy, where her popularity was on par with Feng Yao. Undoubtedly, Su Yi's hastily concocted excuse provided Su Qi Tian with a graceful exit. Mo Yinfei furrowed her brow. Unfamiliar with her mother but well aware of herself, should Zhang Laosi dare to cause such turmoil, she would not allow him to go unpunished. As I observed a villager preparing to toss a snow-white figure into the river, I swiftly intervened with a kick, toppling the villager to the ground. The vibrant new students toured the campus of Lanzhou University, then traveled to the Martyrs Cemetery at Huashan Mountain, honoring the revolutionary martyrs interred there and receiving an education in patriotism. Chapter 68 is truly lacking in decorum. This series of assaults is not a mere blind bombardment of energy, rather. They are deliberately aimed at the peculiar flesh and blood of the Annihilation Knight, which has become significantly weakened due to the influence of spiritual unrest. However, the original animation portrays nearly all characters in a grim and dark manner, and while the story crafted by the beloved warrior Lao Su is commendable, it leans excessively towards adult themes. After interviewing Zhang Yang, the reporter proceeded to interview Iverson, relaying Zhang Yang's words to him. Her visage inherited the delicate, oval face of her mother, Zhang Yuqing, complemented by fair skin, while her narrow eyes and willow-like brows were traits passed down from her father, Li Lei, adding a touch of gallantry to her appearance. Coldly, she cast a sweeping glance over the high-ranking members present. As Lu Xian took a deep breath and spoke in an ominous tone, the true antagonist, the character of the old worm, has been established as a relic of a bygone era, the very villain the protagonist yearns to vanquish upon traversing to this realm. Granny Qin had long been confirmed to serve the Grand Princess. Otherwise, she would have been sent away from the palace upon the Grand Princess's first birthday. It seems that communication with the people of this empire has become futile. In addition to investigating the previous measurement gauge, Leon resolved to uncover the origins of this emperor. When Lu Xian first accepted him as a disciple, he believed he had finally found a reliable ally and could enjoy a better life. On another part of the deck, Dorothy caught sight of this scene. Tilting her head as if a vivid image flashed through her mind, she bit her lip and stealthily approached. This fellow is utterly unreasonable. Acting as if all his actions are justified, boldly intruding into another's domain while demanding not to be interfered with. Surely, a little sense of propriety would not go amiss. Qingzhi's remark about him being a mere shadow was not unwarranted, having spent day and night together for several days for reasons unknown. Shiyu felt an inexplicable sense of peace upon seeing the robust figure of the man. Having only advanced a little over 100 miles, Tamik detected a gaze filled with murderous intent directed at them from underground. Could it be that the army of the British Empire has occupied that territory, claiming it as their own? As the first half concluded, The sound of the halftime whistle echoed, signaling a temporary ceasefire as players returned to their benches. You may rest and meditate here. I shall confront that nightmare creature. Edward, however, felt no fatigue, even though he had consistently been at the forefront throughout their journey. General Stillwell appeared disheartened, stating, "Yes, General Foam, this is indeed a grave matter. The Japanese are utterly deranged, not content with their incursions into Asia. They have now set their sights on North America. Should the Hell Emperor emerge victorious in the future, that would require no further elaboration, but if he were to succeed, White King must restrain the denizens of hell, or he would not hesitate to eliminate any threats." This incited discontent among many noblemen, who grumbled quietly yet dared not confront him directly, resorting to sulking in the corners. One young aristocrat mustered the courage to belittle this enigmatic figure, only to be intimidated into silence by a mere glare from Edward. After the old woman spoke, several teachers behind her nodded in agreement. Though Delice did not rank as high as Dillo, her magical prowess was formidable, making it likely that the warrior Dillo would find himself outmatched. I readily agreed, filled with anticipation for my return home, yearning to return as soon as possible, as if someone awaited me there. Simultaneously, I was acutely aware that I had little family left in that place, and even those I might have had not been in contact with us for years. Yilong was utterly defenseless, having not inherited even the enchanting song of the merfolk. It would not be until 3 years later that he would utter his first words. The tone of his voice, if described as eerie and terrifying, would be an understatement. The shadow's voice was hoarse, reminiscent of someone whose throat had been slashed and hastily reattached. When Lu Mingquan reached the wall, before he could climb over, he suddenly found himself confronted by a dozen middle-aged men in plain clothes wielding firearms emerging from the corridors on either side. 10 minutes later, the phone of Jiulong Dong rang again, the caller being Chun Baihu, the most reluctant individual in the entire Xinhe district to mediate disputes. After all, Zhao Gongming and he were close as brothers and would not divulge this matter. As for why the Kongxian trio feared the Hou trio, the exit was completely blocked by bricks and concrete debris. Ling Xiao climbed to the highest point, pressing his ear against a concrete slab to listen for any sounds from the outside. After a while of silence, his mood soured further. When I escorted her home, I discovered her grandmother's house was not far from mine. As we parted, Qian Yuan remarked that the next time we met, I would see a brand new Qian Yuan. And she had resolved to break up with Fuji-san, vowing to become stronger. Qian looked at Ban in astonishment, not expecting a 6-year-old to ponder such matters. It was no surprise, after all, that he was an Uchiha. The local beastmen on this island are so warm and welcoming that they might very well be eager to have them stay and join their tribe. Such fortuitous occurrences are rare indeed. The entire hall descended into chaos following this bout of attacks, with most of the seating and arrangements utterly destroyed. Hefeng cast a cautious glance at Qi Nan, opting to remain silent as he observed Yu Su tidying up, preparing to withdraw. Chu Rui narrowed his eyes. Although the aura of Di Shirtian was well concealed, his keen senses detected it almost immediately. Perhaps that white-haired youth could glean some clues from his subordinates. Yet such information held little significance for him. So long as the other party lacked concrete evidence, he would remain unscathed. Chapter 69. I want neither you nor Ji Mu Yang. All that needed to be said has been uttered, and what ought not to be mentioned has also been voiced. To speak further would be to descend to a lower standard. Everyone present possesses discernment and keen sight. Perhaps it is the proximity to death that has bestowed upon her an extraordinary strength as she clings tenaciously to Shuemang's foot. Jian Yang has already made his position abundantly clear, treating her as inconsequential. The somber, oppressive, and somewhat chilly tones of the room resonate with his character. She surveyed the entire office before finally approaching the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, crossing her arms as she gazed at the scenery outside. The city lay before her in its entirety, with the sky a blank canvas and wisps of clouds gently drifting, evoking the essence of summer. Before this thought could fully form, a large bird joyfully flapped over and embraced her. Was it really necessary to make such a grand spectacle for a cesarean section and her discharge from the hospital? A large tear had been ripped into the purple sleeves of her dress as the black bat was forcefully struck down by Shi Lingjing, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. How annoying. Why speak of such things? Yi Xiaomei lowered her head, retreating into his embrace, reluctant to leave. He understood that Ruan Mingwei had willingly married him for the sake of her family, even taking the initiative to meet him several times, which clearly indicated her sincerity. As soon as his words fell, all eyes shifted from Li Buwang to the great general, eager to discern how he would address the matter at hand. Undoubtedly, under the crushing force of the chaos divine stone, the great wilderness spirit god's spear could not withstand the assault. After all, it was the primordial divine stone of the ancient star domain, rich in dimensional laws and divine essence, wielding immense power. Thinking of leaving? Not so easily. Enrique, wielding the moon god's staff in his left hand, lightly tapped the staff with his fair right hand. A slender white sort of light shot forth from the top of the staff, hurtling towards the fleeing shadow slayer. Everyone was acutely aware that financial matters were the most susceptible to issues, given the inherent greed of human nature. Each year, our company faces various shortfalls, though profits often outweigh losses. However, under my stewardship, I am resolutely determined to prevent such occurrences and will strive to maintain stability," proclaimed the middle-aged man with an air of pride. Thus, it seems that the thoughts regarding the Empress Dowager somewhat align. Those blood swallows, unbeknownst to what had been added to the bird's nest soup, rendered the Empress unable to let go, ultimately affecting the unborn child and leading to the early demise of the Crown Prince. I fear not. I have a lingering suspicion that this mirror of destruction is far from ordinary. If it dares to rank among the second-tier celestial artifacts, it is certainly no mere trinket. The star moon gem may not be its match, Xuehao mused, his brow furrowing slightly, a grave glimmer appearing in his eyes. It is actually. Dongfang Xiao gasped, recognizing the figure that had once bound his own fluctuating power during the competition. Zhou Bingran nodded, confirming that the firefly had not lied. Since this place existed in the capital, it was indeed highly probable that Tang Kuo was imprisoned here. As the divine kings surged into the divine tower, a profoundly deep space began to stir, resembling a vast starry sky in its tumultuousness. The temporal and spatial rules within this realm eluded even the divine kings, tossing them about at will. As the blood corpse drew near, the crowd could no longer contain themselves, unleashing a collective roar as they brandished their weapons and charged forward. The lady opened the refrigerator in the kitchen, finding nothing to her satisfaction, though fresh beef had just been delivered. Xia Zimo, in the restroom, cradled his suit, catching a faint whiff of a familiar perfume that prompted her to bring it closer to her nose for a sniff. Suddenly, she collapsed, her frail form crumpling to the ground, her dark hair spilling like ink. "Did we not agree that you would take me wherever you go?" Mu Beichen looked into an Xian's eyes and then at her burgeoning belly, his heart a tumult of emotions. He recalled his promise to accompany when Xian anywhere, yet was reluctant to allow her to witness him in the act of taking a life. Regardless, seeing Xia Zimo return to work brought Han Yi joy, and he soon stepped out again. "Chen Feng, our actions are driven by desperation. We truly do not wish to be adversaries. It is Zero King who has incited us to strike against you. Even the first 9 kings, when faced with the threat of life, could not escape their nature and, astonishingly, pleaded for mercy. He had originally intended to invite the Empress of Beich into this gathering, only to find that Emperor Bailey Chenfeng had come in her stead, indicating the significant place the Empress held in his heart. This observation could certainly be leveraged to their advantage. The terrifying figure of the Demon King began to morph into a vast and daunting psychological shadow looming over them. The blood of the giant gold cultivator stained the ancient sword of heavenly punishment, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This Qingzhi Jian was also a 1-star martial saint, and thus, when he made his move, his might was not to be underestimated. He seized the chain from the counter and grabbed a bar stool, preparing to sit down. A bizarre blood-red river transformed into a colossal snake, coiling and hissing behind Lu Dian, while a surge of power took the form of a blood-red hand, blotting out the sun as it descended upon the Lord of September City. In the sky, over 100 ice mayflies, grouped in sets of 12, took turns exhaling icy breaths that solidified the ground into a steel-like hardness. Upon entering the living room, they beheld the opulent tiles and, glancing down at their cheap shoes, Zhang Yi and his companions hesitated to tread upon them. Overhead, a crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, while the pure black sandalwood furniture invigorated the spirit. The exquisite luxury of the surroundings was almost beyond description. Zhang Yi, a devoted son, had recently lost his father and, overwhelmed by grief, had fallen into a coma. It was his aunt's persistent prayers at their ancestral altar that implored the ancestors to safeguard Zhang Yi. Chapter 70. A complete disregard for martial virtue. The team members even believed that he was not training his subordinates, but rather wishing for their demise. It is a question best posed to Uncle Meng himself. Since this money passed through your hands, it is only fitting for you to account for its whereabouts. I effortlessly returned the ball. Indeed, the sisters Yi Yu and Yu, having chosen their respective long swords, followed Outyan's instructions, and each let a drop of blood fall upon the blades. And Nianrong smiled, gently exhaling a ring of smoke, watching it dissipate slowly into the air before turning her gaze towards Luomen. Did he speak untruths? A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Under the flames of the soul's fire, Lu'er could not fathom that the fearful Laliro would utter lies. Uncertain, Lu'er shifted her attention to Outyan. Qingzhi, noticing that Xiao Yongye had not responded directly, became even more convinced of his suspicions, chuckling to himself before turning to leave. Guiyang contemplated that if Duke Qing truly held affection for the second young lady, it would be wise to facilitate the matter, offering her to the manor as a concubine, a fate she might embrace. Guiyang shrugged, dismissing further thoughts, simply feeling sympathy for the struggling Prince Chun and the unfortunate king of Kekiki. Since his father's passing, he had not taken photographs apart from those of his student ID. Returning home, her spirits were high. Today she had played matchmaker, successfully untangling two threads that had long been intertwined. Upon returning to the Zhao manor, Zhao Yi had yet to convey the circumstances within He Jin's residence to Zhao Yun when a soldier entered the hall, announcing He Jin's visit. It was evident that this ninth brother had been subdued by his palace attendants, unable to escape, if he wished. He could easily snuff out Feng Jiu's life at any moment. Although Zheng Changyi desired to befriend Zheng Rui, upon witnessing Zheng Rui's demeanor, disregarding even his own brother, he feared that his patience for his uncle would be similarly limited. Captain, this cannot continue. The paths of entry and exit intersect here, making it impossible for us to compare notes. Old Kong's voice brimmed with helplessness. Xiaoyan smiled, feeling a sense of relief. After all, the thought of absorbing the original imperial energy from deceased bodies was not pleasant for anyone. Soon after, the three engaged in lively conversation. Having not met in nearly 2 years, the topics flowing freely, rebirth of the ancient emperor, significant movements of the Thundercloud clan, and the awakening of the 9 disciples of the Ming Yin divine domain were all weighty subjects. Furthermore, I could only engrave 5 talismans in a day. Exceeding this number would leave him mentally fatigued, incapable of continuing his work. Thus, to successfully craft a talisman, I must engage in uninterrupted engraving for 20 consecutive days. Qing Wei was utterly bewildered by such progress, yet it seemed everything was steering towards a favorable outcome. Presently, Guangning County was left with merely 5,000 cavalry. Should those soldiers fail to sway Zhao Yi, Subu would lead his forces to assault Guangning County, flanking the official army from within and without. While deep in thought, Yiwu's astonished voice broke through. Sure, I looked up to see Yiwu striding towards him. Moreover, if a research team were indeed formed, the later focus would not lie in design, allowing those in that position to seamlessly transition into mobile game development without idleness. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, 480 million particles transformed into crimson crystals, each resembling a vast world, absorbing chaotic energy to sustain themselves. The ancestral dragon sighed deeply before introducing this Taoist to the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness. Dana could not help but lean back in her chair, pinching her brow. At times, she envied Sarutobi Sasuke for having a reliable partner to assist him with the grueling tasks. At that moment, Zhao Peng wished to voice something, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts. But have you considered whether the most crucial evidence, Mr. Liu himself, would be willing to testify in court? Privately, he even suggested Bai Yueguang to sponsor a larger spectacle. After all, Guangda had spent a few leisurely days in the village, perhaps out of guilt frequently confiding in Xiang Yi and Jin Shi. Though there had been no substantial progress, the shift in attitude was evident to all. Another figure clad in black, witnessing his companion's injury, promptly drew a gun aimed at Lin Feng. Lu Zhong, the arch-villain of this world, possessed the ability of disguise, capable of assuming any form he desired. Mr. Lan was reluctant to invest further. The original vacancies in the business department had already been filled, leaving him idle. Thus, he sought to transition to Mr. Lu's team. Very well. For the sake of Yin Hong, we shall grant him this one reprieve. Shen Lan was still somewhat hesitant, but acquiesced to Shui Yun and Qing Er's approach. You are aware that the emperor would not impose his will upon you, nor disregard your desires, yet you have agreed to his wishes. Does that not imply you have already fallen for ninth brother? The following day, under Ye's arrangement, over 30 disciples, including Chu Xing, Lin Shu, Chu Gong, and Huang Ting, accompanied Yuhan, stating that during these days when Yuhan could not wield her powers, they could better safeguard her and bolster their presence. Is there any way to erase the paladin class? I involuntarily inquired of Tai Dan. Let go. Despite Zhang Xiaoyu's calm demeanor, the underlying anger was palpable in those two simple words. Zhang Xiaoyu lifted his head, smiled faintly, and nodded, greeting the shopkeeper. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's heart swelled with joy. How fortunate to have a superstar patronizing his flower shop. Liang Fei and Qing Er, each lost in their thoughts, remained silent. After Qing Er acquiesced to Liang Fei, the latter felt a slight easing of her heart. Though the day remained distant, she had found a glimmer of new hope. Chapter 71. Remembering the past as a guide for the future. Fortunately, my adeptness in managing force and angle, combined with our numerical superiority, ensured that everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. Zhang Meishi comprehended Robert's threat, the intention to transform her into a subject of experimentation, perhaps to be placed on the operating table. Her chest opened without anesthesia. Her organs extracted one by one. As she attempted to rise and clarify her situation, she momentarily forgot her body's weakness. Her arms lacked the strength, leading her to fall back, only to be caught by Lot. It was imperative to care for her own body to escape the palace. Since Yan Sha would not be by her side, she discreetly summoned the imperial physician to assess her pulse, to determine if her unusual condition stemmed from poisoning by the vermilion. The following day, the southeastern cultivation world buzzed with news that Jiang Feng, the seemingly feeble master of Kaiyang Cave, lacking even a talisman record, had astonishingly defeated Zhu Ming, a formidable figure of the talisman realm, leaving the cultivators of the southeast in awe. Whenever someone uttered the word fool in her presence, she would inadvertently reflect on the reality of having given birth to a fool. Her eyes turned red, and like a hen, she sprang up from the ground. Come and try it, she exclaimed. I have experienced every conceivable matter in this world. Bruce shouted defiantly. Cold Moon intervened, separating me from Shindali, stepping between us with iron chopsticks held horizontally. Mu Feng, stirred by Zhao Lin's words, yearned to whisk Zhao Lin away. Yet he restrained himself under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Resolute, the two of them crouched motionless beneath a tree, while the indigenous people across the way shouted, to which they remained silent, treating the noise as if it were merely a barking dog. Shu Hui, having long suppressed her emotions, wept heartily in Tu Hongsha's embrace until they reached the hospital. He turned on the light, got out of bed, and gathered the scattered garments around him as he dressed. Thus, despite both she and Yen Su being professionals, should a superior demon appear, defeating it would be dubious. Their very survival would be in question. After exchanging glances, Tian Zhong and Shang Yi focused their attention on the composed Liao Feiyu, for their fate, life or death, now depended on her ability to resolve the situation. Otherwise, their best outcome would be enforced indefinite recuperation, contingent upon their survival to exit. Meanwhile, Gong Mingyuan nodded nonchalantly, yet Shinua's words echoed persistently in his mind. Awaiting his recovery, this fool, she realized only after they entered, had been shielding her with his body all along to protect her. Xiao Weila was startled, not expecting Bai Yueguang to voice such sentiments, clearly indicating that she should no longer use gratitude to bind him, for he owed the Zhou family nothing now. The man, clad in a black suit, exuded a chilling and ascetic demeanor as he walked. Upon receiving their assignment, the players erupted in an incomprehensible fervor, shouting about the oversized dungeon they had conquered, while adorning themselves with various perilous objects, many of which Bruce had previously restricted, for their intent had merely been to maintain stability in Fish City, not to raze it to the ground. The three of them met with the other elder dignitaries of the Imperial Palace, soaring toward the secret entrance of the Daoist space. However, only those like Bai Qianqian, from affluent families, would disdain the ostentatiousness of ordinary folk. Damn it, can he really kill me in the resurrection point? The chaotic demon roared, as her palms aimed at yet another figure in black. The tall, slender Zhu Wuning stepped forward, shielding the black-clad individual. Lin Ronghua instructed Zhang Yintian to continue accompanying Wang Qing and his wife in their street stroll, while she assisted her husband back to the medical clinic, where the doctor examined Zhang Yi and administered some medicine, making no disturbance to the resting Zhang Xiao. After a brief respite, they sought out Wang Qing, purchasing items together before returning. After a while, Li Yin awoke, as he often did at this hour, staring blankly ahead. The king suffered from insomnia, unable to sleep soundly. Even upon waking, he was merely startled, his spirit waning, yet he could still maintain his health and nourishment. Glancing at the storage ring containing 3 souls, Chu Feng felt somewhat speechless, then stowed it away and departed from that space. In that case, I shall take my leave, Yi Xing said, then walked toward the exit. Last night, we received word that after the Sun sect and Moon sect returned, they merged into a single faction, the Yin-Yang sect, Yi Jian remarked while sipping tea. Moreover, if one were to sit down, how should they position themselves? Should they sit on the far left of the sofa, distancing themselves from Cui Zhixuan, or beside him? Even the grand production of Drunken Three Kingdoms had captured the attention of those who typically shunned television dramas. Yet who could have predicted that this man would leave so abruptly? Everything had become clear. The shadowy hand behind Xiao Yan was Lu Ya, whose goal was undoubtedly to summon the immortals. Thus, the box office of this film, according to current predictions, had already reached 700 million. Meanwhile, Shun Yin stood quietly to the side, watching the two with satisfaction, akin to a father witnessing his pig learn to root for vegetables. As memories grew increasingly hazy, her disappointment in Gu Shao accumulated day by day, and by the second day of her rebirth, her affection for him had notably diminished. Upon seeing the streak of light in the sky return, Su Huan, Wu Gengchen, and the others felt a jolt in their hearts. And only after it soared away again did they venture inside. Chapter 72. Do not wander. Wait for me at the door in the depths of the dry well. A solitary figure gazes up at the vast cosmos, while those who hold dominion over the land peer anxiously at the towering walls that encircle them. The individuals within the palace merely serve as a superficial shield for you. The true architect of this empire's destiny is none other than yourself, the comet of chaos that disrupts the great chain, Tian Yin remarked. From a distance, he observed the dogs he had brought with him, all retreating. It seemed they believed their own dogs far too noble to frolic with a mongrel, deeming such companionship beneath their dignity. Due to the necessity of addressing the injuries of the deceased, Zhu Pingjin was compelled to alter her itinerary. Pausing at Feixian Pass for an overnight stay. You have achieved merit this time. Zhu Pingjin acknowledged Qin Yi with a nod. Qin Yi, recommended by the venerable Grand Eunuch Chao, proved to be exceptionally capable, possessing an innate talent for espionage. Consequently, a few scions of prominent families emerged to stroll about. Among them a young gentleman clad in a white robe, accompanied only by a pair of bodyguards, aimlessly wandering the streets as if in a leisurely daze. Before him loomed several bronze and ebony automatons, dormant for centuries, now revealing their menacing crimson eyes. Lin Yuming felt assured in his judgment. Even if this project were to be signed, it was likely to involve advance payments, predominantly a scheme for deception. A myriad of thoughts surged within Lin Yuming's mind. He was uncertain of the significance of Xiao Bing's arrival. Had she been dispatched by the chairman, or did she merely wish to indulge in leisure? What demeanor should he adopt towards her, affectionate, courteous, or distant? With these two exemplars before him and Shou Chong now utterly devoted to Feng Yu, he hastily sought an audience with her parents. The revelation of Yu Pin's identity as the founder of Yi-Pin Network had resulted in countless admirers, including numerous alluring senior and junior female students, vying for his attention, stirring Zhou Chong's sentiments. Having accomplished all this, he suddenly appeared to discover something, lifting his gaze to behold a spiritual vessel emerging from the horizon. His concerns grew, fearing that in Bai Yixiu and Piaoxua might also be ensnared in the ensuing turmoil. Who are you? Do you comprehend the actions you are undertaking? Lian Feng finally regained her senses, realizing these individuals were not arranged by her uncle. Should calamity befall Mount Shu, those cloaked figures could very well be sent to hunt down Luchanga. Though the murmurs of the students were intentionally subdued, they coalesced, and any person with functioning ears could discern their discourse. Upon entering the grand camp, Luo Feng remained oblivious to the thoughts of the leading guard escort ahead. In an instant, all the clues converged. The rapid ascent of Lingshan sect within a few short years could only be attributed to Ling Ruoshui. Consequently, those factions, just a step below their own sect, would undoubtedly seize this golden opportunity, seeking to usurp their position, a pursuit fraught with peril. It appeared that a layer of energy enveloped the mechanical star. What could this possibly be? Wu Tian gazed at the energy shield above with a perplexed expression. Among the onlookers, some intentionally spread rumors, extolling the virtues of Yushu Palace while disparaging Kunlun Void. Observing the second princess's predicament brought a sense of delight to Ming Nan, for she had often spoken ill of the Shangguan family within the palace, a family predominantly composed of men. Yang Shiming, not a true matriarch, was naturally barred from attending royal banquets. Ling Shi shook his head in resignation at her lazy demeanor, opting to prepare a bath for her. He filled the tub with warm water, adding lavender essential oil and bubble bath. Feng Wanghua followed suit. As the disparity between the beast clan and humanity meant his departure would not cause significant disruption, as soon as the last word left his lips, Gu Weiran vanished from the doorway, leaving Ling Jiajia weakly leaning against the headboard, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. In private, the factory director's resolve faltered, scratching his head sheepishly. Analyzing the information relayed by unmanned drones and the reconnaissance conducted by Huzi and his team, Yichen gained clarity. The enemy had divided its forces. Here, a frenzy of purchases could be ignited, but how many locations had Cui Yu incited similar buying frenzies? Lin Zhao's expression transformed into one of realization as he vigorously nodded, subsequently breaking into a smile. Following CT's authoritative explanation, the atmosphere surged once more with fervent cheers for Team SKT. Indeed, Wang Feng was a formidable opponent. General Wang must have recognized her capabilities when selecting her for the clandestine task, Gu Manman thoughtfully assessed. With a decisive slam, Zhang Xiege closed the door, reloading a bullet into the chamber of his weapon. You will face Long Zhantian in Long City. Yu Yuran finally spoke, her voice tinged with concern. Thus, after 3 days of profound contemplation atop Mount Amei, Qin Bai resolved upon his next course of action, to venture into the legendary realm described as possessing 18 layers of hell, the underworld ghost realm. What remained were endless traps, illusory shells, and the sinister schemes of the king of alchemy. As they arrived at the Tak family's villa, Qin Bai distinctly sensed an extraordinary atmosphere enveloping the grand estate. The power, Phoenix, bestows upon its possessor unparalleled speed. Even attaining light speed is within the realm of possibility, provided the user's body can withstand it. Upon reaching her level of cultivation, ordinary elixirs ceased to be effective. Only rare medicinal treasures could restore her vitality. In the direction of the 4 divine halls, the 4 elders were momentarily stunned by Wang Shidan's fortune, their gazes converging upon a singular point, emitting soft exclamations of surprise. Across the vast Pacific, a Boeing 777 belonging to All American Airlines traversed the azure sky, trailing a long white vaporous line. Chapter 73. Those who commit multiple wrongs will bring about their own demise. 1,000 meters away, Feng Yu paused for a moment, deep in contemplation. He had suspected something amiss for quite some time, but had chosen to remain silent. Now, witnessing 2 individuals moving ahead, he sought to confirm his suspicions and refrained from approaching them. When she departed, she appeared fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Her parents were by her side, along with her influential uncle, Mr. Chen, who had taken time from his busy schedule to assist her with her luggage. For an extended period, Zhu Ziqiang had maintained a position of neutrality and silence, but now he sprang into action, his fists charged with energy as he rushed forward. Initially, he intended to inform Rong Ruo about this matter, prompting her to summon Rong Ru and Nalan, hoping to portray himself as the benevolent brother-in-law who would settle debts with Yao Tianmu, ensuring that any debts incurred were owed to family rather than outsiders. In this predicament, he found himself at a loss for words to comfort her. Perhaps silence was the only remedy. Thus, throughout their journey, the typically loquacious pair exchanged not a single word. As Gai Zetian struggled to control his beastly instincts, the ancient flame lion let out a thunderous roar, summoning countless phantoms to forge an immense array, unleashing an unparalleled energy that surged toward Zhu Yuan without reservation. There are myriad ways to attain rebirth. Yet Chengde chose to seclude himself in his mother and Appo's room for an entire day, enveloped in the comforting sin of her presence. After spending a significant part of the day recuperating in a tree, he gradually descended to the ground and began a slow ascent toward the mountains. Yu Lang unleashed his utmost combat prowess, yet he found himself at a disadvantage against the holy flame, as the disparity in martial arts realms was insurmountable. The great Zhou demon emperor lifted his gaze toward Yixian, the oppressive aura cultivated from prolonged authority bearing down on Yixian, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of pressure, a confidence emanating from power, exuding an extraordinary aura. Of course, she had consulted another classmate, Zheng Xiaoya, who appeared fierce, causing her to feel a twinge of fear. Liang Levzu scrutinized Liang Duhai, her intuition suggesting a profound connection between him and the unfolding events. Anna stood in shock, her gaze alertly fixed on the simple, pale golden ring pinched between her thumb and the greeting card. Su Jinxin was genuinely frightened and wary, harboring a palpable hatred toward Bai Qinghao. A typical music company focuses solely on producing and recording albums, while the transformation of these albums into countless marketable products is the domain of distribution companies. Noticing unusual movements, Yixian hastily cried out, "Do not act rashly, Taoist." As he shouted, he stepped forward, unwilling to conceal himself any longer, fearing that this malevolent individual might extinguish his life with a single strike, and thus, his proactive appearance might afford him a chance to escape. In 1985, the China Glasses Association was established here, followed by the creation of the country's first optical research institute. Lu Kaiqing felt as though dawn had broken anew. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled by a magnified face, causing her to quickly shut her eyes again. Her cheeks flushing crimson. Shiman Mingho threw a punch that landed squarely on Feng Zihong's handsome face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Instantly, the crowd surrounded him. Bright blades glinting dangerously close, yet Huang Banzian remained unfazed. Chashan County, the birthplace of Zhao Yun, was regrettably not a prominent clan, rendering little influence. Mom. We have free breakfast. Qiao Qiao glanced at Yin Shenfeng behind Shen Lingfei, and upon receiving an okay gesture from him, Qiao Qiao finally smiled in relief. By the lakeside, several weeping willows swayed gently. Their slender branches danced in the breeze, creating ripples across the mirror-like surface of the lake, a sight of exquisite beauty. At noon, the sun blazed high in the sky, casting fierce rays that scorched the earth below, raising the temperature within the space of life and death to unbearable levels, sufficient to roast an ordinary person alive. Some matters cannot simply be evaded. Yi Weian lamented helplessly. Yet all of this seemed merely a ruse orchestrated by the enigmatic demon clan. Their true objective was not the Qi Suo, but rather the disposal of a trivial pawn. Wang Cheng evidently aimed to divert Wang Yi's attention, creating a chaotic distraction, as a spectral demon figure swiftly approached the blood-red well. Such a scenario indicated an onslaught of forbidden weaponry, exponentially more powerful than the previous one. Zhu Junyi, being a doctor, possessed an insatiable curiosity for medical matters that surpassed her interest in other fields. Oh, my godmother, I did not misspeak. This is my godfather, and you, being his wife, are naturally my godmother. Please allow me to pay my respects. With that, he knelt to bow. Impossible. At your level, you cannot possibly defeat Hugo. You must have employed some insidious trick. Mazzy seethed, consumed by indignation. On the day of departure, 3 carriages were parked in front of the Duke of Rome's residence, setting off toward Biyun Peak under the curious gazes of the onlookers. My lords, we must not hesitate any longer. Ma Lu has already conveyed the message. If we do not agree to surrender within 3 days, they will annihilate us, and we will never have another chance. The bandits clamored. You are Raupea? Rancinian suppressed his overwhelming joy and inquired calmly, seeking to ascertain whether he had indeed identified her correctly, hoping for a sign of improvement in his face blindness. Chapter 74. The deceit of a man's words. It was not only her fear of death that drove her. Those with self-awareness left behind by the revered and you were also compelled to act, lest they fall victim to the old monster. Otherwise, they would not have endeavored so diligently to obstruct others from inheriting and Yu's legacy. On several occasions, they narrowly escaped being intercepted by that ancient being, forcing Yifeng to take perilous risks and employ the blood shadow escape technique to elude capture. Thank you for your reminder. But it is you who should consider relinquishing your pursuit, Wu Tian remarked nonchalantly. The 2 sages exchanged glances, their expression shifting as they hastily followed Luo Feng's lead, with the 4 divine beasts, including the Qinglong, closely trailing behind. The face of the white-boned old demon betrayed a hint of embarrassment. It was not that he lacked the desire to engage, but rather that he found himself without an opportunity to strike. Zhao Bufan ceased his chatter, raising his right hand to reveal a pitch-black star disk resembling a turtle shell, which soared from his palm. His fist collided violently with the void, resulting in a thunderous clash between 2 colossal entities formed from the essence of heaven and earth. Zhang Shou's handsome visage was laden with murderous intent, his brows furrowed, exuding an overwhelming aura as he bellowed and charged towards Su Huang. One could easily envision the dire situation awaiting the Yi family once the elder generation of powerful figures gradually receded, leaving them without successors. Young master, I believe it prudent to refrain from action for the moment. We should return and report to the family head, as this matter pertains to the honor and disgrace of the Wan family. The old patriarch will undoubtedly not let this slide, and he will take measures to ensure that your grievances are avenged. Shoubo suggested gravely. No, I understand. When my kin were imprisoned and slain, the hatred I felt was profound, yet their demise would not resurrect them. Ling Huyu shook her head, hoping that Guo Dai could let go of the past and embrace a new life. Finding a reference point made things considerably easier. He aimed his firearm at the direction where potential intruders might approach and pulled the trigger without hesitation. It seemed as though he merely intended to toy with them, having capsized their vessel without any intention of further assault. There is no room for negotiation regarding the jewelry exhibition. I am capable of making my own decisions without external interference, Mr. Ma declared, his tone imbued with an unyielding authority. That is unacceptable. Even if you and the proprietress are martial artists, should a conflict arise, they would inevitably be fully armed. No matter how formidable you are, can you withstand bullets? Do you countered, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Li Chong finally felt his racing heart settle back into his chest, although such narratives often concluded unfavorably. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the Master Wang you so admire. Is he truly so remarkable? She mocked, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Mu before turning to ridicule the surrounding crowd. Have you secured your leave? It seems you are off to indulge in hot pot. Your time off should extend a bit longer, Zai Qing texted to confirm. Old Xia, you were treating today, he declared with an air of authority before hanging up. Before I could set my phone down, another call came in. Upon returning home, I reclined on the sofa like an elder, watching television and fiddling with my phone. On the table lay a solitary bun, a testament to how hunger can render one indiscriminate. My lord, you ought not to question these knights. Their convictions are often more steadfast than those of noble family knights. Reina interjected, her brow furrowed. A truly ancient family, having amassed considerable power, exudes a terrifying arrogance. This sentiment is one that even Su Yin could envision without direct experience. Qin Yin believed that if it were not for his close relations, discerning the truth would prove exceedingly difficult. However, even for Shin Xinyu and her companions, recognizing him at first glance would likely be a formidable challenge. Subsequently, they exchanged glances, assessing each other before turning to the ominous figure, prepared to express their gratitude. He understood that his cousin's visit today was not merely for casual conversation. There must be a significant matter at hand. As the Waha trademark suggests, without substantial advertising funds, it might only be worth around 10,000. I see, Guan Yu remarked appreciatively. Scanning the room with her phoenix-like eyes, she found nothing out of the ordinary. Of course, this is merely my speculation. The outcome relies on your fortune, Yi Bufei stated. The adaptation of songs is not particularly arduous. The genuine challenge lies in ensuring that the modified piece surpasses the essence of the original. To put it simply, it is about elevating the song's artistic expression to new heights. Lin Lei's keyboard skills were exceptionally refined, as he conjured virtual sound effects while engaging the audience with lighthearted banter. Bai Xiong recognized that while the Moose and Company primarily dealt with saplings, its assets were nearing 100 million, with a 40% stake that amounted to over 40 million, all provided as a gift, which stirred his interest. Regardless of whether Murong Land's intentions were genuine or feigned, what was once overlooked, discarded, or deemed unworthy could never be reclaimed. General, I truly cannot fathom this. While there are many mist-like poisons, enveloping a camp spanning several dozen miles is utterly impossible. I cannot recall any such substance in my memory. Zhao Tianhuan concluded after a prolonged contemplation. Two lecherous old men ambled into the valley, arms draped over each other's shoulders, while other medical experts observed them in silence. The penetrating nature was somewhat overwhelming. Even the nurse's hand holding the case file stiffened as she slowly turned her gaze. Subsequently, Xiang Lian leapt down from the steps in front of the shop, and before Han Lai could comprehend her movements, he saw two serpents coiling around her arms. Time rewound to the moment Yi Su Jun appeared. Yi Ji was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing that this was merely a militia composed of commoners, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her countenance exuded an extraordinary tranquility, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, as the dust around her sparkled, as if she bore the light of stars descending from the heavens. However, Li Mu was aware that this card bore a striking resemblance to the previous one and was undoubtedly significant. It would be fortunate if there were no discerning individuals present at the scene. Chapter 75. This money, she must have. Upon hearing Wu Zhongwang's words, the proposing demon clan member nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion. Xiao Fan gestured for silence, and indeed, the surroundings fell eerily quiet, devoid of sound. Yu Beibei's words evoked memories of the prison for you, madam, causing her heart to race with trepidation. I said it's nothing, and it truly is nothing. Please stop pestering me. It's quite bothersome, you know. Jiang Chu Jian replied impatiently. For instance, Lin Moer, the close friend of Dongfang Ruoxue, operates the Shuama Xian, which, aside from its location in Suzhou, has branches in major cities across the northern and southwestern regions of the capital. An immediate hush enveloped the crowd. As everyone was acutely aware of the demon clan's notorious cruelty, they would show no mercy simply because their prince was marrying the leader of the Holy Spirit sect. All right. Gu Xueqiao took a deep breath. Though impulsive by nature, She was also someone who took responsibility for her actions, and this matter was one she intended to handle personally. The dark demon's colossal hand shattered the sword in tent, causing the surrounding space to erupt violently. And those carbonated drinks, those junk foods, what harm do they pose to children? Do you not realize? Yet, you treat them as treasures and offer them to the kids. Yifeng exclaimed angrily, pointing at 3 children indulging in snacks and drinks. Both parties of players were bewildered, wondering if Amudula had been driven mad by the deletion of his character. I led the cavalry into the fray first. The northern winds howled, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, a stark contrast to my previous entry. Following the formation taught by Guojia, I charged forward with my troops. This was a rather astute statement. Should Lu Feidong triumph, all would be well, but if he were to falter, he could claim he hadn't exerted his full strength. And Yifeng might very well counter his hero, truly a win-win response. Upon hearing this, Cui Shanfu and Apos' expression darkened significantly, while the other ministers gasped in astonishment. The previous day's events were mere trifles. All that remained was the echo of dreams upon waking, willow banks kissed by dawn's gentle breeze. Guojia chuckled. In Shun Kang's room, Meng Fanqing had not even removed her shoes, wrapping herself in a threadbare, fragrant quilt, and fell into a deep slumber. As he spoke, he adjusted his flamboyant attire and retrieved a folding fan, feigning nonchalance as he departed. Lin Qingzhi, trembling with fear, tossed a compressed biscuit into the coffin. Maintaining a safe distance as she leaned in to observe, the biscuit remained unchanged, indicating all was well. After more than 200 days, Eddie had finally dealt with the mafia boss and, in turn, achieved his ambition of becoming a senator, now preparing for his next presidential election. Yifeng brought Lu Qianqiu into the Volvo dealership. Compared to other luxury brands, the Fade was rather modest, lacking any remarkable features. Shin Kong disembarked at the village entrance, inquiring about the Li families, and with the villagers' guidance, arrived at a thatched cottage. Shun Xian displayed a look of guilt, which appeared utterly repugnant to Xiao Han and the others. Merely a brief touch, and Qin Shaojun sensed a subtle energy permeating through the fruit's skin, flowing into him. In an instant, a wave of coolness coursed from his fingertips to his right arm, as if a force were being infused within him. Long Bingxin stepped closer to the nearest individual, hastily placing the child in their arms. Master Zhao and his companions trudged for what felt like an eternity. The passage seemed endless, with nothing but the forward path and the silence, save for their footfalls and mingled breaths. During Xiao Han and Layman's second infiltration of the Winslow residence, in another part of the police station's interrogation room, Lu Xiao stood frozen, resembling a fool, evidently outwitted by the wandering spirit. He also heard He Xiuyu's voice and dismounted his bicycle, while Xiao Qingyu had already jumped down. Is it possible to earn currency through such methods? Xiao Han pondered, having believed that currency was akin to survival points, obtainable only through participation in events. Yun Daohua remarked, Master, over a decade ago, I found myself in dire straits here. Had it not been for your guidance, I would not have achieved what I have today. Hence my visit to repay your kindness. Memories of the past flickered through his mind like smoke. For even though she had once been engaged to Qin Xinglang, their relationship had never turned intimate. Her first encounter with Bai Qianma was indeed a first. Just moments before, when the Ink Master received a call, she sensed something was amiss with him, as if trouble loomed. Senior brother, let us fight. Ho Zhanchan's stone hammer trembled slightly, emanating waves of magical energy. Bai Qianma, burdened with the weight of familial expectations, found the father-son relationship strained. After a moment's contemplation, Fide resolved not to disturb the esteemed Mr. Hymos, as he intended to contemplate his future direction that night, rather than add to his woes. It seemed that Jianya, sensing his gaze, glanced back at Yan Kai, who was sprawled on the ground. Chapter 76. A decade which cannot be carved today marks a momentous occasion. I just concluded a phone conversation with my wife, who is currently at the home of our child's grandmother. I feel a sense of reassurance, for today RB has declared war against the Chao Kingdom. As a citizen of the nation embroiled in this conflict, I am certain that I too will be drawn into the fray. My wife informed me that the call for war resonates loudly across the country. At this juncture, the somber expressions on the faces of Shui Rubing and Shui Shaoan dissipated, replaced by an invigorating enthusiasm. He possesses a premonition that, ultimately, the creation of the cosmic jade talisman will be necessary. Thus, it is imperative to begin gathering primordial energy forthwith. Zhao Xian cast a deep glance at his seemingly earnest nephew before turning away with nonchalance. Approximately an hour later, as midnight approached, Zhao Kai, resembling a snowman, trembled and knelt before Zhao Xian. Columbus, despite not witnessing the prosperous landscape he envisioned, felt compelled to announce to Spain and the world his discovery of the Indian Ocean. Leaning against the headboard, Ning Yi, having unknowingly drifted into slumber, experienced a peculiar and disjointed dream. Long Yen observed Gui Jia's inscrutable expression, uncertain whether he had absorbed the information. A feeling of dread washed over him, prompting him to swiftly draw his dagger, startling Zhang Liao, while Wu Song immediately unsheathed his weapon. Emerging from the smoky hall, I was greeted by the refreshing spring breeze, imbued with the fragrance of fresh grass, which alleviated my previously vexed mood. The lords of the federal city could no longer stir up significant waves. The merger of the federal city is now a foregone conclusion, and the subsequent matters are for Zhang Guofeng to address. Zhao Jie rubbed his bald head, bewildered, and exclaimed, "Madam Yu, do not attempt to provoke me with your words. I, Zhao Jie, am no fool. If you have ulterior motives, please express them directly." With that, he fixed an intense gaze upon me and Mou. Jiang Wu was taken aback, but soon found little reason for surprise. As she had never intended to embody the original character's persona, her demeanor and actions were vastly different, and it was no wonder Xie Zhang could discern the truth. A surge of warmth enveloped Su Nian's heart, and a radiant smile graced her face as she embraced the warm figure in her arms tightly. "I have awaited Zhang Lang for a century. Now that I have finally encountered him, why must you impede our union?" An NPC shrieked, revealing a sorrowful visage from her flowing sleeves, her gaze fixed upon Wu Suawei with an almost predatory intensity. The night had grown late, and the air was beginning to chill. The sheep, having feasted to their fill, had all gradually succumbed to a deep and peaceful slumber. Fei Sai exhibited remarkable vigilance. When pursuing the Liu brothers, he dared not let his guard down even for a moment. Liu Zetian discerned that Fei Sai's pace had noticeably slowed since the beginning, and his gaze occasionally darted in that direction, for the hidden weapon had been launched from there. The Crazy Tiger Gang was constructed against the mountains, heavily fortified, and had been prepared to withstand the relentless assaults of the Blood Wolf Gang since the day of its establishment. Each level was governed by different overseers, each operating autonomously, with equal authority. They had perused similar documents in the past, often dismissing them as mere jest, with some even using such material to mock pseudo-historians. Moreover, the writings were remarkably convincing, particularly those narrated by witnesses. Upon reading Lu Lin's account in its entirety, one could almost mistake it for their own story. How much? Everyone was fully alert, their eyes fixated in anticipation. For them, popularity would be demonstrated through accomplishments. Yet, it was Mingwei who intervened, urging the crowd to remain calm. Huang Liang was a staunch opponent of the Zhao faction, having provocatively challenged them in public on multiple occasions. Should a conflict arise impulsively, it would only serve to grant him the upper hand. After a straightforward explanation from Guai, and with Yi Qingzhi's consent, they utilized a potion to extract the child from Luo Wuxing's body. During the procedure, it caused Luo Wuxing, already on the brink of death, to suffer severe hemorrhaging. Distrusting Mingwei, Yi Qingzhi was compelled to repeatedly place hope in illusions. Lin Wei's typically gentle smile slowly contorted into a snarl. He knew he must showcase his true abilities. Having just ascended to the position of leader of the shield, he could not afford to lose face before his subordinates. Even a person of profound composure would struggle to endure such humiliation. A kiss traversed from Luo Wuxing's eyes to her nose and finally to her lips. Yi Qingzhi grasped Luo Wuxing's hand, silently watching and waiting for her to awaken. Upon arriving near the antique market, Ning Fuqing immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Typically bustling with sellers, today the crowd was overwhelmingly dense. Could something untoward have occurred? There is no reason. Why must there always be an explanation? You cannot go out. And that is final. Mei Xiaoling's face darkened as she directed her ire towards him. With that, he squatted down on the spot, retrieving fish and shrimp from the basket, presenting them with both hands. At that moment, the staff meticulously arranged the artworks once again, removing those that had been eliminated from consideration. The scale-armored horse king, being a rare breed of the heavens and earth, possessed an innate memory of condensing the purple mansion. The expression on his handsome face resembled that of a child engaged in bullying, devoid of any sense of guilt, appearing remarkably innocent. It was only upon the reminder from Jing Wangduan that he belatedly recalled the impending trials of attending court every morning. The thought left him somewhat overwhelmed. It is no wonder that the Exercise Command Center mandated the use of cold weapons for confrontation, should a conventional battle ensue. The simulated Blue Army would have to retreat to the city, rendering combat impossible. The advantages held by the border camp serving as the Red Army were insurmountable. With no time to ponder why Mu Yun would assist him when he had the opportunity to score, Mata resolved that, since the other party had placed their trust in him, he had not to disappoint Mu Yun. Chapter 77. Qingzhi. Sit down at once. Accompanying Dang Zhou were 2 diplomats and a wise commander of the Celestial Army, along with 10,000 C-class Celestial soldiers, a necessary response to formally established diplomatic channels. Moreover, Duanka harbored some concerns, fearing that the other party might be lizard men sent to probe their defenses, which would be dire news. The Lingular Valley, known as the Valley of Death or the Gate of Hell, has always been shrouded in a thick veil of mystery. There exists a peculiar legend surrounding this place. In the ancient tongue, Guding signifies the name of a powerful deity, reflecting the high expectations this couple holds for their child. Suddenly, Jin Yi soared through the air, leaving a trail of light as he darted towards the red serpent demon behind him. At that moment, Jin Yi distinctly felt a surge of metallic essence flowing into his body at the point where 2 beings intertwined. A slight shock coursed through him, and he quickly realized that the fair maiden intended to assist him. Such goodwill could not be taken for granted. He swiftly procured a pure steel object resembling a pot lid and placed the dragon essence within. Immediately, a cacophony erupted from within, resonating for over a minute before gradually subsiding. Had he not vowed never to harm her again? Yet, who was it that continued to inflict pain upon her? Ultimately, her current state was a consequence of his actions, and Nianchu obediently donned her nightgown, casting a resentful glance toward Qin Muchun. Very well. As the senior sister suggested, tomorrow we shall join forces to confront Brother Duan before competing against each other. Jin Yi had intended to turn the tables, and now he readily acquiesced to Meng Yao's words. Surely they had not misheard. A Foundation disciple named Yin Bei sought the aid of a novice with negligible cultivation to manage the Chiwu courtyard? Was it written by Miss Lianhua? Lu Feng inquired, turning to gaze at Lianhua, who had resumed her previous entranced demeanor. Xiao Furong recognized that the Taoist had not articulated his words clearly, leaving the matter of right and wrong for them to unravel themselves. However, unlike the previous collaboration at the Gailong wine cellar, this alliance comprised only 3 guilds, without inviting those rogue experts. Moreover, this implied a favorable relationship between the man in white and Qingzhi Yuan. Otherwise, they would not have become thorns in the eyes of these individuals simultaneously. Palai initially contemplated counting stars in boredom, unaware that dark clouds were rolling in from all directions, obscuring the clear night sky within moments. The sea roiled and boiled, countless fish flipping onto their backs, releasing an overpowering fishy aroma. The ocean transformed into a vast cauldron of broth, yet the stench rendered it unpalatable. Years ago, the Right Chancellor and Murong Tsang had brought down the Eastern aristocracy. With debts owed and grievances ripe for retaliation, he was now prepared to unleash his full vengeance, and his son was more than willing to assist him. Upon mentioning Dongfang Wenshi, Tang Ning's eyes flickered. The soldiers were astonished, questioning why the Lord, who usually held the palace father in high esteem, was now berating him. The Central Plains were indeed a peculiar place, filled with individuals demanding reverence and submission. Every bite of food and sip of wine required one to rise and sit. A ceaseless cycle. They soon realized that Luo Qingyin was nestled comfortably in her blanket, leaning against the bed, aside from her flushed face and rapid breathing. She was otherwise unharmed. After much effort, their faction finally attained their current standing. He could not allow a moment of weakness to plunge them back into the predicament of the new year. In summary, if one wished to nurture an army, there was already ample capacity. This was a secret shared only between the Blue Robe and Blue Rain. Even Chu Li, Murong Qing, and Zhao Feng remained oblivious. The sole informed individual was Linger, who had come to regard Blue Rain as her lifeline, vowing never to betray him. You seem rather strange, Liang Tongdong remarked, furrowing her brow. Without further thought, she accompanied Qin Xian into the elevator. As he began to introduce the Qi Tian dragon scale sword, a sudden clatter echoed from the shelf. The sound of metal striking the floor, a sword had fallen. She pondered whether Pu Shi's full-force slap would send Huaxian flying. However, Huaxian did not share that sentiment. Instead, he looked down at Pu Shi with contempt. Today, grandmother donned a brand new outfit, her hair styled neatly. As life improved, her health seemed to flourish as well. Uncle and aunt greeted their mother, Wang Shi, who had come to pay New Year's respects. He understood that Yi Sangtian, eager for his legacy, would not resort to murder. As long as Yi Sangtian remained uncertain about the contents of his ring concerning his inheritance, he would not kill him. Below, Chen Xian remained blissfully unaware of the aircraft's circumstances, delighting in his attempts to command the plane's descent. Zhu Di recognized that his elder brother was correct. He lacked the patience to squabble with those ministers. His brother seemed to possess an uncanny insight into his thoughts, even predicting his intention to personally lead troops into battle. Consequently, a single remark from Fu Qiuying silenced the increasingly vocal Dong Liping and her family. The old fellow led Tian Lao, Tian Zun, and Pingxi Nyang to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. How long would they have to wait? Xiao Yu's question momentarily stunned Shen Yi, yet after opening his mouth, he remained silent, continuing to feign muteness. At that moment, all signal lights in the military base turned red, prompting everyone to enter a state of alert. However, what Green Bamboo did not anticipate was that as he Qingzhi entered the Wang royal mansion, Princess Li Chuansu followed closely behind, carrying a basket of fresh green plums. Chapter 78 shows no regard for her husband. May I inquire, esteemed elders, are we currently constructing the teleportation array? Zhu Jibao squinted his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. For lifestyle professions below the advanced level, as long as one possesses a higher level recipe, proficiency can be directly enhanced by one level. However, complications arise at the advanced stage. Yet that is a concern for a distant future, not one to fret over now. Let us not forget. Your ability to portray a character in this drama is dependent on whom. Now that the play has concluded, discontent brews. Yet you once fervently sought to burrow into my trousers. Mr. Li, in his displeasure, seized Lin Lin's hair, while his other hand struck her cheek. Xiong Hui nodded. Recognizing that, under such circumstances, few can withstand the pressure. Humans are inherently selfish creatures, instinctively choosing self-preservation in times of peril. It is then that a spark must be ignited within him. Yu Wutian looked up to see an elderly lady, supported by a maid, emerging. Her wrinkled visage ablaze with fury. Once Tang Hua threw all materials into the sect's furnace and acquired the 7 defiant flags. He finally released a great weight from his heart. Nevertheless, he had no intention of harming anyone to transcend tribulations, as the sect leader had clearly stated. The defiant flags merely enhance the likelihood of successfully overcoming tribulations. They are not a magical artifact that allows one to slumber peacefully after their deployment. Never mind. Please step inside. We shall discuss matters further. Duo capitulated, yet how to save someone turned into rescuing a piece of dogskin plaster. Zhang Mingming, harboring such thoughts and seemingly capable of accomplishing this daunting task, prompted Zhang Yuanhang to fully support her. If she could just execute this plan, she would gain the reputation he had long sought among the goblin merchants. For these 7 individuals were indeed part of the nefarious group that Jiang Chen had sensed earlier. However, Feng Pingying failed to comprehend why Luo Tsuelan chose to conceal the truth. How long did she believe she could hide the fact that she had lost her child? The temperature in the room rose steadily, and even though I was bare-chested, sweat continued to pour down relentlessly. Fortunately, at that moment, classes in the teaching building were engaged in meetings, leaving the corridors and stairwells deserted. Thus, her dignity was temporarily preserved, avoiding becoming the subject of ridicule among students. Otherwise, as the grade director, how could she maintain her standing before them in the future? Observing Zhang Jin's confident demeanor, Wei Jiahui felt a wave of relief. As a boss and leader, nothing is more gratifying than witnessing one's subordinates exuding confidence and fervor as they prepare for battle. He spoke, and an immediate hush fell over the scene. In an instant, the entirety of Tianjin Mountain resonated with silence, as though a needle could be heard dropping. Suddenly, a flicker of hope ignited within. This master appeared affluent, perhaps indicating genuine prowess. In that moment, Jiang Chen's spirit seemed to explode, vibrating intensely, instantly transforming into an endless swarm of dark, ethereal particles, akin to a dense cluster of black dots. I blinked vigorously, striving to gain clarity. There should still be black rocks ahead. Very well. Zhou Meishan shrugged helplessly. Although somewhat incredulous, Zhang Jin and Appo's response was impeccable. The Confucian doctrine emphasizes moral education, thus, disciples trained by Ma Quan achieving success reflects positively on him. Is it within 2 births or beneath breeches? His gaze wandered to her bosom, his eyes lecherous and arrogant, reaching out as if to probe. Moreover, Chun Bo possessed a semblance of that ability. At least when ushering Chun Yu through the door, he did so effortlessly. And taking a stroll outside posed no issues. Lao Song provided a brief overview of the sect. Indeed, I had some familiarity with the Maoshan sect from those zombie films. As soon as she entered the virtual space, Ini beheld a massive rabbit head. He sat with his back to her on the grass. his long ears draping over his shoulders like two fluffy braids, appearing exceedingly docile. Upon the arrival of Qingyu, Song Lingyao, and Guan Yu, it felt as if autumn had suddenly set in. Guan Luluo, Xia Jinyong, Liang Ningyan, Zhao Qingran, and Cui Wanling's gazes fixated intently on Chen Yu and Song Lingyao. However, at that moment, Chen Xiaoqing was quite irate. She felt a twinge of fear and dared not utter another word, only casting a fierce glare at Song Jintong, observing her delighted stride toward her agent. The evidence bag contained a rusted kitchen knife, its blade marred by two substantial notches. As a member of this world, he felt compelled to contribute to the soul realm, such as safeguarding this perilous power within his grasp. Several individuals wore grim expressions, their mouths agape, glancing between the Prince of Guangping and the Emperor behind him, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Jing Xixue felt a rush of urgency. She was certain her suspicions were correct, yet Xia Ke was not easily swayed. Without evidence, she knew Xia Ke would remain unconvinced. Su Qianxuan and Liner distinctly sensed the temperature plummet to below freezing, causing shivers to seize them. Su Qianxuan's complexion turned ashen, the sensation of death tightening around her throat nearly driving her to the brink of despair. Chapter 79. I am the wife of General Ji. After that, Tang Yingyan followed Wen Yutian, disappearing from the crowd's sight. Regardless of Tang Guanyin or Tang Huaijin, neither would seek her out after her actions. Subsequently, everyone began preparing for war. As the members of the alliance heard the call to action, most displayed palpable excitement. The formidable warriors, accompanied by their respective teams, departed for the southwest under the leadership of Zhang Tian and others. As long as this territory remained under Tang Guanyin's control, he would always be the true helmsman of Tang Ming. Even if Tang Huaijin regained everything, it would not change the fact that Tang Guanyin could easily obliterate the Tang Ming group with a mere word. The so-called elder statesmen were presumably in closed-door training, unaware of our presence. Could we forcibly breach the barrier? It would undoubtedly be far easier than a frontal assault, Black Tower interjected. Having previously navigated the outer realms of the two clans, Black Tower understood that it was no simple feat for just 3 individuals to penetrate the core. Lifting his gaze, Qi Zhongheng greeted an approaching man. The newcomer was not in uniform, and given Qi Zhongheng's humble tone, he appeared to be a person of significance around 30. With a dark complexion, shorter stature, and a cynical expression. You are my servant. You ought to dress more elegantly to preserve my dignity, Yi Qing remarked casually. Though he himself was clad in garments worth only a few coins, Nan Yu sighed in relief, feeling embarrassed by her husband's unyielding words. It was barely past 3 o'clock, and the sun blazed mercilessly outside. Li Yuming rummaged through her bag for a sunshade, lowering her head to unfold the umbrella, ready to hail a taxi. By chance, a cab had just pulled up at the hospital entrance. Very well, have her attend the interview tomorrow. As long as she possesses adequate expertise and capability, it should pose no issue, she nodded, stipulating that passing the interview and preliminary review was essential. Politely excusing herself, she exited but soon broke into a brisk walk. Is anyone else in the residence besides my mother? Jiang Nuan took a jade bowl to rinse her mouth, then accepted a wrung cloth from Xiao Xiao, wiping her face as she sat at the vanity for her hair to be styled. The Sui dynasty may have fallen, yet the Grand Canal continued to flow through the land of Dongzhou, indifferent to its creators or the circumstances of its inception. It persisted, undeterred by the passage of time, nurturing the lives along its banks. Cultivation requires a steady and deliberate approach. While there are methods to ascend swiftly, they resemble a towering structure built without a solid foundation, prone to collapse. Li Meng drank deeply, wiping his mouth as he mused. Technically speaking, I should address you as Imperial Uncle, yet the words escape me. I wonder if fate will grant us another meeting in the future. When that day arrives, I shall certainly call out to you. Impossible. This is the Qingling Flame Realm, spoke Li Zimu, Bai Feng's second disciple, a young man in his 20s, exceptionally talented among the disciples, staring intently at Yi Xian. Having spoken, Qi Yutian gestured for them to proceed, and Xiao Lingyun felt reassured, leading the way ahead. As the foremost authority in the domestic study of overlapping games, the commander was acutely aware of Qi Ying's involvement as a participant in the game. The entrance lay before them, yet entry proved challenging. The surrounding ferocious beast showed no signs of awakening, but an unsettling feeling lingered, as if something significant were about to transpire. How could one sustain such injuries? Blood seeped subtly from the wounds, indicating a serious condition. When the light from the 3rd layer vanished, many anticipated the emergence of someone from the 4th layer. However, instead of that illumination, Several individuals were seen flying out of the tower simultaneously, revealing that they had failed. Not long after, the following day's news broadcast contained a rather inconspicuous report regarding the discussions among major stakeholders about education. A fireball formed in the elder's palm, its crackling energy pulsating within. Han Mo carried a tray to Ma Ruoshue's adjacent room, igniting the candlestick with a fire starter, then sat down, casually eating pieces of beef while simultaneously uncorking a jar of wine. Su Yang and Li Lingling reveled in the experience, a luxury they had never dared to imagine before their rebirth. In an instant, Li Xingyun was astounded. Merely familiarizing himself with the ancient martial realms had triggered a system upgrade, granting him martial arts techniques. He felt an influx of 5 enigmatic manuals in his mind. However, it was only natural, as the breeding grounds were under the jurisdiction of the Agricultural Bureau. Though not directly governed, they functioned under the same authority. As the group moved away, no one cared for the wounded individual, battered and bruised, wondering if they could survive the meteorite's fall. In the courtyard, vibrant leaves and flowers flourished. Contemplating a visit to his master upon returning to Penglai, he pondered how to articulate his thoughts, only to encounter his father striding toward him with a dark expression. Netizens expressed confusion over Mo Yuan's statement, yet a smile involuntarily tugged at Su Chen's lips. After class, I had intended to speak with Zhang Xinting, believing a conversation would be feasible since she had passed me a note. However, upon exiting the classroom, I was called by my name, and to my surprise, it was Su Yuchen. I hurried outside. I nearly shouted my words, and the office fell silent as everyone turned to me, eyes wide with shock, momentarily intimidated by my sudden presence. Ignoring the atmosphere, I unceremoniously tossed the insufferable woman to the ground and exited the office. On the shore, the strategist Mai observed, quickly reporting to Shinta Soji, who was responsible for the area, and promptly gathered people to head in that direction. Chapter 80. He remains radiant. Chang Le comprehended the meaning behind Xiao Chu's words. Indeed, the Empress Mother had endured considerable hardship throughout her years in the palace, ascending to her current position solely through her own merit. Conversely, Gu Qingbin had been rendered immobile by a series of pressure points. However, in the final counterattack from Bai Yi, Gu Qingbin lost a tuft of hair, resulting in a rather imposing hairstyle. Qi Fei seized the opportunity to feign distress, fearing that Shun Mingxian might be unaware of her grievances. Outside, onlookers were frightened and hurriedly covered their ears, while inside, the sound of objects being hurled echoed. Everyone chose to turn a blind eye. Deng Hanyuan felt a pang of guilt for never having visited Su Shanghai, recalling his youthful arrogance when he believed that pride was paramount. Meanwhile, Liao Mujing, upon hearing of the incident involving Mu Qingsu, set aside his own matters and rushed over. Chu Qing set down what he was holding and took a seat. If I were to speak, perhaps there would be no issue. Now, Li must be wondering why we have treated her with such kindness. Chu Shi observed his mother and noted that it was better for her to address the situation, as she usually spent time with Emily at home. Let this matter rest, my friend, Nan Gongfeng said softly. Although his voice was gentle, everyone present heard him. Fully aware that the head of the family's son was no longer the ineffectual boy he once was. The other passengers noted that nothing seemed to be missing, watching with keen interest to see what Peng Yingkai would do next. The core families of the Xie and Chu clans were not easily approached. Yet their extensive influence meant there were aspects that could be investigated. A more pressing question lingered. What kind of sword did he truly desire on the path of sword cultivation? Beyond the long journey of practice and countless trials, it would be ideal if he could also explore through the continuous forging of swords. A swirling mass of dark hues began to coalesce above the head of the thousand-eyed demon lord, its form adorned with countless delicate tendrils and eyes, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Simultaneously, Tian Luer's servant managed to crack open a teacup, which shattered with a sharp sound, reminiscent of an ordinary teacup breaking. With a sharp jawline, a prominent nose, long eyelashes, and delicate brows, her complexion appeared pallid and devoid of color. Xiao Yuan wished to perish within his familial abode, ensuring his parents would forever remember the boy who once refused to allow the birth of a sister. He opened the roasting furnace, and smoke began to waft upward. After approximately 3 minutes, the furnace was sufficiently heated to cook anything. Regardless, the location of the Qimu Rhesus water monster could remain undisturbed for millennia without issue. After a day of relentless activity, Jiang Yu lay exhausted in bed, succumbing to slumber. The soul stone was ultimately taken away for 11 mid-grade spirit crystals, while several other scarce yet inexpensive items changed hands without major disputes. Shi unceremoniously unveiled her faade, while Luo Min held a different perspective, believing that if the two children formed a bond, it would be quite agreeable. Moreover, scholars could travel without permits, officially employing servants and meeting officials without kneeling. 3 individuals approached: Granny Lu, Lu Mingyuan, and Lu Yinchi. Lu Mingyuan bore a considerable number of gifts from the Lu family, bringing them all at once. The marriage certificate was securely locked away in a safe. It could not possibly be false. Initially, it was merely a ruse to expedite Kenny's marriage, and she had genuinely desired to wed him from the outset. Du Ming was exceedingly frustrated, having finally obtained the examination questions only to encounter the ill-fated Lin Feng. Upon seeing the blood-red eyes of the blood butcher, Lin Feng immediately sensed a shift in his surroundings. During prior rehearsals, it seemed he had never encountered her. Was she new today? Ziska inquired. Without granting Xiaolingo another word, I purposefully stumbled, feigning unconsciousness. In my memory, Xiaolingo often resorted to such tactics, and it was prudent to remain inconspicuous during our first meeting. Ziska could hear the approaching footsteps, ultimately realizing she could not escape her fate. Even the cute Su Wu unleashed her abilities at the moment the enemy's mental fortitude reached its peak, forcing them to surrender. Though uncertain of the reasons, Mu Ling understood that He Yu did not wish to converse with her. She had never particularly liked this old woman, but as the eldest elder in her family, she felt compelled to curry favor. Zhao Zhao gently shook her head, indicating another meeting and saying she would return later. Her tone suggested a hint of grievance. Just as she thought she would suffer a fall, she suddenly found herself in familiar arms. With her back arched like a shrimp amidst a whirlwind, she was forcefully propelled forward. Boom! A dull thud resounded, and Lu San was sent flying once more. The patriarch of the Lu family did not fear Yi Wuchen, but rather dreaded the repercussions should Yi Wuchen pursue this matter relentlessly. If Yu Bufan and others returned, they would undoubtedly act against the Lu family for Yi Wuchen's sake. The patriarch understood well that Lu Rukin was still lacking when compared to Yi Wuchen. As before, Wu Shuang personally received her beneath the Black Swan, now nearing 2 in the morning. This time, Wu Shuang carried her from the aircraft to the vehicle and all the way back to the quarters without letting go, while Zinnia's tears flowed unabated. The flames raged fiercely, consuming Gu Tianxiu's hair, clothing, arms, and flesh until nothing but ashes remained. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Fan unleashed a powerful punch, a golden energy radiating as he struck down upon the blade's glow, shattering it. The brilliance of his punch intensified, absorbing the energy from the blade, and in an instant it struck Xion's arm, which exploded into a cloud of blood. Seemingly finding this amusing, the octopus propped itself up with 4 tentacles while the other 4 descended upon Ma Long in a flurry. What? You wish to summon Lord Kai Dong? I cannot agree to that. Lord Kai Dong must protect the sacrificial lord and cannot leave lightly. Kai Hua immediately stood to prevent Kai Shi. Chapter 81 is truly maddening. Given the current circumstances, he cannot envision any hope for the Amari Group's future. Nor does he believe that they can reclaim the patent for the Jifei Qinghua tablets from the Tongyi Group. He no longer wishes to engage in a struggle with Li Zhaojun, but instead longs to extricate himself from the situation. Little does she know, Yi Fan merely wishes to avoid bloodshed, as the Dun sect is now considered one of his subordinate factions, and an increasing number of its members are either coerced or willingly joining his new alliance. Jiang Chun, brimming with ambition, dismissed the Mo Yuan as trivial, otherwise, today. Xiao Rua's anger would not dissipate so easily. Once, when their Red Dragon Brigade received accolades from the central leadership, Xiao Nantian felt an unsettling similarity in the atmosphere among the central guards. You cannot forcibly enter another realm. The spirit master maintained a serene smile, radiating confidence as though everything lay within his control, aware that Yu Fan does not necessarily seek to possess her to ensure her compliance. She provocatively voiced her challenge to the feelings he harbors for her. Heavenly tribulations and thunder tribulations are not to be compared. The former wields a far more formidable natural force, imbued with the will of the heavenly path. The two continued their discussion regarding Feng Huairan's cultivation to the Dao ancestor amidst the heart demon tribulation, yet like Shotong, once the illusion shattered, Feng Huairan could not recall how to attain the realm of the Dao ancestor. Ha ha ha, serves you right. After catching his breath, the Emperor of the Manfu Star burst into laughter upon witnessing the scene before him, accompanied by roaring thunder and surging waves. A magnificent palace of gold and jade ascended majestically from the depths of the earth. Those who beheld this spectacle were left astounded. What magnitude of power did Chu Hen possess to shatter Bai Lian's battle armor? Hello, please wait. My name is Justin, and I am his father. I cannot thank you enough. The boy's father chased after Lu Qiming, expressing his gratitude. Yi Luo reached out and grasped several storage rings from Huo Wu, his mind sweeping through the contents, revealing a satisfied smile. It is indeed the fire dragon we have encountered before. The moment it surfaced, flames erupted from its body. I have another theory. This vortex may be related to the fire dragon. Perhaps Jiang Shaoan is attempting to capture it, triggering some mechanism. Zhou Ping'an spoke with a smile. Presenting himself as a gentleman, those unaware of his true nature would surely be deceived by his facade. In this world, to alter the tide of battle, enhancing overall strength is of utmost importance. Yet, forging an artifact that rivals the King of Eternal Realms is equally paramount. It had been far too long since she had enjoyed such tranquility. She inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar essence. Senior, this way please, Lu Qiming gestured to Amon, indicating a desire for a private conversation. Their family was burdened with insurmountable debt. The couple was reduced to 2 meals a day, scavenging discarded vegetable leaves from the market. How could they afford to treat their child's injuries? It was a time when calling for help yielded no response. The exquisite alchemical equipment crafted by Molin boasted a standard enhancement effect of 50%. According to Zhang Yun's plan, Taiwan would establish a government. Yet it would not belong to any province, instead being directly governed by Hainan Island, with 10 counties, 100 towns, and several thousand villages established beneath it. When Su sighed deeply, realizing that anything he said now would be futile, so he silently picked up the dead lamb from the ground, hanging it on the jujube tree, contemplating returning the lamb from the Guangqin family in the afternoon before preparing this deceased one. Upon witnessing this situation, Zhang Yun assumed that Yang Qingxian had completely persuaded Lu Yuanming, thus he was not surprised by his behavior. In the hospital, Fei Yu grasped the Dark Evolution Trustor, emitting a faint glow as numerous alien beasts around him suddenly exploded into a mass of energy, flowing into the Dark Evolution Trustor, transforming into energy for metamorphosis. It turned out she had revealed her name and directly exposed his identity to prove her mental clarity, affirming she had not erred. Yet, the more she insisted, the more it confirmed her inebriation. In this scenario, Zhang Yun found himself at a loss for words, merely giving Taiyin You's shoulder a reassuring pat before turning to Genie Shan. Upon entering the Ice Glacier mountain range, he had been vigilant, wary of being targeted by magical beasts. However, as his encounters with them increased, he grew bolder, no longer concealing his presence, striding confidently. After they departed, Zhang Yun contemplated who to lead the charge northward, for this mission entailed becoming bandits, necessitating a formidable general. When Shiqing remarked with a smile, "A white horse is indeed a white horse, beautiful as it may be, but once you learn the exorbitant cost of maintaining such a steed, your heart will find balance." As the rope was only loosened on one end, the wooden frame became unevenly stressed, leading to a shift in the collapse's point, meaning Huang Shaoang could not pass through the previously designated gap, theoretically, as long as the energy is sufficient. With a high output of energy per unit time and a powerful engine, the battleship and Oppo's speed could trend towards light speed, continually accelerating. Initially, his thoughts were straightforward. If there were no so-called new emperor, all these conflicts would cease to exist. Chapter 82. The Apocalypse Skynet System. Shinsuer was somewhat surprised to see him and politely managed a faint smile, remarking on how long it had been since their last encounter. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, and Jinxiu remained silent, merely observing her chosen mate. Those selected by Jinxiu to accompany her to the northern territories were individuals she deemed loyal and commendable. She had not anticipated that Bai Qingzhi would still find a way to secure a spy for himself. Shunan was puzzled. Had he not been consuming the antidote every year? How was it that 2 years later, he was still taking the poisonous holy pill? After a discussion, Jiao Yongyun and Lin Juanxiang ordered their troops to concentrate towards the northeast, awaiting further instructions from Lin Juanxiang. Meanwhile, the Japanese and puppet troops below were poised to ensnare their prey, having fortified all potential escape routes with formidable firepower, ready for the individuals on the mountain to charge down into their demise. The moment Li Yin approached, a palpable aura of menace surged towards him, starkly contrasting with the elevated demeanor of Qin Xiong and the others, which gave him the distinct impression of facing a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. The Empress was taken aback. She had not expected Hui Fei to openly defy her intentions in public, persistently advocating for that girl. What was Hui Fei's true agenda? What benefits had the girl bestowed upon her to elicit such support? Currently, only 2 types of talismans appeared in the skill bar, and Li Yin knew that as levels increased, the system would unveil a variety of talismans. Meijin Mikaru utilized 2 divisions to delay the bulk of the new army, while he himself led 4 divisions straight to the Urguna River on the Sino-Soviet border. In this tranquil time, Rui genuinely felt as though she could drift off to sleep. If she were to awaken and find the world still adorned with the beauty of the moon and the people, how delightful that would be. You rascal! What are you daydreaming about now? Is your bone itching again? Should I help you loosen it? Tuoba Halbo bellowed, his face flushed with anger. No, it's too coarse. Qin Feng shook his head, pondering who could imagine that a person labeled a madman would concern themselves with such trivialities. Noble ones are disturbed. The king has decreed a census of the population entering and exiting each city. Thus we need to conduct a thorough inspection, a soldier stated with a stiff resolve. Communication, information, and biotechnology were rife with the promise of new hope. Accustomed to flattery, Ingzong was caught off guard and visibly changed color, the aura of authority around him rising as he cast an uninvited glance toward Ini. Fengbo and Yushir set out directly, arriving before Hui shortly after Chang'e. I understand. Du Xingshi lowered his head slightly, inexplicably, after the initial joy of seeing Huang Huan return. His spirits had dimmed. Fellow companions, there is no need for farewells. We shall meet again. Individuals began to depart in groups, their faces aglow with joy. The food conjured by Chu Yun's soul energy bore the flavors of various delicacies from his former world. If the Eastern Kingdom was a bastion of human prosperity, then the Western Kalimdor was a desolate land. Feng Qian and Appo's purple mansion space contained an expansive purple lake, now filled to the brim with liquid spiritual energy. To reach the pinnacle of innate perfection, he needed to expand both the purple lake and the purple mansion to accommodate more spiritual energy, thereby enhancing his power. Galtai turned to Dingyu, remaining silent for a long while. Laughter erupted around them. Yanjun turned to Qinjingshu to express his gratitude, saying, I shall wait outside. Yanjun then instructed Zhenrong, hold the umbrella from Master Chen. He placed the lantern on the ground, accepting a blanket and food box from Zhenrong as he approached the iron gate. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Shui Han carefully sensed the energy of 739. Her aura remained fierce, a reflection of her inherent nature, yet there was no overt hostility directed at her. Perhaps she truly was grateful for the assistance in escaping from the night. The assassin group under the command of the Korean General Ji Wuye comprised members who prioritized speed. Exhibiting exceptional agility, each compelled to abandon their birth names in favor of titles associated with birds. The organization strictly forbade any infringement upon Ji Wuye's rights. Lin Yifun's commotion surely attracted the attention of the entire sect. Those filled with curiosity would undoubtedly come to ascertain the situation and see if the promoted individual had achieved success. The explanation was rendered moot. From this point forward, the waitstaff dared not approach Shui Han and her companions lightly, except when necessary to serve dishes. Upon seeing Ding Yu and Zamoni enter, Falco immediately transformed from a fierce tiger into a docile cat. The first to draw was, of course, the Enlightenment Tree, believing itself to be formidable, setting a challenge for Lin Yifun to see if he could construct a higher-level formation and surpass its own. Ultimately, Lin Ming and Guan Shiwei met Mia at a revolving restaurant atop a skyscraper. Moreover, the curvature of the floor was minimal, rendering the aerial space during bungee jumping severely limited. Shenfian regarded Shinxiolu with a cold, distant gaze, despair evident in his eyes, piercing Shinxiolu deeply. Shinxian understood this principle well. Thus, he typically entered directly without hesitation, secure in the knowledge that his master would not chastise him. From the very beginning, he had meticulously woven an intricate web, ensuring that none within it could escape. Baizé sought to comprehend the reason behind his designation as a scoundrel by this vengeful spirit. Shinxiolu found him increasingly perplexing. Moments ago, he had so clearly looked down upon her and attempted to intimidate her into submission through force, yet here he was, having undergone a sudden transformation. A tempest brewed in his eyes. He held no objection to rendering her foolish, willing to care for her regardless. It was as if a cat had encountered a mouse. The instinctual fear embedded in their genes causing them to react chaotically, fleeing in a panic, delayed in their responses, or rendered completely immobile. Those vampires caught off guard by the strikes were instantly reduced to wisps of crimson mist, subsequently absorbed by mauls. Chapter 83. The ultimate victor. The prior simplicity had manifested into an entire galaxy within the sea of consciousness, proving his innate talent. As for the reason behind his failure, was it truly Brahma? Feng Wu could not help but exclaim softly, steadying her mother, Yu Ling, as she accompanied Feng Yujing towards the cavern wall. Next came the team uniforms. In casual times, they could don an array of vibrant colors, but for any moderately formal competition, a unified team attire was imperative. Hanzhong City boasts a rich tradition in football. In various universities and secondary schools, the popularity of football far surpasses that of basketball. After a considerable time had elapsed, Yak still had not found a suitable candidate. This surprised even him. He had not anticipated that casting a role in a DV film would be so challenging. Indeed, this self-proclaimed deity not only possessed unparalleled martial prowess, but also displayed extraordinary intelligence and insight. The humble monk finally felt a sense of admiration, willingly submitting to his authority and becoming the esteemed elder of the divine seeker under his command. When myth and death converge, will he still recognize Bu Jingyuan, who once displayed an indomitable spirit and dared to defy his plans? Hu Jingjue, the director of this film, John McNaughton, seemed eager to showcase his intellect, crafting a narrative as cryptic as a riddle. Even upon the film's conclusion, the audience remained bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The sharp strike of a mantis blade sliced through the air, its force arriving instantaneously upon Lin Feng. Kuafu, are you certain it is a great river? Chang'e inquired eagerly of Li Kuafu. For countless years, the inhabitants of the besieged city have ventured into the heavenly abyss, yet encounters with danger were scarce. However, beings like the mighty Vajra possess immense lethality even in their juvenile stages. If they had always existed in the abyss, they would surely have been discovered long before. Within this context, Yi Lingfeng's cultivation still surpassed Ling Wu and Fan Jing, having attained great mastery in the blood-refining realm, while Ling Wu, Fan Jing, and their companions had merely begun their journey in blood refining. Yi Che sighed softly, realizing why Wu Liang was so obsessed with joining Team TS. Aside from his personal ambition to pursue a professional career, the pivotal factor was Luo Qianli. He understood that breaking through to the ink pupil in such a short period would undoubtedly attract attention and suspicion. However, to inherit the legacy of the dragon and phoenix as soon as possible, he needed to first become a master of the ink pupil. Mu Feng felt an urge to vent his frustration, questioning why the other party could so casually criticize his efforts. Yet, given that it was Qing Nuan, he could only swallow his indignation. Jing Guanyan, why have you yet to arrive? Mu Feng genuinely wished to avoid facing Qing Nuan alone. When have you ever seen me flustered? Lu Xingyi raised an elegant brow, her tone slightly elevated. At present, she felt rejuvenated. The medicinal bath had alleviated her physical burden significantly. I am Mu Feng. Why are you still here so late? Before he could finish, a series of beeps emanated from his phone. He stared wide-eyed at the device, puzzled as to why she had not acknowledged his introduction. With a sudden flap of its wings, a transparent cubic shield materialized in the heavens, enveloping the sealed technique and disregarding it thereafter. After perusing several tomes and committing their contents to memory, Gao Cheng descended from the third floor and began to examine the Buddhist scriptures on the first floor. Noticing his descent, the old monk discreetly made his way to the third level, eager to discern which extraordinary techniques he had perused. In the holy city of Traz, you, a mere youth, accompanied by a cat. That feline belongs to you, does it not? The old coach did not lower his guard. A vague identity as a tourist was hardly reassuring. If their whereabouts were discovered by the Imperial Army at this moment, the consequences would be dire. No. How could that be? After all, they are your grandparents. They have longed for me over the years. The family is reconciled, and the past is no longer mentioned. In truth, I should have come to find them years ago. If I had delayed further, they might have passed on, Wu Weilun remarked with a hint of sadness. Who do you intend to settle scores with? Who compelled you to become cannon fodder? At this moment, Wu Chu entered, followed closely by He Xiang, carrying a fruit basket and 3 bouquets of flowers, casting a fierce glare at Qin Feng. What do you mean by that? Jiang Inghan coolly regarded Gu Qiyu while seated on the chair beside the bed. It was evident that Su Zui was the mastermind behind the scenes. She must have orchestrated the thugs to drug the original owner, aiming to tarnish their reputation. After all, Zhu Yong from the future was acutely aware that historically, Lu Xiaoxin had met his demise in battle against the Tartars near Jiazhuang and Julu. Regrettably, Zhao Gao, as a rising force, had already become the most formidable weapon in the hands of the second generation of deities. Both of his attacks were decisive and lethal, sending the shepherd and ancestor Tian back to their true forms. Despite the profound reluctance harbored by the elders and disciples of the Seven Absolute sect, none dared to defy Chu Yunwan's orders. She lifted the curtain on the west side to reveal a couch in the chamber, where Ma Zhang lay sideward, deep in slumber. Initially, she believed that most of the examinees would have dispersed, preparing to gather their belongings and head out with Zhang Jingjing for dinner. However, upon entering, Feng Yiming discovered that at least half of the individuals remained in the classroom, engrossed in discussions about the exceedingly challenging mathematics examination, with complaints and laments filling the air. Nishiki Yanomaki wrinkled her nose shyly, casting a light glare at him, perceiving him as a lecherous figure who intentionally sought to tease her. She felt an impulse to bite him. Hao Jun swiftly activated the bidirectional wave device, linking it to Han Sun's phone, temporarily transforming it into a listening device. Among the bodyguards sent by Huang Fuqi, one towering nearly 2 meters tall swiftly approached, delivering a punch without hesitation. Suddenly, the space surrounding the stone platform rippled as if stones had been cast into a lake, sending visible waves across the surface. A blinding white light flashed, and Suyu materialized on the stone platform as if summoned from thin air. Chapter 84. Do you now realize your mistake? The words of Yi Si bore no trace of menace. However, when they reached Han Yu's ears, they resonated like a death knell. Wang Xianyuan had confided in her that he had been watching videos at home, hence her insistence on easing his burdens. Let them despise me, she thought. If someone must play the villain, then let it be I. He lowered his head, gripping Pei Yao's smile as crimson streaks began to swell in his eyes, transforming them into a fierce scarlet, while arcs of chaotic lightning flickered around him. A figure clad in red entered, guided by the attendants, making its way directly to the private room on the second floor. Kiki had to admit that fortune smiled upon her, granting her peace of mind, thus solidifying her belief that a more splendid life awaited her. With this thought, her smile grew even more enchanting. What you say is undoubtedly reasonable. Yet you must also comprehend that the emperor will never overtly declare his intent to execute them. It is up to them to discern this truth. You see, it is not solely the emperor. Many others are similarly positioned, lacking choices. Whether one speaks or remains silent, the outcome remains unchanged, Feng Yong remarked, her tone unembellished. Time slipped away, and after an indeterminate period of rest, he wearily prepared to traverse the world gate back to the primary realm. His silver hair, akin to satin, cascaded freely over his shoulders, catching the sunlight and emanating a lustrous, jade-like sheen. Ultimately, through Yang Guang's earnest persuasion, the 3 prestigious families of Xia City contributed their resources, enabling the formation of the array not long ago. Unlike reality, every seed here grew with exquisite clarity and remarkable fullness. To her astonishment, beams of light converged in the sky, gradually forming a 9-pointed star formation vast enough to envelop the entire city. Master Jin Wu twirled his fan and paced excitedly before General Ping Ong. Meanwhile, Shouze, having lost a significant portion of his spiritual energy, felt his legs weaken and collapsed as if utterly drained. When Li Yi resolved to escort Liang Qian back to Kyoto, he had already braced himself for potential ambushes along the way. However, he had not anticipated the audacity of their assailants, who struck within a mere 10 miles of the capital. Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Qi speculated it might be him and hurriedly limped to investigate, only to find a white tiger bearing down on Li Shang, roaring thunderously, its sharp fangs nearly at his throat. A roar erupted, nearly shattering the silent woods, reverberating with palpable intensity. After a prolonged silence, the fool finally mustered the courage to utter this statement. He promptly readied his Ming Feng Yan for battle, but hesitated, glancing at the cherished companion beside him, fearful she might flee. Indeed, he had been blind to the greed lurking in Shun Dongran's gaze, a grave oversight that had led him to dig his own grave. I find this gender-segregated arrangement quite distasteful. It implies that Jiang Aiying and I must share a changing area, which is quite troublesome. The diminutive tiger swiftly approached, seizing his head and forcefully smashing it against the wall repeatedly. However, the emergence of this maze could be seen as a blessing, for it confirmed that the 3 children and the red-haired beast remained hidden within the thicket. In today's world, those possessing even a modicum of wealth often secure reliable bodyguards or enforcers for their safety. Ironically, this streamer, who once vociferously advocated for science and denounced superstitions, now named her new account Taoist Master takes you to see immortal cultivation. Fortunately, many teams were well prepared. Some wielded wooden boards, while others defended themselves with iron pots, shielding against the arrows that flew from the darkness. The Luotian Shield Insurance Building was yet another establishment founded by the Fei Luotian Group. Following their successful venture into the escort business, he was eager for the auction to conclude swiftly, so he could seek out young Master Fan for a leisurely chat over tea to express his long overdue concern. Among them, heaven and earth was categorized as the fourth level, with the heavenly level being the most prestigious. The Qing wolf puppet that Qingzhi had deployed in the battle against Li Bai and the giant spirit spider was merely of the mysterious level, observing the enemy's movements. It seemed they were resorting to a strategy aimed at cutting off our food supplies, thereby ensnaring the right noble king's forces in a dire scarcity. There were even inquiries about military tactics, including whether tank drifting was a reality and if he could truly reload a magazine with one hand. Luo Yufeng divided the entire top floor into a gym, garden, laboratory, experimental fields, and a relaxation area. Perhaps every former underdog, upon achieving success, undergoes a psychological transformation, relishing the experience of residing in luxurious mansions, driving extravagant cars, and courting campus beauties. After parting ways with Fu Biao, Li Zhifan made a phone call to the company, seeking out Fu Biao's agent to ensure he kept a close watch on him, preventing any mishaps during his weight loss journey. Sun Bu and Appos, and his 3,000 elite soldiers rode forth, dismounting respectfully before Zhao Wuming. "My lord, the 3,000 loyal soldiers are assembled," he reported. Instantly, the group sprang to life, with some disembarking from their vehicles while others contacted nearby patrols, all bustling with activity. Regardless of the veracity of the intelligence, SHIELD would undoubtedly act swiftly. "We must preempt them." Madame Viper collected her tablet, her voice icy as she recalled the grievances of their last encounter. Chapter 85. The general loses to his wife with a swift motion. He rolled on the ground and sprang back to his feet, betraying no signs of being in his 30s. "Old brother Ping, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," he declared, casting a resentful glance at Shunjia and her mother-in-law. Shunjia seethed inwardly, vowing that he would not let them remain unscathed, turning back to observe how he would deal with them later. He towered over her, gazing down with an amused expression, even bending slightly to encroach upon her space. The loud barks of the great dog were devoid of their usual ferocity. Although filled with rage, they sounded more like cries of despair. Jung Kursen, upon hearing she could exit the room, felt no inclination to do so. She had grown numb to her surroundings. Hizuda was acutely aware that the Mongol forces were exceedingly powerful at this moment, making it nearly impossible to defend Xianyang. Yet, he could not shake the concern for the young lady Guixiang residing in his heart, prompting him to abandon his prior promises and venture into this perilous place. Suddenly, as Ashu basked in his triumph, an excruciating pain shot through his backside, a tremendous force overwhelming him, causing him to tumble clumsily to the ground. In present-day Haixingling village, the number of families accompanying Su Lang had swelled to dozens, primarily consisting of the original villagers. Those wishing to join later faced stringent evaluations, many watching longingly yet unable to succeed. Zhang Zimu momentarily lost his focus, memories of Su Ziqi's graceful dance by the seaside flashing before his eyes. A shudder ran through him as he glanced at the crystalline heart, its transparent shell revealing the electronic core within, yet it remained, in comparison to a natural crystal, an artificial creation. Otherwise, why would the people of the central and southern regions clamor for independence? Why would the rebels from Ningqing and Bailey Yuanlong and Appos' army surrender to the forces of Bailey instead of directly turning against them? What significance does an engagement hold? If it were to be annulled, so be it. A mere monetary compensation would suffice. Qin Tian remarked nonchalantly. Helan Yinshi tiptoed in excitement, observing the men on the platform exerting themselves in fierce competition. Those who lost would be thrown off the stage, making way for new challengers. Yet, she recalled how Hongli had mentioned that this southern garden was merely one of the imperial hunting grounds, typically managed by designated personnel except during royal expeditions. "Are you so reliant on men?" Imo Sehan inquired, lifting her chin, his voice emerging with a gravelly edge. Li Foling nodded, her eyes reflecting on Qin Yan, who had transformed from a mischievous child into a worthy companion. He had matured considerably. Aunt Gu was boisterous, incessantly chatting in Gao Xiangwan's ear, causing her head to throb. "With Dr. Chen present, there will be no issues. You needn't, and Appos. Worry excessively," Hongli reassured her. Once upon a time, both had graced the rankings of eligible bachelors in Jincheng. Zhu Weiyou collected his thoughts. The journey would provide an opportunity to glean insights into Imo Sehan's parents. Reflecting on the myriad events that had transpired since arriving in this world, she found that this moment bore the greatest tranquility within her heart. Hongjun nodded gently, his countenance unchanged, seemingly unaffected by the entrance of the four sages. Within the glass chamber, The fox unhesitatingly devoured Dr. Qiao Rui's cherished possession, as the doctor felt a pang of sorrow mingled with a flicker of exhilaration. Gently lifting her sleeve, Tang Tang wiped the sweat from Bai Shaoxi's forehead. Her eyes squinted in a gentle smile, the depths of her gaze shimmering softly, her countenance radiating joy, though not conventionally breathtaking. The arc of the ball soared high, gracefully crossing the net before descending to an optimal position, leaving Jiang Fengyan with a hint of regret. Before long, darkness enveloped the sky, with the moonlight obscured. The path became indistinguishable, prompting the group to rest at a dilapidated temple upon a high mound beside the official road. Zichuan's stomach indeed growled with hunger, and upon seeing the delicious food, he could not help but swallow hard. As Yi Fantian's palm struck the immense sword in his grasp with force, a wave of madness surged within him, excitement mounting, for his colossal sword was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Facing a single Taoist heart had already proven challenging. Now, 3 such formidable presences emerged. This was a display of strength he could hardly hope to counter, foreboding yet another arduous battle, and perhaps misfortune would befall him. Luo Qin's explanation elicited a soft gasp from Elder He, who found the events of that day to be exceedingly coincidental. Though it was not a cultivation technique, it incited a fervor within male practitioners, quickening their breaths and igniting their passions. The Ice Tiger Legion acted ruthlessly, and few of their attacked foes survived. Thus, the Ice Tiger King had garnered a notorious reputation in the nearby Star Realms. Indeed, the 200 soldiers of the 2nd Battalion thundered in unison, immediately halting their retreat, seizing advantageous positions to prepare for resistance. Coupled with the 4th stage of Sirio's innate technique, Shadow of the Wind, it could create a slow yet seemingly existent afterimage. Meanwhile, aboard the investigative starship, the captain had just granted permission for entry and opened the hatch when a warning from the escort team reached him. But it was too late. The shuttle had already breached the interior. Chapter 86, She Lost. Thoroughly defeated after temporarily sealing the ferocious shark, Lin Wu did not cease his actions, for he understood that this confinement would not last long. Thus, after unleashing the extreme Ice Wave sword, he leapt fiercely into the sky. This development was undoubtedly a harbinger of doom for the other competing factions. The presence of the demon scorpion Lucifer was already a considerable headache. Now, the emergence of an even more formidable Albert Lucifer left no glimmer of hope for victory for the other contenders. Lin Ruo sat within the tent, not engaging in cultivation, but rather pondering how she had entered a state of enlightenment. If she could grasp the key to this phenomenon, it would greatly benefit her future cultivation and those around her. Old man, do you know the way to Qilang Mountain? At last, within an ancient mill, Qin Feng discovered an elderly NPC nearing 50 years of age. This also illuminated for Qin Ci why the orthodox cultivation community so vehemently rejected demonic cultivators. If demonic cultivation proliferated, there would be no soil left for the orthodox practitioners to thrive in this primordial realm. For instance, at this moment, when he manipulated the water enchantment, it was no longer mere droplets but could extend into vaporous clouds and solidified ice, all of which were tangible and real. I, Lin Ruo, do not wish to be indebted to anyone, especially not to you. Without lifting her gaze, Lin Ruo's tone was remarkably calm. With a gentle motion, she allowed the falling leaf to slip from her palm, carried away by the stream, twisting and turning as it drifted further away. Upon hearing Meng Xishuan's words, Han Fengxue paused in surprise. It seemed he had not truly interacted with her before, merely exchanging fleeting glances. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? Your Highness Moonshadow, what brings you to Mist City? After a moment of mutual scrutiny, Ailili was the first to speak. Professor Ryan cast a dubious glance at Lu Xiaoyan, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, furrowing his brow as he approached to pat his shoulder, signaling him to step outside for a conversation. Whether it be an apology or compensation, although she may not particularly desire it, how could one be so indifferent? Most of the journalists present hailed from City B, with a few arriving from neighboring cities to join the commotion, alongside others reporting on international news. Morong Wei could not be bothered to engage with her. Noticing that other gift boxes contained an exceptionally fine blood swallow of £1, along with a hodgepodge of other valuable items, she acknowledged their worth. And Lingqian's fingers lightly tapped the glass table, the crisp sound resonating in the ears of the three, further unsettling their already agitated minds. Tang Li could not help but wonder if Song Baiyan had fabricated a story to persuade Xiao Minglan to accept her. The current situation was chaotic enough. She was unaware of how to rein in her subordinates, and yet they continued to create trouble. She could not impose her thoughts upon others. The people here might not comprehend her perspective. Liang Ren felt a pang in her heart, realizing she had long forgotten about this matter. While Lu Xiaoyan seemed to remember it vividly, appearing to hold on to it still. Yet she could not simply tell him, "That married man is you. You should banish yourself from Haimin." The fervor of newly converted believers, or perhaps more aptly termed, traitors' loyalty, has always been a captivating topic in psychology. Bai Yueguang sighed deeply, while Zhao Shilu cast a disdainful glance, stating, "We, the wicked, shall return to Jiuli. Your naive younger brother ought to perish today for his ignorance." The two great seals appeared oblivious to Xie Tong's words, relentlessly tormenting the embodiment of the dead saint. Each attack releasing tendrils of black mist that the seals fought to consume. Perhaps it was indeed possible. The ancient soul could sense the sacred relic within its body. And this ancient monster might truly succeed. It was worth a try. Yueguang was unaware of how deeply he was embedded in the ground. As a colossal golden-armored puppet held him tightly, the force of battle had already torn the puppet to shreds, and just before its destruction, it delivered a punch to the earth. "Did you save me?" Aunt Fan whispered, to which Yue Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "You are Yue Feng?" Aunt Fan inquired again. And Yue Feng simply nodded once more. However, for this matter, Z could only contemplate in silence. For voicing it would only deepen the guilt of those who cared for her. Have our undercover agents return immediately from the vicinity of the village, lying low in the town area until further arrangements are made. If they remain below, it could be. Long Yang did not complete his sentence. Yet the meaning was clear. Nevertheless, it was already evident who the most formidable contender in this generation's competition for supremacy was. It was the one whom all avoided. Yang Yu. Even with the emergence of a new king, none could rival him. After all, he had become invincible. The title of king without a crown suited him perfectly at this moment. The injured illusion moon lion glared at the source of its pain, letting out a furious roar. Fortunately, the illusion moon lion could not transform into a human. Otherwise, its expression would have revealed its true distress. Had it not been for the bloodstains on his arm, one would scarcely believe that it had once bled profusely. A resplendent nine-colored celestial light suddenly shot forth from the distance, magnifying 1,000,000 times upon arrival. "No, Qingdong. I absolutely cannot allow you to have it easy tonight. Since I cannot act against Jiang Wanru at the moment, I shall turn my wrath upon you," Jiang Wanchong declared venomously. However, upon entering this vast forest, Jima and Qingzhi found it hard to believe that intelligent life could exist within it. The forest was overwhelmingly primitive, with various plants growing haphazardly, leaving no visible path for even a human to traverse. Bai Ming pointed at Qingdong, venting his frustration. For the earlier display by Tian Hong had already irked him. Now, Qingdong's arrival had turned him into a convenient target for his ire. Li Feng was equally unwilling to cower, swiftly forming an X shape with his arms to shield his chest, preventing Qingdong's fist from shattering him. Hua! The white wolf let out a thunderous roar, followed by a punch that sent one flying. Celestial Artifact Master or Immortal Artifact Master. Xiao Hongru shuddered. Fully aware of what being a Celestial Artifact Master or Immortal Artifact Master entailed. In the prime position of the VIP section stood an enormous chair, exquisitely crafted and made from fine materials. Its back was adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, beneath which lay a broad, soft, bright yellow cushion, flanked by two handrests sewn with golden thread, an epitome of grandeur and elegance. This crimson-armored flame dragon belonged to the same species as the fire dragon that had previously commanded the demonic beasts to attack the island months ago. Chapter 87. Regret deep as the ocean. As the first golden chain of light pierced through Yin, Duo let out a long sigh. "You foul being. You've ruined my grand plans by daring to intrude." The lecherous bald man bellowed, brandishing a firearm seemingly conjured from thin air. After taking a day of respite at home, he returned to work the following day, yet the test results remained undisclosed. Fortunately, the elderly couple had been relatively subdued, refraining from their earlier attempts at mutual destruction with oil and a lighter. Among those present, Zhao Gongming had undergone the most significant transformation, astonishing Yang Yi by achieving the realm of Tai Xianxian. Yang Yi was astounded, for he understood that with Zhao Gongming's innate talent, reaching such heights was no trivial feat and certainly not achievable in a short span. Moreover, Yang Yi noted that there was no indication of Zhao Gongming's progress being expedited unnaturally, leaving him puzzled. After observing for a while, Chunan, devoid of any amusement, maintained a stoic presence behind Lung Qingxiu. He merely required notification of guests and oppos, arrivals, for as a son-in-law, all pertinent matters were the responsibility of Leng Qingqiu. What a coincidence, he thought, exchanging a glance with Qin Qiuying, unsure of what words to utter. Qin Chuan remained silent, casually approaching Lianer, exuding an aura of indifference and fearlessness. Completely disregarding their presence. It was only then that he regained his composure, yet the return to awareness only intensified his trepidation as beads of sweat cascaded down his back. Zhang Jiawei smiled. Since you are already aware, why should I continue to feign ignorance? Besides, I have done nothing heinous. There is no harm in you knowing. Previously, I refrained from discussing it out of sheer embarrassment. Chu Nin inhaled sharply, realizing the prowess of this formidable coach. He could still spar with Yang Yongxin. But as Lu Wuqing suggested, it was likely that this Nangua coach could defeat him with a single hand. Left Panyu recounted recent events, mentioning spies apprehended by the Blizzard Inner Guard, revealing their operational methods during interrogation. Ultimately, Daydream emerged triumphantly with gold in hand, and Liu Hua felt obliged to keep his word, believing that it was only fitting to present a token of greeting at their first encounter. The cloaked man burst into laughter, but just as his mirth peaked, he abruptly turned, swinging his axe with a gust of force aimed directly at Li Nan. Han Shuier, who had masked her emotions with indifference and disdain, found herself helpless before Jing Mashuan. Under the weight of his formidable presence, her facade crumbled, exposing her vulnerable self to his piercing gaze. Even Pu Mo had to consider the consequences, thus opting to exchange a useless item for some ancient stone milk. A decision that appeared to be a form of resource for recycling, at least in its eyes. In the skies above Luo Shui, radiant hues danced, painting the heavens with vibrant clouds. The Copper Sparrow Terrace was adorned with festive lights as the Luo deity traversed in a splendid five-fragrant chariot, accompanied by the ethereal cries of divine deer and the harmonious presence of phoenixes and birds, all culminating in a breathtaking spectacle. After their initial adjustment period, Wang Zhifei found that simply preparing a cup of hot tea for Pan Guangyin would prompt him to share his indecisive thoughts, not necessarily seeking Wang Zhifei's counsel but rather to open his own mind. Is this for me? Song Yuan mused, gazing at the old yellow cover inscribed with the 5 characters of the 9 turns thundercloud technique. A group of brawny men surrounded Lu Dali, their words increasingly harsh as they began to vandalize amidst Lu Dali's desperate pleas. Yu Qilan's words were chilling, penetrating the hearts of nearby outer disciples like icy water on a frigid winter day. The stark contrast in tone between Wu Yi and Ming Huang plunged Yun Yi's heart into an icy abyss, leaving her feeling utterly cold. I never mentioned a competition. I merely did not anticipate the fervent dedication of those bloodthirsty fans. Hang Dao interjected, his voice low and somber, abruptly cutting her off. Even the expressions within the game turned melancholic, eyes no longer gazing into the distance but rather cast downwards. Jiujian, will there be trouble if this continues? Zhang Lu could no longer contain herself, urgently prodding Jiujian with her inquiries. Wang Qi's eyes misted as she spoke, her heart filled with resentment towards Wei Bao, who had been so forward with her yesterday only to don a different facade today. She chose not to confront Yuhua Ao, retreating instead. Feeling disheartened, she suddenly blamed everything on the head of the Dream family, questioning why he had saved her, why he had brought her here, and why he had allowed her to see Lan Shiru once more. Yet, Yin Minhao merely paused for a moment, exhibiting no further outrageous behavior as he restarted the vehicle. Upon hearing a sweet, melodious voice from across, Dong Hanyang's face flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over him. She tiptoed over, launching a sudden assault by tapping on Xia Yihai's shoulder. I have a spare, Zhan Lan declared, cradling Su Xia in one arm while using the other to shift a pot of gentleman orchids from the windowsill, revealing a hidden key underneath. Chapter 88. I have already divorced your father. Who still cares about you? The commoners and warriors mingled without much envy or excessive reverence. Jun Luotian and his companions remained at the inn to consolidate their cultivation, preparing to venture out to the square for the festivities the following day. Particularly, Feng Lin, who had no fondness for Xinyu after the latter publicly declared his intention to join the Taiji sect following the display of his alchemical talents at the Alchemist Association. Lin Yi searched the bodies of Moba and Emogio for any clues related to the demonic sect but found none, subsequently conjuring a flame to incinerate their remains. Although the weapons wielded by the members of the Ultimate Investigation Team were formidable, they were ultimately individual arms, akin to firearms, and thus limited in their power. In such a setting, the team lacked the audacity to deploy large-scale weapons akin to nuclear arms to suppress the Tingshu. Celery's body trembled slightly as she remarked, I can't bear to look at that corpse. It makes my head spin. Upon hearing that Li Ying had a boyfriend, the man's smile abruptly froze, as if he had been dealt a stinging slap. Long Yang-jun, admiring her graceful figure under the moonlight, remarked with a playful smile. After Qingzhi tricked me and Xianyang, I harbored a deep resentment towards you. However, after you saved my brother, I began to feel gratitude towards you. Whenever I have the chance, I will pay attention to your every move. The most renowned location here is the Lily of the Valley Stadium, a venue for regional tournaments in the Shanao area, bustling with countless visitors and merchants at certain times of the year. Merging his body with the fierce winds around him, Beidou cleverly enhanced his speed, his sword darting out repeatedly as he could no longer unleash long-range sword energy, relying solely on close combat to defeat his opponents. The yellow dog, evidently trained with remarkable intelligence, nodded vigorously after listening to Xin Lifeng. Moments later, a robust yellow dog burst forth from the thicket of wild grass. Of course, once the foundation is established in the later stages, ultimately, one must turn to pig farming, as the return on investment for pigs is the highest. But that is a discussion for another time. Zhu Beiji, I may not understand how you achieve this, but what you have done this time is indeed a great merit. As a result, you were able to grasp the power of Xian Wang in advance. At least in this world, you can wield this power with ease. Taishang Laojun proclaimed. Is Nevsky truly foolish? No, he is not only not foolish but exceptionally clever, or rather, quite astute. The rift in space torn open by the two ancestral immortals was unlike the ordinary passages they typically traversed. It revealed labyrinthine void corridors, which are the most concealed and perilous traps of the void. Once ensnared, escape is nearly impossible. The rotund man seemed oblivious to this, laughing awkwardly. Perhaps having never encountered an official of such stature as Hong Chenshou, his smile reeking of sycophancy. Since we have come this far, I have long set aside life and death. I must venture into the Sankai cave. What about you? Tian Ming remarked with an air of nonchalance. Li Qi caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, but chose to ignore it. His sole focus was on Fang Junin, calculating that Lu Gaoyang was indeed approaching, and they were close to encircling Fang Junin. Luo Qian gazed at Nan Liuma's retreating figure, his lips twitching, yet he ultimately could not muster the words. However, reality is indeed astonishing. Just because you cannot fathom it doesn't mean others cannot achieve it. Witnessing their transformations, I felt a chill run down my spine, not from fear, but from the unsettling appearance they presented. Everything came so abruptly that she could not easily accept it. A layer of gloom gradually enveloped the skies above Florence, the cold wind cackling madly through the streets. Stepping outside the shop, Qian Ruoruo straightened her back and gazed aimlessly elsewhere. As she turned her head, a familiar face emerged in her line of sight. Her eyes narrowed, exuding a vigilant aura. The soldiers gasped in unison, rushing forward to encircle their commanding officer. Xiao Chang, walking nearby, chuckled inwardly at their conversation while maintaining a facade of calmness. He then gathered all the resources he could muster, surrounding himself with them. Struggling to use both hands and feet, he finally crawled to a well-lit spot, while Li Nan reached out, discovering an air vent located several floors up. Throughout the journey, he felt a persistent anxiety. On one hand, he feared being recognized by acquaintances, and on the other, this path was one he was reluctant to revisit. What nonsense about gold and diamonds? Such worthless trinkets cannot be deemed treasures. Are you out of your mind thinking you'll strike it rich? Qing Feng scoffed. The Uchiha clan, adept in fire techniques, had been dispatched to battle the water-using mist shinobi, illustrating the extent of their manpower shortage. In such circumstances, revival is far from the efficacy of life essence. Even a drop on the most rudimentary plant would not suffice to bring it back to life. The reason he abandoned the title of Master of Creation in favor of his original name stemmed from the tribulations he faced after leaving the Three Realms. The others felt deeply ashamed. As members of the Nine Heavens War God Temple, they found themselves lacking the confidence of a newcomer to the temple. How to craft more formal dialogue to create a sense of variety is a test of the participants' responsiveness. Chapter 89. Such embarrassment. Fatty Song gazed at the scene ahead, where blood splattered, and instinctively shrank behind Qingzhi. However, with his corpulent figure, it was futile to hide behind Qingzhi's slender frame. No one anticipated that Song Ju would utter the word self-dismantling of martial arts. While fervor can be commendable, Jiaoxin's emotions fluctuated wildly. Initially, he was consumed by rage, to the point of losing his reason. Yet after taking action, a profound calm washed over him, followed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Before he could regain his balance, Zhang Feixiang suddenly slid backward, his elbow colliding with Lu Xiaoyu's chest. Of course, his curiosity was innocent, devoid of any nefarious intentions towards another's spouse. Zhao Bo had already departed from the capital, Despite his hidden presence in the city, he was wary of taking risks. The capital belonged to Haishi, and Haishi could unearth secrets with ease. Thus, it was prudent to seek a tranquil place to hone his skills before re-emerging. The Wheel King understood that at the outset. Yu Zhaqing had lacked martial prowess and could not accurately gauge Zhao Bo's strength, relying instead on hearsay. Zhuo Jingning refrained from further comment, merely offering a few comforting words to Li Wanqiu. After a brief interval, having exerted himself earlier, Zhuo Jingning felt hunger pangs and summoned the kitchen maid to prepare a meal. The goodwill of the Qing court, in the eyes of the government, was better met with outright refusal rather than empty promises that could not be fulfilled, thus preserving a semblance of dignity. These various ethnic groups of the 100 merely enveloped their strength on the surface of their bodies, invoking changes in the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to impose pressure on Yi Fan and the others. In comparison to the intricate control of energy exerted by the practitioners of Xinzhou, their efforts fell woefully short. Ah, be gentle, it hurts. As the screen shifted, pain surged through Hu Weiju's leg, prompting an involuntary moan. Upon hearing her cry, Yin Zhen's expression darkened, and he shot a cold glance at Lu. The two exchanged a startled look, their hearts gripped by fear, and hastily moved forward to lift the screen. Weiju smiled silently, casting a sidelong glance at the slightly swaying curtain, then set her mind to the task of feeding Hongli. Xing Tian and the others hurriedly knelt before the three ancestors of the witch, where Xing Tian recounted the circumstances of his arrival. All eyes turned to Shui Ruhan, who appeared completely unfazed as he stepped down from the platform, a mischievous smile adorning his face, leaving others perplexed. Wang Hua sensed something amiss. He had never witnessed such behavior from Wang Chun during his training sessions, prompting him to scrutinize Wang Chun closely. Subsequently, the police escorted Teriyama Mari away, with Officer Muku praising Yamaki Yoko's deduction, to which Yamaki simply smiled, saying little. Despite the old man's seemingly disreputable appearance, his mind was remarkably sharp. Whenever Yang Chi Tian faced a challenging or perplexing situation, it was this old man who provided the solutions. The Great Desert, known in Xiongnu as Ertuospan, meaning land of demons, is not an ocean but an endless expanse of sand. It stretches over 800 miles, traversing the grasslands, with nothing but yellow sand as far as the eye can see, resembling the sea. In an instant, he was bleeding profusely, nearly dislocating his entire arm. After retrieving the body, Li Fuchen set off towards Jiangcheng, while Lu Ming lingered nearby. However, he dismissed the idea of assistance, as it was unnecessary. The elemental rules of earth and fire instantaneously altered the surrounding space. The marks above were much fainter than during the day, and it was believed that in a few days, they would completely merge. Ningbin spotted Feng Jian, tossing Zhao Ming to the ground. Zhao Ming gasped for breath. Mouth agape. At a command, 1,000 tracking projectiles were launched with breathtaking force, hurtling towards their target at the North City Gate, 2,000 meters away. With no one around, what was she still doing here? Was she intending to stay and feed the mosquitoes? Although they wished to leave, they were unable to do so, as the household rules dictated punishment for offending guests. Ningbin's arrival disrupted their pleasant mood, leaving them anxious about whether the bank would release their funds. A soldier from the zombie clan approached slowly, sitting down, his eyes glowing with a hint of purple, a smirk playing on his lips. As the morning competition concluded, spectators began to filter out. Before long, the vast Tianyuan arena was left with thousands of empty seats. Lian Yu gently took a seat. Gazing at the tightly closed eyes of Hua Taifeng, her heart filled with emotion. Her own brother had been rescued by her husband. Both bore the scars of the same calamity, as if fate had long been orchestrating their paths. In the Tianzhou domain, even a 4-star warrior could be a headache. The elder of the Ji family could not guarantee the defeat of a 4-star zombie, while a 5-star could easily obliterate the surrounding star regions. Soon, from his center, countless fissures began to spread, and what was even more alarming was that beneath these cracks, brilliant talismans emerged. It was evident that the Peacock Emperor was unleashing his spiritual power, causing the talismans to glow brighter, ultimately intertwining into a cohesive whole that enveloped the entire palace. Chapter 90 delivered a resounding slap to Ji Muyang, and the forces of Qingyuan Mansion were even fewer, perhaps numbering only 4,000 or 5,000. With no more than 2,000 warriors willing to fight, Wu Yong was well-versed in the situation of Gaoli and promptly recounted every detail. Before long, a robust kitchen maid entered to greet Jiangda. Upon inquiring her name, he learned that the maid was surnamed Gao and called Gao Yu, since she lived alone. She was also referred to as Aunt Gao. Very well, let me ask you, are you familiar with the Heartless Flower and the Heavenly Crystal Essence? Chu Feng inquired directly. I did not wish to discuss the celestial beings with you further. You ought to bid farewell to this world, Ben Zhoushan declared, releasing his grip on the celestial being's neck. The celestial being gazed at him and replied, I have nothing to say. You may do as you please. With that, she closed her eyes. The ultimate battle commenced, a truly harrowing sight, as both sides fought to the brink of madness. The human race's divine kings clashed with the peak divine beings of yore, causing the desolate lands to tremble and emit mournful cries. While no substantial physical harm was inflicted, Bison felt that if the situation continued, he would inevitably end up as roasted meat. Thus, he resolved to dine that evening on instant noodles accompanied by sausage. Upon his arrival, he found Andre already wearing an impatient expression. For such impetuous individuals, waiting for others was the most tedious endeavor imaginable. Upon learning the news, Duji arose in the dead of night and departed from the Ranmang tribe, heading south to seek refuge with her cousin's clan, the Zhurong family. Fortunately, their encampment was located on the outskirts of the capital, thus avoiding detection amidst their considerable commotion. Moreover, having just graduated from university and lacking employment or income, she was reliant on them for sustenance and shelter, a source of inevitable concern. Her father donned a well-worn black down jacket with frayed edges, while her mother wore a similarly tattered yellow down coat. You are called Gu Qianqian, are you not? Zhou Jinghui remarked leisurely as he drove Arthur. Having gone to considerable lengths to uncover the identity of the person responsible for his grandfather's abduction, at present, they stood at a critical juncture. If they were implicated, it could jeopardize the prince's essence and harm his potential. Fortunately, his marriage was largely secured, allowing for light-hearted conversation about the elderly, which brought him some comfort. This seemed to ignite a fuse, causing the entire dark world to begin to erupt, a cacophony of sound reverberating, leaving a trail of destruction and shattering the fabric of space, with terrifying turbulence swirling about. Upon witnessing this, Manager Qian exclaimed in alarm, No, and Chui. This mink coat is not for sale. At that moment, numerous students from various grades gathered, a throng of hundreds observing intently. Why are there so many accommodation rooms in the abandoned official buildings of the imperial city? Lin Yi pondered. That night, Tenjiner slept particularly soundly. While Bai Mama boasted to Bai Jijun, who had just returned from escorting Grandma Bai home for quite some time, when Zhao Xinping encountered him. He was engaged in combat training with a soldier, honing his reflexes. Had it not been for Yao Ao's month-long feigned weakness, which had allowed her to establish a formidable isolation barrier on the practice field, the entire training ground might have been reduced to rubble by Dean's might. The power of that force was evident. Just as Qing Yiping finished speaking, he noticed Wang Hu's conflicted expression. Before the latter raised his arm and violently struck a corner of the table, she merely wished to fulfill her grandmother's last wish, but truly had not considered how to accomplish this. Zhong Qing felt that Guai Guai held a significance in her heart far beyond that of others. Especially after hearing its final message, her gratitude toward Guai Guai was palpable. At that moment, Meng Zhen realized that Jiang Yunji's remained unfazed in the face of such earth-shattering events, and it dawned on her that the demise of the Meng family was, in fact, a foregone conclusion. Jiang Yunji's cunning and ability to distort right and wrong were unmatched in the world. Zhong Qing was so excited that she could barely hold her spoon steady. Having fished for meat several times without success, the 4 champions and the multitude of monkey demons rejoiced, dispatching their subordinates to inform the 72 demon kings and invite them to celebrate. Dahu stood awkwardly to the side, observing his surroundings, the sword in his hand trembling slightly with excitement. This was the first time in his life he had wielded a sword against anything, albeit a mere tree. Yet it thrilled him immensely. And Qianyan glared angrily at Li Hongyuan. At times, her beloved infuriated her to no end. Yet, she could not help it in this lifetime. He had taken her heart, her body, and half of her soul, rendering them inseparable. She murmured, 3,000, the weak waters of 3,000, momentarily forgetting to press him on which palace's celestial being it served. Her demeanor was so natural, her eyes revealing curiosity, upon glancing up. She appeared perplexed by Xie Pingmao's astonished expression. Li Cheng returned to the foot of the mountain, gazing at the steep steps with a sigh, advancing slowly, taking one step at a time up the mountain. As a multitude of members surged in, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped everyone in Lingyun Valley. These words had long been rehearsed. Zhang Baolai understood that upon meeting them, he could not neglect to send someone to the capital to investigate. The incident involving the 4 creating a ruckus at Xian Tower had become common knowledge, impossible to conceal. Hence, they opted for transparency, which appeared forthright. Consider that I have said nothing. You should cherish the present. Lu Junchuan sighed. while Yin Wan, with her innocent and adorable expression, captivated all eyes. Elder brother, what brings you here? In surprise, Qi Tong and her companions anxiously regarded Xiang Nanfeng. Li Qing did not hear to Oba Qishan's words. He felt the vital energy in his dantian coalescing, akin to a raging inferno, boiling and churning with intensity, causing him to sweat profusely. Had it not been for the elder's timely warning, he might have already collapsed from exhaustion. Yao Jia's mention of Sun Jian stirred emotions in Sun Tzu. If given the choice, he would rather not be the tyrant. Sun Tzu lacked the ambition of Sun Jian and the aspirations of his brother, Sun Quan. Having set a poor precedent, it was little wonder that Qian Lai bore some responsibility. Lin Di could only manage the aftermath. After Guanzai departed, the people in the courtyard clamored for a while before each took their tools and returned home, gradually quieting the yard. After a long while, Su Nua's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly regained her emotional control. Lu Zhuyu's voice trembled with excitement as he stepped forward, gripping Mo Li's shoulder and shaking it fervently, seemingly confirming that the latter was indeed safe and sound. Have the security at the entrance settle this month's salary at the finance office. Cui Jingxian rushed upon hearing the call from General Lang and promptly made her way to the president's office. Chapter 91. She asked me to bring the divorce agreement from a distance. The road ahead began to narrow, with a range of mountains stretching eastward on the right, looming amidst the dense forest. The summit of the mountain, sparse in vegetation, revealed a muted earth tone, occasionally echoing with the distant roar of dragons. Zhang Fengyun was naturally taken aback, yet he felt a sense of joy in witnessing his sister's growth, though her leap from the city wall caught him off guard. Qin Yang recalled the decree bestowed upon him by the esteemed Yuan Tian, pondering whether employing it to suppress himself would ensure his safety at the bottom of the pool. No need for that. In Huaxia, mercenaries are prohibited, and armed vehicles attract too much attention, Qin He remarked. The teleportation array erupted in a bizarre crimson mist. And as the fog dissipated, Qin Yang and his companions vanished, their fates uncertain. Fear, despair, and sorrow seemed to emanate from Mu Huanchue's eyes, reflecting humanity's darkest emotions. Indeed, today, Milan's aunt had arrived, prompting her frequent urges to vent her frustrations. Thanks to the privilege of a direct passage, the convoy did not linger at the city gate for long. Once the guards permitted passage, they entered the city, greeted by its distinct architecture. Kangxi found himself reminiscing about the moment Su Malago had dealt a decisive blow to Ao Bai, his eyes misting with emotion. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I shall dedicate time to elucidate, Li Xin offered. The Bloodcrow Demon Saint had spent nearly half a year alongside the Kuan Saint and Xuanwu, feeling quite familiar with their presence. However, regarding this matter, he was aware yet disinclined to elaborate. Thus, Qilin donned a pristine white military uniform instead of the dark alloy armor, which clung closely to her graceful form, exuding an aura of elegance and invoking a strong sense of protectiveness. Go retrieve my bone talisman. It's in my box, which I forgot to bring, Jeg replied. There could be no better outcome. Li Qingya felt grateful and wore a perpetual smile, making her good spirits evident to all. Following the relentless assaults from the terror organization, many aspects of Earth had transformed. Even the attitudes of other planets in the galaxy towards Earth had shifted. Do you really believe this monarch has survived to this day without reason? Countless sovereigns have perished due to my schemes across numerous epochs. Wu Xin's words were pointed, firmly believing that Bailey Xianyuan could not protect Ning Huan for eternity. For Jiangxian, are you truly willing to resort to despicable acts against someone who has never harbored malice toward you? Yet I do not regret it. Even if I had to start over, I would make the same choice. He intended to snatch the wine jar from her grasp, but noticed the corner of Nan Hiesi watching him, her body subtly shifting aside. He was certain that if he reached out, she would evade him instantly. Nanny felt his attitude had grown somewhat brazen and lightly tapped his arm, her hand lowering to retrieve the items he had brought back before entering. Within the lotus platform, the spiritual energy had thickened to a liquid state, rendering the figures of the two nearly invisible amidst the dazzling golden light. Ha ha ha. In life, you are my plaything. In death, you shall remain so. Allow me to indulge in you. The arrogant voice of Xia Yang echoed from below. Although Ji Fuchen's past was now of little consequence to the Yi clan, it still belonged to them. Their current actions could be construed as theft. And should their kin discover this, even their formidable powers would be no match for the collective might against them. Sensing the intense gaze shift away, then he peered through her fingers to see He fixated on the doorway, allowing her hand to drop. The group arrived at the largest tavern in Wai City. indulging in a feast that lasted from noon until evening, only concluding when they could barely stand. In fact, he was grateful that he had merely lost an arm. Otherwise, it could have been his entire body. Clearly, leaping to evade the threat of blades was a grave folly, resulting in instability upon the ground. Ironically, in the southwestern border, Thailand began relinquishing its previously held territories and retreated inland. Even the lands yielded by Myanmar and Laos were directly abandoned by the Thai military. After a moment of steadiness, she finally opened her eyes, resting one hand on the copper bedstead as she sat up slowly. Han Zimo's words seemed etched in Yi Xiangshan's mind, plunging him into deep contemplation. However, he had never anticipated that one day he would cease to ask me to reveal my flaws. Even more surprising was his resolve to hand me over to another. At that moment, he found it strange, given Li Mofin's formidable backing. He should have sought to salvage his situation even if confronted with accusations. The wind picked up, and amidst the rain, the wisteria swayed violently, shedding the remaining blossoms from its branches. I have given him all my firsts. I love him, yet I understand that upon his return to the imperial capital, a new life awaits him, one that starkly contrasts with the life I yearn for. We cannot be together. Nan Fengxue recognized that both Yi Xiangshan and Yi Xiangwen were aware that Luo Jiahao belonged to the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, hence Yi Xiangshan's remarks. Raising his head, he saw Xiao Xiaofeng standing at the alley's entrance, observing me with calm intensity, a cigarette in hand. I felt an overwhelming nervousness, the unfamiliarity of my body clashing with the mental alignment, rendering my movements clumsy. In contrast, Xiao Xiaofeng's kissing technique was undeniably skilled, leaving me weak and feeling as though I might dissolve into him. Could it be a powerhouse from the primordial realm? Yi Xiangshan inhaled deeply, pondering. Footprints, bloodstains, and felled trees all testified to the passage of someone here, with these signs becoming increasingly frequent the deeper one ventured. Thus, Ho Lin Yuan would undoubtedly grow anxious. With anxiety comes agitation, and with agitation, his injuries would worsen. The next Soul Combat tournament would be held in Mingdu, featuring an unprecedented scale with the inclusion of sect teams. In that moment, I disregarded his earlier peculiar behavior, directly controlling the shadows to form a circular black silhouette before him. For instance, when an opportune moment to poison arises, one could feign the creation of a new flavor of fine wine, secretly lacing it with poison before offering it to that old emperor. The divorce agreement for the 92nd time? I trust you have not yet signed it? In the future, this I must never be carelessly exposed unless you possess sufficient strength. Elder Yu reminded urgently. Such a pure intent to kill. The silver figure's eyes suddenly seemed to illuminate. At this moment, Xiao Zifeng hesitated, unwilling to gaze upon this uniquely shaped individual. However, after careful observation, he ultimately confirmed the identity of the rotund man. Do not resist. I must enter your spiritual sea for a thorough examination, Elder Ming hastily declared. He did not ponder much at that moment. He merely thought that since the other party had saved his life, he must locate their child and resolve their emotional entanglement.